Just another day in paradise here at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit for 2024 Broncos camp. A lot that happened yesterday at practice that I want to break down, but I want to start today with the focus on the men's U.S. team. And they take down South Sudan 103-86 yesterday in their second official game that counts in the Olympics. And I know South Sudan maybe isn't the overwhelming sort of talented team. You know, it's funny. I saw a couple of people talking about this, that the best team in the Olympics outside the U.S. could be Serbia. I mean, it wields the best player in the world on its team. And outside of that, you could argue France, you could argue Germany maybe. But it's going to be like some sort of race between those three for second best. And it's just overwhelming what this team is. Now, couple of things that I noticed in that game yesterday. First of all, Tatum was part of the starting lineup. And I wonder, is this almost treated like an all-star game where at some point everybody's going to get their minutes, and the U.S. is able to do that because they are so far and away more talented than everybody else? You know, you had these your basic sets where we saw these over and over and over again. But Embiid took the role of Jason Tatum, in which he didn't play a single minute for the U.S. team yesterday. So they rolled the starting lineup of Curry, Booker, LeBron, Tatum, and AD. And coming off the bench playing a whole bunch of minutes was Durant, Bam Adebayo, who was maybe the best player on the floor for the U.S. yesterday, Anthony Edwards, Derek White, Drew Holiday, Halliburton got a few minutes. It's going to be damn near impossible to beat this team. Even if you're shooting the ball well, let's say you're knocking down some threes, which, you know, some guys in South Sudan yesterday shot the ball all right. That Kuol, I don't know how to pronounce his name. He was 4 or 5 from 3, had another guy who was 3 of 5. But the overwhelming nature of what that team has at its disposal is pretty remarkable. And I think you've seen why, as much as on the surface it doesn't make sense to have a guy like Jaylen Brown off the roster and a guy like Derek White on it, you need people who fit like Derek White and Drew Holiday. It's part of the reason why the Celtics are a championship team, is that they have guys who fit specific roles, who don't really care all that much about how much they touch the basketball, but they know what their job is and they do it really well. And that's exactly what you got with the U.S. team yesterday. I actually I don't know if I've had something like this in my lifetime where everybody was committed one year just to be like, every once in a while just flexing your muscle. And kind of the ebb and flow of United States basketball and whatever we're talking about, whether it's the Olympics or the World Cups that they do or whatever it is. They throw together some mishmash team that might finish in third place. They get embarrassed, and they get so embarrassed they say, all right, we're going to throw everybody at this one now. And this is the result that you get, is a roster that is virtually unbeatable. And that's what the U.S. team has right now. It has at its disposal the ability to not play Joel Embiid a single minute and not care because you're cruising to another victory. By the time it was halftime, you're up, was it 19, 20 points, something like that, and the game is over. So you're just able to shuffle in whatever you want, and I've maintained this. I think coaching the U.S. is the easiest job that you can get in any sport. If you were Steve Kerr, what exactly is your duty? Your duty is to do one thing, just to make sure that if somebody doesn't get a lot of playing time, they don't pout. That's it. You think that he's drawn up the X's and O's during timeouts against South Sudan? All right, guys, here's the play. You're going to go here, or have LeBron in the corner, he's going to run off a pick, or is it just, yeah, you guys will figure it out. Do what you got to do. I mean, it's as simple as a job gets. I can't think of an easier job. And I dare you, texters, 303-504-0925, you tell me the easier gig than men's basketball coach for the United States. Because I need just somebody to come up with something. Maybe like if your trust fund kid whose dad owns a big corporation and he throws you in a role that isn't actually a job, but it just has a title.
Assistant
maybe that
to
one?
the regional manager.
Assistant to the regional manager, yeah, one of those.
Let's see. I think the only other one I can think of is probably weatherman in Colorado, because you can be wrong 85% of the time and still have job security.
No, weatherman in San Diego.
Oh,
What's the weather today? 80 and sunny.
Yep, it's like that Reliant K song. It's sunny with a high of 75.
Yes,
Back to
exactly.
you guys at the desk.
Every single day, it's the same thing. Like, I know this is your area of town. Last weekend, I was in San Luis Obispo for a wedding. Never been to the central part of California before. And I got to tell you, Nelly, that's a weird area of that state because every 15 minutes the temperature is like 10 degrees warmer or colder, depending on which way you go. It's really bizarre.
By the way, Brett, if you're in the know, you can just call it slow.
Yeah, slow.
Slow, dude.
Man.
I got some
Slow,
cousins
bro.
that live in slow, bro. But yeah, it's weird when the wind and the fog rolls in off the beach and then it clears away.
Yeah. So, like, there was a couple different beaches that were like 15 minutes from each other. I went to one of them. It was called, you'd probably know this, Nelly, Avila Beach? Don't know. But it was one of those beaches. I had a bro tank. There's a guy next to me who was shirtless. Another person was wearing a sweatshirt, and another person was wearing a jacket. And I was
Yep.
like, this is the oddest climate I've ever seen. But it's like that, I guess, year-round over there.
And by the way, we got 4 texts in a row, back to back to back to back, however many backs that is, that all said easier job, lifeguard at the Olympics.
Oh, yeah.
4 in a row, man. So if you ever think you feel useless in life, just remember that there's someone's job to lifeguard for Katie Ledecky.
Well, I was just going to say, what would need to happen for the lifeguard to jump out of that chair and say, I got to get Ledecky out of that pool? Like,
Phelps
it would,
is drowning, boys. This is my moment.
like an episode of Narcolepsy where she just passes out in the middle of the pool face down and you're like, my time has finally come. Texture says, delivering pizzas, easiest job in my life. I don't think that's easy. I don't like driving in traffic. It's certainly not as easy as saying, LeBron, go score. You're better than these guys.
Yeah, as a former delivery driver myself, shout out Scipolini's Pizza, Concord, California. Sometimes it gets a little tricky, man, when you got all these different deliveries and you're plotting out where all the different addresses are and what's the most efficient route. I think telling Kevin Durant to go score, there you go, I just did it. Like, that's easier.
That's a way easier job. You don't even have to leave your chair.
Exactly. And also to what you were saying about Katie Ledecky, the problem with your theory is she could go belly up for 16, 17 seconds, and if I was the lifeguard, I would wait because I was thinking she's probably just letting everybody else catch up.
Maybe.
But
how
then
about
if
this?
people passed her and she was losing, then I'd go, oh no, she's in trouble.
Seriously, what? And let's say that something happens. God forbid something happens where it's an episode of, it's narcolepsy, right? That's where you pass out randomly?
Yeah,
Isn't that where you
just
randomly
fall
sleep?
asleep? Yeah.
Okay, so let's say somebody has an episode of narcolepsy in the pool, and it's in the middle of a heat. The lifeguard is still useless because you have 8 other people who are world-class swimmers right next to whoever that is. You still are rendered useless because by the way, now that we're talking about this, what's the qualification you have to be a lifeguard at the swimming events in the Olympics? Like, what's the minimum amount of training that you would need? I would imagine it's probably more than your local community pool. Like, it's more than Wendy Peppercorn from the Sandlot.
You can't just be some 17-year-old boy with your nose covered completely in sunscreen, that zinc sunscreen. You got to be one level above that.
But it almost feels like that's a waste of a good lifeguard. Like, that guy should be somewhere else. I don't know if I've told you. I think I've said this story on air before. But, Nelly, I don't think you've heard this. I almost did drown once in my life. It was terrifying. I was in Mexico, and I like to go swim around on the beach a little bit, catch some waves, hit a little riptide. I'm an okay swimmer, not a great swimmer. That thing pushed me back. I was pedaling pretty hard, started to get tired, kept getting farther and farther away, and I had to make a choice. My wife was on the beach. We were one of the only people on the beach, too. And the lifeguard was right across from her. But this is my wife's work trip that we're on, okay? So I had a choice. I could yell for the lifeguard to come save me and be the guy who is embarrassed the entire weekend because he needed saving from a lifeguard. Or I could die. And I chose death. The embarrassment was going to be too much, so I chose that. And I swear to God, thankfully, a giant wave comes in and propels me forward to where I can touch again. And I go up on the beach, and I walk up to my wife, who is basically asleep in a beach chair, and I go, I almost died. She goes, you almost died. And I'm like, this isn't a joke. I was almost dead out there. And she goes, why didn't you yell for help? And I said, the embarrassment would be too much.
And also, you didn't know how to say lifeguard in Spanish, right? You were like, proteger mi vida. Proteger mi vida.
Wait, what is help? I know what help is in
Ayuda.
Spanish. Ayuda. That's right.
Ayúdame.
Ayúdame.
Yeah, there you go. But
I was not going to scream that in the middle of the ocean.
And
though.
of course, you probably did the mistake that everybody makes where you swim against the current and then it just pulls you out
Correct.
farther
Yeah,
instead of swimming parallel
I didn't know
to
you
the beach.
go outside of it.
Yeah.
You swim you like parallel. I didn't know all those rules. I do know them now, which is good. Everybody keep that in mind. You get hit with a riptide, you swim parallel to the beach to get out of that and then find a little area that you're moving forward.
So you see, drunk people in Cancun need lifeguards. Olympic swimmers, not so sure.
I think if Katie Ledecky hit a riptide, she would grab the riptide by the throat and say, no. I think that's what she would do.
She'd go, look at me. I'm the captain now.
Texture says, I am a swim official. I have seen lifeguards go in and save a swimmer 5 times in the past 15 years. Give me one of the scenarios then, Texture, because I'm very curious about this. And when you... A swim official for what level? I want what level, and give me one scenario in which this has happened, because now I'm fascinated by this.
Yeah, because I know we're having a good time and we're joking around, but those 5 times in 15 years, clearly that's when something breaks bad, you need someone there. So tell us what you've seen.
Yes. Like I was thinking, like, is it a cramp? Is it? I mean, God forbid if it's something like a heart attack or something like that. That's obviously you need some help there. But even a cramp, I feel like you can just hang on to the rope. You know what I mean? You don't need somebody to jump in. You need them for idiots like me who don't know what they're doing.
Yeah, who went straight from Senior Frogs directly into the riptide.
Correct, yeah. Who had maybe a few too many gin and tonics mixed in with tequila shots and said, you know what, that looks like a cool wave. What is this, a red flag day? That doesn't matter. Anyway,
wait,
303.
Did you say gin and tonics and tequila shots? Woo.
Yeah. Oh, dude,
Sheesh.
you think I'm not mixing all of my alcohols when I'm in Mexico? Please.
Just whatever you can get your
Beers,
manos on.
Cervezas, gins, tequilas, all that different stuff.
Oh, my goodness.
303-504-0925. Shump Mazda text line. So, again, it's the easiest job in the world. You just go out there if you're Steve Kerr and you say, hey, you guys are way better than them. Just go show me. And that's what your gig is. And it's a pretty good one. So, a lot to get to from Broncos camp. A good day from Bo Nix yesterday. I got a sneaky feeling about something that is, I'll compare this to a I know something you don't know. You ever had that feeling where you know when something's coming, the other person doesn't, and you're kind of excited and giddy about it? I think that's happening with one aspect of Broncos camp. We'll get to it next. So we got an update here from that swim official who said seen 5 people need some help from lifeguards. Said one saw the swimmer slip on the starting block, hit and cut open his head. 2, the swimmer had an unknown until then enlarged heart and passed out in the pool. 3, pushed their 4IM to, I don't know what that means, to Nax and literally passed out.
I think they're talking about the 400-meter individual medley where you do or push their that's where you
to the max.
Each person does one of the 4 strokes.
Yeah. So it said to the max, I think is what it meant, and literally passed out in the pool and finished at the finish and sunk to the bottom. Okay, so you know what? I take it all back. Shout out to the lifeguards.
You know what's a truly useless job then? Because we were saying that Olympic lifeguard is the easiest position you could possibly have. There are people out there whose job is is bodyguard for Jason Momoa, the actor who plays Aquaman. That's got to be the most worthless job. What are you protecting him from or for?
I'll tell you exactly what it is because I watched this play out in real time once. So I was still in Omaha and it was the College World Series. We all remember Ndamukong Suh, right? So it was in the middle of his heyday in the NFL. He was incredibly good and all that different stuff. So he is at one of these bars that's right outside the stadium, this big bar called the Old Mattress Factory. And he's in the middle of this bar. And I'm not kidding. Nelly, think about how big Ndamukong Suh is. He's one of the biggest human beings I've ever seen in my life.
Huge, dude.
Huge. He is surrounded by 3 different people that are bigger than him, okay? The reason they have those guys, bodyguards, especially celebrities, is because if somebody is going to try them in a bar because they get a little bit too drunk and they're like, let me mess with the big guy here, the big famous guy, they won't be responsible for hitting that person in the face. That's why they do it. So it's exactly what happened. Somebody tried to throw a little shove on Sue, and the bodyguards took care of that in a hurry. So that's why you have the bigger people around the big guys. It's so if anybody's going to be responsible for catching a couple of hands, it's going to be a security guard, and it's not going to be the person who has a whole bunch of money. It's actually a very smart play for those guys to have. Although Jason Momoa looks a lot bigger than his guys, and those look like those look like Secret Service.
Right. This was the picture that blew up Twitter a while ago where his bodyguards, they're dressed like the agents from The Matrix, and they're a head or 2 shorter than him. Yeah. What are we doing here?
I've said this a lot, man. I have no aspirations to be famous like that. None. I don't want the life where I need 2 people following me everywhere I go. That sounds miserable. Like awful. Then I need to have Dixon over here following me around all day to make sure that people don't mess with me. I would hate it.
Hey, you want to go to King Soopers and get some eggs? Dixon, hop in the car.
Exactly.
Need you to protect me.
All right. So listen, yesterday at camp was a good day for Bo Nix. Got a lot of snaps with the ones. He's thrown some picks during camp, but it's a young guy figuring it out. Like, there's no reason to overreact to this. I've seen some stories out of Minnesota where J.J. McCarthy's done the same thing, and I'm like, if anybody in Minnesota is saying we made a mistake because the guy's throwing picks in camp, you're supposed to throw picks in camp. You're supposed to. Like, even if you're a veteran quarterback, you should be taking chances in camp to see what you can and can't get away with and what guys you can and can't trust in tight window throws. Like, that's the point of this. You don't get punished for anything. So that stuff doesn't bother me. What I will say about him is he's got a little bit more zip on his throws than I thought he would. He's not going to blow anybody away with his arm strength. It's just not who he is. But he is he's kind of exactly what Sean Payton has said, at least so far. We're about a week into camp. He's kind of what Sean Payton said he was, which is a quick processor. He gets rid of the ball fast, and it's usually on target. And if you can process information quickly and put the ball on the money somewhere, that is literally like 4/5 of the battle you're going to fight. as a professional quarterback. There's some other stuff that gets thrown in that little pie chart, which is athleticism, pocket presence, like all of that different kind of stuff. Having the big arm certainly helps, but I think of a guy like Phillip Rivers. Phillip Rivers had a terrible arm, but he was accurate and he made good decisions. And he was in the league forever. Played until, wasn't he 40 by the time he retired? So that's what you need, and we're seeing a lot of that in camp so far. And I'll give you an example, and this is just a couple of things from the presser after practice yesterday. Sean Payton sounds like, I'll put it this way. When you think something's going to happen, and it does, and you yell, "I called it," and you're really proud of yourself? He sounds like somebody who's very excited about Bo Nix, but is trying to contain that excitement. Here's just one clip yesterday.
Yeah, I think, the guy that jumped out was Josh Reynolds. He had 3 or 4 catches that were something else. I'll have a chance to look at the film and then, see how each one of those quarterbacks did. But, we had a heavy emphasis on third down. We had 2 periods devoted, exclusively to third down, as well as a pretty good portion of the walkthrough. So, yeah, that's where we're at.
Well, he did a lot of good things on third down. Speaking of Josh Reynolds, this is somebody that I told you guys during the offseason when the Broncos signed him. He is not going to be how about this? He's kind of another version of a Courtland Sutton. He's a good wideout who's reliable, who does everything right. He will typically make the catch if it's thrown his way, and does a really good job of just, with the skills that he possesses, doing that really well. And it's kind of been his MO his entire career. He is not going to blow anybody away, but if you can be a Courtland Sutton-esque or Tim Patrick-esque type receiver for the money that you're paying him, it's a good thing to have in your back pocket. And that's why I'm really curious to see how all this wide receiver stuff is going to sort itself out. Because they got a lot of names at wideout that they got to roll through. So the names that are for sure on this roster, you're for sure going to have Courtland Sutton, for sure going to have Marvin Mims, for sure going to have Troy Franklin. I would think that Vele being another draft pick is pretty safe. I would think that Tim Patrick is probably going to be on this roster as well, assuming that they're kind of slowly getting him back into football activities and stuff like that. It's not like he seems to be going full bore yet, but you're already at 5, and then you get to a Josh Reynolds, who they signed for a decent amount of cash. Feels like he's making the team. That's 6 guys. And after that, you still have Brandon Johnson, and you still have Lil Jordan Humphrey, and you still have Jalen Virgil, and it's not like an overly talented group, but there's enough good, I guess, that's there. And I'll put it this way. I think that the Broncos have a lot of that scenario at a lot of different positions. We kind of talked about the idea of them not being – they aren't going to overwhelm you with elite-level talent. That's reserved for, some Patrick Surtains, and I think Quinn Miners is probably in that category at guard, and there's a few guys on this team that are you could put in there. But wide receiver, I think, is a bunch of just solid guys with maybe a guy like Mims, the potential to be something bigger in a more expanded role this year. I think your running back room is kind of the same as that. It's a lot of really solid players that are in that backfield, and the way that's going to get divvied out, by the way, I don't know if they're going to carry 4 running backs on this roster. I would doubt it, but it's just something to keep an eye on. But it's the same situation. I think the defensive line and the defensive front, at least the guys who are edge rushers and interior defensive linemen, exact same scenario. It's a whole bunch of solid players, maybe not an overwhelming, oh my God type of dude, but Zach Allen's good, and DJ Jones is good, and Jonathan Franklin Myers is good, and Benito's good, and Baron Browning's good. Like, they just have a whole bunch of solid. And that can get you to a few wins. Now, when you play against a team like the Chiefs, or you play against a team, that's, you play against the Niners or something like that, maybe you get put at a disadvantage in that way, and you need a lot of things to kind of go your way to win games like that. But certainly we saw it last year. They beat the Chiefs once. They're capable of it. I just think that this roster is built up on solid players that you're hoping a couple years down the line, maybe a couple of earlier draft picks, you can hit on a couple of guys that you consider core game-changing type pieces. But this is all part of the build. We brought up a story yesterday that, according to Rob Domofsky, who's a writer for the Packers, covers the Packers, he talked to Josh Jacobs. And Josh Jacobs, he was, at least 2 years ago, I think the best or maybe second best running back in the league, somewhere in that category. Like, he was voted as an All-Pro, or at least got votes as an All-Pro. He had 1,700 yards. Last year, not good. I think you can put a lot of that on maybe the coach of that team, because Josh McDaniels was not very good at that. Could be a big factor, and obviously a lot of teams weren't scared away because a lot of teams were interested this offseason. But he said that he turned down more money elsewhere to go to Green Bay, and according to Rob Domofsky, one of those teams was Denver, that they offered him more money. Now, I don't know how much more that would be. He signed a 4-year, $48 million contract. Maybe it's not so much the average per year. Maybe it's more the guaranteed dollars that he was talking about when he said offered more. But he said he wasn't going to go to one of those teams, in air quotes, because he didn't want to be part of a rebuilding situation. And I think that's what the Broncos find themselves in. Doesn't mean you can't win in the meantime, but I think it's pretty clear if you draft a quarterback really high in the draft and you cut bait with some really good veterans like Justin Simmons and Josie Jewell and guys like that, you're probably looking at a rebuilding situation. And to do that with some solid players on the roster that are younger is a decent enough start. But now it's compounding that with a lot more of the game-changing type guys that you hope come along in the next year or two. And maybe you've got a couple of these guys on the roster that we just haven't seen yet. Maybe, it's some of these younger dudes who didn't play a lot last year. Maybe it's a Marvin Mims. Maybe it's Riley Moss. Who knows? But at least you aren't totally devoid of talent. It's not like this team feels like, the Panthers from last year. You can look around the roster and see guys who are capable of playing football. But you just hope that where they're deficient in some areas doesn't come back to really bite them. And I think the only way it can really bite you is if it affects your quarterback, who I would put a good helping of money on that week one that's going to be Bo Nix. I just don't see any other scenario in which it makes sense for it not to be that. But when you look at tight end, you're like, can Greg Dulcich stay healthy? Who knows? If he can't, it's going to be a massive hole in what most good offenses possess, which is a reliable guy, big body, that if it's 3rd and 6, he can get 7-8 yards, get to the chains, make a catch, and fall down. No, everybody wants a Travis Kelce. But at a minimum, you need somebody who's just trustworthy in a situation that if it's a critical 3rd down, can he be a viable option to pick up a first for you? And I'm not sure that they have that right now. On the defensive side, I think there's some holes at linebacker right now that the absence of Josie Jewell has left behind, and having Drew Sanders hurt and out for, if not all, most of the season, with that Achilles tear back in, mid-April-ish. You're gonna have some holes to fill there, I think, and maybe they aren't done sort of scouring the market to see if they can find some sort of veteran who's willing to come in and take that spot. Same thing with that second corner position. I don't know who's going to take sort of the reins on that one, but you have two of those that are, I think, set in stone, and that's obviously Patrick Surtain and then Jaquan McMillan, who's going to play the nickel. And both of those guys are really good. But the depth last year was maybe your deepest position was probably safety. And now with Kareem Jackson gone, Justin Simmons gone, it gets a lot more thin. Caden Stern's still trying to work away from that injury. Same thing with Brandon Jones, who we see out here every morning doing laps, getting his walks in, trying to warm those legs up. Safety's another one that just seems like a thinner position. So you just hope those spots aren't sort of overwhelming types of gaps within the roster that can really burn you. Because I go back to that Miami game from last year. There's a pretty common theme from earlier in the year of why that defense struggled and why they were better, especially in the second half of the season. Justin Simmons was in the lineup the second half of the season, and he was out for a few games at the beginning, including that Miami game. So 303-504-0925. Got a lot more audio I want to get to today. Also, I think Vic hit on something yesterday regarding the Josh Jacobs story that is really going to matter when we get to week 1 of this season. And it's more about a mind shift change in what the offense was last year to what it could be and should be this year. We'll get to that next. Out here at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Another day at camp. About a week in to training camp for the Broncos now. Got a couple more thoughts on what maybe the offensive philosophy should be heading into this year. And I think we got a pretty good idea of it based on some moves that were made this offseason that we'll get to in a second. And there it is. There is our initial sight of Brandon Jones getting his walk-in around the facility here. Ooh, a little jog now. He's got the headphones in. Again, Brandon, if you can hear me, if you're listening to the show, wave. He did not wave. What's it going to take for him to get him to listen to our show? What's it going to take? Could you imagine that, by the way? Like, the idea that somebody could be talking about you and analyzing your ability at your job on the radio as you're standing right outside that would bother the hell out of me. I would hate it.
You're just going, he doesn't really seem like an impact player. I don't really feel like he's really gonna move the needle that much. And he's out there doing his high knees, listening to you talk about it.
Like, just getting the work in, and I'm sitting here like, yeah, I think the safety's got a little bit of holes there. It's just like,
yeah, Swiss cheese out there for a secondary.
Anyway, I did want to mention one thing. So we were talking about the Olympic basketball, to start the show. And if you didn't notice, Serbia absolutely beat the brakes off of the team they played last night in Puerto Rico. 107-66. It's their highest margin of victory ever. Joker had himself a Sombor double without playing in the fourth quarters. 14 points, 15 rebounds, 9 assists. He was 5 of 7 from the field. 1 assist shy from becoming the fourth player ever to drop a triple-double in the Olympics, and I'm sure at some point before this is all said and done, he will get there. I'm a freak of nature. And yeah, love watching this on the main stage, the world stage, for Nikola Jokic. So just to recap, Serbia in the 2024 Paris Olympics, in 40 minutes with Jokic on the court, they are winning 101-93. So that's games against Puerto Rico and the U.S. In the 10 minutes off the court, they're being outscored 29-7. So that must have been thrown out there in the middle of the game because he did play in the fourth quarter, and I doubt that they basically didn't score any points. But still, pretty incredible feat for Joker. Now, was just talking about they were trying to sign Josh Jacobs off the free agency market this offseason. The Broncos were. That's the report from Rob Demovsky in Green Bay. And he turned that down because he didn't want to be part of a rebuild for any team, and so he decided to sign with the Packers for less money. What does that tell you? Well, that on top of the fact that they drafted a wide receiver in Audric Estime in the 5th round, I think that it can tell you a lot. And here's what it means to me. They want to run the football this year. And thank God. Because last year there was too many times where it just didn't feel like they were committed to the run, and especially in tight games, it just didn't make much sense. You know, I kind of put everything into this logic pile. And I said, all right, so Sean Payton had a quarterback that it seemed like obviously he didn't trust all that much. If he did, then they wouldn't have cut him for $85 million. So that much seems obvious. I'm just looking at the actions. If that's the case, then why in close games did you get away from the run? I don't want to make it sound like the Broncos were some sort of amazing running team, but I think they could have been a lot better had they committed to it. There were a ton of games last year in which you'd finish that game with 9 or 10 rushing attempts from your running backs. Now, you can combine a couple of those with, Russell Wilson would take off, 6 or 7 times a game, and that would add to the total and all that different kind of stuff. Like, that matters. That is a rushing attempt, but all I'm telling you is when you got Javonte Williams and Samaje Perine and now Audric Estime and Jaleel McLaughlin, There should be a concerted effort to get those guys the football a lot with a high-priced, highly paid offensive line that's in front of them. And especially with a young QB, establish a rushing game. And if you do that, you can work a lot more play action off of it and have it be more effective. Like, all of that stuff matters. And I think that's the approach they're going to take. You know what I just noticed, by the way, as Brandon Jones is walking around here? He's done this every morning, but I just haven't taken much stock into it. He's barefoot. He's going full Mac Hollins about it. Just out here on the grass, he's walking on his tippy toes, on his heels, all that different stuff. But he is barefoot. Maybe there's something to this. Maybe I need to stop wearing shoes.
What did Mac Hollins say? They were foot cages, little cages?
Foot prisons? Foot confinements. I don't know what they are.
Right. And what was that analogy? That shoes are a tool and you only...
Like a hammer.
Yes. You wouldn't carry around a hammer in your daily life because you might need a hammer at some point, was his logic.
Yeah, but here's the flaw in his logic. If a hammer meant that my soles of my feet wouldn't hurt walking on gravel, then I would carry a hammer. I think I would. I would just have it on my person somewhere.
Right. When it's 100 degrees outside and you have to walk on blacktop to your car, I could use a hammer, Mac.
Yeah. You have to be aware of that with dogs. Like, if you live in Arizona and it's the middle of August or July, you can't walk your dogs on the street. It's too hot. It burns their paws. If you have a tool, like, I don't know, shoes that can help with that thing, then you should wear them. But if it's, what's the weather right now? If it's 59 degrees and it's a perfectly manicured field that you're walking on, like this grass is immaculate out here, then yeah, maybe I'd do some barefoot stuff. I almost think they'd be offended. All these Broncos people, if I walked around here barefoot, I think they'd be offended. And I wouldn't be hurting anything. It's just the fact, it's the gesture of being. If you take your shoes off and you expose your bare feet, you're basically saying you own things. Okay? That's the way I see it anyway.
But Brett, more importantly, do you have feet that are worth showing off? How are the piggies looking headed to market?
So I don't have, like, all dudes' feet are gross. I don't think mine are terrible. But the issue is I played a lot of golf this summer, and I have a massive tan line, and I'm pale already. So think about how pale my legs are, like my calves, and now imagine like 4 shades wider than that are my feet. That's what makes them disgusting.
Well, there's only one way to fix that.
I have to expose them to the sun.
There you go.
And that's the other thing. They're never exposed. I don't wear flip-flops. I'm always in socks. I just can't do it. Unless, like, when I was in California last weekend, I did because I was on the beach, and that made sense. You get your toes in the sand. That'll make sense. If you're at a pool, I get it. Outside of that, the feet, they don't see sunlight. No reason for it. You know, part of the reason I think to this day my calves are so white is because every time the sun was out and I was outside in my childhood, I was wearing baseball socks. They got no sun whatsoever. By the time I was done with my day, the sun was gone, and that's the only time they existed in the breeze.
Brett, low-key, one of the sneaky worst sunburn that people don't really talk about, the back of your leg, right in the bend of the knee and the upper calf. I learned that the hard way from doing marching band in college, where we'd be outside all day, every day in band camp. Sun starts to set low in the sky, and you're marching the other direction. The sun's just beating on the back of your legs. The next morning you wake up and you go, cool, can't really bend anymore.
Oh, and let me tell you something. Everybody, like, they'll do the sunscreen spray on the knees and the calves, but they will forget about that. I forgot the tops of my feet one time when I was on a beach for a couple of days. That was also a bad one. You know what else I forgot? This is a PSA to all dudes out there. If you're on a beach, if you're going to Mexico or California or somewhere like that where you're on a beach like the entire time, I know we're all applying sunscreen. And if you got, like at the time I had a buzzed head, so I would take the sunscreen and I'd rub it on my head because it still gets in there. What I forgot about, though, Nelly, that little crown of your head. that little crown.
Yes, right there in the cowlick.
You need
Yeah.
you need to get that. I did not, and I would itch my head, and there would be flakes for like a week afterwards. Don't let that happen to you.
Or even another mistake I made, actually just this 4th of July, about a month ago. I had my hair all gelled up because my band was playing in Vail. I wanted to look good. Well, when your hairs are all gelled up, it sticks in place. And so there's places where the sun can get through because it's not
Correct.
moving around protecting your scalp. So
Yep.
I got sunburned like through the cracks in my spiked hair. And the next
Yes.
morning, same thing. I woke up and I was taking a shower and I went, wow, this hot water feels a lot hotter today. Oh, that's right. My scalp is like half toasted.
Just a PSA to all the dudes out there. Take care of your bald spots, okay? Don't let that happen. 303-504-0925. Mose, you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about.
You ever have a burned scalp, Jack?
303-504-0925. Can watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv. Search Altitude SR in the search bar. The Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. Mose Lombardi and Kane next.
I think shoes are a tool, and people have made them a part of their body. Like I wouldn't walk around with a hammer just because I might need a hammer sometimes.
Now, he does wear cleats because he has to, but he calls them foot prisons.
Like, look at that little tiny toe box. How you gonna fit your toes in there?
But this barefoot thing is catching on.
Joe was out here shoeless yesterday for a walkthrough.
Started walking around barefoot yesterday, and you look around, there's 10 other guys barefoot.
Nobody is walking around barefoot in life yet. I think I'm the only one doing that one.
So remember, Moj, that was Mac Hollins from a couple of days ago from Buffalo's camp?
Yep.
So the reason I bring that up is every morning around 6:30-ish, Brandon Jones is walking around this facility. Is he still getting work in?
Yeah.
No, he walked
gone.
in.
Yeah.
I saw him walking earlier. But he does a couple laps around here. He does these he walks like on his heels, he walks on his toes. He's just trying to get the muscles and tendons strengthened back up, right? But I didn't notice until today that he's barefoot every day doing it. I was like, do we have our own Mac Hollins on our hands who's barefoot?
Yeah, I guess we do. And let me explain. In my own family, my daughter got up from a nap yesterday. You were there?
Was that a nap or was that just sleep?
Whatever she was doing, but it was like 10:30 in the morning. And she says, what'd she say? I'm going to go get a coffee? Or she's going to go someplace. She walks out the door with no shoes on. I said, where are your shoes? She's like, I'm fine. Kablam. Right? Maybe it's just a thing nowadays. Maybe kids just walk around just walk around barefoot now.
I guess they could.
I'm like, who raised this heathen? I mean, look.
Like, look at that little tiny toe box.
I guess. Don't touch me, man.
You asked the question, who raised the heathen? And I think...
Yeah, the kid just walks out the door without any shoes on.
I think the call's coming from inside the house.
Yeah.
Moj.
Yeah, I'm okay. I reckon. That's not the way I raised that kid. She says, I'm fine. The door goes kablang. I mean, she's off to college in 10 days anyway.
You're a shoe dad. That's what you're saying. You're a shoe dad.
In 10 days, I don't have to worry about it, okay? Kid's going to be gone. But right now, it concerns me. And Mac can live his own life. He's a grown man. My daughter is now, legally allowed to not wear shoes if she doesn't want to, I guess.
Is that adulthood is when you're legally not aware?
I don't know. But I was, well, you were there. You saw it. I was shocked.
I guess, how far is the Starbucks from your house?
This was America. Huh?
I'm sure she went through the drive-through.
That's what I'm saying.
She's driving without any shoes on, and I don't know, man. This whole world has just gone upside down.
Well, couple of things here. Let's start with the game from yesterday. The U.S. beat South Sudan handily, 103-86. Another interesting sort of like DNP, like Embiid didn't get a minute in the game yesterday, but Tatum was working.
DNP CD.
But Tatum was starting. So Tatum was a guy who earlier in this did not play, and now he's starting. And Embiid was starting, and then he didn't play. And here's what I think is amazing. You can do whatever you want, can't you? Like, you can do whatever you feel like you want the starting lineup to be if you're Steve Kerr, and it's probably not going to matter. It feels like the easiest job you can have is coach of Team USA basketball this year.
I think you're correct about that. That's exactly what it feels like to me. I mean, Bam Adebayo goes off yesterday, right? I mean, he played 21 minutes, scored 18 points, but he's incredibly efficient, 8 of 10 from the floor, 2 of 3 from three-point range. And again, you just throw out whatever lineup is you feel like on any particular day. And I'm sure before the tournament begins, you go to the big guns. They're all big guns, but you know what I mean. You talk to LeBron and Curry and those kind of guys. Say, all right, listen, you're going to get yours. You tell the whole team. Everybody's going to get some, okay, at some point, because we're going to roll through this tournament. So everybody's going to get a gold medal. Everybody's going to play a little bit.
Yeah.
Sometimes you might sit. Don't worry about that. No big deal. But everybody's going to get involved somehow. And when you leave Paris, you'll have a gold medal around your neck, and you're going to be happy.
What's really crazy about this, I don't know if you saw the other score from yesterday, which was Serbia. They won by almost 40 points. What was the final score of that game? That was 107-66. So, yeah, they won by 41.
Yeah, Puerto Rico got waxed.
Jokic had a Sombor double in 23 minutes. He was 1 assist away from being the 4th player ever to have a triple-double in the Olympics, and he sat the entire 4th quarter of that game.
Yep.
Here's what's weird. Serbia might be the second-best team. They could be. It's between them,
Canada,
France, Canada, maybe Germany.
No, Germany's they're not going to win nothing. I think Serbia's got a shot. I mean, here's the thing. You got 3 teams for 2 medals. You got Serbia, France, and Canada going for gold and bronze. That's it.
You mean silver and bronze?
Yeah, what did I say?
You say gold and bronze.
Silver and bronze.
Yeah.
USA is going to win the gold medal.
Yeah.
Nobody can beat them, including France. I don't care if Wembanyama's out there doing his Wembanyama stuff. Team USA is going to win.
They needed OT to beat Japan. And they needed a big-time run and like a 4-point play to even send it in overtime.
To me, that was like Kansas getting scared by a 15 seed in the NCAA tournament or something like that. You know what I mean?
But they are going to roll through this, and we're trying to figure out an easier job than Steve Kerr's right now, and I don't think one exists. We were talking about, maybe being a lifeguard for the swimming competition.
What's the word? Okay. Well, I don't even think they have. Do they? They must have a lifeguard.
No, they
there.
do. And we had somebody who said they were a swim official. They saw 5 different instances in 15 years where the lifeguard was needed.
Really?
During a swim meet. Yeah.
Wow.
And it was, one was they went through it. What were they, Nelly? An enlarged heart was one of them, and the person passed out.
One was they slipped on the starting block and hit their head. Someone was pushing too hard to try and win, and they exhausted themselves and sank straight to the bottom of the pool.
Wow.
So I guess they are necessary.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's a
rare
common,
it's a rare
very
thing.
Rare, very rare.
And you've got literally 100 swimmers at the pool.
Yeah.
Who could all jump in and help.
Correct.
They can all get to the person, right? If
You'd
they're
think.
struggling in the middle of the pool.
Yeah, you'd think.
All right. That's a great question. What are the easiest jobs in the world?
Somebody said pizza delivery guy. He said he does pizza delivery. He said it's really easy. But I don't like, sitting in traffic. Not easier than saying LeBron go score. Not easier than that.
And Steve Kerr doesn't need to gyrate, or he doesn't need to work the officials or anything like that.
No.
They're going to win. So it's just a matter of time. I'm trying to think.
And also, speaking as a former pizza delivery guy, sometimes if you're delivering at night, people don't have their house numbers clearly displayed on the front. They're also not lit. Maybe the porch light's off. It's harder than that texter's making it out to be, man. I worked for those tips.
Here's the other thing. I was thinking maybe trust fund kid who gets just the job title but doesn't have to do anything sort of thing. Maybe that. Like dad's got the big company and you're the assistant regional manager. And your job details are kind of like you go out and you party at night.
How about ambassador to
Tahiti?
Yeah, ambassador to something like that, like Bali.
What did you say the responsibilities of an ambassador was?
Go have some relations.
That's right.
Go do the relations. You get to your country and you relate, right? I mean, whatever. I don't know. It's something like that. I'm trying to think. Yeah, the ambassador to the Bahamas might be a pretty good gig, right?
Just want to make sure that we're all on the level here, guys. I'll be on the beach for a little bit, but everybody cool?
You all good? All right, cool. That sounds
good. You need
good.
anything from me? No? All right. I'll see you in a week.
I'll be over here playing volleyball. So if you need me, just come on over and get me. It's all good.
I don't think there's one easier. Yeah, I really don't. I think that being Steve Kerr is the easiest gig you can get.
I always thought for years and years that being vice president, you really don't take any heat at all. And what do? You shake some hands, right? I don't know.
I mean, you watch I don't know a lot about the political sphere of what a vice president does, but by all the shows that I've watched, they make it seem like they do nothing. But you do have to jump on planes and glad hand at certain events that maybe you don't want to go to. That would be annoying.
I think I'd be really good at that.
You have to, you need to jump on this private jet because Jefferson Elementary School is going to play the Star Spangled Banner for you. And you're like, okay, go ahead, kids.
And then you got to fake it right at the end, like that was really good.
Oh wow, gosh, yeah, it was amazing,
you were awesome,
guys.
kids.
I don't know how you've done that. I mean, you must have practiced for hours in between snacks and nap time. Anyway.
My nephew played the viola for a while. You know what that is?
No.
It's like a violin, but a little bit bigger.
So, what's the cello?
That's like a big old violin. Then a stand-up bass is like a gigantic violin.
I like the stand-up bass, though. I see him in jazz band.
Yeah, those are great. Anyway, I went to one of his recitals one time. There's a bunch of kids in there. It's you're like, God. My sister's like, just shut up. You're here for your nephew. I'm like, well, these kids suck.
Wait, this one's worse. I actually remember having to do this, and I remember thinking to myself as I was doing it, my parents probably cannot stand being here. What's the little flute things? Nelly, help me out. What's
Piccolo?
Piccolo.
Are those the ones that you blow into and kids have spit coming out the
recorder?
A recorder.
Yeah.
A recorder
yes.
is what I'm thinking of.
Yeah.
I had a recorder thing that we had to do in elementary school, and I'm like, why did we subject the parents to this?
Yeah,
and why did you make me do
let's
this?
Let's just go into the cafeteria. Ain't nobody got to be there.
What's the song called? Ode to Joy, I think, by is that Bach or somebody like that?
Yeah. Or like
Why am I having to do that?
Ode to crap. I'm sure it sounded horrible.
It did. Of course it did.
And listen, there are some kids who could really play. Don't get me wrong, right? Some kids like, I'm like, wow, so that kid's good. But then some kids, and then when the whole thing joins in, it's
Do you know what
oh God!
Do you know what happened though?
Kill me now.
When we were
No
up on
offense,
that,
kids.
we were up on that stage. This is why it's rude. Some kids don't like being in front of crowds,
No.
and they're shy,
No.
and
Yep.
you're forcing them to do it.
Yep.
2 passed out.
You're
and they
kidding.
Said the reason why, there's something about they get really nervous, so they stand up super straight, and they lock their knees. And they said if you lock your knees for too long, you'll pass out.
It cuts off circulation or something. I don't know what it does.
I mean, we're in the middle of blowing these recorders,
Right.
and 2 kids just
the parents are
and
like,
we kept playing.
The parents
we didn't know what to do.
the
Hey,
parents
that's
are probably
showbiz,
like, hey,
baby, you don't. We break for nobody. These are recorders.
hey, Helen, little Jimmy just passed out. We can go now.
So wait, Nelly, let's say that your guerrilla fanfare band is playing, and your tuba player is just blowing too hard in that tuba, and he runs out of breath and he drops. Are you finishing the song, or are you guys turning around and helping him? What's the call?
I mean, we got to finish the song. We
Yeah.
break for
Yeah, you have
nobody.
to.
We got to. We're
It's a
we
performance.
got tips to earn, man. But
Yeah,
actually,
dude,
you know what we
dude will
did?
be fine.
You know what we did once? Kind of similar to that. We were actually playing a wedding once. This is years ago at the chapel on the Auraria campus. You know, they have that nice church there.
Yeah.
And so we were a surprise. So the ceremony was going on. We were waiting towards the entrance of the church behind everybody's backs. And then when they were husband and wife, we were going to surprise everybody with the parade out of the place. So we're all standing there. And then we hear a loud thunk that just reverberates through the entire church. One of the groomsmen had done just that. He'd locked his knees, and he just went into a plank and fell straight back on the stage. Boom, on his back.
Yikes!
And it's when they were giving their vows. So they're all sniffling and holding each other's hands, going, "I never thought that anybody could make me as happy."
Yeah, that's crazy.
Fantastic.
That's
so,
great.
see, I'm giving PSAs out to people this
Okay.
morning, okay? And
So
that's one of them. Don't lock your knees. Don't
I'm not
do
even
it.
sure how we got on that. I guess it's my fault. But the easiest job in the world
Is saying LeBron go score.
yeah,
Against these guys who are worse than you.
Steve Kerr. And so here's what he does. He has a little breakfast, a little lunch or whatever, right? Puts his USA pullover on or his his polo shirt, and then he just hangs out.
Do you think that
That's all he does over there.
are athletes going to be offended when he gets a gold medal? Like, what did you do?
I don't know that coaches
What did
get
you
a
do?
I don't think coaches get a
They
medal.
don't?
I don't think they do. I think only
Well,
the
then you
athletes.
can kick rocks. I'm not coaching that.
No, well,
I'm going to spend my time
Like
to
Herb-
watch other people
like
get the
Herb
glory.
Brooks and Miracle and all that. They don't get
They
the
get
medal.
nothing.
No, they get a high five, and you did a good job.
You don't get a certificate?
You get memories. Memories like the corners of my mind. Anyway, yeah, you get to keep those memories forever, I guess, but you don't get any goods.
Hey, yesterday was a good day for Bo Nix.
Yeah.
Did really good
Yep.
in 11 on 11s. He's thrown some interceptions. I'm not bothered by this. We'll explain more in detail.
But you can feel it coming, can't you?
And you want to know who's really excited about this? Sean Payton. Because he wants to be right about this, and I think it's one of those, like, I took a pretty big swing, and if it hits, you look like a genius. If it doesn't, you look like a moron. And I think at least a week into camp, he's feeling pretty good about this situation.
I'll say this. If a coach wants to be right, about 99% of the time he's going to be right.
Yeah.
In his own mind anyway, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I think he is right, and I think that you can see the train on the tracks, and you see
Doesn't mean it's perfect.
Right, you see the direction it's going, and we're not stupid. I think we all see where this is headed.
Yeah, so let's get to
which
that.
is totally fine by me.
And some audio from Sean Payton in just a second. Stick around. All right, out here at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit, another day of Broncos camp. And camp yesterday, good day for Bo Nix. Got some time with the ones. They ran some third down situations. They had 11 on 11, and he played well. He's still throwing some picks, and I don't care, Moshe. Like, I don't know why anybody would be upset about interceptions that happen in training camp. You know, I saw the story from Minnesota that J.J. McCarthy's throwing a lot too. And I think that would be a wild overreaction for a rookie throwing picks in training camp. I think you should be doing that. You should be trying to test what throws you can and can't make. Now, it's one thing if it's trying to fit it in a tight window and he gets picked, and another thing if you just read it completely wrong and get picked off.
Right. You're exactly correct. It's not necessarily the number of picks. It's sort of what are the picks.
Yeah.
All right. What are you trying to squeeze it in here, seeing what you can and cannot get away with against professional level players. If you just completely miss the throw and you're just throwing it up the middle of the field and the safety's just sitting there playing center field and it hits him in the chest, then you got some problems. Okay. Yeah. Then you're blowing it. But rookies are going to do that. Everybody's going to do that. Peyton Manning did that all the time in training camp and in practice. There's nothing wrong with that as far as I'm concerned. So, look, I mean, Brett, it's pretty easy to see how this thing is progressing.
Yeah.
And I think he's going to have some tough days, but he's probably going to have a lot more better days than tough days. This is all part of the process. Today's only day 7 of camp. The OTAs and everything else I understand. But now we're into it. Now we're into the realness of the real, of the good. The Packers will be here in what, 2 weeks? Is it 2 weeks they get here?
I think
Just about
so,
2 weeks?
Yeah.
A little over 2 weeks. So you'll get some of that going on. You get into some preseason football, and then you're off and running. But I think that if he continues to progress the way he has been progressing and do the things he has been doing, Sean Payton wants to be right. So there's an added incentive in there. He wasn't given this quarterback to say, hey, here's your QB.
Yep.
He handpicked this guy. I want this guy. I can develop this guy. This is what I see out of him. So he wants to be right, and I think if Bo Nix does the right things, Sean Payton's going to make himself right.
You know, and Nix is...
And by the way, there's no problem with that because I think Payton is making the correct choice.
Nix has a few different, like... I always like to look at it like pie charts. There's things that matter more than others. There's bigger slices of the pie. For Sean Payton in this offense, it's very obvious that processing information is maybe the most important thing. After that, obviously, it's accuracy and all that stuff. And I'll say this. For the two majority pieces, I think that Bo Nix has shown that he possesses what they thought he did when they drafted him, which is process information, throw the ball accurately. I think both of those he's done pretty well this camp so far. I was actually a little bit surprised that he's got a little bit more zip on his ball than I thought he would have. It's not something that's like overwhelming or crazy, but it's certainly enough to, if you need to fit a ball on the sideline on a tight window, like I think he's capable of doing it. He's a little more athletic than I thought he was. Like there's a whole bunch of good things here initially in camp that I like. It's just a matter to me, are they going to have enough of the things surrounding him to be able to have that be a smooth transition once the bullets actually start flying? Like, can you establish a good enough run game so that play action works? Do you have enough talent on the outside at receiver that's going to make life easier for him? And there was a quote yesterday, if we can run this, Nelly, it was a question about quarterbacks, but he kind of transitions that over to a brand new wide receiver in the offseason, Josh Reynolds, who has made an impression, at least early in camp. So let's get this quote on from Peyton about Josh Reynolds.
Yeah, I mean, I think, look, the guy that jumped out was Josh Reynolds. I mean, shoot, he had 3 or 4 catches that were something else. I'll have a chance to look at the film and then, see how each one of those quarterbacks did. But, we had a heavy emphasis on third down. We had 2 periods devoted, exclusively to third down, as well as a pretty good portion of the walkthrough. So, yeah, that's where we're at.
Here's the thing about Reynolds. I think he's most famously known for dropping that pass in the NFC Championship game last year that essentially lost the Lions the game. I said this in the offseason when they acquired him. He's a steady wide receiver, man. He's a little bit Cortland Sutton and Tim Patrick-y, and he's not going to blow you away with athleticism, and he's probably not somebody who's going to keep defensive coordinators up at night. But you throw the ball in his vicinity, he's going to haul it in.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And you've watched a lot of him, so you would have a better idea of what he can and cannot do. And I think and I've seen him obviously watching Lions football. I think it's a pretty good, accurate description of what he is as a wideout. There are no. I mean, take a look at Joe Burrow in Cincinnati. Mm-hmm. Who's he throwing to?
Jamar Chase, T. Higgins.
Oh, is that? You think does that sound fun to you as a quarterback?
Tyler Boyd.
Yeah,
pretty good.
Does that sound fun?
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds fun.
And who's their tight end? Is it Kraft? Is that their tight end there?
I'd have to. Who is
No,
it's Gesicki.
Oh, it is now? Okay.
Yeah. So he's got some pretty nice weapons there, right?
Yeah.
Well, you don't have the like weapons here for Bo Nix, but you've got guys who are pros, guys who have been around at least, some of those guys. And then you've got some potential out there. I mean, I don't know what kind of chemistry he would have with his fellow rookie wideout that he played
Troy
college
Franklin.
with. Yeah, but you get to the National Football League level and guys develop and things change and so on, but that helps. And then you have a potential guy in Marvin Mims Jr. that could be hopefully some sort of a breakout, big play type of guy. So, I'm not going to fool myself into thinking that there's T. Higgins out there or Jamar Chase out there, but you've got sure-handed individuals who are pros and know how to play the game.
Dude, I was going over this. I think this is most of what Broncos' positions are. They don't have elite, but they got at least solid to pretty good in a lot of different spots. And that's why I think as much as people bemoan preseason games and oh, God, do we really have to do this? I think it's going to be really interesting to see how they parse this out. Let's just take wideouts. So Cortland's on the team. Troy Franklin's on the team.
Well, see, here's where we start to get into
He's a third-round pick. He's not getting cut, dude.
No, I'm not talking about cut. I'm talking about, okay, well, how does it shake out? Where do they get to? Who's on the practice squad? All these things to me, there's a lot of wideouts in camp.
Franklin's
a lot
a guarantee.
Of them. Okay.
Franklin, I'm telling you, he's a guarantee.
Then let's call him a guarantee.
Guarantees are Sutton, Franklin, Mims. After that is where it gets murky.
Well, I think you don't go and get Reynolds if he's not going to make your club.
I would agree.
Okay? And I've got to think that if he's healthy, that if everything is good, the Achilles is completely repaired, then you've got to look at Tim Patrick and say you talk about sure-handed. Okay, that's 5.
And then you have your other draft pick, Vele, who maybe he makes a team, maybe not, but because he's the draft pick, I think he's got a pretty good shot.
Okay.
That's 6. And now you still
What
have
about Lil Jordan Humphrey?
He
had a great day a couple days ago.
Still have Brandon Johnson. You have Jalen Virgil. You got a lot of guys.
You got guys who have been here.
Yeah. Yep.
You're talking 3 guys who were Broncos who actually played at times.
But I say that just to emphasize, is any one of those guys elite? No. But are they all pretty good? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Go to running back. Javonte, Samaje Perine, Audric Estime, Jaleel McLaughlin. Anybody elite? Probably not. But all pretty solid running backs. All of them. You go everywhere else, I swear to God, on this team, it's defensive line. Anybody elite? No. But would you want a Zach Allen on your team? Yeah.
Absolutely.
DJ Jones? Yeah. Jonathan Franklin Myers? Yeah. Benito? Yeah. Browning? Yeah. All of those different guys.
So let's just call it like we see it. You've just got a really solid football team.
Yes.
Not a special football team, not elite talent football team. You've got a really solid football team. And for right now, with the cap situation being what it is, I think that's all you can hope for, and that's fine. I think you have to live in that world right now. I really do.
Where was Vele?
Again, we were talking about it. Again, go back to this. We played golf yesterday with Kiefer and Riker and a bunch of guys. You know who's the biggest fantasy football geek in America? It's got to be Kyle Keefe. It's got to be.
Yeah.
He said yesterday. He goes, I don't know that any Bronco would end up on my fantasy roster at all. And I thought, well, that's kind of unfair because you're going to get into later rounds. You're going to want a Cortland. You take a flyer on Mims, right, in case he has big plays, and you're going to need. Listen, the running backs on this roster. One guy's going to score 4 touchdowns. One guy's going to score 3 touchdowns. You know what I mean? I thought it was a little bit unfair, but he's not necessarily wrong. I think when people are looking at the Denver Broncos, you're going like, there's not a whole lot of high end out there.
There's not. Now, there is, I would say this.
And that sounds like a pejorative.
You would take guys on if we're talking fantasy football, you would take Sutton. You would take Mims. You would take Javonte. There's guys you would take. Now, they're probably not top-of-the-line dudes.
Right.
The only one I think that has a lot of potential for it, I'm really interested in Mims. Mims has so much of, like, the tools that make really good wide receivers who are explosive play guys, who keep defensive coordinators up at night. He's got that stuff.
I think he does.
He's totally got it.
I hope he does. I think he does. I hope he does. Bro, we're going to have to see reps, though. In you know what I mean? We have to see reps in real game time and continued reps, not just a couple touches here, a couple touches there, not being utilized and used. I don't really know what his full potential is. I don't know where that ceiling is. I think it's pretty high, but we've got to see him.
Well, and
they've got to get the football to him in order for us to see it.
There's a second part to this, by the way, before these textures start, because I know there's a couple that have come in already. When I say that every position sounds like they have solid players, here's what I mean. They aren't totally devoid of talent in the way that I think if you looked at Carolina last year, they were.
Right.
Like, Carolina had nobody.
Right. No, I agree with that.
But solid is not going to be enough to overcome Kansas City. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's not going to be enough to overcome San Francisco. You'll be able to rattle off a few wins. But if you don't have somebody who steps up in a big way, it's still going to be a rough year. You know what I'm saying? Like, this isn't me convincing myself that the Broncos are going to win 11 games and make the postseason. It's not happening. I've said this over and over again. I think it's far more likely the Broncos end up with a top 5 pick than they end up in the playoffs. I would love to be wrong, but that's just the way I see it now. I just think there's too many unknowns on this team and the division you play in and the quarterbacks you go up against. Like, I saw this article. Let's get to this a little bit later. So CBS Sports, they were ranking divisions by quarterbacks, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So number 1, they have the AFC North. That's Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson, Deshaun Watson, Russell Wilson. Not bad. Now, Deshaun, Russell, who knows? But
Deshaun was hurt last year, and does he still want to play football with all that guaranteed money? And is Russ even going to be the starter in Pittsburgh?
Do you just take a guess? 8 divisions in the NFL. Where is the AFC West with Patrick Mahomes, Justin Herbert, Aiden O'Connell, Bo Nix?
It feels like it should be around 4.
Let me keep scrolling.
Oh boy,
it's 7. Now listen, I thought the same thing you did. I'm like, how does the bar none best quarterback in the league in Patrick Mahomes and Justin Herbert,
how does that not drag it up?
Yeah, like tip the scales enough
right.
for the bottom to where it'd be higher than that. But that is the prevailing thought of what they think.
Who wrote that article? What's that on?
CBS Sports. It's Cody Benjamin. So the only division they have is worse is the NFC South that has Kirk Cousins, Baker Mayfield, Derek Carr, and Bryce Young.
I don't know about that, man. I don't know. That seems that's
like it certainly should be above the AFC South.
Let me put it this way. I think that the question marks on Bo Nix and the question marks on Aiden O'Connell are completely fair. So maybe you have to give him an incomplete. There are no question marks about the top of the division, for crying out loud. Best player on the planet. And then maybe I'm overestimating how good I think Herbert can be.
Yeah.
Because he's been pretty good, but now you team him with Harbaugh. I think that this kid, if he stays healthy, is primed for a huge breakout again kind of year, and he's already had one of those. So
this is my favorite canine dog in the world, by the way.
Is it really?
Awesome. Every morning just comes in and rolls in the grass right in front of us.
Yeah, that's a limited dog's life right there, being happy.
And I just want to pet it. But there's a giant sign that says, do not pet.
That's a working dog. It's a sheriff canine. But right now the dog's off duty.
Can I say he's a good boy?
Yeah.
A good boy?
He won't even listen to you, dude. He only
Nope.
listens to his handler. Yeah, he won't even listen to you.
He doesn't even look at me.
So when he's off duty, he gets to roll around in the grass and play with the ball, right? But when he's on duty, that dog is a bad mamma jamma.
I always thought, do you think that,
No, go away.
let's say that, who's a pothead at our station? Or at least looks like one. Who looks like
Dan
one?
Tanner's both.
So let's say DT comes down here, and let's say he has something left over in his pocket from the night before. Is this dog making a beeline over here? What's going on?
I don't know. I don't know what that dog.
Or is it only? Does it have to be pointed to? Do you have to say?
No, I think that dog. I think he knows what's up. I mean, I think he knows.
It's a good dog.
Yeah,
like that dog.
I think his handler's like, yeah. I think that dog knows what's up, man. It knows its job, like front. That dog
we
probably
gotta turn the camera now.
That dog probably knows its job better
Yeah.
than you know your job.
Oh, look at him!
Yeah,
Look at him!
hi,
Hi there! Hi.
I'm not touching. I'm not petting. I'm just saying hi.
There's a giant sign. We're paying attention to the sign.
We follow the rules, sir. Absolutely. It's a great dog, though. Love it. He sniffed my bag, though. Did you see that?
He did.
Yeah.
Just make sure you didn't have anything going on.
Yeah. There's nothing in there. Trust me.
I don't know. Give it a twice over. Let's see what happens. Anyway, 303-504-0925.
You ever seen those dogs at the airport, like the little fruit and beverage?
You were scared to pet that dog, weren't you?
Well, no, I didn't want to touch it. He lifted my hand.
He put his face on your lap. I think
know,
that's
he's a good
okay.
boy. You ever see like those fruit and vegetable beagles at the airport?
Huh?
Like you've never come back from international travel. Then you've come through
Yes, I
customs and all
have.
that. Sometimes they have this little beagle. Arr!
I've never seen the beagles. I mean, I've traveled to Mexico quite a bit.
Yeah, they make sure you don't have any cigars or you bring an apple back with some sort of weird thing in
I
it.
still remember them asking me, "Do you have any chickens?" I was like, "Huh? You think I went to Mexico to pick up some chickens and bring them back?"
Oh man, I don't know the stuff that people try to smuggle. Lizards and chickens and who knows what, man. People are weird.
What if like one of those? There's tiny little geckos in places like that.
Yeah.
What if one of those crawled in my bag? Do I get arrested? Do they think I'm like smuggling something, or
Like you're trying to bring a
Yeah.
gecko home or something?
But it was just like, let's say, I was in the hotel lobby and I had to open up my bag for a second to get something out, and the thing
dude
just
jumps
jumped in
in.
there. I didn't see it. Close it up.
Yeah.
Am I
I'm sure-
arrested?
No, I doubt it. I mean, that sounds like a plausible explanation. You're not bringing a gecko home as a pet. You can go to PetSmart and get one, right? I don't know. Yeah,
Judging by my reaction of ew, do you think that'd be enough?
Yeah, they'd be like, yeah, dude doesn't want this thing. Let me catch it.
303-504-0925. Jeff Legwell is going to join us right here
Now,
in the tent in 20 minutes.
That's awesome. That seems like an easy job, though.
Do you have chickens?
No, gecko relocation.
Yeah, I like that.
You just catch a little sucker and you put him in a cage. I mean,
There you go.
That sounds pretty. That sounds kind of like Steve Kerr coaching USA. Just gecko relocation.
Yep. 303-504-0925. Back after this. Available in Colorado right now in that brand new Circus Sports app, and they got everything on here, including the Olympics. You want basketball? You want golf? You want soccer? You want tennis? You want wrestling, track and field? It's all there and all available on the Circus Sports app. And that, along with futures, college football, in the NFL, you cannot beat it. So jump on right now to the Circus Sports book. High money lines, low holds, and amazing customer service. Download the app right now, Circus Sports, or go to circusports.com. Out here at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Let's give it up to U.S. men's rowing team, Moj.
That's what they do.
It's over. They've won their first gold medal since 1960.
You know, have you ever
Give it up for the boys.
Have you ever done one of those rowing machines at the gym?
It's hard.
It's not an easy thing to do, man. It's not. I'm not a big runner, obviously, right? I don't like that. I will ride my
Nor
stationary
am I.
bike. I like that. You know, that's cool. I'll treadmill and I'll get the incline going pretty good on the treadmill. I can do that,
Okay.
you know, and it's kind of, you're walking uphill hard. But the rowing thing, it's a total workout. I mean, your whole body is engaged in the rowing. It's just not a super fun thing. But to be good at it, man, you got to have those lats, man, right in the back, and then the guy's shouting at you the whole time, and he's, row. I am rowing, you jerk.
How do their hands not rip apart?
I don't know. They must wear gloves nowadays, right? But I mean, isn't there a guy who yells at them through a little? Hey, keep rowing, dude. You're doing great.
The person at the front of the boat is called the coxswain.
And what's his job?
Really?
It's their job to, yes, motivate everybody.
Encourage?
And motivate, and then also determine if the left side of the boat is rowing harder than the right side so they're not going straight, or if they need to speed up, slow down, just be in charge of the pacing. Usually it's somebody who is very small and light and won't weigh down the boat. Basically,
Yeah, like a little person. Like Vic would be a good coxswain.
Yes,
Coxswain.
exactly.
Okay.
Like the build of a jockey, that kind of type of person.
Oh, really? So they don't want to top
So
that.
you're a little dude, okay? Because you don't want to weigh a lot, right?
Yeah.
So you're a little dude, and your job is to shout stuff at big, strong dudes who are rowing like crazy.
So you're Napoleon.
That's a pretty easy job.
You're Napoleon.
Basically, yeah. That's an easy job. Left side, dummies, harder. I mean, you probably get on a power trip doing that too.
Totally. If you put me in charge of that, I would be in the ear of everybody on that boat. Stop being a baby. Push. Push.
But you can ride that gravy train all the way. My buddy's little sister, she got a scholarship to, I think, Texas A&M, because they have a huge crew program, because she was a gymnast, so like 5 foot tall on a good day, and gymnastics didn't pan out for her, so she went, well, I'm short and I like sports. What can I do? I can yell at people on a boat. And she got a scholarship to A&M to go yell at people on the crew
Really?
team.
That's incredible.
Coxswain, man.
Wait a minute. Is that an easier job than Steve Kerr?
It might be. Yeah, that might be.
Because they aren't actually rowing, right?
No, they're not. There is no physical exertion other than their vocal cords.
Because you figure they're not even looking forward where the boat's going. They're looking back at the crew.
Yeah.
Nelly, did you look that up, or did you already have this knowledge in your head?
I just knew about this because I've known people that did crew over the years, and they've told me what it's like.
How about Nelly? Look at the big brain on Steve
Look
Nelson.
at the big brain on Nelly.
Can't believe that.
I know a thing or two about a thing or two.
So, listen, you brought this story up a while ago, Moj, about the spying that took place with Team Canada.
Right.
So
They had a drone, allegedly, watching, I think, the New Zealand practice, something like that. And so that guy, the analyst, got busted. He was sent home. Assistant coach got busted. She was sent home. And now what?
So there's an update to this story, and it gets dumber. Okay?
Great.
When you do things that are illegal, you're supposed to, keep it under wraps. You don't want this story getting out.
Right.
And so Canadian soccer, the women's team, they were flying a drone trying to spy on people and do all that. But here's what happened. So FIFA ruled over the weekend that Canada Soccer would receive the point deduction and a fine of $320,000. 3 of the program's coaches, head coach Bev Priestman and assistants Jasmine Mander and Joseph Lombardi, were suspended for a year.
What?
So here's what happens next. Priestman, the head coach, sent an email to an external human resource consultant who works with Canada Soccer the same day.
All right.
Seeking your advice and input here regarding this formal email on spying. it's something the analyst has always done, and I know there's a whole operation on the men's side with regards to it.
Oh, my God. So basically what she said is, look, we've been doing this for a long time, and the dudes are doing it too. Why am I getting busted? I mean, what are we talking about here?
How stupid can you be to put that in an email to Human Resources about your cheating? Saying, what, it's like Sam Jackson in A Time to Kill? Yes, they deserve to die, and I hope they burn in hell. Is that her moment of, yes, we do it. We do it all the time, and so do the men.
That's crazy. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe she didn't think it was illegal. I have no idea, but it would seem to me if you've got a drone taking videos of your opponent's practice, that's probably not too cool. You know what I mean? That's probably not acceptable.
Priestman wrote that a different Canada Soccer employee had worked recently with her staff and, quote, he was outstanding in this area.
I'm sure he was. Hey, man. Hey, Jason Bourne was outstanding in his area as well, his expertise.
I mean, how stupid can you be?
I don't know. That's crazy. That's a funny story, man. That's really funny.
I actually kind of love that she owned it, by the way. Yeah, we did that, and we were really good at it, too. It's kind of like, did you ever watch the, what are the documentaries that Netflix has on some athletes? They're like individual ones, and there was one on Johnny Manziel. Somebody can help me out. Did you ever watch that, though?
No.
So Johnny Manziel, they were going through his entire career, right? And how everything went, how he acquired money, and how, the drinking and the drugs and all that different stuff. And there was a moment in there where they said, you were accused of never watching film when you were in
Cleveland.
And he goes,
Zero.
Yeah.
Never watched any film.
Just owned it and was proud of it. This Priestman
I don't
lady,
know that he was proud of it, but he owned it.
The series was Untold.
Untold,
Okay.
that's what it is.
I don't think he was. I'm not necessarily sure he was proud of it, but he acknowledged it.
You know what? I saw him say that. I saw him talk about his partying and stuff. He seemed almost kind of proud. Well,
You're kidding.
I don't know. It seemed like he thought it was kind of funny looking back and sort of regretful. I don't know how to describe it.
Well, I mean, it looks really bad on him, especially after he flamed out of football. I don't know. I think part of being an adult is being able to admit when you are wrong about things and own when you screw up or own mistakes.
Yeah.
I mean, that's part of being an adult, is it not? How many people do you know in your life or have you met in your life? They have no capacity to admit that they're wrong. Have you ever met those kind of people? Zero capacity to acknowledge their responsibility in things.
Steve Nelson.
Yeah, Nelly. Why don't you own it a little bit when you screw up?
Not once have I heard you say I was wrong. Not once.
Fellas, it starts with me. I'll start going full Nathaniel Hackett.
No, but I'm serious. There are people who simply, for whatever reason, whether it's pride or egotistical, I don't know, self-centered, whatever it may be, they have a very difficult time just saying, you know what? Messed up. Screwed up. My bad. I own it.
Is it everybody's wives?
Has your wife ever said to you, you know what? I don't even want to ask. I'm not even going to ask.
No, I'll say this.
I don't even want to know.
My wife will admit that I was wrong while simultaneously telling me that I was also wrong in a couple areas.
I see.
So it's like I was wrong, but you also did this and this.
Okay. I got you. All right, so a little bit of deflection there.
Correct.
Yes, a little deflection. Copy.
Hey, did you know you can join the excitement?
Well, real quick, though, Bill Burr heard that thing. That he goes, with my wife, he goes, every time we need to work on something, we need to work on me. Apparently my wife is this thing that you should put under glass in the Smithsonian Institution, this perfectly formed creature, right, that should be under glass at the Smithsonian or the Louvre or whatever that people can admire and study and all that sort of thing. But me, we always need to work on me.
Always working on me.
It was funny, man.
You can join the excitement at the Athleta presents Gold Over America Tour, starring Simone Biles and America's best gymnasts. The celebration of world-class gymnastics is designed to inspire the next generation of champions and led by Biles, the most decorated gymnast of all time. Athleta presents Gold Over America Tour. You know what that spells? GOAT.
Awesome.
delivers an exhilarating display of jaw-dropping athletic brilliance and high-energy choreography. Every tumble, twist, and gravity-defying trick will have audiences on the edge of their seats. Get tickets now for a thrilling night of family entertainment. And guess what? We have tickets to give away. And should I give out the text now?
I'd go to that, man. That'd be awesome.
Should we do the text now?
Let's give out the keyword, and they have to send the keyword with their first and last name.
So the keyword, if you want a pair of tickets to that, first and last name, 303-504-0925. The keyword is gold. So type in or text in gold to 303-504-0925 and your first and last name if you want a pair of tickets, a chance to win those.
Seems pretty easy.
Pretty easy way to get qualified.
Yeah. I mean, you know what I mean? I think we're a little too generous, too.
So go ahead and do that. Gold, your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Jeff Legwald next.
How's your summertime going? How's your summertime grilling going? Could it be better? Well, I can make it better for you. All you've got to do is go to CentennialCuts.com. And I'm telling you, it's the best beef you've ever tasted. You even know where your beef comes from? You probably don't when you go and you buy it at the store. Well, Centennial Cuts is an all-Colorado company for generations, and their selection of cuts of beef, the jerky, the summer sausage, and everything else is simply unmatched. The cattle are finished on locally grown grains. It's delicious. Perfect marbling, perfect texture, and the best part is it's delivered right to your front door with zero hassle. So if you want to be a hero at your next barbecue, you'll be proud to serve these cuts to your family and your friends. Do yourself a favor. Go to CentennialCuts.com and see their unbelievable selection. You can get small bundles, big bundles, individual cuts, but it comes right to your front door. Go give them a check out, CentennialCuts.com, and make this rest of the summer the best barbecue season ever.
Here at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit, Leggy's going to join us at 9 now. Does he have any security issue? They're not allowing him in here? He owns this place.
Theoretically, he does. I mean, he's here.
I mean, he's got
all the
squatters'
time.
rights at
Yeah,
least, doesn't he?
Something like that, yeah.
By the way, Texture says the key word for Athleta is sarcasm. Sounded like Brett was holding back laughter the whole time. That is not true. Here's what happened while I was doing that read. There are so many big words in here.
Right.
I had to take my time. There's a lot of syllables that I was trying to get my way through.
Right.
Exhilarating display of jaw-dropping athletic brilliance and high-energy choreography. Like, that's tough for me. Okay?
You're not a
It's
very
tough.
good reader.
Someone's gonna
I'm
get
not.
laid in college.
You don't
Yeah.
read. You don't read very well.
It was a lot of longer words that I wasn't used to reading. That's all it was.
So do this. Text in the word GOLD, GOLD, with your first and your last name to 303-504-0925, and you can go see Simone Biles and all the gymnastics champions do their thing around America, including right here in beautiful Denver, Colorado, and it's going to be killer. I'd love to see that, man.
She's amazing.
Yeah, she
Like,
really is.
amazing.
Yeah, she's beyond amazing.
303-504-0925. So do we have this audio here of Brian Howell, Nelly? Because I want to get to this. Brian Howell was on 365 Sports, and he made a bold prediction about the CU season coming up. And I want to see just if you agree or disagree with this take from Brian Howell. Go ahead.
And, you're right. It was 52 times last year. He was sacked 8 times by Nebraska, even in a 36-14 win. He took 8 sacks. So, 52 times. That was a school record last year. So that is the number one priority. I mean, we've heard it since the end of last year that, Coach Prime's number one thing was we've got to protect our quarterback. And, a lot of people jump on that. We were talking about his son, and I get that. But frankly, when you've got one of the best quarterbacks in the country, whether he's your son or not, you want to try to take advantage of having that person on your team. And that's what USC tried to do with the Caleb Williams. I think that's what Colorado wants to do with Shedeur Sanders, is protect your asset. And, their running back coach talked today after practice, and, he mentioned our guys at running back, they better pass protect, because if you're letting your guy sack our most valuable player, that's a problem. And so they need to protect Shedeur Sanders. If they can do that, I very much think he could be in New York.
Talking about the Heisman.
Yeah, he's unbelievably talented, Brett. Okay?
He is.
So, again, I think, if you keep him upright and you give him some time as well, his ability to make things happen is significant, like any good quarterback. But I think he has a chance to be a special quarterback. Special. So I could see that happening. That would be really, really cool, because if it does happen, if that is in fact looking into the future by Brian Howell, then that means the Buffaloes are winning plenty of football games. That's what it means. It equates to this is a good college football team all of a sudden. So
If he's in New York, you got a shot to make the playoff. You're going to be at least on, close to it.
yeah, I think
You're going to win at least like 9 games to get there,
and I think he's already a little bit ahead of the game too. I think the hype is there for Shedeur.
Sure it is.
But I think rightfully so. I think he's that kind of player. That would be really cool. Now, that to me, for Brian, and he's obviously there every single day. That's cart before the horse stuff.
Sure.
That's not the horse in the cart or the cart on top of the horse's
you don't wanna
back.
do that.
It's just the cart right in front of the horse a little bit, right?
Yeah.
The horse is just going to scoot him way around. And he's going to latch on, and then here we go. But I think Sanders has that kind of ability. I really do. I think he's that good. I think he'll already be given a little bit of the benefit of the doubt, but he's going to have to play, and he's going to have to play very well. If he
Can I ask
does,
you something?
that means wins. Yeah.
Why is that cart in front of the horse? If this guy is the best quarterback in college football, this isn't crazy to think at all.
Yeah,
the best quarterback
because because Howell's correct. He's got to be able to play the game and physically survive the season. You've got to keep him upright.
But
you have
I guess
to.
what I'm getting at, Moj, is how can he be the best quarterback in college football and not be a Heisman candidate?
Agreed. That's why I'm saying.
That's all I'm saying.
That's why I'm saying he goes into it with
So
some
whether it's
benefit, with benefit of the doubt.
Whether
Now
it's his fault or
his
not,
job to perform.
Whether it's his fault or not of what the Buffs' final record is, or whether the offensive line is good or not, it's going to reflect on him regardless.
Correct.
That's what's going
But
to happen.
I think when look, I think that scouts and GMs, they take all of that into consideration. Let's say they're, I don't know, you want to say 7-5, 5-7, something like that. But they see what they see in Shedeur Sanders. I know that you talk about the quarterback being a reflection of the final win total, but I think they're able to sniff out the reasons why that happens.
Well, I'll give you an example. Last year, Caleb Williams, was he a finalist or not? I can't remember. If he was a finalist for the Heisman, hang on, let me look last year. So it was 2023.
Well, Jaden Daniels won it.
Yeah, Heisman finalists. That was Jaden Daniels, Marvin Harrison Jr., Bo Nix, and Michael Penix. That's right.
Okay,
so
Penix.
He was not in there. But the reason why I think he still got the first overall pick nod, Caleb Williams, is because why was USC losing?
Because their defense was terrible.
They were losing like 45-42.
Right, their defense was giving up boatloads of points every week.
There's nothing Caleb Williams can do to help a defense stop somebody from
So
scoring.
if the Buffaloes are 5-7 and you got the D giving up 40 per in the Big 12, yeah,
people will understand it.
Absolutely, they will.
But in this scenario, if he's on his back the whole time because they can't protect, his numbers aren't going to be good, and the team's not going to be scoring points.
Correct.
That's going to be the difference here. And I'll take it a step further and say this is what's a really weird dynamic in this. You know what you must hate as a dad? Like, let's say that you were Bo Nix's father, okay? You're watching him play at Oregon. You see your son take a big hit. That bothers you, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah.
You don't like it.
No.
Now imagine you're on the sideline, and you're a lot responsible for the reasons why your son is getting hit because you couldn't find the players or the scheme wasn't right or whatever. That's a different type of feeling. If Dion can't rectify the offensive line with the added motivation of it being his son, I'm going to have some concerns here moving forward.
Yeah. Well, the LSU Tigers won 10 games last year. Okay, they weren't competing for a natty or anything like that, and Daniels won the Heisman. I don't think that.
I think they lost early in the season,
they did.
too, which kind of took the shine off it.
They did. They had a couple 3-game winning streaks, and they got to 10 wins, including their bowl win was a 10-win season. He won the Heisman. Okay, I don't know necessarily that the Buffaloes have to get to double-digit victories for him to be invited to New York, but he's got that kind of talent. And what do you think Coach Prime's reaction is if he's on the ground all the time? Here we go again, I guess. Yeah. I mean, but it's up to him to get the players in. It's up to Shurmur to scheme correctly. Look, you got Pat Shurmur as your offensive coordinator. It's up to him to scheme this kid into being upright so he can show his talents and wares.
Which is
and so you
weird.
Can win games.
Shurmur was here 2 years ago. This field.
Correct.
This field 2 years ago.
Correct.
And now he's in Boulder. Yeah, so LSU, I think.
Well, put it this way. I think he's probably getting paid enough. It's probably
sure.
He's probably listen. If I was an offensive coordinator and that was my starting quarterback, I'd want the job too.
Oh, sure.
I'd be like, yeah, sounds pretty good.
Here's the thing, though. When he took over, things didn't necessarily get better. Like from that offensive standpoint. So early in the year, yes, they had all the sacks. You know, Brian Howell mentioned that in the Nebraska game, it was 8 sacks. I think he said in that game.
Got beat up, and they won.
But they won. Now. They won because Nebraska's quarterback would drop the ball without being touched, which was a bizarre thing to watch. But you look at towards the end of the year, 16 points, 19 points, 31, 14, 17. It's not like they lit it up on offense towards the back half of the season.
Clearly, when Hunter got hurt, I mean, the weaponry, if you lose a weapon like that, then it makes it more difficult because you were looking for weapons anyway, and he's an incredibly good weapon. But you start to lose your mojo, right? As the season goes on.
But he was back for those games.
No, he was. But you had lost your momentum. I'm not making excuses. Believe me, I'm not at all. They should have been a lot better. They blew a bunch of games. The Stanford. What was the final score of the Stanford game?
6-43.
That was a joke. That game was an absolute joke.
Yep.
And when they blew that game, they blew any momentum they could have garnered. I mean, it sucked the life. It felt like it sucked the life out of the season.
Well, there's one number that.
I mean, that game was a joke.
There's one number that keeps sticking out to me, and it's these, Moshe. What am I pointing at?
Rushing yards. Not 100-yard rusher the entire season.
They didn't have a 60-yard rusher the entire season. And again, you want to help out, call the dogs off from just pinning their ears back and getting after your quarterback. Running the football can do that. It can help. Now, you have to be able to do it effectively, and at times they couldn't last year. I'm looking at 2 games here, Moj. Leading rusher in the game against UCLA, McCaskill with 14 yards. Leading rusher the week after that against Oregon State, Wilkerson was 17 yards. You can't do that and expect your guy not to take a million hits.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
It's the same thing we were talking about here.
I was just thinking the exact same thing.
I'm sorry, they did have a 60-yard rusher. It was Hankerson against USC had 74. They had 1. But
I was thinking the exact same thing. Keep him upright with the running game, too.
Yeah.
You have to establish the run. Clearly, Sean Payton is looking to do that here with the Broncos this year.
Clearly.
But it's they all need an effective running game to take the heat off, man. They all do. Even Mahomes does. You have to at least establish some run so you keep the defense honest. Have to.
This game, I totally forgot about this.
What's that?
Wazoo was ugly on offense.
Oh, the Washington State game? That
Good
was a mess.
Lord.
Total mess. Yeah, absolute mess.
Finished that game 164 yards passing. Shedeur left in the middle of that game after taking some hits and ran the ball for 91. Yuck. That's a 56-14 game.
We call that, we call that in college football?
That's that.
We call that a beatdown.
Yeah, it's a beatdown for sure.
So listen, I and we like Brian. We've had Brian on the program many, many times. That's a little cart before the horse-ish.
Oh, I think, but here's the deal.
But listen, the kid's supremely talented.
I don't think it's an unfair expectation. I really don't. I think if you're going to claim that you have the number 1 quarterback in college football, that quarterback should be a guy that is in consideration for the Heisman at the end of the year. It has to be. At least in consideration, yes. A finalist, okay, maybe that's a step too far. But you got to get towards week 10. People are like, who's going to win the Heisman? He has to be in the conversation.
Well, yeah, that's the key. Not even week 10. How about middle of the season?
Sure.
How about we're 6 weeks in, right? And there needs to be.
I'm only hesitant about that because 6 weeks in, things were pretty good for him last year. They were 4-2.
Right.
And then everything fell apart.
Correct.
So
but
I'm going to push it a little bit later than that.
And I don't know that he was necessarily deep into the conversation last year, but there was still major buzz about him. Major buzz.
Yeah.
So I think it's entirely fair. And if we're to believe Coach Prime, then I think that that should be a goal. That should be it's hard for me to say that should be an expectation. But yeah, if you're going to regard him in that kind of as that kind of caliber of quarterback, well, then let's see it.
Yeah.
A, let's see it, but B, okay, expectation should be there.
You know what? Is this fair to say? And answer this after the break. Are you more intrigued by what happens with CU season this year or the Broncos season? Which one is more intriguing to you?
Well, I think, okay, you want me to save that till afterwards?
Get to that in just a second.
Oh, my
Stick
goodness.
around.
Yeah.
Out here at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. All right, here's the question again.
Yeah, here's my question to you. How far into camp do we get before you're like, all right, man, I need some preseason action?
Well, it's coming tonight.
No. I'm not talking about. I'm not talking about Hall of Fame crap and Caleb Williams not playing. I'm talking about Broncos. Like, there gets to a point where you go, oh, here comes our boy, him and his Toro.
Oh, come on now.
Look at him. Focus, steely with the Toro, right? Look at him. That's like Forrest Gump right there.
What
dude.
happened to the blower? The blower's not here.
Yeah, because
I haven't seen him all year.
Yeah, they're not taking enough off to need the blower. They're just taking a tiny bit of grass off, just a tiny bit at the edge of the field.
Are you surprised that they don't have a something that looks more efficient than a lawnmower that looks like it's 15 years old?
No. Hey, man.
It looks great. Don't get me wrong. It looks fantastic.
Let me tell you something, and this is not an endorsement. Do you know? So when the Bear and I moved, thanks Nellie, appreciate that. When the Bear and I moved, she has an electric lawnmower, right? And I had the pull start green John Deere walk behind, right? Self-propelled.
Yep.
Now, when I first bought it a long time ago, it had a key start, like a car, right? That sucker would start up, and then over the years, the key start goes away, dies.
Okay.
But that son of a gun, I'm telling you, I was so proud of this mower. I'd take it out of the shed for the first cut in the spring, and it's been sitting in there. I'm not even putting stuff in the gas tank or nothing, right? First pull. And I'm like, yes, my boy. Every year, first pull, I'm so proud of it. I almost cursed. I almost called him a curse word.
That mother trucker.
So we're doing the move, and the Bear's like, hey, we don't need two mowers.
Oh, and yours got
ho. And this John Deere was probably 14 years old. They don't even make walk-behind mowers anymore, by the way, John Deere. They don't even make them.
What do you mean walk behind?
Well, like they
Just
do.
your basic mower?
You push it.
John Deere doesn't make those?
They don't make them anymore at all. They got out of the walk
So they're
behind
all
business.
riders.
They're all riders now. Anyway, so she convinces me. I probably didn't need much convincing, but you have the battery and all that, and it goes to other things like the blower and all that.
Yep.
All right, might as well give up the John Deere. We've had a great ride together, boy. You've been my boy for a decade and a half.
You had to put your mower down.
No, I gave it to Mike.
Yeah?
I gave it to Michael.
And?
I'm sure he's still mowing with it.
Do you ever want to stop at Mike's house and just say hi again?
Yeah, I want to have some special alone time with my mower. Anyway, not a day goes by. So you say, well, how can this guy be effective with a mower that's 15 years old?
I didn't say can't be effective. I just said I would have. I expected something more.
I wish Vic was here because he'd back me up on this. You take care of your mower. Your mower will take care of you.
Yeah.
And now, when I have to turn that, I almost cursed again. When I've got to turn that electric thing over and take the blade off and sharpen the blade, before the first cut of the spring and summer, I shed a tear. I think about what once was with my old John Deere walk-behind mower that I can't find anymore, and I've called every John Deere dealership in Colorado trying to find one, and they say, dude, if we ever get one on the lot or in the showroom here, they're obviously really old and really used, but they go immediately, same day. They never last because people know how good those mowers are, and there's not a day goes by when I'm mowing the lawn I don't regret leaving that mower with Mike. So now, sorry for the mower. I think there's a lot of people out there, male and female, everybody can relate. If you mow a lawn, you understand the power of the gas mower, man. The electric mower won't even suck up a pine cone or nothing. Gas mower would chew that thing into a million bits.
I will say, you're totally right on that.
You can't suck up leaves or nothing.
Because I went to the electric mower. I went to the electric mower this year, and it's like, if it's anything heavier than a blade of grass, it stays on the ground.
100%.
Yeah.
And it feels like I'm mowing with a sewing machine. It's my own fault. And I've even been given permission to get a new mower. I said, I tell you what I'm going to do, honey. I'm going to get through this season, okay? I'm going to get through this mowing season, and then in the off season, I'm going to buy me a self-propelled walk-behind gas-powered mower, and I don't care what anybody says, and I'm going to do stuff with it. next summer and spring. All right?
You just missed the sound, don't you?
Oh, dude, it was. I mean, that son of a gun.
Okay, yeah, I got it. Yep.
Oh, what a
you
great
missed your mower.
Dude, he just, at first start every spring, he's like, yeah, I've been waiting for you too, Dad. Oh, what a day. What a day.
Are you more intrigued by the CU season coming up or by the Broncos season?
Sorry to get off on the mower. I think I can predict much more easily. I think I know much more easily what the Broncos season is going to entail.
I would agree.
I think I have a better handle on the win total and what could be. There are so many unknowns getting into the CU season. Could they be a 10-win team? I suppose they could. Could they be a 4-win team again? Absolutely they could. What's the conference going to be like? How are they going to adjust to the Big 12 as opposed to the kind of football played in the Pac-12? Is the defense going to be better? I mean, you've got half the roster turnover. Are those guys going to be able to mesh and mold quickly enough to be an effective football team from the jump? Well, North Dakota, is it North Dakota State?
Yeah.
Is it with North Dakota State's a pretty damn good, FCS football team? Are they going to give you a tough game right out of the – I mean, I don't know. All these things we'll find out in time, but I think the CU season coming up, there's a million more variables in my mind about what they could possibly do.
Here's the thing. I think that the CU season hinges on that offensive line. I don't know how great their defense is going to be. They had some moments last year they looked okay, and some moments where they
how do you
up.
blow a halftime lead to Stanford like that?
Well,
that's a sign of the defense just being crud.
All I'm saying is, I think if the offensive line is good enough, it'll make up for maybe what they lack on the defensive side. And it's a lot easier, I think, just to get an offensive line a little bit more fortified than it was last year than to fix, a lot of pieces on defense. I am incredibly intrigued by CU because I have no idea what's going to happen. And maybe that's what you're talking about, Moj. It's predictability.
Yeah.
I think I get a pretty good handle on what the Broncos are. Their team is probably going to win anywhere from 5 to 7 games.
Right in there. I think that's probably the sweet spot. I mean, listen, you've got a quarterback who's going to be learning on the job. They'll do everything they can to help him along the way, but I just think overall you look at it, 5 to 7 is probably the wheelhouse of where the win total is going to be. Could it be lower? Sure. If Bo Nix steps in and is a plays like a first rounder right away at the age of 24 and 60 college games and all this stuff, could they get to 8-9 wins? Absolutely. I think they could. I mean, if they got to 10, if the Broncos could go 10-7, I think that would be a kick-ass season.
There's a
Excuse
much
my language.
higher, I guess, variable or level of difference in the win total for CU to me. I think they could be anywhere from a 5-win team to a 9-win team. I think it could be in that ballpark. If things really go right with the offensive line, I could see them taking a giant step forward in the win column. And I think to a certain extent, it should be that way. It should be. Team was brand new last year, try to figure things out on the go. You do whatever you can in the transfer portal to try and get immediate playmakers. And they did.
Yeah.
They got guys who can play. I mean, you know the names. Your Weavers and Hunters and Shadors and all those different guys. But you get the offensive line figured out, Moj. I really think that this team offensively, you could see a lot of games that look like TCU, where it's like maybe you give up some points, but you're going to put up 40-some, and it's enough to win, that sort of thing.
The unpredictability factor is just so great for me. I mean, again, put it this way, even if they were still in the Pac-12, it would still be unpredictable because, okay, what are they going to do now year number 2? What is Shador truly going to be?
Right.
We know what Travis is going to be, I think. How many plays will he play offensively? How many plays will he play defensively? How will they fit him in? So we got to handle on some of that, but it would still be unpredictable overall because of the roster turnover and the change and now the league. Well, you're going into a brand new conference. I mean, old verse same as the new verse, but it's It's a completely different Big 12 that you left.
Yeah.
The Big 12 that you left is no longer exists. You're coming back into a new Big 12, and you're bringing some of your pals with you in Utah, in Arizona, and Arizona State. So I don't know, Brett. It's just, to me, it just feels so wide open.
In the schedule for this upcoming year, I mean, I know we've gone through it before, but how can you predict half of these? You know, I don't know how they stack up against some teams in the Big 12, like an Oklahoma State or Kansas State or, you know, even a Kansas, teams like that. Like, they aren't going to be easy games.
You know, you're right. I look back to last year, though. That Stanford loss was just an absolute travesty.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, as you said, they're a 4-2 team. They had lost to Oregon and USC, 2 top 10 teams in the country. There ain't nothing wrong with that. Nothing to be ashamed of. Even though you got killed in the Oregon game, you put up 41 against the Trojans, but you gave up 48 to that squad. That wasn't a great USC team.
Their offense was great, though.
But you're 4-2, and you absolutely blow the lead at halftime against Stanford. Inexplicable, inexcusable, total joke. But you also had some tight games. I mean, you're playing UCLA, their top 25 team. You lose by a touch, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or you lose by 12, but it was closer than that, in my opinion. Oregon State, pretty good team, right? Homeless, but they were a top 16.
They were great last year.
They were a top 16 program with a damn fine quarterback. You lose that by a touch. You drop one against Arizona, another top 25 team, at home this time, but by 3 points. I mean, you were in a lot of these losses, is what I'm saying. You had some stupid bad games like the Stanford game and the Wazoo game. You finish up against Utah, a pretty good, historically pretty damn decent football team, and you lose by less than a touch. So you were in there. If you turn things around here, I'm just thinking overall how the season goes. You're in football games, and maybe you pull out some wins.
How about this? I'll make it really simple. It feels like CU is capable of taking a step forward.
Yeah.
And the Broncos are going to take a step back in the win column.
I think that's fair to say.
Fair?
Yeah, I think that's fair. And could both teams surprise us? Absolutely. If anything happens to Shedeur, I'm terrified, to be honest with you. I think that's going to be a knock on your wood, boys.
Well,
I think that's going to be a terrible thing. But the Broncos could surprise us. The Buffaloes could, both ways. It's just with the Buffaloes, there's such a stretch between win totals, in my opinion.
Yeah, there's a huge level of variance in there. And we can jump back into this in a little bit, 303-504-0925, because I saw something else from yesterday that people were surprised by, not me. So Colorado has their social media handles on the back of their jerseys. I don't know if I doubt that's going to be in games. I doubt it. But they have them at practice right now. And I'm like, this is almost exactly what I'd expect, right? You look at the back of their jerseys,
right,
and it has at Shedeur Sanders on the back of this. Everybody's got their Twitter handles or social media handles on there.
Okay.
This is what the team is. This is how they market themselves. And I don't like some of the back and forth from people where it's an inconsistency of you had to do stuff like this to get the program back on the map and to get the attention back, and then you want to pull back on some things.
What do you say? It's too far?
No, I'm saying you either got to be all in or all out. And so I'm just like, I have no issue with this kind of stuff. Like, the context is, well, it's so individualized, and it's all about the me instead of the team. And I'm like, well, I mean, to a certain extent, that's what college sports is now. It's a lot about me, isn't it? I mean, how many of these guys in college athletics, I'll say, are number one chief concern is team stuff as opposed to the individual? Because that used to be the tag for a long time for people who loved college sports over pro sports. They said it was a lot more of a team thing in college and maybe more individualized when you got to the professional ranks. Now that line is so blurred, there's no difference between the two. Is there? I mean, when somebody's talking about, I'm going to transfer because somebody offered me $1 million to go somewhere else.
No, it's 2024. I mean, the world of social media has changed the planet. And it's something that we're going to have to, if you don't want to accept it, you're going to have to.
Yeah.
because you're in it. Now, you may not participate or whatever, but millions and millions and millions and millions of people do, and it's an effective way to market yourself and so on and so forth. So I think, look, I don't know of any other team in the country that's doing that. Have you ever heard of any other team in the country? Are guys at Montana, are the Montana State Bobcats putting their handles on the back of their practice jerseys?
I
doubt that they are.
I can't remember exactly who it was. There was a team that did this a few years ago, though. God, who the hell was that? Textures, help me out. There was another team that did it.
I think it
was in a game, too.
You're kidding.
I think so.
I think that it's the wave of the future, and I
Sure
think that you're just going to have to accept it. I can't imagine in a real football game that a guy's jersey is going to be embroidered with his Twitter handle. I find that hard to believe.
God, I wish I remembered what that was. By the way, Moshe, couple minutes here. What do you think of this announcement from the Eagles yesterday?
I think it's flipping awesome.
Tell the people.
Did you see that? Well, Martin Lind came out and said, hey, look, we're building a gigantic new entertainment complex up in Loveland. Or where it's going to be up there.
Yeah.
I think it's awesome. The barn they play in is a great barn, but it's really kind of not an AHL barn. It's smaller than a regular AHL barn.
Yeah.
Normal AHL barn. But the Colorado Eagles fans are passionate. They are awesome. And they come from all over the place, down from Cheyenne, up from Denver, and certainly all over northern Colorado, Fort Collins and everywhere else, to support that team. But have you seen the vision of the complex? Have you seen the whole computer-generated thing? How awesome does that look?
Looks amazing.
And by the way, northern Colorado can totally sustain something like that.
Sure they can.
Beyond sustain something like that. I think the Colorado Eagles fans and by osmosis the Colorado Avalanche are going to benefit heavily from this.
Me too.
It's going to be put as far as AHL places, everybody wants to be in the National Hockey League. But as far as being able to play someplace and love your job at the AHL level, I can't imagine anything better than this. It's going to be killer.
Is there anything more fun, by the way, than one of your affiliated teams in your town says, we're making a new arena, here's the mock-up, and you're like, let me see what that thing looks like. Yeah. Let me see that.
It looks... it's got the hotels going in there and the restaurants and all that stuff. And people, that's the modern day, man. People love that stuff. They love to go, and it's really easy. Obviously, Ball Arena is a little bit different because of where it's situated.
Right.
But have you been to McGregor Square?
Oh, my God, it's amazing.
Okay.
Like, I don't care what people
Brett,
say about that stuff.
It was a gigantic sunken parking lot
yeah.
next to the Chop House. Okay, that's what it was, and the Irish place, and then the piano. They had the dueling piano thing there for what they called Sing Sing or something like that, whatever it was.
I don't remember.
There was Howl at the Moon near Coors Field, if that's what you were talking about.
Yeah, maybe that's it too.
Yeah.
Dude, now
that's still there.
Dude, now you from you can go through all the buildings and get into everywhere, and it's really cool, and people love that, man.
McGregor Square is badass.
It was a great idea. They did a great job, in my opinion.
303-504-0925.
At least
text line.
I have a great time doing it, man.
Oh, hell yeah. Go to Tom's Watch Bar before a Rockies game, hang out, watch some TV.
It's killer. Plus all the stuff you can do outside. They utilize the outside, and they got a rink there in the wintertime. And it's pretty damn smart. So my thoughts, everybody up north is going to have a great time.
We will be joined at 9 o'clock by Jeff Legwald of ESPN.com as he breaks down all of his initial thoughts. Maybe 9:15.
Yeah, it depends on when they let him in.
Initial thoughts from the first week of
Gonna let you turn and walk away. I know how this goes. You wanna have it your own selfish way. You've always been the spitfire, baby. You know I'm like the water, we don't always mix. It's like someone lit your soul on fire, always burning with desire, can't extinguish it. Plead with you. I don't wanna argue, never wanna fight, never wanna beg you to stay. I'm saying I wanna be true to you. I wanna be your muse, pick you up on them bad days. I know when you blow your top, baby, that you'll never stop feeling like the world's on fire. It keeps raining all around you, yet you're covered in a cloud of steam. Heartbeat pounding like a rock machine. I don't wanna make war, I just wanna make love to your body. Yeah, the fire in your eyes has got me mesmerized. It's got me bleed. We'll need water to put out this flame. I don't wanna make war, I just wanna make love to your body. Yeah, the fire in your eyes has got me mesmerized. It's got me bleed. We'll need water to put out this flame. When the sky goes black, caught in the smokestack, got nothing to lose. You gotta spit the truth. When we don't mix like oil and turmoil, keep it loyal. There's no more damage to do. No, baby, I am fireproof. I don't wanna make war, I just wanna make love to your body. Yeah, the fire in your eyes has got me mesmerized. It's got me bleed. We'll need water to put out this flame. I don't wanna make war, I just wanna make love to your body. The fire in your eyes has got me mesmerized. It's got me bleed. We'll need water to put out this flame.
Out here at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit for day 7 of Broncos camp. A couple more things that I want to talk about in regards to yesterday, but we do have an actual, real tackle football game tonight. Hall of Fame game between the Bears and Texans, and I am tuning in with bated breath tonight. Because first of all, I know the Hall of Fame game, nobody's really playing, no starters from either team, but I miss football, and I want to see a couple guys hit each other with uniforms that I recognize that don't have a UFL logo stitched somewhere on the jersey. Secondly,
Hold on a second. What's today, August 1st?
August 1st.
10 days from now, 10 days, we get our first preseason game.
Yeah.
For the Broncos, anyway. 10 days from today.
Yep.
Let's go, man.
Let's go!
I think everybody, look at everybody out here, right? Everybody's ready for that first preseason game.
Not a lot of everybody's out here.
Well, there's that guy over there with the mop.
Yeah, that guy definitely, he's pumped, though. I'm with
Yeah.
you. He's pumped.
That guy right there putting seed in the field, he's probably ready to go.
And so what? They got to cover every square inch of this turf to find a couple of couple of holes in here.
I mean, they do their due diligence. The turf crew here is awesome. But my point is this. You get a week into training camp. It's always the same damn thing. I don't know. I start to get to June, and I'm like, I kind of want some football, right?
Yeah,
and then
really
and then
especially some early exits from the Avs,
Yeah.
the Nuggets that really spurred it on.
And then because when I'm done with football whenever I'm done with football, whenever that may be for my local team or whatever the case, then I'm like, okay, I'm good without football for a while. But then I get to June, middle of June, I'm like, I want some football. Then you get to July, and I'm like, I want some camp. Let's get to some camp. But then you get to camp, and you're like, I want some preseason, man. And I'm really happy we only have 3 preseason games now. That's obviously a major step up. But now you want to get to the games. You're like, okay, I want to see the offense roll against another team. I just want to see guys get hit. I want to see guys actually being tackled to the ground. I want to see all of that stuff. That's where I'm at in camp right now.
Well,
I am on this Thursday, demanding that we have preseason football.
Well, your demand is going to be accepted because you have that, not for the Broncos, but tonight the Bears and the Texans. They're going to open it up in the Hall of Fame game. And
Why would you not? Why would you, if you're the Chicago Bears, why would you not play any of your starters? Why would you not?
What?
This league has gotten so soft, man.
You're saying they should be playing like Caleb Williams tonight?
Starters always got at least a quarter in preseason game 1, then you take them out.
Especially if, they always say Hall of Fame games, it's 1 extra. I'm like, well, it's 4 again if you're playing the Hall of Fame game. It's the same thing as what it was before.
Well, you remember the Broncos played 5 preseason games.
They did, that last year before they cut it down.
Golly, that was disastrous, man. Then you're like, okay, now I want to get to the regular season. Enough of this crap, blah, 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 blah.
Well, let me tell you something. That tonight, when that kickoff happens at the Hall of Fame game, assuming they don't have some sort of stadium issues that they've had in the past before, which is incredible that continues to happen. But let's say they don't. Game's played. Opening kickoff, I'm locked in. I want to see what the hell that looks like, that first one. And it's probably just going to be some sort of fair catch, put the ball at the 20 thing.
Mm-hmm.
But all I'm saying is I want to see how it lines up. I want to see how different teams attack it. And you know what? If they're going to go ahead and do the fair catch thing, bleep you. I want to see this thing in real action.
All right.
Give me one right away. I want to get a real taste of what these new kickoffs
are we going to
get.
So you're going to give me a real bleep you at the television tonight?
Dude,
is that what you're going to do?
I'm legitimately excited about kickoffs again.
You need to be FaceTiming me on that first kickoff. I need to see your reaction.
Will.
All right.
I'm legit excited about a kickoff again in the NFL, which I haven't been for years. We all know this. Touchdown, extra point, time to pee. You come back,
100%.
Another commercial, and then it's the offensive set. No. I want to be excited about Devin Hester's and Dante Halls. I want them back in my life. What a great Josh Cribbs. I want those times again.
Well, I think for the truly elite returners, teams are probably still going to try to kick it out of the end zone, right? Just give them the ball at the 30.
You think?
I think so,
well,
yeah.
I guess it's only an extra 5 yards from what it was before. Yeah, you might be right.
But it's our first real taste of what the new rule is tonight. Okay, cool. We're 23 days away from real college football. It starts on August 24th. Florida State at Georgia Tech at 10 a.m. in the morning on Saturday the 24th. I'm all over that too. Like I have no dog in the fight between the Seminoles and the Yellow Jackets. I couldn't care less. But that's the start of college football, man. The college football is back, and then you have to hit all these steps to get where you need to be.
Wait, so that is 23 days away?
Yeah.
23?
Hey, can you believe we're in August already, though? I mean, has this summer gone as fast as I think it's gone?
And then I keep forgetting
Seriously.
this. Yeah, it flew. I keep forgetting this, though. CU's first game is the following Thursday of that. You don't wait until Saturday. It's Thursday.
It's Thursday, right? North Dakota State, the 29th.
And then isn't Notre Dame playing an early game in Ireland?
I think that's the first official Saturday. Where is that? They are playing. They're having like. Where is this? Why can I not find it?
Oh.
There's always a Dublin game now. Oh, the Dublin game. No, that's Florida State and Georgia Tech. That's that early Saturday at 10 a.m. on the 24th.
Yeah, that's in Dublin, Ireland.
That's
Got
the
it,
one
okay.
that's in
I just
Dublin.
always assumed that the Fighting Irish are the ones fighting in Ireland, but
no,
it's
they're
not
the ones. But they did play there. Was it last year or a couple of years ago? They're the ones that
They
kind
did.
of kicked. They kicked off the Dublin thing, didn't they? They were the Dubliner
Well, I
kicker
think
offers.
they're trying to mix different conferences because last year, I think, was it last year, or the year before, Nebraska was in it against Northwestern to open up the season.
And people
But
are
I think
really excited about that.
Yeah, I think they're. No, do you know the story behind that? So I had a former radio co-host of mine that went to the game, and he said they ran out of beer by halftime in that stadium. And so after a panic, they got more beer to the stadium, and they literally gave it to people.
Really?
Like, no cash.
Just here, you take
Sorry,
it. Take it.
Our mistake. Here, if you want some, take some. How about
Really?
that? How's that for some hospitality?
I'm trying to think, though. Is the Americans showing up in Dublin to watch football, drinking all the beer, or is it the Irish themselves in Dublin going to the game to watch American football, drinking all the beer, or is it a combo of both?
I think it was, man, it's probably
Because
a
what I've heard,
majority of people
because what I've
traveling.
heard is the Irish don't like to drink that much.
Oh, of course. Yeah, everybody knows that. Irish and drinking? No way.
Have you ever seen the Family Guy episode? Where it's Ireland's like all future of the flying cars and all that kind of thing, and you know, all that stuff. And
then somebody handed him a drink.
a guy comes in and says, McElhaney's got a new drink. What is it? It's called whiskey. Well, let's give it a try. And then they start fight. All the
Just start immediately
fighting.
fighting each other. Yeah.
Yeah, it's because obviously, what's his face is Irish. He can make fun of himself. And all that.
Seth MacFarlane.
Yeah, it's pretty Irish. I have Irish ancestry as well in me, so
I don't like how you just claim every part of the world. I don't like this.
I can bring up my DNA profile if you want to check it out.
You're like, oh, I'm 100% red-blooded American. We founded my ancestors. They landed on Plymouth Rock.
Those are my.
But also, I'm Irish in French and now honorary Italian.
Well, you got.
And you know what? I met a Taiwanese guy one time, so I'm going to claim that.
I like Taiwan. I've always wanted to go to Japan. I'm going to do that someday. No, but the deal is that you've got a mom. See, Brett, I don't know if you know this is how it works for when people get it on. You got a mom and you got a dad, and they each have their own background, okay? So on my mom's side, that's the English and the Irish, and that's when the 8th great-grandfather got here in 1674. Not Plymouth Rock, Jack, hundreds of years after, okay? So dude was here in the early going. Now, that being said, my old man's side, that's where you got the Swedish and the Swiss and the French.
So if you were a dog, you're a mutt. Like, you're at a shelter
Pretty
and they're
much,
like,
yeah.
I have no idea what this dog is.
100%, yep. They'd have to do a DNA test on me. 100%, yep.
I took a DNA test once. Turns out I'm
100% that B. Yeah. Yeah, we know you are. Yeah, we've heard that a million times now. It was funny the first 6 times you did it, though. The first 6 times. You get to double digits, and it's not quite as funny.
I only said it one time, but then they made like a sound buster out of it.
Right,
That's what it
correct.
was. But just so you're aware, and just so Legwold's aware, because he sat down, we're going to talk to him in a second, I am 100% that B. That's what my 23andMe said.
I'm sure you are. That's great. Hey, yeah, when we do talk to Jeff, we are currently sitting on our Altitude Extra interview, Vic and Audric Estime.
Yeah.
Okay? But Leggy obviously has a great latest article at ESPN.com because he is a senior writer. Now, I don't think that's his age. I just think that he's been around a long time, so he gets that title.
That's the age.
Anyway, it's a great article that Jeff did on Audric Estime, and I want to dig in a little bit more because you can tell when Sean Payton talks about Audric Estime, he's got a little gleam in his eye when he talks about his rookie running back.
Well, let's talk about it with Jeff Legwold in just a couple of minutes. Stick around. That time of the week, Jeff Legwald, ESPN.com, is with us at the beautiful tent. Do you feel, is it warm and inviting?
It's extravagant.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
It's a beautiful.
This tent is nicer than any room in my house.
I guess I should say I am only 60% that B.
Hey, Jeff, here we are a weekend at camp. I know
Hold on
you were.
one second. Hold on one second. Because there's two things here. A texter says LeBron James DNA results came back. Turns out he's 100% him. That from Dwayne Wade. Also, I love about this tent. I don't know if you notice all the luxury.
It's palatial.
In case you get confused, this is the exit.
No,
and I'm glad they have a sign that
good
tells
to know,
us
because I was going to head the other way.
Yeah, exactly right. But yes, Leggy, this is. I asked you before. This is.
That's like when they have a little sign on the mower: "Do not pick up."
Yeah, exactly.
You know why the sign is there? Because people have picked up.
Well,
that's why.
This is year 38 of you covering NFL camps.
Yes.
And this one feels like, in the years you've done Broncos camps, probably the most different as far as where they're at as a franchise and kind of the direction they're going, yeah?
A little bit. You know, I think they're a little better roster, but it has a little of the vibe of like 09 almost, the new beginning type thing, just because of the quarterback situation. Yeah. And he's only in his second year, and the new ownership, and still pretty new ownership. So, yeah, it is a different vibe compared to so many years when you knew they were probably going to win between 9 and 11 games, and you knew who the quarterback was, and you knew, they had like star power. I'm still not positive where the star power is on this team other than Surtain. And, I think sometimes, unless it's a pass rusher, I'm not always sure teams would have that defensive star power. Maybe Ray Lewis back in the Ravens heyday, but Aaron Donald, that type of thing.
There's just not a whole lot of that out here, Jeff, and maybe that's why I'm not saying it's boring because they're putting in their work.
You're always bored.
Well, that's true.
I think people should know how quickly you told me you were bored in this camp.
I think 6 minutes in.
It was like day
one, 6 minutes.
You walked up to me and you said, I'm bored.
It's the God's honest
truth. And I don't know what to tell you in that moment.
You get into the minutia of stuff, and I want
– you're like a cat with a ball of yarn. You
pretty much.
You really don't – you were done with camp. They weren't even done stretching yet the first day.
I'll absolutely own that.
He was so done with it.
It was 5 minutes into punt coverage, and I'm like, no.
I know they're not like, it's not nice and cool at the rink, and they don't have 6-color – jerseys on, so you can tell who's on everybody's line and everything.
Yeah,
but
it's a little bit.
You got to do a little workout here. They don't just color code it for you.
When you're
roasted.
Absolutely, I own that. Believe me, I own that. You get to a point though, and I'm at that point. I guess I was day one, but I want preseason football. I'm like Brett here. We're 10 days away from that, where guys are actually going to knock each other down and make tackles and all that sort of thing. Yeah, I'm talking about Broncos, though. Yeah, and those starters are playing for the Chicago Bears for God knows what
I think tonight's
reason.
Always funny. The Hall of Fame game, having covered a bunch and been, I think everybody's so far, all right, football, and then like 2 minutes into the game, you're like, okay.
You know what, though? I told Moj, I can't tell you how excited I am for the kickoff, the initial kickoff. I just want to see what it looks like.
That's one of the coolest things they've tried in a long time.
I agree with you.
In terms of rules.
Yeah.
But usually they're so careful and they tiptoe so much. They don't want to get too far out of the box. No, this time they're really trying something. And I think we'll see some cool plays this year.
I hope so. And I think that the special teams coordinators and the teams that put it together or figure out a little wrinkle in the early going, everybody's going to eventually
There's a reason we haven't seen much of it.
Right.
So they're keeping their wrinkles under
I think you have to do
lock
that.
and key.
I think you have to do that because
So we may not see much in the preseason in that regard. I think a lot of teams are going to
maybe just boot it through the end zone. And
I think the preseason people are going to try to find out, okay, what 2 returners are we putting in the return box?
Yeah.
Because you got to have guys. Suddenly you need almost like punt catchers. Guys who can handle the line drive, guys who can handle the bouncing ball, and in a bad weather day, I can't even imagine what
you're going to
what
have.
it's going to be like.
Some people are going to be ahead of the curve. Some teams are in the early
some
going.
People are going to come up with some stuff, and it's going to be pretty cool.
It will be pretty cool, but I want to get to preseason football, and I want to get after it, and I want to see like the story of your article here, the subject, Audric Estime. I want to see what the rookie can do. Was that your first time sitting down with him, really talking to him?
No, I had a chance at the combine a little bit.
Okay, because
I got him in. It's benefits of age, I guess. But there's a little hallway you can hang out in, and sometimes you can get some of the players.
Oh, that's cool.
Without all the hubbub.
I've seen the back seat, behind the scenes version of Vic talking to Audric Estime, and I really like him.
Oh,
I think he is. I mean, he is a.
His story's pretty cool.
He's got a cool story, and he seems like a great.
He might really
great
be.
Kid,
Leggy. We don't want to say it, but he might really be the impact rookie.
Yeah.
In terms of just immediate.
Yeah.
Right.
Because he's ready to go now. He almost killed a safety the other day, and
it was awesome. Absolutely awesome.
That was one of those. I don't know if you're a big baseball guy. There was a fight between Jose Bautista and Rougned Odor back in the day.
Yeah.
And
at second base, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And that was Bautista thinking they were fake fighting.
Yeah.
And then he got hit in the mouth.
Then he got blasted.
I think that was it. Omar, what's his name? The safety who got popped. Omar something. He thought they were fake hitting. And Estime goes, no, we're going to hit.
That's a get off the tracks. Here comes the train.
He is
sort of thing.
One of the most massive individuals I've ever seen in my life.
I put it in my story, but I found it unbelievable that last year he rushed for 1,300 and change, and 60% of his rushing yards were after contact.
That's crazy.
Think about that. That's like 800 some yards after contact.
Well, you know why Sean Payton wanted to draft him, and every time Sean Payton talks about him,
he's really the only guy he's complimented.
Really, he really is.
Other than Bo Nix.
Correct. I mean,
but he's very complimentary of Bo. All the other quarterbacks are just okay.
Yeah.
And I liked
Bo's really good.
Yeah, exactly. Even on day number one, though. Yeah, but even on
Estime, I asked him about him, and he was like, "Oh, we wanted this guy from the top of the class, top of the class, top of the class."
As soon as you're
but that's
absolutely
an NFL
right.
running back. If you're building maybe a 2005 NFL running back, but if you're serious about running the ball, and this team only had 8 rushing touchdowns last year, I think
and
that's
no 100-yarders.
I think that's his role.
But yeah, the thing is even when Payton talks about him, he talks about why they selected him, and it's all very thought out. But he was topping this and topping that and topping so on. And I know we don't value
all the categories. Mosher are basically running over guys categories. Yeah.
Well, I know we don't value running backs in this league the way we used to, but I think it's okay to get excited about a kid like this. And watching his teammates talk about him already, and he's got that jam and he can tote that rock, and I thought it was just really cool, man. It was a good article as always, but I think the fans are going to like him. He's a thoughtful young man. His background is amazing. Yeah, he played lacrosse and he played soccer and he played a lot of different sports. He's a well-rounded individual. And at such a young age, he's so composed.
I coached baseball a long time, and people used to get mad at me when I would lobby for players I coach play other sports. Mm-hmm. And there's just this tug now in youth sports that I hate to focus, pick one, only do one, come to our camps and pay your money and all this stuff. And it drives me nuts because I've been doing this my whole adult life, and every year I walk through an NFL locker room full of multi-sport athletes. And I'm not saying you're going to make the NFL, but I am saying this team, like all NFL teams, is loaded with multi-sport athletes because it's better for kids. And,
Well, Corton played hoops at SMU too,
I'm
right?
telling you, I'm just telling you, it's a given. And I used to have this argument so many times because you hear so many people say, "Oh, you got to pick one." No, you don't have to pick one.
No, you don't.
Because essentially 98% of us aren't going pro in squat. But the guys who do, the greatest successes are multi-sport athletes. But probably the best lacrosse players in the room are Estime and Bowles. Bowles was like a spectacular lacrosse player when he was younger.
Can I ask you something about that as we're on the subject of running backs? Nadrick Estime is there was a story that came out, this from Rob Domofsky in Green Bay.
Rob is a great reporter.
And he said that there's multiple suitors, as you would expect, for Josh Jacobs before they signed him to Green Bay, and that the Broncos were one of them. Now, he didn't mention the Broncos specifically, but what Jacobs said was, I took less money to come here because I didn't want to be in a rebuilding situation. But if the Broncos were interested in the first place for a high-priced running back, it tells me they're going to put a real focus on running the football this year, which wasn't there last year.
I've said it's interesting to me that, Sean Payton said all of last season, got to run the ball better, got to be more efficient, got to do it. And he's the guy with the play sheet.
Yeah.
And they didn't call him.
Yep.
Right.
So, especially in the red zone, they did not call runs in the red zone. And maybe he just felt like they couldn't do it.
Maybe.
And so maybe that was it. But a lot of it is on him. But they've certainly positioned themselves to – now, we're not talking run first, 1998 offense. We're talking in this league now, when you're facing nickel defenses, you can run the ball, you're going to make some quality yardage when you need to, because it's just a lighter defensive formation you're facing.
Which team has like the ideal mix run pass, you think? Who does
I think most people in the league I know are looking to teams that use the Shanny, Mike's, some offshoot of Mike's offense. The Dolphins had a 1,000-yard rusher. The Niners have McCaffrey. The Chiefs ran the ball a ton last year. In fact, when things weren't going well at receiver, I don't think people noticed how many times the Chiefs were in 2 and 3 tight end formations, even though they have Mahomes.
Yep.
Because again, you're facing defenses now where the linebackers are 228 pounds. They're not 240 anymore.
Right.
The safeties are really big corners now, and you're playing nickel defenses 70% of the snaps. So if you can run the ball when you want to, not all the time, but when you want to, you're gonna convert first downs and you're gonna score. And this team, I still watch practice. They don't have a long list of finishers right now in the red zone, and so they may have to pound it in unless things develop that we haven't seen yet in terms of who's going to make those matchup plays.
I'm
in
hopeful
the end
of
zone.
that. I'm hopeful of it, but again, I got to see it to believe it.
He's got to call him. That's what.
Yeah.
But when the Saints were at their very best, and Breeze was throwing for 4,000, and they ran the ball a lot.
Kamara,
Reggie Bush,
yeah.
all those guys. They had a role
Ingram.
in the offense.
Ingram, yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, I don't know what his future is going to be with the Broncos anyway, but I feel bad for Quinn Bailey.
That's a big injury. None of us are going to talk about because he was the top swing tackle.
That's what I don't want.
And he was also there. A lot of the reasons they didn't, sign a big physical tight end in free agency is because they wanted Quinn Bailey to play that.
He's a big 6'6" guy, but a broken ankle for an offensive lineman, Jeff. That's just golly, man. Those guys are in the trenches.
It was pretty gruesome.
Yeah,
too.
It's a bad. One.
It was not just he fractured his ankle. It was pretty gruesome. I'm not sure many guys on this team, work harder than he has over the years. I mean, when he got here, he was but he was an undrafted rookie. He spent most of his rookie year on the practice squad, all but one game, and he just kept showing up and putting in the work, and pretty soon he was the top reserve tackle. And he was really he's done most of his work at right tackle in this camp, but he also lined up at both guard spots, and he could play left tackle if they needed him to. So that is not a insignificant.
What do they do?
That's. I think you will see a tackle in here after the cuts to 53. They like Palczewski, who was on the IR for most of last year as an undrafted rookie, but he's had some injury history. They signed Matt Pert in the offseason. He's got NFL experience, not many games, but he's been around the Giants for a while. So those would be the top two probably right now. But I would guess that's one position they'll be looking at hard after the cut to 53.
I hate camp casualties, though. I just hate it, And again, you talk about he's a reserve tackle, but
he was the reserve.
But it takes away your depth big time, man. And
Peyton
leaves you scrambling.
Peyton called him lineman 6 yesterday, so that's all you need to know.
One other question I had is, what do you see happening the corner spot opposite of Surtain? Because you got Surtain, you got McMillan at
right
the nickel.
Now, Levi Wallace and Riley Moss recently have taken they've split most of the snaps with the starters. Damari Mathis has had a few snaps at times with the starters, but the last few days it's been mostly Wallace or Moss, so I think it will be one of those two.
Has Mathis been scarred a bit with his start to last year and going to the bench?
Yeah, he's been much better in this camp.
Well, is he scarred, or is the coaching staff scarred on him a little bit?
No, you've got to work your way out of that once you've been. But what helps him is the same coordinator who made the decision is still on duty, so he can see how you're doing. Mm-hmm. And they like him as a player overall, just because he's got sort of rare length for a corner. But right now, I think ultimately they'd like to see Moss in there because of the athleticism and the size. That would give them probably the biggest corner tandem in the league if it was Moss.
Another one that I think is an interesting spot, because you have, I think, a whole bunch of solid players and maybe no stars, and that's a lot of places actually on this team. But wide receiver is interesting because you have Cortland Sutton and you have Tim Patrick coming back. You signed Josh Reynolds in the offseason. You got Troy Franklin. First of all, if you had to guess right now, and I know it's super early, how many spots do you think they keep it wide out, and who are they?
Well, I think they may be forced to keep an extra one or two extra in quotes because they kept 5 last year.
Yeah.
You can get to 5 pretty fast. Some of it may be who are the two. You got to have 2 returners now at kickoff.
Right.
So,
that's not Tim Patrick. That's not Cortland.
Who are the 2 returners? Maybe that factors in. But if you keep 6, that's going to cost you a spot. And I think they're also sort of wearing the question of do you stash a QB on the practice squad, or do you keep 3? Do you keep even? Some teams aren't even talking about keeping 2 because of the practice squad rules this year allow you to bring the quarterback up every week if you want to. So that's one position. And running back, he only kept 3 last year.
There's 4. I see 4.
Yeah,
I don't.
There's 4 getting regular work right now, but they only kept 3 last year. So I think ultimately as things progress, running back, P. Ryan may have some trade value if they feel like doing that as they get deeper, or whoever that they think the odd man
who's
out
going to catch the football out of the backfield?
I think Estime can be a pretty good receiver.
You think so?
He was not asked to do it much, but from what I've seen, and again, I'm a little Timmy the sports writer, I get it, but from what I've seen, I think he could give some work there and make some things happen.
Yeah, that was the offense late in games last year when you needed a big drive. It was just dump it off to P. Ryan 5 times and see how far he can go.
Run for three. Yep. But again, there's a little bit, is it a surplus because they're so talented? Probably not. It's a surplus because they have a lot of guys at that sort of same level. In scouting, a long time, Mike Giddings was a scout who ran a company that almost every NFL team still uses to evaluate its own roster, like an outside set of eyes. In Giddings's grading, Blue is the highest rated player. That's elite, perennial Pro Bowler, possible Hall of Famer. And I think as you talk to GMs around the league, they think the Broncos only have 1 blue player right now. That'd be Surtain. And the really good teams in the league will have 3 or 4 blue players. Like when at the height of the Manning time, they probably had 4 blues on the Broncos.
Well, just real quick, we're 20 minutes in. We'll let you go in just a second. But
I can stay after the break if you want, but it's up to you guys.
Yeah, let's do that. You want to do that, Moshe?
Get the hell out of here.
All right.
No.
I'm teasing.
I want more from because we didn't ask the first 20 minutes was anything about the quarterbacks. I feel like we probably should do that.
Yeah.
So we'll do a lot of that.
Right.
That sounds good.
I'll hang. Only if Moshe doesn't speak to me.
I won't
do
say
not
a word.
Speak to
I will
him.
not say a word.
More with Leggy next. All right, out here again at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit, day 7 of Broncos camp. Thank you for sticking around, Leggy.
Yeah.
Jeff Legwell,
let's be honest about it. He's got nowhere else to go. Okay,
for right now.
For right
he's going
now.
to do his
He's got
charting
nowhere
of
else
who's
to
here
be.
and who's not, right?
I got things to do.
Okay. Jeff goes down now. He's
I thought
down
you
there
weren't
in the
going to
corner.
speak to me. I thought we had agreed.
I'm talking to Brett. Brett, he goes down in the corner down there.
For you,
with
thought
those
we were
dudes
not
in the
going to
shade.
agree.
Leggy, I wanted you to stick around, and thank you for doing so because we were 20 minutes and we didn't ask you about quarterbacks. So let's just start here.
That was nice.
Bo
We had
Nix.
a nice non-quarterback
Yes,
discussion.
we did. Bo Nix, this early portion of camp, is he at, below, or above what you expected him to be?
Well, he's right where he belongs. I mean,
Okay.
none of these guys, unless you are just an ultimate prospect, none of these guys are ready to play right now.
Mm-hmm.
The specialization, the biggest difference in the NFL
Was
is
he ready to play in a month?
Well,
Because it's a month.
But that's the issue is you really only have two choices if you're the Broncos. You just say, okay, he's playing, and you live with it.
Mm-hmm.
You live with the growth, and you hope he can handle it, because they'll fail more in September than they might have failed in their whole entire athletic lives before that. So you got to be, you got to be ready for that. So you can do that, or you can just sit him like the Chiefs did with Mahomes.
Mm-hmm.
And the only difference is Alex Smith essentially was the quarterback for the Chiefs, and he handed Mahomes the key to the city. He spent every waking moment teaching Mahomes how to be an NFL quarterback. Not every situation is like that.
And the Chiefs were good.
It was the perfect storm.
Yeah.
Mahomes is 21 years old too, wasn't he? Wasn't he just a baby?
But they were a draft built team then. They're a draft built team now. They had like 3 offensive coaches on the staff at that time who went on to be head coaches. I mean, they were built for exactly what they did. I'm not sure this environment is the same. They're competing. They didn't do that. So you can either sit them for almost the entire year or play them right away, and I think ultimately they will choose to play him right away. But he is struggling with footwork under center because he's never played there,
right,
ever. So, sometimes when he's coming out from under center and they have some play action or some rollouts, the footwork's off, he's too close to the back, that's going to be a fumble in a game. I think he struggled at times with the fact that DBs are up in the receiver's business all the time. And, none of the 3 guys competing for the job, I think I can count on one hand the times they've thrown at Surtain, And so he's doing okay, but, the first 2 days in pads when Stidham got most of the work with the starters, it was very clear if you were picking a guy objectively to start the opener, he's the guy. He moves the team. They get in and out of the huddle. It's smooth. No, he's not flashy. And, he may have reached his ceiling as a player. I get all of that. But I'm just saying objectively, it's very easy to see, who's the most comfortable in the offense right now. So that is exactly what I expected. But I ultimately believe they would like Bo Nix to be starting against Seattle in the opener.
Just real quick before Nelly screams at me, the winner of the tickets for Athleta Gold over the Americas Tour is Marie Dalton. So, Marie, congratulations on those tickets. I had to do that before Nelly yelled at me. Go ahead,
All right, way to go, Marie. Hey, in regards to that, Jeff, I said this earlier in the program. Sean Payton's not going to do anything that he doesn't want to do or is going to hurt his football team. I dig that, but he's got a vested interest in this kid succeeding, right? He wants him. He needs him to be a player. So to me, when I think about, okay, who's going to start week 1, if there's any sort of like neck-and-neck battle really going on, I think it's going to be number 10. I think it's going to be Nix because it's in Peyton's interest to say, this is my hand-picked guy, I'm developing this guy. So maybe there's a little lean that way because he fully admitted that he's never been in the situation before where he's really had to draft and develop a young guy who's actually 24 years old.
The only real sort of football issue Sean Payton has to worry about, he's the head coach. He can name anybody he wants to be the quarterback at any time he wants for any reason. He doesn't have to explain it to anybody. He's the head coach. That's how it works. But the only football issue is if you let it go on too long and things stay in the current format and it's very clear to the other players that the older guy runs it better,
right?
That's when you get an issue. So my personal belief is when he has like some kind of comfort level with where Nix is, that he would make the call. But we'll see. You know, he has said it's a real competition, but we'll see how that, you know, it really does mirror in a lot of ways 2016. They had a first rounder in Paxton Lynch, and they had a quarterback they traded for in Mark Sanchez, and Trevor Siemian came out here every day, and Gary Kubiak let that one play out. He didn't finish it early. He just let it go, and the longer it went, it was very clear to the players that Siemian was going to be the starter. So that's, to me, that's the only football danger, is if the locker room decides you didn't pick the right guy.
Right.
But a lot of it is how Peyton frames it and how he structures practice. Because, you know, like yesterday, Stidham has 2 great days with the ones, and then he's suddenly with the 3s.
Yeah. Where
you're out of sight, out of mind, essentially. So there's a lot of ways they can do it. But, you know, again, they picked this guy at 12. He's 24 years old. He played 61 games in college, which is, you know, there are some COVID.
A ton.
You know, that back in the day, 51 was the record. So that I'll just to offer perspective of how many games 61 is. Wow. So he's not the usual rookie prospect.
So where does that leave Wilson?
Well, I think we've already seen he skipped him in the rotation already a week in. So now we'll see if he changes his mind, you know, moving forward.
Jeff, if they tried to put him on the practice
he's
squad,
the arm of the 3, though.
Yeah, he's the arm.
You know, it really is.
If they tried
funny.
to stash him, wouldn't you think that he would be signed off like that? That's another team would say, you know what, we love his talent, but we need to deconstruct him a little bit. But he's only 24 years old.
I will tell you, Moj, you know, I make a lot of mistakes every year because I think to myself, oh, that guy will get claimed, and then they don't. So I miss a lot of that because I think GMs will tell me there's interest in guys, but when it really comes time to claim them and get rid of another guy, which is what you have to do, you got to put him on the active roster if you claim him, they don't end up doing it. So would he make it through waivers? I don't know, but I will tell you, I know a GM who has told me many times, if it's a top 10 player in the draft, it's an instant claim because he thinks there's talent there. Let's see what the deal is.
Right, yeah.
So
instant claim. That's interesting.
If it's a top 10 player, it's a top 10 player,
it's an
and now, you know, it's a top 10 player from his boards, however that works out. So you don't know, but Wilson was the second pick of a draft, so I would think somebody had them in the top 10. Had them in the top 10 on their boards.
You know what else I was thinking was, as we head into this year with, I guess, tempered expectations for the Broncos, one thing always seemed to be somewhat of a given, that the defense was going to play well. Like, that seemed to be the theme, and it was always the question of how far can the offense go?
I think they're far more settled on defense.
Well, what I was going to ask was, is it the same way? Even losing Justin Simmons, question mark at the second cornerback spot, losing Josie Jewell, do you think that the defense is still okay heading into this year, or do they have their own questions?
I think Simmons is a big loss, and I'm not sure they really had to do it in my mind, but they didn't ask me. But, you know, I think they feel like athletically they'll be better at linebacker. Now, production-wise, it is hard to argue with 100 tackles, you know, at any point. So, you know, and Josie didn't make mental errors. He was always where he should be.
Right.
You know, yes, teams got him locked up on a tight end from time to time, but that's going to happen to you. I don't care who you are. They're going to find you at some point. So that's the one I want. But they're much better in the defensive line in my mind, so that helps whatever happens at linebacker for sure. And the other cornerback spot, whoever they pick, I think will play, you know, better than Moreau. I guess that's where I come down on it.
Okay.
But, and they, you know, it's easy to forget because last year was so kind of weird, and you know, Wilson gets benched at the end of the year. But there was an 8-week span, not 2 weeks, not 3 weeks, but 8 weeks where this defense, after giving up 70 in Miami, was the best scoring defense in the
Played
league.
really well, yeah.
Until Detroit, and then the Detroit game comes and they sort of can't hold it because offenses sort of found Moreau at that point, and they couldn't stop the run when they had to, which is why John Franklin Myers is really maybe their best offseason pickup. Nobody says much about.
Why am I so worried about the LA Chargers?
You should be. Harbaugh and
Herbert. These guys tell me stop worrying about them. The Broncos will be neck and neck with those guys, and I'm like,
no.
What did you say?
What did you listen to?
I said to you that
I said don't worry about them because it's not. You weren't going to be competitive with them this year anyway.
Okay,
that's all I said.
I'm afraid, Jeff, in 3-4 years, that the Broncos are still going to be the third worst team in the division. Because as long as the witch is there in Kansas City, if Harbaugh
this is Bronco karma. This is for the 25 years you had.
Is that what it was?
You had Elway and Manning, and now you get to live the life on the other side.
I was watching Sunday morning halftime of the USA basketball game. I'm flicked over to the NFL Network, and they're live at Chargers camp, right? And they've got Harbaugh all mic'd up, and he's like having fun.
Oh, they'll play differently with him.
Yeah, it seems like he's having fun. Those guys are enjoying the Chargers football now.
Well, I think a lot of people in the league, coaches I would talk to, always felt like if you just hung in long enough against the Chargers, they'd do you a favor at some point.
Well, they certainly did.
They're not going to be that way anymore because if whatever you think of Harbaugh as a coach, his teams don't do those sorts of things.
Yeah.
And, he was at Michigan a while, so people may have forgotten that they played a physical, tough brand of ball in San Francisco when he was coaching there, and they won a hell of a lot of games. And if Herbert listens to him and Herbert plays the way Harbaugh will want him to, they'll be much better. A lot of it is just how Harbaugh and Herbert come to an agreement. Like Herbert isn't going to have this carte blanche, just run around and save us thing anymore that he's had the last couple of years, which isn't. It's great for your numbers and it's great for social media. Oh, look at the throw he made off balance, running. It's all great for that, but it ain't great for winning. And so if he'll play, they'll be better if they play the way he wants them to.
Harbaugh is exceptional at finding great assistant coaches too. I saw that when he was at Michigan. Mm-hmm. The fact that he could just leave for how many weeks was it like 7 or 8 games he missed last year?
Because of the mayhem.
Yeah. It's just like they didn't skip a beat the entire time. Because he's kind of a delegator, right?
Well, no, and a lot of that is having a clear vision for your team of what you are, who you are, how you play. And if you do that right, that's how it should work.
Yeah.
And I think ultimately that's what Sean is trying to do here. He's trying to create some kind of very clear, because they've had so much turnover here. You never knew what the Broncos, what are you trying to be? What kind of offense are you trying to be? What kind of defense are you trying to be?
Word.
Can't fire everybody all the time and then wonder why there's no identity.
Well, you finished third in the division last year. I know you were 8-9 with the Raiders, but I'll call it third. Chargers theoretically are going to be better. They probably are. Are we dumb to just slough off the Raiders and say, who cares about them? They stink. I mean, they've got O'Connell at quarterback, but he's nobody's All-American.
No, and he looks like, or from what I'm hearing, it sounds like he's going to win the job, essentially.
Over Minshew.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
But if things go the way they are now, that's what I've been told. But, I think again, just when you talk to pro personnel guys around the league, they look at it objectively, look at it on the board type of thing. They see the Raiders as one of those teams they've got several of the so-called blue players, but almost nothing else. So that it's like an either-or team. They have very dominant players at certain positions and not a lot of impactful guys at other spots. So, those are the kinds of teams, if you just play smart, you don't turn the ball over, you should beat them.
Right.
And ultimately, and people may not like this, but the more boring this team plays, the better they'll do. That's where they're at right now.
Right.
And if people are willing to live with that, they may enjoy some of the good things, but they are going to have to be a little bit boring from
I
time
hate
to time.
boring and losing, though. It's the worst combination in sports.
No,
Boring
but
and
because
losing.
the margin for error is almost nothing.
Yeah.
You're playing really close to the vest, and it's hard to, you only need like one or two things to go bad for it to tip away from you, and that I think at least initially, especially if the rookie's going to play, right away at quarterback, you're going to have to help him. You can't just. I always put it like this, and I know everybody wants to see these guys play right away, just because it's a glamour position. It's change. People love change. Oh, move it forward. Got something to cling to. They want that something.
Yeah.
Moving forward, but in all the years I've been doing the draft, the most prepared prospect I've ever seen and ever will see is Peyton Manning. Coming into the NFL as a rookie. And Peyton Manning threw 28 interceptions as a rookie. And I want to ask you, what would that look like in the era of social media?
Oh, my
If
God.
Peyton would have had to live through Twitter and Instagram and TikTok, what would that have looked like? I mean, everybody says, Peyton came through it fine. They were 13-3 his second year, and they went to the playoffs. But I ask you, it's a lot different now.
Totally.
And he is absolutely, without question, the most prepared rookie quarterback I will ever see. And the record still stands, and it will stand for
Forever.
a long time. And
Nobody
he had to work through that. He had to survive that, but he
Yeah.
survived it without what these guys
have to go through.
Very true.
Because you can tell these guys to ignore it, but your family doesn't ignore it. Your siblings don't ignore it. Your friends don't ignore it. And if we don't think it wears on them, then I think we're just sadly mistaken. But that's the way I put it. It's not an easy thing what we all want, or what a lot of people want the Broncos to do, which is just throw him in there and hope for the best. That's a hard thing for him, for the team, for everybody.
Jeff Legwell, ESPN.com. He joins us every Thursday. Thanks for hanging around for a little extra.
Yeah,
Appreciate it.
People are like, God, get that guy off of there.
Well,
Jesus.
I see all your media brethren are over there, all gathered around.
I don't
You got to
stand-
claim a corner.
You don't hang with them. You
I don't
hang with
stand
them.
in the group.
No, you don't hang with them. You're on the far side.
People don't want me in the group.
But you're losing real estate. You got to go claim a space.
No, people
Get
don't
off our
people don't-
show!
Yeah, get off our show. People don't stand in my space.
That
No,
is
they know.
true.
They know.
That's
Leg,
They know.
You're the best. Thank you, buddy.
You
Thanks,
guys are
Jeffrey. Good
awesome.
to see you,
you later,
baby.
fellas.
All right. Fact checker next. All right, out here at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit, players filing onto the field. Big thanks to Jeff Legwell stopping in
I
for
love
40
talking
minutes.
football with Leggy. Even during the commercial breaks, we're still talking football and what these Broncos are going to do. Brett, I think they can be better perhaps than we think they are, but he's right, man. If they're going to be a successful team, they're going to be a boring team, not turning the ball over, hanging on to it, right? Just matriculating down the field the best you possibly can. That's what they're going to look like overall if they're winning games.
Yeah.
You guys have given me grief about it. Why do you always talk about the Chargers? Well, because I feel like we've got another team to worry about now instead of just Kansas City. I mean, Kansas City's one thing, but now you've got – if Harbaugh is that guy again in the National Football League, he's got a kid with an unbelievable arm, and we know what kind of talent Herbert is. If they put it together, Brett, we're screwed here.
Can I make an analogy for you?
We're screwed.
This is how I feel about the Chargers.
Please.
You are so far upside down in your house, you can't afford to make a house payment, and they're threatening to foreclose. That's the Chiefs. And then you're saying you also have credit card debt. That's the Chargers. Like, none of them are good, but there's one that is a way bigger animal you need to tackle first.
Right. Okay.
That's all.
Agreed. Well, you're not going to tackle that animal. I mean, you're not going to tackle the Kansas City Chiefs. It's hard to imagine. How many Super Bowls does Mahomes have now?
3.
That's right. He's got 3. He's 28 years old.
Yeah.
And Lakey's right, dude. He's just getting to the good stuff. He's in his prime, but he's only going to calculate and be able to calculate even more as the years go on, dude.
So I'm trying
to. It's going to suck. Kelsey, we thought, oh, God, Tyreek Hill. They're going to miss him, oh, baby. Yeah, what do you do? They go win a Super Bowl, right? Remember they started the season? They don't look like themselves, man. They don't look like the Kansas City Chiefs that we know. And they go win the Super Bowl, right? And now you've got Xavier Worthy, who every time I turn on the damn television is catching a bomb from Mahomes because he gets behind everybody on every single damn play.
Yeah, I'm going to wait to see that.
Okay,
we'll see that.
We'll see. He's a first-round fastest guy in the draft. And now you're giving him to Mahomes. Come on, man.
Brett, do you need me to come up with – you remember we had that sign like you see on a construction site for Vic of – how many days he's gone without talking about Dario Saric? Do we need to make one for 0 days without Mosier hyping up the Chargers?
I'm not hyping them up.
I think we should.
I'm not. I don't have any dog in that fight, Nelly. I don't. If they
you are hyping them up.
Hold on a second. If they lose 13 games, I'm fine with that. I don't care. They went 5-12 last year. I couldn't give a rat's rip. I'm telling you, I think our nervousness around them and I think their ability to become a much better team is significant. And that's going to hinder this football team that I'm looking at right now. That's a fact.
That is, yes, that is. But that is also hyping them up. Now, 2 texts coming in. Chargers going to Charger regardless of who's there. Incorrect. Not true.
I don't think that's true, man.
It is not regardless of who's there. Brandon Staley was a dum-dum, okay? Dum-dum. Jim Harbaugh is not. Everywhere Jim Harbaugh has gone, he has won, and won big. Like, everywhere he's been. And that does not change now that he has one of the better younger quarterbacks in the league, which brings me to another text. Herbert is so overrated, it's not even funny. I really don't know what we're basing that off of, the overrated thing. I don't. And I know Vic's on this too, and Vic says that about Justin Herbert. If you guys got the opportunity right now to take Justin Herbert and you don't fall over yourself saying yes, then you're insane. You're crazy. Like, I don't know how else to put it to you. And that's the easiest way I can say it is, if Justin Herbert was available and said, I want to come to the Broncos, would you take him in a heartbeat? And the answer is, of course you would, or else you're a moron.
I would also argue to you there are 25 teams in the league that would take him right now.
You're probably right.
You think Jerry Jones would take him over Dak Prescott?
Yep.
And he loves Dak, doesn't he?
Well,
dude, I don't
know if he does love Dak.
No, I don't know. He's going to him like he loves him, but nonetheless, that's all. I'm not trying to hype them up. I'm not trying to make them better than they are. I'm just afraid that they're going to put it together because they've got a talented quarterback and they've got a coach who all he's ever done is win, and that's an absolute fact. So we'll see. We'll see. I just don't want to be I just don't want to be the third best, fourth best team in the division for the next 5 years.
The only teams, like if I were to do it that way, if Herbert was available, the only teams that would for sure say no, maybe some more would,
Kansas
but for
City,
sure.
Cincinnati.
It would be Buffalo, Cincy, Baltimore,
Kansas City.
I'm just trying to go in order here.
Jets.
Oh, no, they would get rid of Aaron Rodgers is like on his last leg. They would take that. Maybe Houston? After 1 year, Stroud, maybe?
The Dolphins would take him over Tua. I can promise you that.
And, yeah, I think that's it. I really do. At least for sure knows. Other teams might. You know, there are teams
maybe Green Bay wouldn't. Maybe they think Jordan Love is the next decade quarterback.
Yeah, and maybe, maybe Miami does think Tua's good. Maybe, I don't know.
They don't think he's that good. It's just they got nothing else. I don't want to get hung up on it, Brett. That's a fear that I have when I look at the division, and we'll see. Only time will tell, man.
303-504-0925. Nelly, can you hit us with a fact checker, please?
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Earlier in the show, Mosier, you were lamenting the fact that you cannot find a push gas mower made by John Deere. You can only find riding mowers that are made by John Deere.
Well, they don't make the walk behinds anymore.
Walk behinds. Okay. Well, I did some Googling, and I think I found a John Deere brand that could work for you. Look at this. I'll bring it up on Twitch for you.
It's a little toy mower.
Oh, my God.
Came up on Amazon with a quick search.
Dude, that makes my heart flutter because I miss my mower, dude. I do miss my mower.
Look, it's only $33 bucks. You can get it
$34
on Prime. Look at that.
That's amazing.
Hang on, go back to the other. Yeah, right there. Just so you know, Moj, that has a 4.7 star rating on 1,666 reviews. Highly reviewed, highly rated.
I'm telling you, man, if you have a
we
John
should buy
Deere,
that for you as a gag.
Please. If you have a John Deere walk behind, never, ever, ever get rid of it. And if you do, call me. I'll buy it. I miss my mower so bad.
Thank you, Nelly. Just quickly before we get out of here today, I want to bring you this story from the Olympics. Canada's Tyler Mislawchik, I think his name is. Mislawchik. He's 29. So
Is that Little Miss Logic? What did you say?
Tyler Mislawchik.
Oh, okay.
He was, I think this is a triathlete. Yes, a triathlete. So he gets done with his triathlon in 1 hour, 39 minutes, and 41 seconds. He finishes 9th.
Did he barf?
10 times. 10. And he said, I didn't come here to come top 10, but I gave it everything I had. I went for it. I have no regrets. Vomited 10 times. Remember, this was the race that was rescheduled twice because of poor water quality.
Did he vomit because his body was just destroyed in the triathlon, or because he sucked in a lot of Seine River water with all kinds of feces and crap in it? And
Poop fest.
Really could be that, but
That's
no
hysterical.
regrets. I vomited 10 times, which does not sound like fun at all.
Let's go!
Hey, once you get it all out, man, you're good to go again. Unless you get E. coli, that's a problem.
Can listen to the podcast, iTunes, Spotify, Spreaker.
You ever had E. coli?
Moshe, Lombardi, and Kane. I have not.
Well, I have.
You look like E. coli.
It was horrible. I mean, it was horrific.
Vomited 10 times?
More than that, but every end, everywhere. Yep.
Have a great day, everybody. We love you. Goodbye.
Well, good morning, Denver. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, live from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. The show is Dempsey & Company. No Dempsey again today. I'm your host, Alex Ryan-Emmy. You guys know me better as Raj, joined, as always, by a guy like Coach Mike Sanford, by a woman like Kim Becker. But we got the guy to wake up earlier than he has in probably 2.5 decades, Mark Bertinoli. Berto, you know him better from the Avs and the Nuggets broadcasts. How upset are you that you're here with me at 10 a.m.?
Nah, I'm all right, bro. I'm all right, but that's because I'm like 48 hours away from vacation. So I'll do anything. You know what I mean? They can ask me to do anything. I'm like, that's fine.
Yes, sir.
Because I'm outie here in just a couple of days, man. You know what? Let me say this. It's hot. It's hot. It's hot out here.
It's not even touching how hot it's been the past couple of days. This is
it's hot.
We're sitting in air conditioning right now compared to what it was on Monday and Tuesday, buddy.
So what do you think? I mean, right away. Hey, listen. I am of the opinion that Broncos training camp is boring. I mean, insanely, incredibly, immensely boring. And there's only like one or two moments through a couple of weeks of training camp that I get excited about. But this is a different kind of year and a different kind of season. But it's got no juice. It's got training. And it's not just the Broncos. I don't like the Nuggets or the Avs training camp either. Although, with the Avs, Veterans Report on Friday, we're playing preseason games like 3 days later.
NHL happens like that.
So,
it moves.
I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan of that. But, yeah, training camps bore me. And this one has some interesting things happening, but I
mean, the last time you were here, though, there wasn't a first-round rookie quarterback that you were talking about. There wasn't a second year of a guy who's probably a Hall of Fame head coach in Sean Payton. That you weren't here the last time that we had this much juice.
You think Sean Payton is a Hall of Famer?
He's knocking on the door. He's got a Super Bowl championship. Not many guys have that, man. You think a lot of dudes have it, and not a lot of guys have it.
Yeah.
Most of them make the Hall of Fame. He won a bunch of games. He had a Hall of Fame quarterback, and if he can get the Broncos back to contention during the Patrick Mahomes era, I think that's another feather in his cap, and they'll go, "Yeah, you're in. You're the guy."
I don't know, man.
He's knocking on the door. I think he's just as close as a guy like Russell Wilson is.
If he gets another one, yeah. But I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know. Like, who's the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys right now? Mike
McCarthy.
Mike McCarthy. Like, I was making fun of Mike McCarthy the other day, and then somebody told me, hey, you know Mike McCarthy has a better coaching record than Sean Payton. And I was like, oh, man, really? He's like, more wins in the regular season, more wins in the postseason. And he's got that Super Bowl from Green Bay, just like Sean's got a Super Bowl from. And then I was like, man.
No, both of those dudes have work to do to get into Canton. Right? Like, because you'll always look back at their careers.
Well,
if nothing
if
else changes, you'll go,
right,
you'll always look back at both of their careers, and you'll say the reason why you got one is because you had generational quarterback A or B at your disposal, right? McCarthy with the early years of Rodgers in Green Bay, and Sean Payton with Drew Brees in New Orleans. If either one of them can get their respective teams to the promised land, they'll be the first head coach in history to win Super Bowl championships with different franchises. Mm-hmm. And as soon as that box gets ticked, you're a shoo-in.
You think that's
and I think if either one of them gets a team to a conference championship game or even just a Super Bowl appearance, I think you'll get in. But they can't keep going one and done, two and done if you're Dallas. Like, you got to get something done with Dak Prescott. And then it's not going to be this year. It's likely not going to be the year after that. But during this rookie contract for Bo Nix, Sean Payton has to find his way into an AFC championship game.
Ooh.
And if he does that, again, during the rookie contract.
You're giving the Broncos what? So
5 years.
5 years to make the AFC championship.
5 years. I don't think that's a tall ask.
Well, no. I mean, because at that point, it will have been 13 years since the last time they made the playoffs at all.
That's just getting it. That is getting in and winning either 2 playoff games or winning a playoff game. Chances of you winning a division are slim to none, but
right.
That's too much to ask for a guy who's making as much money as Sean Payton is?
No.
For having the richest owners in professional sports, 5 years to make a championship game?
By the time they re-up Bo Nix, I'm hoping that he's already cemented himself as a star. You know what I mean? He doesn't have to be he doesn't have to be John Elway. But as long as he gets me wins, I'm going to be happy.
David on the text line again, 303-504-0925 is where you can reach us in the Champ Mazda text line. Shanahan can't even get in with 2 Super Bowl wins. Like, that's happening, guys.
Yeah, he's going to get in,
You
right?
don't have to worry about Mike Shanahan not getting into the Hall of Fame. It's crazy that it hasn't happened yet, but he is a shoo-in to get in. He will be a Hall of Famer. He'll be enshrined. When I talk about Sean Payton and Mike McCarthy, I'm saying that there is work yet to be done, just like I thought that there was work yet to be done with Russell Wilson. Like, if Russ can get the Steelers back to the playoffs in the next couple of years or win a couple of playoff games, then he gets back into the conversation of, oh, is this dude a Canton-eligible player? If he doesn't, I don't think Russell Wilson is. I think the same thing with Sean Payton, the same thing with Mike McCarthy. If they can get either one of their teams to a Super Bowl, not even necessarily win it, those guys get in. So the caveat of like, oh, Mike Shanahan isn't a Hall of Famer doesn't count here. He is a Hall of Famer. He will be in the Hall of Fame one day. He's just not right now.
Yeah. I listen, man, when it comes to football geniuses like Mike Shanahan and Sean Payton, it's either Super Bowls or just a mountain of wins, right? That's the only thing that gets those guys into the Hall of Fame. It's either Super Bowls or just a mountain of wins that no other coach can come close to, because you just spent decades in the NFL finding ways to win 8, 9, 10 games every season. I think for me, like, why does McCarthy have a Super Bowl? Because of Aaron Rodgers. Why does Sean Payton have a Super Bowl? Because of Drew Brees. And you can never like, Mike Shanahan never won another Super Bowl once John Elway was like, all right, I'm done playing. You know what I mean? Like, he never won another one after John was like, peace out, brother. So I think when it comes to coaches, especially in the NFL, but I think in every league, it's a little tougher to judge. You know what I mean? It's a little tougher to judge when you're like, but just like how much of the dynasty of New England was Tom Brady and how much of it was Belichick, and now it seems like it's probably like 80% Tom Brady.
Unless we get another version of Bill Belichick somewhere else. Which I think those. I think
you
it's
think
kinda,
coming back into the league?
If he comes back into the league and is a head coach and has success elsewhere, then that conversation gets flipped on its head.
I bet you he's coaching next year, right? If he still wants to coach, a team will give him a job. Matter of fact, there was a rumor that it was San Francisco, right? Shanahan was like, "Hey, Bill, come be a coach. Come be a coach with us." Like they're like, "We're not going to make you head coach. We're not going to but come
you can be our defensive coordinator.
Yeah, come be a consultant.
You take a step down after winning a bunch of Super Bowls."
But Bill was like, "Nah, I'm good on it." So I'm assuming he wants another head coaching gig. But after a year off, after a year of kicking it, maybe he'll be like Bill Cowher. Remember how everybody expected Bill Cowher to get back in the league after he let Pittsburgh go?
Never did.
And then he just was like, you know what? This sitting here doing TV, making mad money is pretty good. I think I'll just keep doing it. So maybe Belichick does that, but he's got an active lifestyle. He's probably, you know what I mean?
It's a very good way of putting it, Berto.
You can't just be sitting at home doing nothing with your girlie. Like, you got to be out there in the streets, man. So, yeah, Bill's probably going to get back into it. I don't know what coach is going to give it a chance, but, you know, somebody's going to give him a chance.
Our coverage of Broncos training camp is brought to you by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live and love where you bank. Visit ccu.org to learn more. Still have a whole bunch to get into today. I want to know if you've been sitting on your couch watching the Olympics, if you're juiced up to watch the women tonight. Simone Biles going after it. Speaking of Simone Biles, we will have an opportunity for you guys to win tickets later on in the show to see her and other of your favorite U.S. gymnastics in the Gold Over America Tour. I'll tell you guys how to do that a little bit later. But the big story of the day yesterday, Berto, out of camp. And we are finally out of pads today, right? We're in shells. We had 3 straight days of padded practices. First quarterback to take the first team reps going through walkthroughs, again, in shells. It's not full football today, was Jarrett Stidham. Yesterday, the big story was Bo Nix, arguably his best day at camp. He bounces back from a little bit of a shaky showing on Monday. Now that's 2 out of 3 days in pads where Bo has looked solid.
Yeah, let's go, Bo. Listen, that's really what this camp is all about. Like, I talk about this all the time. I love new, shiny things, so I am really excited about this rookie class, but I'm not sure how much of a difference they're going to make outside of Bo or, I don't know, like Franklin or Estime. Estime
looks good, man.
See, I just don't know because, I mean, What's Sean Payton's offense going to look like? What's Lombardi's offense going to look like this season? Is it going to look any different from last? It's going to have to look different from last season. But I do. I want. Here's the problem. I want to buy into Bo Nix so much. You know what I mean? I want to wrap my arms around Bo Nix and celebrate this young man being the starting quarterback for the Denver Broncos. Hopefully. But I've been burnt too much over the last 5, 6, 7 seasons with this. You know what I mean? I drink the Kool-Aid every season.
Well, hold on. What Kool-Aid were you drinking with a young quarterback before this?
No,
like
it
Paxton?
wasn't.
Were you drinking the Paxton Lynch Kool-Aid? That's a tough one to down.
No.
That's like drinking Drano.
But that's because Paxton never got really a chance, man. He just never really got a chance. Like, we never really got to see him.
He got a chance, and then he kind of hurt his ankle and then cried on the sideline.
We got to see him here in training camp, but that was about it. And I don't think they liked the Denver Broncos, and I don't know this for a 100% fact, but I don't think the Denver Broncos like Paxton Lynch on the field or off the field. I don't think they liked his approach to football or sports in general. You know what I mean? This has nothing to do with anything.
The Blitz special, I love it.
So Hard Knocks closed out their Giants series, and now they're going to move on to the Bears. The Bears, Hard Knocks with the Bears training camp is coming up next week. So
Hall of Fame game tonight with the Bears.
Yeah. Bears and Texans tonight. So crazy. I was already talking to Springer, and he was breaking down. He's like, I'm going to put money on this, and I was like, bro, it's the Hall of Fame game, brother. And you put money on that? On Texans, Bears, and the spread right now is like Texans -1.5, and no, they're not starting any start. Nobody's playing. I'm like, you're crazy for doing that. But, so two interesting things about the Hard Knocks Giants thing. One was they had the video of the Giants GM trying to move up to get a quarterback in the draft. He was trying to move up. They were trying to trade with New England to get that number 3 pick and maybe Drake or whatever. So it didn't work out. But now your starting quarterback, Daniel Jones, knows that they were looking to replace you. But at was it the penultimate episode or the last episode of Hard Knocks Giants? They leaked. Once again, cameras caught something that they shouldn't have, which was the rookie roster for the NFL, and the Giants had it color-coded for their draft.
Yeah, it was the final draft board.
Right, so it was like, if your name's in purple, you've got issues off the field. If your name in blue, it means you're a good leader. If your name is in red, you've got injury issues. And it had every player from this draft, at least the first couple of rounds on there, and it released all the information. Everything the Giants thought about everybody coming into the league, just out there for I cannot imagine the Giants are happy about that. But I would love to see the Broncos list. I know the Broncos hate Hard Knocks, and they want nothing to do with Hard Knocks. I'm assuming they're going to have to do Hard Knocks here in the season.
They will eventually have to
because they're one of the fewest. They're one of the teams that just hasn't done it yet. And
maybe it's next year, man.
Yeah,
if Nix is the starter, you go into year 2 of Nix, year 3 of Peyton, a full second season of this new.
I think it would have been
group.
It might have been this year if I think the NFL was like, that's a little too boring for us. The Broncos. Let's try the number 1 pick and go with the Bears. But I'm serious. I can't wait for Hard Knocks Denver Broncos, man. I want some of that info. I want some of that inside info. I think the Giants are probably just stupid. Don't leave that stuff out there. Don't leave it on a chalkboard. Don't leave it on a computer screen, man. You know there's cameras all over the place filming you. Don't let it do it. And then who's editing that nonsense? Obviously, the Giants
that's gold,
right?
If I'm on HBO, that's gold.
Right, I'm keeping it in if I'm HBO, but the Giants don't look at that and say, "Hey, that's part of our game plan. You can't be giving that out."
Proprietary information. It's
Yeah.
IP.
It's like, we paid a lot of money for all that information, and now you're just giving it out to other teams for free. Not a good idea.
303-504-0925 is where you can text us today. You can also watch the program, twitch.tv/AltitudeSR on the Safeway Twitch stream. Birdo alongside Raj. We're live out here at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. You mentioned about the rookie class. Should you be excited about them? Which one of those rookies or different versions of those rookies will make impacts this year? I want to talk about the wide receiver room. We're going to try to put together 6 guys that are going to make this team. It's going to be way harder than you think it is. That on the other side. Women's individual all-around starting in just a few minutes out in Paris. You guys can join the excitement at the Athleta Presents Gold Over America Tour starring Simone Biles and America's best gymnasts. This celebration of world-class gymnastics is designed to inspire the next generation of champions and led by Biles, the most decorated gymnast of all time. Athleta Presents Gold Over America Tour delivers an exhilarating display of jaw-dropping athletic brilliance and high-energy choreography. Every tumble, twist, and gravity-defying trick will have audiences on the edge of their seats. Get tickets now for a thrilling night of family entertainment. And, well, you don't have to buy tickets if you're listening to the show. You can win them right now if you're tuned in at the right time. Over the course of the day on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, we are giving away a 4-pack of tickets to the GOAT Tour as they come to Ball Arena on this September the 25th. All you have to do is text the word GOLDEN and your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That's GOLDEN in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. We will announce the winner coming up at 11:15 right here on Dempsey and Company with Raj and Mark Bertinoli. Good luck. Again, Golden to 303-504-0925. Been watching any Olympics? I haven't seen you in a while. You got to be watching some of the middle of the day.
Yeah. I like Olympics. I've been watching a lot of Olympic basketball. I did see some of the gymnastics. I saw the women take the gold. I saw some of the men taking the bronze. I was watching kayaking the other day for no damn
Kayaking
reason.
is nuts.
They go. I want to see the upper body strength of some of those kayakers must be insane, man. But I was watching some of the skateboarding, and here's the best thing about the skateboarding. And I don't know if this would happen in any other sport. Matter of fact, the dude who won the gold from America, Naya, I think. I was watching the skate, and he won the gold with iPods in and his iPhone in his pocket. He would break out some crazy flip trick, and then he'd stop and he'd take out his phone, change the song, put it back in his pocket, and then hit it. And I was like, yo, man, that's next level right there. He's just out there winning Olympic golds just to his own soundtrack. Yeah, that's like I can't. There's no other sport that you do that, right?
I don't think you're allowed to utilize headphones and other long distance running.
And you certainly can't be carrying your phone around on the course like he was. He just had it in his shorts pocket, pulled it right out. Pat, next song, put it right back in.
I wonder if they'll allow, because golf just started early this morning, and I think Scotty Scheffler finished 4 under. Schauffele's 2 back of Hideki Matsuyama. Schauffele trying to defend his gold from Japan. I wonder if they allow those dudes to wear earbuds, because a lot of them practice with earbuds and music in, but they're not allowed to wear it on tour. Because of there's issues with you can have swing metronomes that help you.
Right. It does the
and you can get your swing timing. That's the reason why they don't allow distance runners or cyclists to have AirPods or earbuds.
Just so they don't get into that rhythm.
You don't get into a rhythm or a beat because it's something that could help you get a competitive edge on your fellow athlete.
Yeah,
but I wonder if the Olympics let golfers do that
I don't know. They should. Michael Phelps I heard Michael Phelps talking about that before almost every single gold medal he won, he would listen to Eminem's Lose Yourself, and that would focus him.
Well, that's the most American thing I've ever heard.
He would listen to that was the song.
Every 14-year-old boy has done that before a game.
Every time he raced for a gold, right before he'd throw on the headphones and listen to Lose Yourself by Eminem, and then he's like, okay, let's go. And he hit the ball.
I'm ready now. I mentioned the wide receiver room, and we have guys like Cortland Sutton, Marvin Mims, and Josh Reynolds, who are your 3 locks to make this team, right? Sutton is your 1. Mims is your guy who's going to be able to blow the top off the defense, maybe slot in the middle of the field a little bit more. And Josh Reynolds had a sensational day yesterday paired up with Bo Nix. Just a couple of excellent catches on the sideline, one little 15-yard out route that he had over Damari Mathis. That guy is on the team. You're not going to go out and get him in the offseason and sign him just to make him a bet.
So that's 4 guys right there.
So I've got 3 right now. Reynolds, Sutton, and Mims are your 3 out of 6 that we have to choose. Other guys who have had great camps so far, Devon Vele, the 6'5", 210 rookie out of Utah that they drafted this year. David Sills, the fifth-year wide receiver out of West Virginia. Another huge body guy who just consistently gets open during camp, has a chance to make this team. Brandon Johnson's another one that we haven't mentioned at all during camp, and that dude had the second most touchdowns on the team last year. I say all these names. You know who I haven't mentioned who changed his jersey number this year?
Who's that?
Tim Patrick.
Yeah.
You got to choose 3 out of those 5 guys to make this team.
See, I love Tim Patrick, but with the injury issue, and then that a lot of people think that Vele is like a young Tim Patrick. Like they drafted someone they brought in someone who's a lot like Tim. So I mean, that's going to be.
The body types are certainly similar.
Yeah, when they bring in somebody who looks just like you, plays ball just like you, what are you going to do about it? Let me ask you this question, because Andy was trying to convince me of this yesterday. I think he might have, where he was like, I really like Cortland Sutton, but Cortland Sutton is not a number 1 wide receiver in this NFL. When you see what the kind of money and the insane talent that some of these, you cannot compare Cortland Sutton to Justin Jefferson or Devontae Adams, something like that. And Andy's whole thought was, listen, if you want to go with Bo, you need to go with Bo. So why don't you? And you don't know how many. Nobody thinks you're going to win a bunch of games this season. So go out and find you a number 1 wide receiver through a trade. Bring in some, he was mentioning Ayuk, or he mentioned a couple of guys, bring in somebody like that so Bo will have a number 1 guaranteed guy to throw to. But in your opinion, is this wide receiver group right here that the Broncos have more than enough for the upcoming season, or do you want to see them upgrade?
It is more than enough for the upcoming season if you expect them to win 5 or 6 games and have a top 7 pick next year, which is where most people think they're going to be. Maybe they can outkick their coverage, and Bo Nix is this year's version of C.J. Stroud in Houston. Right?
Man, that'd be so great.
It'd be amazing. It'd be electric. I just don't foresee that happening 2 years straight. And Stroud was a higher touted prospect out of college than Nix was coming out of Oregon. There's a possibility it could happen. The chances of it are slim as of right now, even though he has looked good in 2 of 3 days in padded practices working with the 1s and with the 2s. He's looked better. This wide receiver group, because of how big it is, and it is a large group of wideouts, a bunch of 6'3", 6'4", 6'5" guys that can get open in tight spaces, aren't going to blow you away with pure athleticism or speed. Certainly not going to have to worry about the Tyreek Hill, Xavier Worthy shots down the field from the Broncos. But if you can get from the 30-yard line in, I think they can be dangerous. And I think that focusing just on the wide receivers trying to break open this offense is a little bit of a folly in terms of in terms of trying to figure out what this team is going to be. You're going to have to rely heavily on your defense, which looks just fine right now. It is dominating the offensive line. You're going to have to rely heavily on a stable of good but not great running backs. Who knows what Javonte Williams can be this year.
Who's the better group for the Broncos? Their wide receiver group or this young, unproven running back group?
I think that
or which one has the highest ceiling, I guess?
I think the highest ceiling is the running backs room, because if Javonte Williams can get back to what he was as a rookie, and if Audric Estime continues to make the strides that dude's a problem.
Yeah, he wants to hit you. He is not going to.
Quick to contact, baby.
He wants to hit you, man.
I think they've got the higher ceiling. I think the depth certainly lies with the wide receivers. You've got 8 dudes that I think that could possibly make this team. And KJ's question of the day to us prior to getting onto the show was, does Sean Payton see a world where he can run with 5 wide receivers and 3 quarterbacks, so that you don't have to stash Zach Wilson on the practice squad this year, because Greg Dulcich can kind of be that hybrid tight end wide receiver? I don't see a world in which you take 5. I see a world where you could possibly take 7 wide receivers.
Oh, wow, 7. So you're saying, but then if you're taking 7, then that's a lot of special teams work for a couple of those dudes, right? That means you're using them exclusively, you're throwing Mims back there on the new kickoff.
Mims is certainly back there on the kickoff, but special teams guys players that you might have to use as gunners. Like you might have to throw a Devon Vele back there. You might have to make sure that you put Troy Franklin on a couple of special teams plays. I don't know. Like, do you put him on punt coverage? I don't know. You have to use those types of guys there. The reason why I think it could be a fit is there a possibility they move away from the fullback?
Ooh. You think Sean Payton is and then so you carry
you don't carry a fullback, you cut Michael Burton, and you utilize a guy like Lucas Kroll to be an H-back so that you have that position filled, but then you can utilize another one. Like this, the wide receiver room is deep as hell, man, and I don't want to let one of these guys go somewhere else and not become a star, but become someone who's very, very usable.
You're right. What they could do, or what I keep waiting for Sean Payton to do what he did in New Orleans, and that's find him a Taysom Hill, someone who can do a little bit of everything, or somebody who's so athletically gifted that you want to give him the ball out there on the football. You got to find a way to give him the ball. And I don't know who that is. I was having this conversation again yesterday. I do not know on this team if there's anybody dangerous offensively. Anyone who scares you offensively if you're the opposing team.
Mims is as close as you have.
Just that speed?
He is as close as you have to a guy that strikes fear, but he's not Tyreek Hill. You don't have a guy like that on the roster. I don't think that you have a Christian McCaffrey out of the backfield. You don't have a heyday Derrick Henry out of the backfield. Although, again, Estime is going to be an issue this year. I think he's going to be a great third down back, a great goal line to go back. And if Sean Payton is going to make changes from what he did last year with this offense, being run by Russell Wilson is like they didn't run the ball in the red zone. That's a dude that's going to run the ball in the red zone. If it's 1st and 10 from the 17, they're going to hand the ball off and instead of trying to play out a play action and get chunk yardages there when the field gets shrunk and you have to worry about the extra defender, being the sideline around the red zone, they will start handing the ball off. I think that's where you can get a little bit more creative this year, is utilize your running game in red zone situations, in goal-to-go situations. He's going to have to rely on that, especially if you go with the rookie at quarterback.
How much happier do you think Sean Payton is with this team than the team he inherited last year?
I think he's way happier. This is so
because
much
it has less talent on it. Well, at least from our view on the outside looking in.
What do you think?
Because we've yet to see them play against other talent other than themselves. You know what I mean? We've yet to it's going to be interesting to see how they look against Indianapolis here in whatever it is, 10 days time or a week and a half time or whatever.
I think they're largely as talented. I think that you lost talent in the secondary with Justin Simmons being let go. But
Justin Simmons on this team, if Justin Simmons was still playing on this team, he'd be what, the third best player on this team?
Yes.
Behind Surtain and
maybe the second.
Maybe
the second.
Yeah. I mean, so I don't know. It's tough to. I have a hard time judging the Broncos because I do not think they're going to be as bad as most of the national media think. But I always have to ask myself, is that just me, buying in because you're sitting here watching these guys doing athletic? You're like, oh, you know what, man, that was a good looking throw. That's a bet. You know what? That's a 10-win throw right there, baby. That's 10 wins for the Broncos next season. And I just don't know, man. I just don't know how they're going to do it. 20% of their cap they cannot spend because it's in Pittsburgh playing quarterback, which is crazy to me.
That's the reason why you utilize a first-round pick on a rookie quarterback, is to keep that number as low as possible because you have this year and next year paying the dead cap money to Russell Wilson. Is there a way that they're going to win 10 games this year, man? No. They're not going to win 10 games. And that's okay. We talked about how there isn't a game-breaking player on this offense, especially at wide receiver. You mentioned, do you go out and you get a Brandon Ayuk, which would mean that you utilize a first-round draft pick to go out and trade for him, or you might have to move on from Pat Surtain to go get a guy like that because you have to make way. You have to make way in terms of money, right? Because you would have to trade for him and then utilize the money that is already set aside for Pat Surtain right now to extend that number one wideout. No, you don't do that. You expect that you're going to have growing pains this year, be between 5 and 7 wins. We're watching Bo Nix utilize his feet in some scramble drills and some break sack drills, it looks like, as the quarterbacks
look at
are
Zach
working
go. Look at
by
Zach
themselves.
Go. Look, he was like a little top there. You can go, Zach.
You utilize next year's first-round pick, which will likely be top 7, top 5, to go out and get one of the top 1 or 2 wide receivers next year so that you can get that number 1 and keep his number down for the next 5 seasons.
Who do you think won that drill? The quarterbacks are doing a solo drill right now, and I want you to now this drill is crazy. They're just going between the legs with the football. But who do you think won that last drill? I want to hear your straight up opinion because I think it was Zach. He was spinning, baby. He was spinning.
I don't know. They're working on trying to spin out of sacks with
sacks.
a coach
Yeah.
and a couple of cones on the ground. What are we talking about here? What are we talking about here?
I want to know who the starter is based on this drill right here. Look at this drill. Look at them both go. Look at them both go.
Can you
that
move
was
your hands
Bo.
that fast?
No, that was Zach. That was Zach who won that drill.
Are you going to anoint him the starter?
No.
Well, more of that out of Zach Wilson. Can he play his way back into the quarterback conversation? Bert, I'll ask you that on the other side. We're back out here at Broncos Park, day 7 of training camp. The pads are off. The spider shells are on. Jarrett Stidham was running with the ones in the first portion of team practice today. We've got the wide receivers working on some quick cutback drills. They're throwing towels at them to try and distract these guys, I suppose. Again, huge wide receiver group in terms of stature here for the Broncos this year. Our coverage of Broncos training camp is brought to you by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live and love where you bank. Visit ccu.org to learn more. Again, a reminder, text the word GOLDEN to 303-504-0925 on the Schott Mazda text line. That's GOLDEN to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name for an opportunity to win a 4-pack of tickets to the GOAT Tour, where you can see America's favorite gymnasts, including gold medalist Simone Biles. GOLDEN to 303-504-0925. Berto, I asked you before the break, Zach Wilson is quickly falling out of this quarterback competition or this quarterback rotation, because we haven't officially called it a competition yet. I don't know if they'll actually get to that point this year. Hasn't run with the ones, 3 straight days of padded practices, was not slotted in there with the number 1 group at all. It seems like his opportunity to be a starter or even a backup on this team, it's quickly waning.
Yeah, and I'm fine with it. Like, because you can always, if you need an arm, you can find an arm. If that's, listen, about a year, was it a year ago? It might have been a little bit longer than that. Like a year and a half ago, I heard a football scout. He broke down everything that he thought was wrong with Zach Wilson. And it was a long list. And I was like, man, how did they end up drafting this dude? If this guy thinks this guy can barely play football at all. And most of it had to do with his footwork and his progressions. He's like, he just can't figure out the progressions. He just can't figure out his footwork. He just can't do it. And if you can't get your footwork right, you can't play quarterback in the NFL, at least not be an accurate quarterback in the NFL. But I thought, take care of those couple of problems, and all of a sudden you've got a guy with a mountain full of talent that maybe could play for you. But on arms, you can get an arm anywhere, man. There's a bunch, like Ryan Tannehill's just sitting out there. If you want an arm, you can just bring him in and have him throw to your dudes. So I say get the competition down to 2 as quickly as possible, right? Because if the thing that should be going through Sean Payton's brain when it comes to Bo Nix is reps. As many reps as you can possibly get that man, that's what you do. And not only that, you get that man reps with the first team. When he plays in the preseason, you have to defend him with your starting offense. You cannot be messing around with Bo Nix. You know what I mean? If he's out there on the field, you need your starters out there with him, right? And so give him more time with the ones, Stiddy more time with the 2s, and if you need to figure out what's going on with the 3s, that's fine. Keep Zach around for the fourth quarter in these preseason games, or bring in another arm if you want to get rid of him.
So as Blink says here on the Twitch stream, twitch.tv/AltitudeSR, courtesy of our friends at Safeway, is Zach Wilson a forever bust? We will always look back at Zach Wilson as dude with all the potential in the world in terms of, like, he's the only quarterback in camp right now that can make every throw on the field, but just can't for some reason put it together between his ears, I suppose.
Yeah, I think that's the story of the NFL, though, right? Like I don't consider Zach Wilson a complete. Well, I mean, if you're a Jets fan, you certainly do, right?
As a Jets fan, he's a bust, but he just feels like he is an unlimited source of untapped potential that it likely will never come to fruition.
For some guys, it just never clicks. You never figure it out. They just never get it. It never clicks.
Were there other dudes in Colorado sports history that kind of fit that mold? Like, one that you always looked at and you went, if this dude ever figures it out, he's going to be
right. So that's different than the player that we were talking about in the first segment when we were talking about Paxton Lynch. Because I never looked at Paxton Lynch and was like, dog, that guy has all the talent in the world. All he needs to do is harness it, and we're good. Like, I never thought about that. Like, I thought he was just really raw. And we'll see what happens. But, yeah, let's think. Somebody in Denver sports who had all the athletic talent but could never get it together. I'm sure there's a number of Denver Nugget players like that who had all the talent but never could figure it out.
KJ thinks Bull's a guy?
Yeah, here's the problem. Bull doesn't like to play basketball. Here's the problem with Bull. Bull, I think I should take that back. I think he enjoys basketball, but he doesn't love basketball, and he loves other things more. But Bol Bol is one of those few people, because almost everyone you run into in the NBA has outsized talent, but they also love the game. You know what I mean? That's how they got that talent. That's how they got the skills. They love the game. But every once in a while you run into somebody who is so athletically gifted that they got drafted into the NBA even though they don't love the sport. And that's what I look at with Bol Bol. I just don't think he loves the sport. Just like, here's a former Denver Nugget who I would say had all the skills but never figured it out. That's Rafe LaFrentz. Rafe LaFrentz loved the money from playing basketball. He did not love the game of basketball, and he retired. I think he got a second or third big contract, and then he was like, all right, I'm out. I'm done. He wasn't one of those guys who's like, they're going to have to tear this jersey off me to get me out of this sport. They're going to have to force me into retirement to get me out of the sport. And he was just like, whatever, man. The money's good. I'm pretty good at the sport, but I just don't. He just didn't love it.
The guys we're talking about are your Jamarcus Russells, your Mark Pryors, your Ryan Leafs.
Ryan Leafs is a good one.
I got a Bronco.
Ryan Leafs is a good one.
I have a Bronco.
Okay, what do you got?
Maurice Clarett.
Okay, yeah.
Guy was a stud. He was the best running back in college
yeah.
football for a number of years in Ohio State in the mid-2000s, and literally never played an NFL game because he couldn't get out of his own way, but had all of the talent. Maybe the tires didn't have any tread on him by that point because Tressel had run him into the ground. And again, a lot of off-field issues with Clarett, but he strikes me as one of those guys that, if he could have ever gotten it done, there you have another 1,500-yard, 1,400-yard back in a Broncos uniform, and he never played a game.
But, yeah. So that one's a good one. That was a good one for the Broncos with Maurice Clarett, because you're right. In college, that dude was a problem.
A freak.
A problem. And then he did have all those issues, and then the Broncos took a chance on him, and then it didn't pan out. But it's not the same as
Ryan says Moutier was a bust for the Nuggets.
Yeah,
he seemed like more of a project though, right? Because he was playing in Europe, and you were trying to figure out if he could change his game to suit an NBA offense.
But that was part of the reason I was so excited for Moutier, because I was like, this dude has been playing professionally.
Didn't he overlap with Shaw though? That was the main issue.
Oh, was that the Brian Shaw? Yes, that was the Brian Shaw era. I don't think Moutier's obviously not in the league anymore. I don't even know if he's playing over. I think he might be playing overseas right now. But yeah, there was a game where Moutier hit a game-winning shot in his second year with the Nuggets, or whatever. And I was like, you know what? Maybe he's figuring it out. Maybe he's got it. And no, it just never worked out. So yeah, that Emmanuel Moutier is a good selection. But listen, man, Jamarcus Russell is one of the Here's one for you. It doesn't have anything to do with Denver. Greg Oden. Greg Oden, man, was right now it feels like a joke that Portland drafted Greg Oden instead of Kevin Durant. You know what? It feels like just a seismic joke on Portland. But Oden he had so many physical skills, but it was injuries that did him in.
Right.
I can't
Jamarcus
Russell.
I can't put him in the same category as I do Zach Wilson.
Right.
Because all the potential, just never put it together because of those injuries.
Yeah, that's
I can't put him in the same situation. For me, for the Rockies, it's a guy like Greg Reynolds.
Okay.
Who, every single year you were supposed to wait until Greg Reynolds became a 40 home run guy and a Gold Glover, and it never happened. Mm-hmm. That's the guy that I look at for the Rockies. I wonder if there's a player for the Avs that I'm forgetting that just had all the talent in the world and never put something together. For a while, it was Valeri Nichushkin when he was out in Dallas, because Alex Ovechkin looked at Nichushkin and went, "That's the next great Russian player." And he never put it together until he came here and then become one of the best players in the league.
So what happens if Val never plays in the league again? What do we consider him then?
Oh, man.
Because he got a cup. Not only that, he was a massive
part of it.
Without Val, you don't win that cup. So that's how big he was. So if he never plays in the league again, how do you consider that man's career?
If Val never plays in the league again or never plays for the Avs again, you'll put him in this same conversation because you only saw a couple of years of spark and then you never got it again. It was the same, not nearly the same national magic as Bo Jackson was for a couple of years before he had that devastating hip injury, but you had a couple of years of this is special. It's an incredibly underpriced player for who he is on the ice. If he never plays for the Avs again, certainly if he never plays in the National Hockey League ever again, you'll look back at that situation and go, oh my God, what a wasted career.
As we watch the quarterbacks throw right at us here, and that one was by Jarrett Stidham. Pretty nice. Nobody's dropped a ball yet. Matter of fact, I haven't seen somebody drop a ball yet. But here's a name for you when we're talking about quarterbacks. And was this somebody who just could never get out of their way, or did he not have the talent? And I'm talking about Johnny Manziel. Did Johnny
have the talent?
Did you see what he did at A&M?
Had the arm talent.
He was so much fun to watch play football.
Had
when
the
he was in
processing
college.
power, but just never decided to put it together.
And then, so what happened when he got to the league, man? What happened when he got to the league?
He partied too much at Texas A&M, dude. That's all he did. He was boozing and hanging out with girls until 6 o'clock in the morning. Like, good for you, College Station. Like, that might be the best part of your life. And he says he'll never really regret what he did at A&M. He'll look back on it and say, you lost millions and millions of dollars. But
right, but see, with Johnny, the family has millions of dollars, so he's doing all right. You know what I mean? It's not like somebody blew their big shot. Like, Johnny's financially set because he's got that oil money. But
the 5'6" Jerry Jeudy for the Broncos, Tim Tebow for the Broncos. I don't know about that, man.
Tim Tebow, that's right, because Tim Tebow never had the athletic skills to get where we wanted to go. Like, we're talking, like, when you say Jamarcus Russell, that man had an arm like you could not. Remember before he got drafted, teams came and watched Jamarcus, and he was kneeling on the opposite goal line, and he threw a ball and hit the crossbar on the other end of the football field. Like, from his knees, he could just launch a 100-yard pass like it was nothing. And it was like, man, that dude has mad skills. But then the purple drank got him, right? That's different from a Tim Tebow who was so dedicated to the sport that he took a lack of athletic talent and made it into
a lack
the league.
of throwing talent.
Okay,
I don't think there's a lack of athletic talent from Tim Tebow.
Tim
He was
Tebow
an
probably
amazing
could have
athlete.
been. Yeah, he probably could have played third base for me in baseball. If he had that kind of athletic talent, but not the kind of talent the Broncos needed.
He's also the dude that said no to being an H-back in the league, and he could have had a long career there.
Yeah,
he was talented enough and athletic
might still
enough
be in
to
the
do
league
that.
right now if he was down with that.
I firmly believe he probably could have carved out a decades-long career.
Yeah. So Tim Tebow's a weird one, right?
How about this Bronco? Noah Fant.
That's a bust. Yeah, that's a bust.
I think so too, Berto.
Right? And I hate to say it because he's out here on the field right now, but what happens if Greg Dulcich can never get right?
He's not high enough draft pick for
you don't
me
think?
to go look at bust.
Really?
Nah. He's just got to get healthy, but he's not a high enough draft pick for me to look at that guy. At that guy and go look at that huge, loss of potential that the Broncos had. I don't put him in the same category.
Then what about Bo Nix? Because nobody looks at Bo Nix and is like, that dude was gifted an arm from God. That's how good he is. Like, nobody looks at him like that. But would it be a failure if he doesn't become a starting quarterback in this league?
It would be because of where he's selected.
Number 12. But
because of where he's selected.
It was the number 12 pick, but it was also the 6th quarterback.
Doesn't matter.
You know
number 12, man.
Wow.
It's a huge piece of real estate that you had to use.
Yeah, what would camp look like if Brock Bowers was out here instead of Bo Nix?
Other
and
one
you had Stiddy just already crowned the starting QB. You know what I mean? How would that look? We'd have even less juice out here because this is all about Bo, right?
Other texts coming in here for unrealized potential. A couple of texts coming in from Big Daddy C, the 618, Jake Butt, the tight end out of Michigan who couldn't get out. His knees were all messed up by the time he got into the league.
That's not his. I'm with you on that. It's when the injuries take you out, it's not on you. You know what I mean? That's just nature.
Great one. A great one from the 713. A current Rocky. Former National League MVP. Chris Bryant.
Oh.
That I look at that and I go, that's a waste of potential. You won a World Series, you won one MVP, and then did nothing for the rest of your career. I look at that the same way I look at, and you guys know me, I'm a born and bred New York Met fan. It's a terrible existence. I hate it.
Yeah.
Like my two favorite major league teams are the Mets and the Rockies.
Richest owner in the sport, though, right?
Right, but I always look back, do you know who they had on their pitching staff in 2015 when they made the World Series and then never got back again?
No. Who was
They had at the top of their game Noah Syndergaard.
Yeah.
Matt Harvey, who was a freak back then.
Yeah.
Jacob
The Dark
deGrom.
Knight.
Steven Matz, who was pretty darn good as a lefty, throwing curveballs there. And the one dude who didn't make the postseason rotation is arguably one of the best pitchers in Major League Baseball today in Zach Wheeler.
Wow.
That was their starting pitching staff in 2015. They didn't do crap with it. So I look back at those types of missed potential. And I think I look at Zach Wilson the same way, and I guarantee that Jets fans do as well. He's Berto. I'm Raj. This is Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
I would say he's probably a little behind, and yet there's still some things. When we drafted Jimmy Graham, I remember very well, Parcells called me and said, hey, don't worry if he can't block power or a certain run. So there's certain things, Greg, we're going to ask him to do in the run game, and then there's certain things we're not going to ask him to do. And so, certainly I see him as a space player, a guy that can maybe give us matchup advantages, and then we'll be smart relative to what type of run schemes, the easy schemes where he's up on a safety, backside cutoff, backside, So there's certain run schemes that he'll be utilized more in than others.
Coach Sean Payton talking about the utilization of Greg Dulcich with regards to how he utilized a Jimmy Graham when he was in New Orleans. It was essentially you have a tight end that doesn't necessarily block like the tight ends of the early to mid 2000s or certainly the 90s. Does that concern you? And Coach, he hasn't spoken glowingly about a lot of players in practice outside of Bo. In terms of he's working the way that I want him to work. He did it yesterday with two guys. And
Josh Reynolds.
It was Josh Reynolds, and the other one was Greg Dulcich. He loves what he sees out of him. If that guy can stay healthy, I think you're going to see him used constantly in the offense. We've got the quarterbacks working on one-on-ones right now with the running backs going up against.
Zach just airmailed that one, though.
Yeah, he did. Missed Jaleel McLaughlin by a good
Let's see how this
7
one looks,
feet
though.
or so.
Let's see how this one looks.
Almost got picked off.
Great.
Yeah, that's not a great rep there. Dulcich is a player that you're going to see utilized, I think, out wide a little bit more often than completely connected to the line of scrimmage. If you're going to be running jumbo packages or if you're going to be running two tight end sets, he's going to be a guy that you want to get out into space rather than playing on the line of scrimmage.
When I talked to Lindahl yesterday, I asked him the same question about who do you think the most dangerous offensive player on this team is, and he said, I'll tell you who I think it could be, Greg Dulcich. He's like, I think he could be a massive weapon for Bo Nix if he's healthy and stays healthy. And listen, tight ends in this league, man, they are they help out your squad. What would Kansas City look like without Kelsey? Right?
They'd still look pretty good. They have the best quarterback to ever play the game.
Yeah, but then, I don't trust that wide receiving core. At least, oh, wow. We're already on that one. Wait. How many Super Bowls does Mahomes have? He's got
2, right?
How many Super Bowls does Mahomes have? I have
3.
no idea, man.
He has 3.
He's got 3 now. It was 3. It was 3 last year.
Yeah,
so my man needs 4 more?
And he's only 28, man.
So he needs 4 more, and he could absolutely get another one this year.
Yeah, he's a 3-time Super Bowl champion, 3-time Super Bowl MVP. I thought last year was number 2. It was number 3.
So yeah, that's just filthy stupid. 3 Super Bowls, and this season he will be the 12th highest paid quarterback in the NFL. They asked him about it too, and he was like, "Listen, I'm doing all right."
Yeah, I'm not underpaid. I'm fine.
Yeah,
he continues to take pay cut after pay cut, which allows them to keep excellent players on their roster. They draft and develop players. I was listening to Leggy, who's on for an extended period with Brett and Moj this morning. There were 16 starters, 17 if you count the punter for the Kansas City Chiefs last year that were drafted by the Chiefs.
Man.
They keep their players, they draft well, they develop well, and it also happens to coincide with the middle of the best quarterback that we've seen this side of Tom Brady. He's 28 years old, he has 3 Super Bowl championships, he has 4 more to go to catch Brady. And Leggy was saying there might be a possibility that we're not even seeing the best of him yet.
Wow.
Because he's not processing the game as quickly as a Mahomes would when he's like 32, when he can instantly see what the defense is doing and going, oh, yeah, I'm going to pick you apart like Peyton Manning did at the line of scrimmage for years and years and years, except I've got arguably a better arm and I've got more pocket elusivity than a guy like Manning or Brady ever did.
How do you even address
elusivity? I think I just made up a word there.
No. That sounded good to me, brother. Whatever.
I appreciate it. Sound good to me too.
If you want, would be interesting to know from the perspective of the Denver Broncos is I wonder if you ever have to have a conversation about the teams in your if you have to change the way you make football decisions just because of one player in your division. You know what I mean? Like if you have to make different decisions just because you're like, yeah, that might work out well in another division, but we're in the division with Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs, and we can't do it like that.
Well, how did the rest of the division do it when the Broncos had Elway or when the Broncos had Manning for those strings of AFC West championships?
They just took L's. They just took L's. They just sat there and took L's.
You sat there and you hoped that you were good enough. I don't know, like the Chargers of the LaDainian Tomlinson era were the best version of it, but like you weren't going up against Elway or Manning. You were going up against Plummer and Cutler, and they found a way to get to AFC title games. They never end up getting it done, but they had excellent teams there with Rivers and with LT. Rivers, borderline Hall of Famer, LT, yes.
Yeah.
I think the rest of the division just went, if you can be a wild card team and you can get in and you don't necessarily have to play that quarterback until the AFC Championship game, someone does your dirty work for you. That's what you have to live with that for the next decade, man. You do. He's not going anywhere.
Right, but so let me ask you this. What do you think the odds are that the Denver Broncos found or could find a quarterback as good or better than Patrick Mahomes?
Zero.
The answer is zero. You're just like, it's not happening. There's nobody out there. Arch Manning ain't coming in here.
I thought you meant, do they have a guy in the roster right now?
No, I mean, if Bo's the guy or if they might find a guy.
There's a possibility over the next 6 drafts if, like, Knicks doesn't work out and you end up losing a bunch of games, you select number 1 overall, that you can happen upon another top-tier quarterback. Yes, there's a possibility.
But you're going to have to travel. You can't go out and do what the Broncos were trying to do earlier, trading for Aaron Rodgers, trading for Russell Wilson, trading for whoever.
You took a gamble on Peyton Manning, man. You took a gamble on him. You didn't know what he was going to be. Every team that was going to sign Peyton had the opportunity to sign him and possibly get a Colts version of him. And you got that for a couple of seasons, right? You got that from 2012 through the 2014 season, and you had one of, if not the greatest offensive season in history.
Yeah.
History.
Yeah. That was 2013? Couple of years before the Super Bowl.
He fell off in 2015, but the defense carried him to a Super Bowl. However, you were not going to win one without him coming back in the second half of that Chargers game in Week 17. You need to win that game. You need to have that belief in the locker room. But you took a gamble on him and you hit. And then you took the same gamble on Russell Wilson and you failed miserably. And you can argue that you actually never gave that time to pan out, right? Because you moved on from him before the money ended up hitting. You can't gamble and expect to hit that every single time. You build through the draft. That's what you do, man.
Well, I was saying the other day that I think the single most important thing that Sean Payton can be this season is patient. And I'm not sure the fan base is going to allow him to do that or the front office is allowed to do that. But, I mean, he is Sean Payton, so he's going to have final say, right? So he has to be – he cannot – He's just going to have to let Bo make mistakes, right? And he's going to he can't do that thing where, remember when he was freaking out and going off on Russ on the sideline? He can't do that with a rookie, or I guess go ahead. Do it however you want to do it, Sean. But when it comes to who the starter's going to be, he needs to be patient.
You need to have years of patience with this, right? Like, you can't expect to win a Super Bowl in year 1 or year 2. Like, again, I'm not saying it's impossible for the Broncos to win a division. It's not impossible for the Broncos to win a Super Bowl during the Mahomes era. But, like, you have to understand that you're not going to beat Tom Brady and the Patriots. You're going to be closer to Mark Sanchez and the New York Jets. And you have to be okay with that.
I'm not okay.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Those Rex Ryan teams. You think about how good those AFC East championship teams were. They never got it done, but they were always incredibly dangerous. The defense was great. The defense was terrifying, and you had competent enough play on the offensive side that you were always in the mix. That's what you have to hope to be. I'm sorry, that's the reality of this situation. If Mahomes wasn't in the division, I'd be singing a different tune.
Yeah, man, I don't think I can. Yeah, no, I ain't got that kind of. Speaking of patience, I ain't got that kind of patience to wait around. Like, no, man, no, cannot do that. Get to winning as soon as humanly possible. Do you know what? Let me ask you this. Tell me right now. And I don't think there's any way for us to really know this answer, but you can just take a wild swing at it. Give me a win total for the Broncos
this year.
Season. Yeah, Broncos win how many games this year? Vegas has them at the over-under from Vegas is 5.5.
I think they win 6.
Okay, so they go over. But they're 2 games worse than they were last year.
Yeah, and again, that's okay because I think you can very clearly see the building blocks are in place for Sean Payton to create his era of Broncos football. The building blocks are in place, and honestly, I hate to be that guy. Like, having a higher first-round pick next year probably helps you in the long term more than winning 8 or 9 games does this season.
Yeah, but you can't. I had this conversation.
You can't keep kicking it down. You can't keep kicking it down the road. But like one extra year of having a first-round pick, which you didn't have for the first 2 drafts up until this season, is everything. You want to talk about not having top-tier talent? The reason why you don't have top-tier talent on this roster is because you haven't had first-round picks, and they haven't panned out. You'll have the opportunity to do that next year, and it's okay if you win 6 games because you're planning for 2 years and 3 years and 4 years down the road. It's an okay pill to swallow this year because you have everything in place.
Yeah, but you can't go if you're Sean Payton. If you're George Payton, you can go into the season thinking that, but you can't if you're Sean Payton, right? You can never stop thinking. He has to be thinking win. That's what you hire a head coach. Win, man. That's all I need from you. Win ugly, win dirty, just win. That's all I want from you. But I think you're probably right. I think you're probably right. A 3 to 4 win season this upcoming year gets you the number. The Broncos have never had the number 1 overall.
Yeah, but
pick
I don't
in their
want
history.
the number 1 pick, and
Because
I don't
you don't
think
wanna,
they're not bad enough to have the number 1 pick.
Tempted by another quarterback?
No, I don't, because I don't want to be tempted. I want the quarterback to work out. I want it to work out to the tune of 6 wins, and you going, oh, they've got this thing figured out. Now you can go get him a weapon.
So now
on the
we use the
outside.
7th pick in the draft on a
wide receiver,
yeah, okay.
or a stud offensive lineman, because you know what, Garrett Bowles is a free agent after this year, and you know where you get offensive linemen in the top 10 of the draft, and you know how you build teams on the lines. It's what Sean Payton has said every single day here out at practice. We build the defensive line, we build the interior of the offensive line.
Joe Alt or something
yes.
like that. Yeah.
That's how you do this thing.
Yeah.
And it's okay if you have to eat a 6-win season this year for a 9-win season next year, a 10-win season the year after that. I think every Broncos fan in existence would say yes to that. That's Mark Bertinoli. I'm Alex Ryanami. This is Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Guys, you have one last chance to win a 4-pack of tickets where you can join the excitement of Athleta Presents the Gold Over America Tour starring Simone Biles and America's best gymnasts. This celebration of world-class gymnastics is designed to inspire the next generation of champions led by Simone Biles, the most decorated Olympic gymnast of all time. Athleta Presents the GOAT Tour. It delivers an exhilarating display of jaw-dropping athletic brilliance and high-energy choreography. Every tumble, twist, and gravity-defying trick will have audiences on the edge of their seats. Get tickets now for a thrilling night of family entertainment, and you can win them a 4-pack by texting the word GOLDEN. Yes, GOLDEN with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. We will announce the winner on the other side. Good luck.
Dempsey and Company present KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993.
Colorado's most complete appliance store.
Every day here on Dempsey and Company, we go through the biggest stories surrounding the gridiron with KJ's NFL Notes. We are live from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Before we get into KJ's NFL Notes, just want to pass along congratulations to Mohamed Zatawi, who won a 4-pack of tickets to the Gold Over America Tour starring Simone Biles and America's favorite gymnast. Congratulations. That is not the last time that you can win those tickets throughout the day. Make sure you guys are listening to Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC, as well as Kreckman and Lindahl later today. We'll be giving away 4-packs on every single show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. KJ, take it away with your number one story.
You know, one thing that we have not really gotten into this much here on the station is how much should practices be taken into consideration when we're talking about the harder training camp versus how much you evaluate them on a preseason scale. Obviously, games matter way more. You're going against a different competition. But Sean Payton, he explains a little bit more in depth about why he feels you can get a little bit more out of the preseason and why he will play his starters in the preseason as well.
Look, I think the preseason is important. So I don't want to say I'm old school, but 2 years ago we were last in the league with players injured and lost for the season. I think 130 some players missed games 2 years ago. Last year we finished first in the NFL with 34. So we're going to play our starters in the preseason. I think it's important to build a callus. I think it's important, and obviously you weigh the reps. And so when I say we're going to play them at week 1, it'll be a certain amount of snaps. Week 2 the same, and then we'll see where we're at week 3. But I think it's important. So we our guys, they know that, and we played them last year.
So if coaches still believe that preseason is important, are we putting too much stock into how long training camp should be leading into first preseason game?
No, I don't think so. I think you need to be sharp going into that, especially with a younger team. And it's funny that he says he's putting a big emphasis on playing his starters early on in the preseason. He wants to see what these young guys can do. But the reason why it was interesting is because it came on a day yesterday where there was a devastating loss to this Broncos offensive line, losing swing tackle Quinn Bailey for the season. He's officially been placed on injured reserve. He got rolled up on yesterday. They had an air cast on his ankle. The team scattered. You could hear the break. It was an ugly scene yesterday at practice. So, again, I think it was odd for Sean to go into depth being like, yeah, we have to get calloused. We have to play our starters on a day in which he lost a guy who is Quinn Bailey, integral to keeping the jersey of Bo Nix clean this year, because you're not going to see a completely healthy season from your offensive line again like you did last year. Sure, is there a small chance that you could get 17 straight weeks with health at the offensive line again? I guess there's an opportunity for that to happen, but the chances of it are slim to none. He was supposed to be your sixth guy. He was going to swing left and right. And now you have to bring in a kid from CSU who they signed Oliver Jervis to the training camp roster today. Who knows if he makes the team? I would expect more players, especially when the roster cuts come in the middle of training camp, for the Broncos to sign another veteran offensive tackle to try and make this team as a reserve. It was weird for him to say that after a day in which you lost a guy to injury in camp.
Yeah, but I also think that with a team like this, you don't have to handle them with caution might break like tenderly.
It's funny, the word you want to say is kid gloves, but you don't want to use kid gloves on kids because they are so young.
So I think that, listen, two things. One, all this is going to change when we go to 18 regular season games anyway, right? And you'll get down to how many they're going to play two preseason games, which is nothing. And I bet you they shorten camp too. I bet you, well, we'll see if that's part of what the Players Associations try to get from giving up one more regular season game. And two, there is no one on this team that that could get injured that you would be like, well, there goes our Super Bowl chances, right? So why not just play once again? Reps. Get the guys who you want to get reps as many as possible, as most as possible. I mean, because it doesn't matter to me. Like, it doesn't matter to me whether or not, because you're not going to win the whole thing anyway, man. So get everybody action.
Are there any investments on this team as we're looking at, Cortland Sutton receiving a pass from Bo Nix right now? We're looking at Tim Patrick, who has lost the last 2 seasons due to leg and Achilles injuries, ACL and Achilles injuries. Are there any investments currently on this team that you look at and you go, I hope that Sean Payton keeps them out for the majority of the preseason games?
No. The only people I would think about that is probably some of those expensive offensive linemen, but then you need those offensive linemen to make sure that Bo Nix doesn't get hurt.
Pat Surtain ain't that guy?
So, yeah.
I don't think that dude needs to play in the preseason.
Yeah, you're right. I'd be more than happy if they were just like, yo, PS, shut it down.
It's kind of Pat and Cortland and the rest of them. I'm like, yeah, go play.
Yeah.
Be my guest.
Yeah. No, I mean, yeah, man, there's no – yeah, go ahead, Sean Payton. Normally I ask this question like if this – because Sean Payton a couple of times has mentioned the CBA not allowing them to his practice as much as he would like. And my question is, and I've asked a couple of guys this, but what do you think? I mean, if there was no CBA and there were no restrictions on practice, how do you think Sean Payton handles training camp?
I mean, I think they'd be in pads again today. He stretched practice as long as he could go yesterday. Mm-hmm. As long as he could go. It was north of a 2-hour and 10-minute practice yesterday. I guarantee they'd be in pads again. I don't know if they'd be in pads like murdering each other every day, but he said he was an old school guy. And I take him at his word.
Yeah, but some of those old school. I read an article about some of the training camps that Don Shula used to have back in his day, and it sounds like he was killing people out there. He wouldn't let them drink. He was like, nah.
See, that's insane.
If you're not in shape, if you're thirsty, you're not in shape. Get back out there. And I was like, bro,
that's just dumb, antiquated thinking.
Just going hard, man. But
if you're not vomiting, you're not working hard enough.
We're talking about the 70s and the 80s. Like it was a wild, wild west in the league back then. So I wonder if Sean Payton would take it that old school. If he would just be like 2 a days.
No,
we're hitting, man. Let's go.
No, he's boys with all these guys. All these guys that are leaving the league. Like, you see how buddy he is with all the media members. You can't be that. You can't be a hardo and also be everyone's best friend.
Yeah.
So I don't think he would do it.
I don't know, man. I think he might.
KJ.
He might be wrecking fools.
What's next?
So we talked earlier about Greg Dulcich. And Greg Dulcich, he got asked a series of questions yesterday revolving around, does he have any current limitations as we speak?
Right now I feel great. So, yeah, doing well out there. I'm, just, again, glad to be back.
Are you able to let it rip yet, or are you still thinking, how about
there's definitely, being out as long as I was, there's stuff that you got to kind of pick back up. But, my tight end coach, Declan, he's doing a great job, keeping me up to speed. So I feel awesome with it. And, yeah, having a lot of fun.
The trending question this week has been, how long will it take before you are at a place, you two, as in Roger and Berto, are at a place where you are not thinking about Greg Dulcich's injuries from over the years? Like, when will you get to a place where you're like, okay, that's out of sight, out of mind, and I can just focus on Greg Dulcich, the player?
4 years in a Super Bowl from
now.
I think I need to get through at least half the season. Like, I need to get into the middle of November, like week 10 at Kansas City. If he's played 10 games up until that point, I'll go, all right. Like, I think he can stay healthy for the majority of it. They were dead last in the league last year in receiving yards from the tight end. They didn't even have 400 yards from the tight end position last year. Like, they need to have – like – Greg Dulcich has to be a dude who can put up 600 yards receiving this year. He has to do it, and he hasn't stayed healthy. But like, it will take into the middle of November. How's this? If he's healthy by the time Thanksgiving rolls around, I'm a happy guy.
No, I'm still nervous at that point. He did pause there when he was asked that second question about can he let it rip? He did take a moment because He did pause to think about it, and then I think in his brain he's like, man, yeah, it's been 2 years basically since I've played football, so there is some stuff I need to get back into. But are we Greg Dulcich needs to prove that he's the man, right? He is not. I mean, we all think he's got the potential to be the man, but he hasn't shown it yet. And I don't know. Like, I could ask the same question about Bo Nix. How many games is it going to take for us to sell you one way or the other on Bo Nix? Because I'll tell you right now, people are going to have some fairly strong opinions next week, whatever they do against the Colts. And that game means nothing to me either. I always get super stoked for preseason, and then the preseason gets here, and you're like, oh, yeah, these games are awful.
600 receiving yards gets him in squarely into the top 15 this year. 600 receiving yards. Every single one of the players who had more than 580 receiving yards last year from the tight end position played at least 15 games. The vast majority of them played 16 or 17. So he's got to have a fully healthy season to be a top 15 tight end. And again, it's something that the best teams in the league, like the two best teams in the league, the San Francisco 49ers and the Kansas City Chiefs, they have a couple of things in common, but one of the things that they have is an elite pass-catching tight end. George Kittle, Travis Kelce. Kelce led the league last year with tight end receiving yards with 1,020, and you had 5 touchdowns from Travis Kelce last year in nearly a 1,000-yard season, right? Like, all of the best teams in the league have elite pass-catching tight ends. Sam Laporta, the rookie last year from Detroit, was a stud. They love David Njoku in Cleveland, and we're expecting that team to compete for a playoff position this year. Jake Ferguson had a great year last year with over 750 yards for Dak Prescott and the Dallas Cowboys. They love the young second-year player now, Dalton Kincaid, in Buffalo. You have to have that guy. You must have that guy. So for me, a great season from that dude. You stay healthy, and again, I said I will shirk away my concern over injuries if he is healthy, completely healthy by the time Thanksgiving rolls around. And when that happens, if that happens this year, I expect 600-plus yards to get into the top 15.
Well, I mean, where do you put tight end when it comes to the tier list in the NFL of importance? You know what I mean? Because it goes quarterback, edge rusher, cornerback. What?
You don't think wideout's more important than corner? Look at where the money's being thrown. Look at how much money those guys are making. I think wide receiver's number 3. I think wide receiver's number 3, and I certainly think tight end's top 5.
What about left tackle?
Left tackle's huge too, man. You got to be able to protect the blind side of your biggest investment.
I'll put left tackle at no. I can't. I'm going to go corner 3. I'm still going corner 3.
You can't put corner in front of tackle. I don't even know if you can put corner in front of tight end.
Look at the wide receiving core that the Chiefs just won the Super Bowl with, man. There ain't nothing special about that.
Well, why? Because they have a stud tight end on the roster, not because they've got the best cornerbacks in the league.
All right, so we go quarterback, edge rusher, wide receiver, left tackle, corner.
Yeah, I could do that.
Would that be a good tier list?
Yeah.
The top 5 tier list?
I think that's solid.
And then, I mean, if you want to, you can throw the tight ends in with the wide receiver group. But, I mean, when we talk about the 5 most important positions in the NFL, how many of those do you think the Broncos have locked down with talent?
1. As of right now, 1.
Patrick. It's just Patrick and nothing.
That's it. You can say Garrett Bowles, but Garrett Bowles is on the last year of a deal. So you don't know if he's going to be here for the long term.
Where the Broncos will pay him. Or if he has a great season or a terrible season, or if he gets whatever come off. Like, yeah, if he can keep Bo Nix upright and without a whole bunch of dirt on that nice throwback Broncos jersey.
He's been a solid first-round pick, man.
Pay that man.
Multiple contracts mean you are a good first-round pick. Garrett Bowles has been a good first-round pick.
But it's such an important position that I mean, other teams are going to come in with offers, man. Right? He's going to make some money. Unless he just has a terrible season. It's just an outlier of a season. Or he starts holding all over again, left and right.
I don't think that's going to happen. That guy's a grizzled vet by this time. KJ, one more.
This segment is sponsored by Mountain High Appliance. We are Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. Offering every major appliance line and brand, mountainhighappliance.com. DJ Moore from Chicago, he made some interesting comments recently in regards to the transitioning from Justin Fields to Caleb Williams. I want you guys to kind of pick up on something he said here that kind of was a little weird. I'll put it that way.
Just, you going, how can I say this? you're going to fight for the quarterback that's with you, that you're going to rock with during the season. So, I mean, Justin is my guy, but, I mean, he was the quarterback last year. Now we got Caleb. He's my guy times 2 because he's going to be here. So, that's how we're going to rock.
He's my guy times 2. I get him trying to ride for Caleb Williams. I'm not trying to disrespect him. I get what he's trying to say. But if Justin Fields was your guy, why didn't you ride for Justin Fields and say, I am not going to play unless you have my guy? If you know,
$110 million, KJ. That's why they just paid that man. They just paid DJ Cat. He's not.
Hold on. What did you guys want me to say at the podium? Let me get this exactly right. I will say whatever you want.
It was just yesterday, right? That they were like $110 million locked up. Bam.
We're all for sale, baby.
Yeah, that might be why he was popping off. He was feeling good about getting paid, man. But I don't know. You know what? What's crazy is if Justin Fields is going to start in Pittsburgh. You know what I mean?
Well, Russ hasn't been healthy. He's had that calf injury because he was pushing a blocking sled because he's Russell Wilson.
Yeah,
and
he's crazy.
He has to have his look at me moment. Don't get me wrong. The guy
4 days of camp or something.
He's a great humanitarian. I think what he and Sierra do for the local children's hospitals wherever they live it's unparalleled around the league. There's a lot of great charitable players around the league, but what Russ and Sierra have done, because they do have a different level of money than other individual athletes in the NFL do, he loves the look at me moment. And the blocking sled thing was a look at me moment and cost him a few days of camp. And, well, the reports out of Pittsburgh is that Justin Fields hasn't exactly taken that opportunity and run with it. I said when that all came to a head of like Fields and Wilson in the same spot that they were eventually going to give that job to Justin Fields. Doesn't necessarily seem that way. Offensive coordinator was it Art Smith in Pittsburgh?
Yeah, Arthur Smith.
Right, because
Arthur Smith.
Because they tried to get him in. Where did they try to get him? Oh, New York, right? Because they were like, yo, come down here and help Nathaniel out because he doesn't know offense very well. And they're like, why is he your offensive coordinator then?
Art Smith likes Fields. Tomlin doesn't like Fields. Art Smith doesn't necessarily like Wilson. Tomlin likes Wilson. There's going to be there's going to be some heads butting there in Pittsburgh.
I just want to see Russ in that second game of the
that's
season.
All. That's all we care. I think that's all the NFL cares about. Is like you guys play. Russ plays against the Broncos, and then we don't give a damn what else. Like, if you're asking the script writers, right, the NFL is scripted, was what everyone says. The script writers have that thing penciled in right now. Penciled in, penned in, chiseled into marble. That's what they want out of that game. That's going to do it for KJ's NFL Notes. This is Dempsey & Company, Alex Ryanemi, alongside the network host of your Avs and your Nuggets, Mark Bertinola. You guys know him better as Berto. We'll wrap things up on the other side and then throw things out to PhD back at our studios in Park Meadows. Back out at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Alex Ryanemi alongside Mark Burton.
Man, I think your mic is jacked.
Yeah, I'm not hearing you. Are you unmuted now?
I don't know. No, he's unmuted. Someone figured
We lost him. Where is he? Is this him?
Berto, take it away.
Okay, what's up, people? How y'all doing, man? How y'all doing?
See, you had to go messing with me, and now you don't need it.
Lindahl broke everything. Yeah, you're off, man. Go ahead. Yeah. All right. Well, you know what? We'll just let Lindahl
Just
do his
take
thing.
my headset.
No, you
I
tell
got
us.
plenty of airtime coming up,
You were
baby.
the one out here watching practice. Tell us what went down, man. What impressed you today?
Well, I mean, you and I talked about it yesterday. At some point, I do want to see how much stretch in the field this offense is going to do.
Yeah.
Because they're not doing necessarily a lot of it right now. But, again, maybe that's not in the game plan. We'll see. We just went through a team period. You know what? Bo Nix finished it off with a nice high-point throw back in the end zone. Devon Vele went up, got it, made sure he landed in bounds. There was a nice run there by Audric Estime. He's also really getting the attention of a lot of people. And, a guy you and I talked a little bit about yesterday, I think, has had a few nice catches and then, deep corners of the end zone and tapping the feet down is Troy Franklin. He also had a little trick play reverse that he ran there. Very quick into the end zone, so you could see some of the speed there. So you know what? The offense. Now, again, I don't know that it was against the first-team defense on all the time, but we're at least getting some offensive highlights, and that's good.
So what have you decided in your heart now about this team after watching it today?
Nothing.
Yeah, you got nothing.
Well, I mean,
nothing.
I will say,
Absolutely
okay, so
nothing. Hi guys, my microphone's working again.
what I've decided is it looks a lot like last year. Does it not? Show me something that doesn't look. I mean, we were watching a lot of this last year, and so that's what Berto. We talked about it. You guys even kind of mentioned it too. I'm not going to make any bold predictions watching Broncos against Broncos. I need to watch you go against another team. Because, again, the overall quality of the roster is still to be determined, is it not?
Yeah.
So, yeah, at times the defense can look really good, But, look, the offensive line's had their moments. The secondary. Here's the thing that gets interesting about this week. I was talking to one of the PR guys, Tyler, about this because we've lived this. This is the week of camp that I think sucks the most for the guys because it's the longest week. They've had a lot of padded practice. There's no game. Next week, they have a game at the end of the week at least to look forward to.
Yeah.
So, just get through this one. It's so funny. You guys, you're young. You and I are the same age. Remember when this thing was like 6 weeks?
Yeah.
And they'd go like 3 or 4 weeks before they played a stinking game?
Yeah, that was brutal.
And now here we are talking about like the second real full week, and this is the tough week?
Right. I don't like it, man. You know how much I hate Broncos training camp. It's just boring. It's boring.
That was the first thing. Andy, we get Berto on today. I'm all juiced up to have him on. He goes, well, I'm already bored.
He told me that yesterday. But I'll give it to you. Look, I told you. My first years were Mike Shanahan and Greeley, 2-a-days, and then down here, 2-a-days. And they played real football, if you want to say it that way. But,
that was real football because those dudes were hitting each other.
Oh, they're killing each other.
They were hitting each other. And that's the last thing you want to have happen here. Although when it does happen in pads like that, like people are still talking about that Estime hit from 2 days ago when he trucked that fool. So it's just like they're like, we don't want to hit, but then when somebody actually does get a hit, you're like, yeah.
Are you convinced both players were actively seeking contact on
the
that play?
Estime one?
Yeah.
No. I mean, look.
So I wonder if that was actually going to be the case if both players were looking to take each other down to the ground. I have.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think if you're a smart corner, you're going at the knees of Estime.
You're a way bigger dude than I am. If you're not if you're not expecting that I'm going to come hit you in the chest, I can knock you over. But if you're expecting it, you're going to throw my forehead into the turf.
Looking at Estime, you better not go high on that dude, especially if you're the size of the corner that was trying to go high.
He looks real, man. That guy is your
Jeff
legit third-round back. Or a third-down back. He's going to be your guy in the red zone if you have to run the ball in the red zone this year. And I think it's the reason why they drafted that dude.
Do you think that we'll ever get back to an era where a player like Terrell Davis would be, a dominant force on a Super Bowl team? A running back would be the most dominant force on a football team?
I think if you have a defensive head coach, yes.
Yeah,
and I say that for this reason. And this is going to be the challenge for Sean. Offensive guys love to hear about how creative their pass plays and play calling is. And the simple run it left, run it right, run it left, grind them into the ground, you don't get praised for that. You don't get labeled the mastermind or the genius or whatever by calling run plays. And so how long can he handle that part of it? We'll see. If Sean Payton is willing to run the football as the play caller, the way they did in the middle of the season when the Broncos made it interesting for the playoffs again, this team's got a chance. There's no doubt about it. Don't throw it all on the shoulders of what I think is going to be your rookie QB starting. And, you'll have a puncher's chance. This league, and I'm curious to see how long before the NBA rounds into this too. This league is set up, I think, where most teams are going to be in that 8 to 10 win range. Mm-hmm. And the elite teams find a way to, +3 or +4 on 13, the 10. Yep. The really crappy teams are -3, -4. And then there you go. So
I think they're going to be in the middle of that pack. Berto asked me last segment, how many wins do you think they get? I think they get 6 this year. And I think that's okay. I think that means that you've gotten a decent year out of Bo Nix, where you've seen some good things.
Right?
Right, because the over-under's at 5.5. I still think the defense is going to be better than people expect it to be after losing a little bit of talent there, especially with Justin Simmons walking away from the safety position. Like, the defense looks fine right now. Do you think the defense looks good now because of the investments that they've made in the defensive line, Andy, or because it's just early on in camp and defenses always look better than offenses?
I don't know how good our offense is. That's the question. And I'm sorry, I know radio we're supposed to give hot takes and all this stuff. I've just done this long enough to know there are a number of Bronco teams that thought were going to be really good, and they came out, and all of a sudden you're like, uh-oh, maybe we're really bad. And quite honestly, I had one of those moments last year when the Rams came out and owned them the first day. I was like, well, that's a major red flag, because the Rams weren't thought to be much of anything, right? Look, I think here it is. Vance Joseph, of the two systems last year, Vance Joseph, the defense ended up playing probably better than the offense by the end of the year. Fair to say?
Yes.
And now they're in year 2, and Vance Joseph may have lost Justin Simmons, but he's still got Pat Surtain. They added a guy in Malcolm Roach, who I believe was a Vance Joseph, or no, he was the Saints guy. They added somebody that was a Vance Joseph guy. Maybe Roach had played for him somewhere as well. John Franklin Myers, I think, is going to be a great addition. So
the safety.
Brandon Jones.
Did Brandon play for him in Miami?
He might have. No, he might have. I can't remember. My point being, though, that the offense lost its quarterback. No matter what you thought of that quarterback, the offense lost its starting quarterback, so it's a reset for the whole system, for Sean Payton, for everybody. Vance Joseph didn't lose anybody so critical that they haven't had a full reset. Zach Allen is still really good and knows the system. DJ Jones, don't forget, is still a good run stuffer, and it looks like he's going to have help. So I do think the defense should be better than a year ago.
But it was, I didn't hate the defense. Well, after
we did in Miami.
They did not overlap in Miami, Brandon Jones and Vance.
But after they gave up 7 in Miami, they started to get it together. And then, they were a major reason that you went on that little win streak to give you a little bit.
They turned the ball over them.
But, yeah.
They got to turn the ball
over
again.
Right. They got all those turnovers. Do you think – because even though, to me, they look so much better at the end of the season than they did at the beginning, but statistically, they still finished. I think almost every single one of those defensive numbers were in the bottom 5 in the NFL.
Because you can't. What happened to them in Miami? You don't crawl out from under.
That's forever. Forever.
Even on that playoff run where they were winning a bunch in a row, even the commentators couldn't quit talking about the fact you gave up 70, even though it had been like 2 months at that point since you'd done it. I'll tell you what. For any Bronco fan out there that wants a commitment on something and maybe even wants to see it with their own eyes, here's what I'd say. Come out to the Green Bay practices here in a couple weeks. That's because, look, Green Bay is supposed to be a really good young team. You hang with that team, you hang with Jordan Love, you hang with that system, then you're probably in pretty good shape at least to start the season. Injuries change everything, right? We already saw that, Quinn Bailey's down, and how that changed some things coming up here, we'll find out. But I think Green Bay, those practices will give you some idea of where you're at.
And last year, Green Bay wasn't expected to take that big of a jump. They had the youngest roster in history to make the playoffs. If you can show that you are of that ilk, then everything that I've said over the past few days of me expecting them to be a 6 or 7 win team, I might have to throw that out the window.
If you hang with Green Bay, you're probably in that 8 to 9 range, just because Green
Bay
is
being talked about.
A couple breaks, right?
Yep.
Couple games go your way, you don't deal with injury. The deal with injury, everybody hates hearing it, but it's the true test of what's going to happen in an NFL season. These guys don't have a lot of depth no matter what. No matter what. And even, look, I heard you guys talking about the receivers early, and, yeah, the receivers look good, but they've got a lot of the same guy. It goes back to the conversation you and I had. And whether you want to trade for one right now or not doesn't matter. The reality is that sooner or later you need someone that's elite. And I don't know that anybody on this offense, at least at the skill positions right now, you would define as elite.
Yeah.
Tight end, running back, receivers. They're all good, maybe very good. But again, you need someone that's a top 5 guy for this thing to start
That's
going.
$40 million a year, though.
The way that
$40 million a year.
The way that I look at those players, Berto, is remember the Seattle Kraken when they beat the Avs in round 1?
Yeah,
Just
I
a bunch of
remember it.
middle 6 players.
Yeah, I
They never
remember
had
it.
a stud, but they were good enough to scare you for a little bit, and then they petered out in the second round. That's the way that I look at the tight end group, the wide receivers, and the running backs. They're a bunch of middle 6 hockey players that are going to get the job done enough, but aren't going to be able to take you to the promised land. That's the reason why, again, and I'll say it constantly, if you win 6 games this year and you get a top 7 pick, you can utilize that on either an offensive lineman if Garrett Bowles moves on, or you take one of, if not the best wide receiver in the draft next year, and then you have your chance to have a game breaker.
See, I would also here. I will say I'm not coming off this because when he's played, I've seen it. Mike Sanford can't believe what he's seeing out of him. With health, the guy that can make us all eat these words is Greg Dulcich. But health, I mean, it's got to be perfect health. You can't have the hammy nagging you. You can't. He is the guy that is the coverage problem. He is the guy that is the matchup problem.
That's Andy Lindahl for Andy, for KJ, for Dixon, Josh, Berto. Thanks for hanging out with me and getting up earlier than you have in the last 20 years. I'm Alex Ranemi. PhD is coming up next. That'll do it for us from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Again, all of our coverage here on Dempsey and Company from Broncos Camp is brought to you by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where you bank. Visit ccu.org to learn more. Columbus, Hastings, DMAC. It's coming up in a few minutes.
And we're also joined by Andy Lindahl, who is at the tent. Andy, what is the status of practice right now with the Broncos?
So they're going again. I can't.
Oh, okay.
It looks like, again, I think this is going to be another one all the way till 12:30. Because
Interesting.
this is, and I guess we've all lived it. Tyler's lived it more intimately, but we've all covered it. This is now the long week of camp with no game to break it up, right? They're going through Saturday before they get another off day. I believe from what I'm looking at, I think we're doing some punt drills right now. DMAC is what we're doing. But we had a great team period there, right as the stroke of noon hit or so is about when it ended. But, it's some exciting stuff. All three quarterbacks having a few moments. But, the one that's going to get everybody's buzzing is Bo Nix. Put one up back of the end zone. High ball. Devon Vele went up and grabbed that sucker.
Vele.
Dotted the feet inbounds. That would have been a touchdown. Zach Wilson put a nice ball on Greg Dulcich, but good cover from Ellis, who is it, Jonah Ellis, right? Luther's kid.
Yeah.
Didn't know he had coverage in him, but he was on him the whole way. He broke that play up.
Jonas had a great day
yesterday.
yesterday also, by the way, Andy. I forgot to talk about him, but he had a really good day yesterday.
And then Troy Franklin's had more than a few. I think D-Mac and Scotty, you were out here for a couple of his moments, and in that goal line period I was talking about there, should call it goal line, not team, they had a little trick play where Franklin worked his way in, worked his quickness, and boom. Little touchdown there. So you know what? Nice to see the offense have some moments here.
So we're winning the Super Bowl. Let's
go.
go.
I wouldn't go that far.
Huh? The
we're going streaking in the quad, though. If you're
the
interesting
thing for me, see if you thought this, you guys, that they had officials out here today.
Yes.
And I said, okay. And they'd gone 3 straight days of pads, and today they're shells or whatever. And they had officials. So I thought that was interesting. In fact, they broke the 3 quarterbacks up at one time. They had Stidham down on one end, kind of red zone working with the wide receivers. You had Bo Nix over here on the other half of the court, more midfield, but working with tight ends. And then you had Wilson over on the other field with running backs. And I found that it's funny. Sean Payton spent almost the entire time of that one-on-one stuff with the running back side of things. But all the yelling and screaming were done the wide receiver, and because you're seeing yellow flags and stuff going up, and these guys are called, and you can tell the DBs and the wide receivers are getting after each other on some of the penalty called. You know what? Actually, a little bit surprised that they have not had referees out there until today. I feel like almost every training camp I've ever been in, we've had refs out there from day one of training camp. But I could understand why Sean might not want to do that. Because it can actually slow down practice. It can actually derail things because once you start throwing flags, now we got guys asking questions. It's just a bit of a distraction. But most camps do have refs out there all the time.
Andy, what was the quarterback rotation today?
So today it was Stidham, Wilson, then Nix, right, Scotty? I believe that's what I saw. Wilson with the 2s. And again, it was it just was a lot of these days feel the same. Some good, some bad. Stidham still runs the offense the most efficiently, but I will say after telling you guys, and again, I'm not going to call it a party environment out here, but there were more plays I'd say in this practice to get a few cheers.
You
than
know
what
what
we've seen the previous few days.
You were on. We talked yesterday. And you talked about you didn't think there was enough juice in training camp so far. One, there was no pads, so that helps you. But today, and maybe it's because the officials, and now we're seeing yellow flags or what. I felt like there was more juice today than before. And like I said, I'm overstand watching the running backs and Wilson and Sean Payton. In fact, I'm creeping down because Sean Payton, he's teaching. He was in there teaching guys. He was showing cuts. It's kind of funny when you watch head coaches fake a cut, and showing guys what to do and stuff. We had White Lightning before. Don't forget Nathaniel Hackett taking the handoffs. But he wasn't doing that. He would stop guys and he would talk to the linebacker or usually linebacker safety that was sitting there guarding the running backs coming out of the backfield. But I thought it was interesting. I was more surprised it was interesting today than I was thinking it was going to be.
Okay. We did have a signing, by the way, and it's official that Quinn Bailey sadly goes on IR. Saw that coming. And they signed a Colorado State guy. They signed Jervis, or I want to get it right. I got it. Don't help me. Oliver Jervis. Andy, you know anything about? Oh, thank you. You know anything about Oliver Jervis?
I don't know that we've had a lot of Olivers in Broncos camp. I can tell you that, but I'll take one. I don't even know a lot of Olivers in football, period. Now you're going to have to do a Kreckman and Lindahl bit. Give me some Olivers.
Every Oliver I knew about, he would always go to the coach to say, please, Coach, may I have more?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was
old school Oliver.
Yeah.
That's
sure.
old school.
You know what? I think Zach Wilson might be doing that with the ones, but that's neither here nor there. We did just get a cheer for something, but again, DMAC, that sweet angle,
nice
that we've got. How it is. There are a lot of butts out there, so I don't think they were cheering the butts, but I don't know. Maybe
were they doing all team stuff near the fans again?
Yes. Yes.
Well, that's good, man. I'm glad they're doing. It's not great for us. But we can go up on the hill. They're not stopping the media from going up on the hill if we want
hill's
to.
Money, man. It is. Being up on the hill is 10 times the view. You
Yeah.
just get everything. You can actually understand. You can't just, when you're down below, it's hard to just follow one thing. You can actually get the aerial view. That's the spot to be, man.
Andy, I think we got another team period going. So Mike Sanford, who's going to jump on with you guys at 20 here, is going to go down and get a view at it and see what they're doing. So.
Good. We'll have Mike on in about 13 minutes.
And again, 2 days in a row doing what you said, a little bit longer.
Yeah.
Extending the practice a little bit longer than they normally
Well,
would.
Sean has literally taken as much time as he's been allowed to have for every single practice.
Yeah.
He has not cut anything shorter, and he has not gone saying no pads when you could have pads. He is taking everything they're giving him.
Well, there's
absolutely now, real quick, they all called the team in. Everybody was lined up like an L between, what would be along one of the yard lines and then to the sideline. And now everybody ran in, and there's a big huddle in the middle. So either we're going to get the end of practice, or he's going to ask him for one more really good period before they get out of there. We'll see.
Tyler?
Oh yeah, we were talking about the practice length. Hey, the new CBA, there just ain't enough time to skip out on a minute. I mean, if you got a minute 30 that's left in that practice field, you might as well take that thing, because gone are the days of the double days. Gone are the days of being out there on the field as much as you possibly can.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm here for it. I like it, what he's doing. You're right. The early parts of camp, you're only allowed to do 90 minutes. It's so funny, and I'm not going to talk about my youth team, but it's literally the same acclimation periods of youth football, 8th graders, 90 minutes of helmets, 90 minutes of shoulder pads. Then you get to go into full pads and hitting, right? It's standardized from youth football all the way up to the NFL these days.
Is that a problem? Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Not a bad thing per se. I do think that the NFL has probably gone too light big picture. I think the acclimation stuff is smart. That stuff is smart. But, hey, man, training camp, there's a lot of wasted time in that day now. I mean, there's a lot of time.
Tyler, let me ask you this, though, and they just all broke up and they're going back, so this is not the end of practice. That had to be a pep talk thing.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll ask you, look, man, I just don't think there's a lot of practice time, period. And I think you've already, when you've cut down what these preseason games are, when you've cut down a lot of what you're doing, I just think it's tough for young players to earn jobs sometimes. Again, who does less practice time benefit? The guys that already know what they're doing, right?
Yeah, right. Usually the veterans. It's kind of funny in going back to the NBA days. When I first started in the league, we had 2-a-days, 2 hours each practice, and it was practice. You played more in the evenings, but there was no rest for the weary. Now they'll do a practice, and then they'll do a shoot around type stuff in the afternoons. And I remember going even to Greeley, because we would go up there. Andy, remember you and I? We would drive up, catch morning practice, and it was a practice.
Mm-hmm.
Then you go back in the cafeteria, you'd sit there and have lunch, and you got killed a little bit of time. Then they get back out there at 2 o'clock, and then it was practice.
Well, that's the old days.
They were practicing.
I thought that looked stupid back in the day, Andy. I don't know what your perception was. I thought it was dumb. I think we're putting pads on twice a day. We're killing ourselves. Why
was it stupid?
Honestly, I think
real quick, Tyler. I want to hear from DMAC if you don't mind. I'm not trying to take over your show, but I'm curious because I'll tell you what. At least for what we do, you could tell who could play football. Scotty, back me up on this. The first player that I ever felt comfortable as I was doing sideline duties, I came to Dave and Scott because they were in Dove Valley at this point, but they were still doing it the way we talked about because it was under Shanahan. And Reuben Jones is the first guy that caught my eye because Reuben Jones could break a tackle, and they were actually trying to tackle. And you could actually see what running back maybe had a little something behind him.
He became a pretty good player.
Well, I think it's stupid because it overextends the athletes and would lead to injury. That's why I think it's stupid. And I don't think you need to do it to play football. That's my opinion.
You're judging that from hindsight. Would you doing that 20 years ago
I thought
thinking
it was,
the same thing?
I thought it was stupid back then. I just thought it was dumb. I was covering the Buffalo Bills in Fredonia and doing the same thing back in the early 90s. And I was like, what are you guys doing? This is dumb.
Well, I think you're on a seesaw right now, right? So back in the day, like if one side was way up of way too much work that was going on, they've now counteracted that, and now it's gone all the way down to the bottom, and there's too little work going on. I do think that there's a proper balance that could be had there. I'm not saying there has to be 2-a-days every day,
Right.
but I do think that even if you just allowed 1 2-a-day a week, maybe 2 2-a-days a week. I think that would be a proper balance, and don't let them both be fully padded. But you could do one fully padded one. You could do one that is just in helmets or whatever, right? But I do think that right now the seesaw has actually counteracted to there's not enough time in the day to work.
And Berto and Raj talking a little bit about it. We all saw the movie. I read the book, the Junction Boys.
Sure. Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
At Texas
Bear
A&M
Bryant.
coming right out of World War II, right? That right there. That was a real
I guess, but you're depriving guys of water. I mean, it's not very healthy.
That's stupid. It's absolutely, especially what we know now. We didn't know none of that stuff back then. Dude, I remember going practice and say, make sure you take your salt pills. We were going 2-a-days in football in high school, taking salt pills.
Yep.
What I mean, the technology has caught up a little bit.
But we get a crappier first month of football. Because
we do? What's crappier about it?
The tackling's not as good.
You don't like scoring? You don't like close games? You don't like upsets?
Yeah, if you want listen, man, if you don't mind knowing that it was maybe not people at their best, fine. I just think it was more crisp football. And look, a lot of the guys will still tell you they needed to get some of that hitting in so that you could fall right.
Well, but Tyler
guys
just said
fall on each other the
Tyler's
same way.
right.
You had to take a hit.
It was too extreme back in the day. Now,
There's
they also
no doubt.
had
The
118
padded
guys
practices
in
a day
camp.
was nuts.
Guys, Andy, everybody, if the coaches want their players to hit and tackle and everything, you got 3 preseason games. Unleash the hounds.
That's the dumbest way to do it because it's an unprotected environment. The way that you want to hit is in a protected environment where you understand that it's your own guys. You're not taking your guys to the ground.
Exactly.
Once you get into the preseason game, that's the last spot that you want guys to go get their first contact.
You got to
now it's war. Now it's a real war.
You got to join practice with the Packers eventually. Every team has 1 or maybe even 2 joint practices. Are you guys kidding me? You don't think there's enough time to be able to do what you need to do by September 9th?
I think we're headed the wrong direction. Yes,
Andy.
No, I think young guys need more reps, and I think you need to see more live football. There's not a lot of live football out here.
I don't know how I would have done it. And granted, the NFL is not built for guys like me. Okay, the NFL is built for the first rounders. It's built for the second rounders. It's built for the superstars. Okay, but I think back on my career, how I made it in my rookie year. And first off, it took a lucky break. Eric Paris was the swing tackle. He got a bad back injury, right? But then what that allowed me 4 preseason games of going out there and playing football that I wasn't previously allowed to play. And it probably would have been just 1 game without that. So had I only had 1 game to go out there and play, they probably aren't going to trust me, right? But because I got 4 of them things, they got to see a lot of film of me. Now all of a sudden they trusted me. So, it's going to be really tough for the undrafted guys, but I get it. The league's not built for the undrafted guys.
But see, Tyler, I feel like you're right. And you know who then you miss out on? You miss out on Carl Mecklenburg. You miss out on Terrell Davis. You miss out on Shannon Sharp. You miss out on maybe Tommy Nalen, who was a 7th-round draft pick. Because, again, you don't have these guys. You miss out on Tom Brady, the one everybody loves to go to. Because I do think, and I think we're seeing some of it in this exact camp, things are skewed towards the high draft pick guys. And maybe you miss out on a good football player. But, look, it is what it is.
Time out. Let's go there. Give me a guy you think on this field right now for the Broncos, if he were to get a little bit more opportunity, in your opinion, he would break through and he'd prove to be something special.
Right now, I think the quarterback competition is skewed towards your first-round pick.
Well, that's different, Andy. I mean, he's going to get that job no matter what, right?
Okay, so but what's wrong with having him earn it? Mike Shanahan, our guy. Everybody loves Mike Shanahan. I think D-Mac does. He even admitted I gave over the job to Cutler too quickly. So, I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with making him earn it. I don't think there's anything wrong with letting Zach Wilson get a few shots at the ones because, frankly, when it comes to the reps every day, I feel like Zach and Bo have been about even. I don't know that there's one day that Zach really kicked Bo's rear end.
No, but
they're both
I just
losing
don't
out
think
to Stidham.
I just don't think that he fits the mold of what we're talking about right now because, like, it's already built for the first rounders. So, like, guys that might miss out on an
What about
opportunity.
Sills?
So the guy that I'll give you is Vele. Now, I think he would make the team. He's going to make the team no matter what. But if you gave him enough reps, if you gave him enough practices, you gave him enough games, he might not only make the team, but he might actually make it into the rotation of being on the active roster.
Andy, we appreciate you hanging
Hey,
out.
real quick. No, now hold on. You know what? I gotta cut you off because for once I now know what DMAC wants. The side conversation of the day, DMAC. You didn't ask me that question.
Okay, yeah.
Look out for Audric Estime. Look out. He's coming from guys that I trust.
Okay.
They are loving what they're seeing. And I said, well, does that mean Javonte's gone? No. They think they're both going to look for them to just have maybe the most bruising backfield they've had in quite a while.
That's fine. I'll tell you this. I'm watching Samaje Perine. He is such a good pass catcher.
Right?
That's going to be a tough cut, man.
I don't disagree with you, but maybe you shop him, DMAC. We've talked so much
How
about
about you just get rid
guys?
of the fullback, Michael Burton, and
See,
just
I'm with you.
Andy
Let's all
told
get
me
in
that
band.
today.
just get rid of him. Use a
I
tight
guess
end.
I guess
for
you
what
guys don't
need.
like first downs. I guess you don't like first
I
downs
guess
on third
we-
and short.
I guess we
I
don't.
guess you don't like good goal line plays.
I guess
because we want to rely on our young rookie quarterback throwing the ball in the end zone, right? That's what we want. Or would you rather run the ball in?
Let me
from the
ask you
3-yard
this
line?
then, Tyler. With the way he's built, how come you could not show Estime how to maybe do a little of that?
Agreed. Totally agreed.
And I'm legit asking. I'm not being a wise ass.
Well,
about it,
I'm
but
not
legit
gonna. I'm
asking.
not gonna say there's no reason why you couldn't. I think you could, but it would take time to develop it. Right? It's a skill set that he hasn't practiced. That he's not a blocker. That's not what he does. Could he learn it? Sure, with time and investment, probably he could.
I hear a horn. We have to take a break.
Well,
Mike
I also
Sanford.
heard a cheer there, guys. So you can ask him what the cheer was for.
Okay, we'll have Mike Sanford coming on next live at Camp. Thank you, Andy. We're at the Backus and Shanker Studios. Their passion is justice. PhD on 92.5.
Yes, I was just asked it 2 seconds ago. And look, I thought overall, I'm sure there's going to be some plays we look at that it was mostly third down. A lot of the work was third down, but yeah, I mean, we'll see the tape and evaluate it. But I thought overall pretty well. I mean, there are plays where you're going to look at and correct, and then there's others where you're going to say, hey, but I do have to watch the film because I'm looking at so much. And he ran with the ones, and I like his progress.
Later tonight, 8 o'clock, Tyler Columbus will join myself and Mike Sanford.
Oh, I forgot about that.
You're scheduled to. At
oh,
least.
boy.
We'll see if it happens.
I'll see you there.
All right. Just get me an email.
Shoot me a text.
I will. I'll remind you. And we do the digital thing. It was cool having Coach on last night with Raj, and Scotty's been on with Andy, and we do it every single night as we're giving you the most extensive training camp coverage with eyes on the scene. Mike Sanford, what are you looking at right now?
I'm looking at just some post-practice work, a bunch of families and small children of coaches and players out on the field. It's training camp. Good vibes, man. Everything's good. It's sunny. It's nice. Yeah, let's go.
Andy said energy felt a little bit different today. Did you feel that?
I did a little bit. I will say, though, that practice, I think today was the longest practice of training camp. Didn't really get off the field. They're still out there, 2 hours and 24 minutes. Not what I expected in a non-padded day, right in the middle of all the padded grind of training camp. It was a really good practice in terms of hitting a bunch of situations. Red zone was the big emphasis, similar to Saturday, but there were also some third down ladder periods as well in 11-on-11. And, it was a lot of work got done, I should say.
Hey, they did third down yesterday. Do you think they went back and we just played a clip from Peyton from yesterday and said, I got to go back and watch the film? Do you go and press on it 2 times in a row, 2 days in a row because you didn't like what you saw in the film, or such an integral part of an effective offense that we better get our third downs down?
Yeah, I think you had days 1 through 4 was a unique install. Each day was a different, either situation, run schemes, pass concepts went in by day. And then from everything I heard from the quarterback position is that they reinstall 1 through 4 in days 5 through 8. But I think when you've already installed the concepts, now you can start crossing over in what was practice 7 today. To have the opportunity to touch back on some of the third down, it being such an important situation. So I agree from that standpoint, Scotty, that probably they were able to get extra reps at stuff that they repped yesterday.
All right. Well, what stood out today?
Well, I think some of the energy, I don't know if Andy Lindahl talked about it, but Zach Wilson today with the 2s. I don't know if he got out of character based off what he's supposed to do, but the ball was thrown down the field, threw a beautiful ball to Jalen Virgil that frankly, I mean, this is a true down the field, not the one that everybody was talking about yesterday at practice. And then I found out it was a 12-yard comeback route on the sideline, and we define that as down the field. But this was over the top of the defense. And Jalen Virgil, who I think is going to be a long shot to make this roster based off what I've seen out here, he ran with his hands up for about 6 strides on a Zach Wilson throw on a post and didn't catch up to the ball, but it was right on the numbers. And then Zach Wilson, I think a play or two later, threw a beautiful ball on a downfield wheel route to Jaleel McLaughlin, who made a tremendous catch. I think he just keeps trending in a great direction.
Their running back room is going to be good.
I was just going to go
be
there.
A tough
All
room.
right. Would you keep the fullback burden or not? Because it might be at the expense of Samaje Perine.
Hey, Mike's a college football guy. They have no use for a fullback in that game.
No, that's not true. I mean, I actually love the position of fullback. I just saw my old boss, David Shaw, walk by, and to say that I don't come from a fullback world would be about the biggest understatement. We carried 3 on scholarship at Stanford in 5 years I coached there. But, the thing that I'd say about what Burton does, I think it can very easily be replicated by Nate Atkins.
Yes, I was going to ask about that. Yeah.
And Nate Atkins has been just a consistent performer. He's got a certain edge about him, how he plays, and it's not just the fight that he had, the training camp fight that he started. I think Nate Atkins gives you a lot of versatility, and he's a really good athlete. So you can use him in an inline tight end position, even at flex tight end, and in the backfield. It's not hard, and you can address different personnel groupings with a whole bunch of different looks. And so I do like Nate Atkins as potentially a Burton type guy.
So if you got somebody else can fill the role, that's fine. And if Nate Atkins is that guy, but let me tell you guys why, in my opinion, especially this year, it's incredibly important to have a guy that is very good at playing that position. It's specifically like a true fullback. Okay, number one, I'm biased. I always like a fullback on my team. But number two, the most important reason why you have a fullback on the field, especially for a young quarterback in third and short and goal line situations, is we are talking about the only time as a play caller that you can have true call it and run it plays, okay? Meaning I'm going to call a play, I'm calling 18 force, I'm calling whatever I'm calling. And because I've got that fullback on the field, it doesn't matter what they bring up into that box out of something outrageous, right? Whatever they bring up there, we can run our play. They can't get us out of it because we've got enough hats for it. When you don't have a fullback on the field and you've got a young quarterback, now you're relying on that young quarterback to get you into the right play, because if they bring an extra linebacker into the box, if they bring that safety down, now all of a sudden he's got an audible out of 18 push to 19 weak, right? So these are just things, it's little things that you get to take off the plate of a young quarterback. Would you agree with that, Mike?
I agree wholeheartedly. I mean, if you look at the check system, which a lot of people use the word kill, or they use can, you're getting to those plays, and typically that's a one-back offense type of a methodology and a belief, a philosophy in how you call plays. And yes, it does put more onus on the quarterback, a rookie quarterback, to be taxed with a lot of what he has to do is pre-snap. And so in a lot of offenses, when you do add that second back into the backfield, be it a fullback, be it the second, third tight end who replaces that role, you have tank plays. And what tank plays are plays that are good versus all looks.
You can't get him out of it.
Call it and haul it.
Is Jaleel McLaughlin making the team?
100%.
Okay.
There's nobody else out here, D-Mac, that does what Jaleel McLaughlin does. He is, to me, he's the unicorn of this roster in the sense that he is, I think, the best pass catcher. Blake Watson, he had his first day back today, which was great. He started out on the NFI, but first time in the flat, he dropped the ball right in his hands.
Okay, fine. He's a practice squad guy. We're not worried about Blake Watson.
Well, that was somebody that could have been in that competition because Blake Watson led all running backs last year with nearly 50 catches.
I get it, but he's safe. He ain't going to get claimed on a 53. You can put him on practice squad, and he's going to be fine. He's not going to get –
And he's the only other person that would be in that conversation with Jaleel McLaughlin to answer your original question.
Is Javonte Williams making the team?
100%, yes.
Okay. Is Estime making the team?
At least practice squad. He's been very steady out here. I think there's a role for him. In fact, with the ones today in the tight red zone, he got the beginning of the period. I mean, so you can see where he's starting to play into a role with this team, and that's where this team was deficient a year ago. It's scoring inside of the 7-yard line.
So really, the decision you have to make is who's going to be better for the team. This year, for what you want to do, and it's a simple question, Samaje Perine or Michael Burton.
So here's my take on that, right? So what does Samaje bring to the table that the other guys do not, right? Maybe pass protection.
Pass catching ability and protection.
Okay, I mean, he's a solid he's a solid receiver, but he's nothing spectacular. Like
he's
got
56
steady hands.
Targets and caught 52 balls.
He's got steady hands, but he's not electric when he's got the ball in his hands.
No, but he's a load.
Hold on. Okay, but you got to ask yourself, when you've got all those running backs in the room, you have to have a specific purpose for each guy that is going to be in that room. And I don't see anything that is that special about Samaje that I would say I got to carry 5 specific running backs. That is like they all have got the same purpose on the team. I don't need that many running backs on my football team.
All right, so Michael Burton does more for you than Samaje Perine.
Personally, yes.
Mike?
You're going to be in a lot more third down situations, and Samaje Perine is the only proven third down pass protector. And while his targets and catches, 52 out of 56, was a really impressive number, the reality of that watching the team last year is those were either design screen passes, which you can't, or checkdowns. That's how
every running back in the NFL should be able to.
Well, if you're going to start a rookie, you're not going to have a lot of checkdowns. Just keep that in mind, also. In our first segment with Andy, I was going to throw Atkins as a guy that I'm interested to keep following because to me, it looks like he can play fullback with tight ends, which now makes Burton, but then that means you're going to keep probably 4 tight ends.
You want to go through your tight ends? Your tight ends are going to be Dulcich, Kroll, Troutman, and Atkins.
And there it is. And now Atkins can swing back and forth.
And I think Atkins can do just as much. Mike, you're pointing it out. that Burton. Listen, these are real competitions. This quarterback stuff isn't a real competition.
No.
But these are real competitions. So if you want to say, hey, man, you need to hit more, you need to do more, you need to tackle more, I would tend to actually agree with you about guys like this.
Think about this conversation. Mike, you and I were standing there for a little bit together. I found it interesting that Sean Payton, in the three breakdowns where you had Nix over there with the tight ends, and then you had Stidham over there with the wide receivers, and then you had Wilson right here with the running backs. Sean Payton spent his time with the running backs. I mean, he was in that section, that whole one-on-one drill was there with the running backs saying, and that's why I kind of kept an eye on it. I said, well, dude, this running back competition, as you just mentioned, D-Mac,
it's real.
It may be the biggest on the field right now.
Yep.
You're good, I'll tell you that. I mean, that makes a whole lot of sense. To see who is – if you're going to isolate a drill, which one-on-one running backs versus linebackers is an isolated pass-catching drill, it's showing that Sean Payton is watching that position really closely.
Really close.
Probably wanted to see what he has in Blake Watson. I know that D-Mac scoffed at that idea, but frankly, he's not going to bypass Jaleel McLaughlin. That's a complete reality as a pass-catching threat. Jaleel McLaughlin has been, I think, one of your top three best pass catchers from a consistent basis since this training camp has started.
Mm-hmm. I do like Nate Atkins a lot, by the way. I've been watching him a lot. I think he's probably the most well-rounded tight end on the football team. He's not going to do anything special in the passing game at all.
He's not as big and tall as the other guys.
But he's a great base package tight end. And if he can show that he can play in the backfield and play fullback, okay, I'm okay with letting go of Michael Burton. I really am, because I like Nate Atkins a lot. But I do think that tight end room is one of the biggest priorities, that when you get to that waiver wire, you can't carry those 4 tight ends. That ain't good enough. You got to add somebody else.
Who do you want to upgrade
to find
on?
some talent.
Who do you want to upgrade to?
Well, who are the 4? So we got Atkins, we got Kroll, we got Dulcich, and then Troutman. I would probably drop Troutman of those 4. You got to get better talent, man. I mean, that is a group of just a ragtag bunch right there.
Mike, what do you think?
I brought that concept up a little bit to the state media, on the side. You're talking about had some conversations I learned from my guy Scotty Hastings. You gotta rub elbows with the state every once in a while, and what I learned is that Troutman is essentially. He is a sacred cow. Sean Payton loves Troutman.
He does.
That is his guy. Do you guys realize that Troutman was 3rd on this team last year in touchdown catches?
I do realize
that. Okay, well,
that.
if Troutman's the guy, then he'll be the Nate Atkins role. So then Nate Atkins is the one that you would drop.
I just don't think he can bend. I don't think he can play that off-the-ball tight end. I think Troutman is there because with Dulcich being such a pass-catching threat, he's going to be your move tight end on base down and distances in the red zone, can run the routes. Troutman's your inline guy, and he does one job really well, which is hard to find, as you know, Tyler. It's hard to find inline blocking tight ends, and that's exactly what his role is. I don't believe that Atkins is necessarily your inline blocking tight end. Kroll has to battle to do that, and Dulcich, frankly, has to show his growth. And yesterday's comments from Sean Payton left a little bit to be desired as it relates to Dulcich as an inline tight end.
So listen, we got 4 minutes. We got to say this while we're talking about the tight ends, and we talk about the thing. So now we're starting to talk a little bit more for the first time. 53. All this is based around that one number that's looming out there.
Mm-hmm.
I was told today, and we discussed this yesterday. I don't have a doubt right now they're gonna go in the season with 3 quarterbacks.
I was talking to another kind of insider person. They were like, yeah, that just makes the most sense. And we were having that same conversation, like, it's 3. And it just should be 3. It doesn't have to be 3 the entire season.
It may not be.
Okay, fine. But there's no reason to not start the year with 3, because to what extent? The last guy? Don't forget, you get 16 guys on the practice squad. You could always stash somebody that's going to be that 53rd guy. And if things settle out, you can always add them onto the roster. We're just talking about the first 3 or 4 games of the year.
Here's the only difference, though, is that when you carry 3 quarterbacks, that 53rd guy is always got to be the guy that you can cut on a Monday and you can bring him back on a Thursday, right? And if you carry the 3rd quarterback, well, now you're really cutting your 52nd guy, because you can't afford to cut those QBs, because the only reason you carried him is because you were afraid you were going to lose them, right? So now you lose the interchangeability, a little bit of those, and you actually have to risk a player that you actually prioritize a little bit higher. I do think it's a strong possibility, for the record, that they carry 3 quarterbacks. I'm not denying that at all.
Yeah.
In my world, though, that is by far a as big of a wasted spot as you could possibly get, because you are talking about a guy that will literally contribute in 0 areas in practice or on game day. No contribution other than just extreme emergency if something happens.
How many? I see if you guys know the trivia question. How many quarterbacks did Cleveland get to last year?
5.
Pretty extreme situation.
5.
But yeah.
Yeah, but there's a lot of teams got to 3 also.
Guess what? But if you
guy.
get to your second, your season's pretty much over. You get to your third, you might as well just pack your bags.
Mike, where do you stand on
Cleveland made the postseason.
No, it's true.
On Karen 3?
I actually think it's a smart idea, and I haven't lived the world of the 53-man cut. Tyler knows it. He knows how it affects the locker room, how it affects, just knowing that there's somebody on the active roster that has about a 0.8% chance of playing in that game. So I understand that part of it. But what I do see is it just all arrows are pointing towards Bo Nix being your day one starter.
It is.
Yep.
That's what I see.
You know what?
It's in stone unless some catastrophe happens.
Almost. Never give up, though. I mean, it was so close.
I got it. I thought it was perfect.
It was
catastrophe.
Oh man, it's right. It's almost
something.
It's catastrophic.
Catastrophic.
But, I mean, you were
Thank you.
so close.
Unless something catastrophic happens,
Never
Bo
give
Nix
up.
is your starter.
Never ever give up.
I'm going to.
Mike, why don't you just hang out for another brig? Right? Are you going anywhere? Can you?
I'm going to the studio at 3 to be on with some Lindahl. That's about
just
it.
Hang there for just a little bit, and we'll do one more with you out there. We're here from Sean Payton. Join the excitement at
catastrophe. What is the word again?
Catastrophic.
Athleta
meritocracy
presents Gold Over America Tour, starring Simone Biles and America's Best Gymnasts. Celebration of world-class gymnastics is designed to inspire the next generation of champions. Led by Biles, the most decorated gymnast of all time, Athleta presents Gold Over America. That's GOAT. Delivers an exhilarating display of jaw-dropping athletic brilliance and high-energy choreography. Every tumble, twist, and gravity-defying trick will have an audience on the edge of their seats. Get tickets now for a thrilling night of family entertainment. We're giving away a 4-pack of tickets to the Gold Over America Tour as they come to Ball Arena on September 25th. All you have to do is text Paris. You're not going to misspell Paris.
This reading of this is catastrophic.
And your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That's Paris, first and last name, 303-504-0925. We'll announce the winner at 2:45 right here on PhD. Best of luck. All right, we're back in studio. Mike Sanford is in the tent somewhere.
He's gone. There's a catastrophe happened.
It could be a catastrophe.
Well,
crushing it.
Catastrophic event happened.
Well, now you're just showing off.
Not showing off.
Now you're just being
Dude, by
too
the way,
proud.
how about the films? Those fires that were going over on Deer Creek Canyon. I guess one's in Loveland now.
Scotty, I am not joking about this. Because you showed me those videos, I had dreams about watching fires last night. I'm not kidding.
Really?
Scott has this remarkable video. We'll get back to the Broncos in just 1 second. The warden, your wife,
is actually Warden's mom.
Okay.
Who's the governor?
The governor goes over to Chatfield. This is remarkable video. You should probably tweet it out. It's incredible.
Where the planes are landing and scooping up water.
Yeah.
Well, it's It's landing. It's like yes, but it's like it doesn't stop. It doesn't land.
Right. Yeah, scooping up water.
It's the craziest thing I've ever seen. The helicopter with the hose, that was like, oh, okay, I guess that actually kind of makes sense. Still pretty cool. But a plane skimming along the surface of the lake to pick up water, I had no idea. So I'm not joking. I literally had I feel so bad for folks that are having to think about packing stuff up and think about it. And I think of the...
Well, Connor's out in that area.
Who's that?
We got folks out there.
Connor McGahee
is he really?
There, yeah.
Oh, man. I just hope the best for those folks. I really was... It was in the back of my mind. I was dreaming about it last night. And
well, I will say this. I went over to the governor's house, and her husband, prisoner 582826555, and they have a little above-ground pool, and so my daughter went over to swim yesterday. Them planes, and I'm not sure if there's one or two or what, I mean, we're working till dark.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, when I was leaving, I was driving up Chatfield Road right at Wadsworth. Everybody you get a visual where Chatfield and Wadsworth. This dude came right down Chatfield over the top, heading towards the fire. And, I mean, it felt like he was 300 or 400 feet over the ground. I mean, it was amazing. But whoever was flying that plane yesterday, man, was killing them because they were working his rear end off.
A summer without fire disasters ever.
Have you looked at the forecast for the next 10 days? There's not a speck of rain in the forecast.
Not good.
Well,
not good at all.
Mike, let's talk about quarterbacks. Let's see what you thought, the rotations, all that. So let's give us a few minutes on quarterbacks before we get you out of that tent.
Yeah, today, obviously, Jarrett Stidham ran with the ones today. After Bo Nix's day yesterday, looking good with the ones. By all accounts, I wasn't able to make it to practice, but was very efficient yesterday with the third down situations. Today, I'd say Jarrett Stidham steady, but I'd say it was a bit of an unimpressive day from Jarrett Stidham. Didn't feel like the ball was really moving to the extent that it had in the first 5-6 practices. The guy that's really interesting for me to watch is Zach Wilson, because the national narrative around Zach Wilson, especially when you involve the New York media, is that it came out that he was skipped in his rotation to compete and has been stuck with the threes. So, of course, the narrative is that the guy's been terrible out here, which, frankly, is not the case.
Not the case.
He hasn't made bad decisions. He's thrown good balls. So I wanted to see today how he responded to getting yet another day without the ones in what's supposed to be a competition.
Right.
And I actually think he was frustrated early, and he kind of got to that effort mentality late in practice and started pushing the ball down the field, and it kind of woke the practice up a little bit.
Your description of Stidham there was very similar to yesterday as well. Bo Nix, by far the best practice at camp for Bo Nix yesterday. And Stidham did absolutely nothing wrong. Matter of fact, he was efficient, but it was just okay, fine. Good completions, fine, did your job. I actually think something interesting is going on with Zach Wilson, though. And I might be right. I might be totally off base on this. It does, to me, sort of feel like Zach Wilson's got the lead to be the backup quarterback. And it almost feels like Jarrett Stidham's role on this team is just a temporary, I'm temporarily holding down the fort, making Bo Nix compete. But if you notice, Zach Wilson over the last couple days, he's been pretty steady at getting those backup reps. So I am wondering if Zach Wilson, they might already be keying in on him as the backup quarterback.
Hey, Coach, let me ask you this, because you said this, and this is the thing I noticed yesterday. And you mentioned it 2 days ago, the last day where they had the live, that Zach Wilson running with the threes live. He said he moved the threes. I mean, he was running the offense, and he said it's threes, but he was moving the offense. And then you go the next day, you've got Stidham with the threes, and I thought it was a little bit of a struggle, him trying to move the threes. And I don't know if that means anything, but Talk on that a little bit.
No, I think you bring up a very fair point. You almost sometimes have to evaluate the quarterback position across one group. And the 3 group is one that, you're going to have to elevate the play of those players because most of them are not going to be roster players. They're not going to make the roster at all. They're probably not even practice squad kind of guys. So if you can elevate those guys and you can make them look successful in an NFL practice, be it against the 3 defense, but if you can do that, then I think you're showing some strides. And to that point, I do think you're right that Jarrett Stidham with the 3s looks bad, to be really honest. Bo Nix had the 3s today. He did pretty well. I'm going to be real honest. Like, in the red zone period today, I thought Bo Nix had a tremendous red zone throw back of the end zone to Devon Vele for a touchdown. Devon Vele, he's becoming one of my camp favorites. I'll say that.
Yep.
And so, I think that if you're looking at the 3s as a consistent measuring stick, because frankly, that's the only group where I think there's been some continuity with all 3 quarterbacks running the 3s at some point during this training camp, I would say it's Zach Wilson, Bo Nix, and then a big drop-off, Jarrett Stidham.
Troy Franklin, how's he doing?
He was utilized today, in the red zone. Red zone one-on-ones today was interesting to watch. I look at Troy Franklin right now as an NFL skill set. He's a linear player. He's a straight line guy. His 2 big-time routes that you can run is a go route, so get vertical, and then the slant, which takes 1 cut. You don't build the speed. I worry about his transition, getting in and out of breaks. It hasn't shown up at all in training camp, at all. And that's where I think Brandon Johnson is going to be the backup to Josh Reynolds at the Z.
Okay.
He's been very good. He's been solid. And so today during the red zone one-on-one period, Troy Franklin had 2 touchdown catches in one-on-ones. One was a fade route, which is essentially a linear go route in just tighter space.
Mm-hmm.
The other one was a slant. So I think he's a bit there. And then in the red zone 11-on-11 period, Troy Franklin was used on a reverse play, and he looked fast. But that's, once again, a straight line movement.
Has Bo Nix done anything to not deserve the opportunity to start?
He has done nothing to – you are correct in saying that. I'm not going to try to answer the question with an answer because there's some double negative possibilities there.
Meaning – right. So I could phrase it again. There's been no moments of Bo Nix failing miserably.
We've really only had one mistake of camp. He had that one interception that he bounced back from on Saturday. Was there another one you can think of?
Well, and listen, this could be on the receivers, but he did throw a couple picks on those one-on-one drills with the tight ends.
He threw an interception today as well. He threw it into traffic and kind of underneath coverage. I couldn't see it from my vantage point if it was tipped by a linebacker, at the second level, but he did throw an interception.
But you know what we have not had? We have not had an epically bad day like we hear from J.J. McCarthy, like we've even heard from Caleb Williams, right? There's never been a day of camp that you walk away and you're like, boy, Bo was just bad today.
Nothing like that.
Hey, were you guys listening this morning to Leggy's appearance on the morning show? Leggy said something to me that was, or he said something to Vic, or I guess it was Mosian Kaner, that was really interesting. It opened my eyes. He said that the best path forward for this team this year is boring offensive football.
Oh, that is absolutely true, and they're designed to be that way. You got Bo Nix to be your robo quarterback to process your information. You are paying the offensive line the most money. I don't know where they rank total, but they got to be up there. You're bringing in thudding, punishing running backs, and you've got a cadre of tall red zone type receivers, nobody with dynamic breakaway speed. My God, it's a punishing team that's looking to close in the red zone, as far as I can tell, Coach.
And so to answer your original question, D-Mac, has he done anything to eliminate himself from being the starter of a boring offense? Hell no. I think he's passed boring offense with flying colors. I mean, you can't find a better fit for the 2024 boring Broncos. It doesn't exist.
All right, Coach, we appreciate it. You're on with Andy at 3 o'clock. We'll see you in the studio later. We'll be on the digital internets, wherever everywhere. At 8 o'clock with Tyler's on tonight with us. That's awesome. And we'll see you back here at the ranch. Thank you, Coach.
Sounds good. Thanks, fellas.
It's PHC on 92.5. It's CMAC for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Erectile dysfunction is not a fun thing to deal with, and most guys just put it off. If you've been like that for a long time, and again, not only do guys put it off, but they put it off for long stretches of time, if not years. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic knows what it's like, and they've got the answer for you. They work where pills or herbals fail. They have treatment rates with success over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. It's going to bring back the romance. It's going to bring back your life. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, serving the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade. Schedule a consult. Your initial visit, it's only $99. It includes a consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a TNPSA test. If medically advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work, the office visit is free. But it's going to work. 720-440-7900. 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Look, it's not etched in stone. And we talk about it at the beginning of the week. It's hard to rotate three through the first group. All three of them, I thought, had a good day today. We'll see how Saturday goes. Saturday, we're going to have a little bit more of a different type of practice. It's not going to be a scrimmage, but there's going to be like 3 phases, special teams mixed in, move the ball, if you will. And we haven't met on that relative to the reps in the rotation. And then Sunday, we'll map out the plan for the week leading up to Indianapolis. So that's kind of where we're at.
Oh, look at the coach giving away the practice plan. Wow. Coach feeling a little frisky right there. All right, that's it.
Had an energetic day today.
That we're going to find out the starting quarterback of the Denver Broncos on Monday, y'all. That is what we're going to do. I'm reading between those lines there.
If not Saturday.
Well, we're going to have our test on Saturday. Saturday's the test.
Saturday will be the test that you announce on Monday.
Yep.
Yeah.
Or yeah, no.
It's already decided before Saturday, though.
So are they saying
they're going to have the starting quarterback take the reps on Saturday?
Is he talking like there's no practice tomorrow? He's going to give him off, or is he get off Sunday off?
No, Sunday's off. There will be practice tomorrow. It'll be more of a prep period for obviously the big practice on Saturday. So if you got tickets, practice of the year, it's going to be on Saturday, y'all. So there you go. There's the weekend ruiner for a lot of media people.
So this is they used to go to the stadium and have a big practice for this in previous years during training camp for like a controlled scrimmage. That's basically what this is on Saturday.
The coach announcing what they're gonna do. Okay, all right, very cool. I'm glad he did. And they're gonna meet on Sunday. And then they're going to prepare for the preseason game, which is August 11th, with their new starting quarterback. And they're just going to see how it goes.
Oh.
It's going to be exciting. I'm actually a little jazzed up for this.
Really?
Yeah, I actually am. Yeah.
Why?
I find the whole thing just energizing, exciting. I find myself being more encouraged by the Denver Broncos than I have been for the better part of a decade. Basically, since Manning left.
Yeah. This is it's actually unfolding the exact way I thought it would. And once you start watching football, you're going to watch these guys. You're going to be like, hey, there's good dudes out there on that field.
Every year it happens.
There are guys on that field that belong in the NFL, right? And at some point, you'll see enough that gives you a reason to be optimistic. This team will not be as bad as what they originally thought.
Well, no one thought Houston was going to do what Houston did last year with a rookie quarterback and a new head coach. No one thought that even Detroit would be as good as they turned out and get to the NFC Championship game. There was a progress you could see with them, or a process you could see with them, but still, every year there's a surprise or two, isn't it?
A surprise.
Absolutely.
And I'm not predicting that, but what I am saying is that every team in the NFL, it's just the way the league is set up, they are built to win between 7 and 10 football games. And the good teams will end up on the 10 side and sneak into the playoffs, and the bad teams might end up on the 6 or 7 side and be a little bit disappointed. But this team will be competitive enough to be right in that ballpark of a 7-win football team, and then you would need some good things to go your way to have a special year.
Real fast, I don't think – or I forgot about it just now when we start talking about it. Now we're looking at bigger scope stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Talked with a guy yesterday, and he said he was talking with people in Vegas.
Okay.
There is high hope in Vegas this year. They said they think they still got an issue. They can figure out quarterback.
With what QB?
But Vegas thinks they're going to be a lot better than they were last year.
Who's your quarterback?
He said that was the one question.
The one question.
Well, that's a big question. But they say they think their defense is going to be dominant this year.
Well, they got some guys for sure. I would definitely put the Broncos ahead of the Raiders, though, in terms of
but
the
let me
AFC
ask this: who was the last 7 games a year? Who was a hotter team?
Raiders.
Definitely the Raiders. They're smoking cigars and all,
So can the Raiders still on that, or was that just a boost of a new coach? The point being, I think there's more in this division than just Kansas City.
Well,
remember the Chargers got a boost this year too. They got a new coach and the quarterback's pretty good.
Yeah, but keep in mind the Chargers, they had a pretty solid reset in terms of their overall roster this year. So they might be a year or two out from making any real noise.
Okay. So do you think then? Well, I am curious to see the format. I know what you're talking about with the stadium scrimmages.
I bet it'll be a 10-10-10 deal, right? So,
if it's 10-10-10 with first, second, third units definitively, I guess we will already know what's going on. What would be far more interesting is if they were to mix it up with the quarterbacks with each unit. In terms of how they do the reps.
I hope they don't. I hope on Saturday they got a guy that they're going to let him go. Like, hey, you're going to be the starter in the preseason games, so you get all 10 reps.
Bo Nix is your starter, period. I don't know what we need to be seeing or if there's some joke about me.
I think so too.
Bo Nix is going to start.
Okay.
I did thought it was interesting, and then we didn't gut on this, and even Tyler maybe could talk about it because Tyler and I were scrubs, right? We were scrubby guys compared to these first round. I'm not trying to put you down or anything.
No.
But I tell you what, when you put me with the starting unit, I sure seemed to always play better than I did when I did with the other rubies in my level, right? It always seems like when you put me in with starters, I was like, oh, dude, he holds his own. Why isn't he playing more? This guy's pretty good. You know, I went and filled in as a starter in Atlanta one time, started like 7 games, guy was hurt. Dan Ramfield was hurt. Dude, I was averaging a double-double. And I wasn't even hardly playing before that. Because I'm playing with threats, though.
I was scrub enough for 60 starts in the NFL. You know, that was scrub enough for that.
Well, you certainly weren't a scrub when you went to Washington. When you went to Washington, you were the man for a solid chunk of time. And, Scotty, weren't you a starter in Miami?
At the end of the year.
Oh, okay.
When he got tired of cycling.
Were you never a starter at any point?
I was a fill-in.
The whole time? For how many years?
11.
That's amazing, actually, when you think about it. That's incredible.
Yeah.
But
hey, I'm going to get you on something here. Why were you in the NBA for 11 years as a backup?
Because a man held me down. No, because I was probably as fundamentally sound as anybody on the team, even the great players.
Knew what you're doing.
And
knew where you're supposed to be.
I was a spark guy.
Knew your coaches didn't have to worry about you.
Yeah.
Right?
I was skidding with a jump shot.
Exactly. Were there more talented dudes behind you that ended up getting cut?
Listen, I look at myself as a pretty talented guy and never got shot.
Well, yeah, I feel you. But where I'm going is, you were the Jarrett Stidham. You were, and that's why coaches look at guys like Jarrett Stidham as backup QBs more so than they look at guys like Zach Wilson.
Dude, you are so funny, man. You are a riot.
The one red badge of courage that I always carried in my career that I don't talk about much. I played 11 years, averaged 1.8 points a game in my career standings or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I never got cut.
No.
I was never cut and picked up by somebody.
And you chose to leave, right?
Yeah, because I was offered a job with the Nuggets, and I had 3 young kids, and Denver's a great place to live, and I just didn't want to move. In hindsight, if I could go do it over, I would move because, let's be honest, I made like $40,000 my first year out doing radio, and I had an offer on the table for $500.
Well, Tyler could have played another year or two, no doubt about it. Actually, zero doubt about that one.
And he said the same thing. Don't you wish you'd have played at least one or two? And now with the money?
Hindsight 2020, I wish I went till the wheels fell off because I had job offers on the table, and I walked away from them.
Yeah, your biggest problem is you lost like 60 pounds in like 2 months.
Well, you know what was crazy about that? Even with that, I got a call in training camp from the Bears, from Champ Kelly, a guy that used to be here with the Broncos. And he calls me up. He's like, hey, how's it going? What you up to? I'm like, oh, just sitting on my porch hanging out. He's like, yeah, what are you doing? I'm just drinking a beer, hanging out. You know, he's like, you been working out? No, not at all. How's your weight, though? Oh, I've lost like 30 pounds. He's like, really? Because I'm calling to offer you a job. And I'm like, oh, there's no way I can play. And he goes, look, man, I know you. I trust you. If you want a job, you still got it.
Wow.
You can put the weight back on.
For the Bears.
I know you can do it.
For the Bears.
Yeah.
What year?
2016.
Yeah. How were the Bears in 2016? I don't even know where they.
I have no idea.
Yeah, where are they?
I got a call after my last year from Fratello in Cleveland.
Yeah.
He said, hey, you're just going to be a backup. I need somebody to get Brad Daugherty tougher. I need somebody to come bounce.
Why wouldn't you take that?
Because, it was Cleveland.
Who cares?
Was
Come
Cleveland.
on, Cleveland ain't that bad.
Oh, where they played at that time, the arena.
I know where they played.
It was cold and nasty. I'd spent a couple years in Detroit, the weather in the wintertime. When you ain't playing and the weather sucks, I mean, that's something. Now, here's the bad thing. So now I'm Tyler come December. Man, I ain't touched a weight. I haven't done anything. I'm playing golf and drinking beer, and Orlando calls me. In December. Now I've kind of started doing things and blah, 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 and I'm like.
In December. It's only 4 months.
Yeah, but I'm like.
You'd only have to play for 4 months.
And I'm always already on the schedule. I'm already doing Nuggets games. I'm doing this. And I was promised that I'd eventually lead into either the front office or on a coaching staff. And so I thought that was the path.
Oh.
But if Orlando would have called in the summertime.
And they offered you a job. Orlando offered you a job.
Yeah, they wanted me to come in. To back up Shaq. They wanted me to.
Perfect.
I would have got to play.
Perfect.
Now I wish I would have. But to me, I'm like, and there's a pride thing too. I said, dude, I haven't done anything for 6 months.
Yep.
7 months. I'm out of shape. It's that's going to hurt. But if Orlando would have called in the summertime, I'd have played a 12th year because I would have gone to Orlando because the weather, the beauty. If you're going to sit on the bench and not play. And then out of practice at noon, it's 83 degrees in February. I'm all in on that. That year in Miami was wonderful with that. But coming out and not playing and it's minus 20.
I think it's funny how hard so many guys are trying to make these teams, and you guys are both getting calls. Like, it's not like it was any different back then. It's still hard to make teams and all. But it does go to show you what vets and experience actually means because it's somebody you can rely on. It's somebody that you can trust. I think they may keep 3 quarterbacks. I do, because I think you just don't throw away Stidham. I mean, there's just something about this guy that, you inherently do trust. Of course, you're not going to throw away Nix, and you just never know with Zach Wilson. I get it. I understand how valuable the 53, 52 guy is. But I don't know. I keep going back in my mind to what Sean Payton said about Todd Davis. You don't want to throw away potentially good players. That was a mistake we made in New Orleans. We don't want to do that again.
Well, keep that in mind and go back to our conversation in the first segment. Perine.
I totally agree.
Perine's going to be a really, really tough one.
Burton is a tough cut, though, because he is a New Orleans guy that Sean Payton really, really likes. That one is tough. That is going to be a hard, and it makes sense why Sean Payton was spending so much time with the running backs on a day like today. You're not in pads. Who do we got who can catch a ball out of the backfield? And that's what Sean Payton was focused on today.
The whole section.
Yeah.
On the offensive side of the ball specifically, you've got 2 veterans that are they're kind of fan favorites that are they got a target on the back. And it's Tim Patrick and it's Samaje. Both those guys very well might make the team. Both those guys might very well get cut. But they're right in that target
tough
that
cuts.
You got to make a really tough decision.
Hey, remember when we did the Wheel of Death after the Russell thing?
Yes.
What do we do? The Mardi Gras of death, and who will be the very first New Orleans guy that Sean Payton cuts?
Oh man,
the Mardi Gras of death.
You get that connection to Payton, and it's strong, man.
That's what I'm saying.
It's strong.
Hey, coaches, they get guys. I mean, I'm like the biggest example of it all time. I got in with Mike Shanahan.
Yeah, because he can trust
you. I lasted 8 years because he knew me, he trusted me, all those things, right? And so when you see Sean Payton bring in a guy from his past, don't think for 1 second that's a dude that he's looking to cut.
The 2 guys that offered me, Cleveland, Mike Fratello, played for him for 5 years in Atlanta. Second guy that offered me, Brian Hill, assistant coach in Atlanta for 3 or 4 years and a good buddy, and we were pretty close. So, again, guys that know you, especially if you're a veteran guy, they're going to keep you and have your back.
Also, let me point out, they brought in Oliver Jervis from Colorado State to replace
Colorado State, because I read like Monmouth or something.
I think he did.
Maybe it was a transfer.
Both, something like
there
that.
You go, there you go.
But there's all sorts of things going on in the rest of the league that, don't look over your left shoulder or right shoulder.
Well,
maybe look up it on the internet. It's like, what else is going on?
The next 2 weeks, we're also going to start seeing the salary dumps. Aren't we? Aren't in the next couple of weeks going to see a veteran guy
It
who
happens
makes a
every
little
year.
too much?
Yeah.
It always happens the next couple of weeks, doesn't
And
it?
if you are going to cut a veteran like a guy like Samaje, if you want to do him right, you
Do
cut
it
him.
early.
You cut him about a week or two before the actual cut down days.
I'll tell you
Real-
this: if Samaje gets cut, man, he has done nothing wrong to get cut. That's
no,
for sure.
It's just a loaded room. Real quick, a bit of AFC West news. It sounds like it's not going to be the end of the world. However, Justin Herbert has been sidelined for a few weeks.
A few weeks?
Yep, for a few weeks. He was diagnosed with an injury to the plantar fascia in his right foot.
Whoa!
He will be sidelined into August.
It's
Today's
August 1st. It's like deep into August or maybe.
Tomorrow.
Yeah.
All right, well, we'll keep an eye on that. Jamal Murray explains why he's not starting. We'll have a little game. Buy it or don't buy it. We'll hear that coming up next. All right, no dumb questions here in about 7 minutes.
I got it. Oh, I thought you said. Let's see.
What?
Write it down. Write it down right now, Scott, because you're going to forget it.
By the way,
they lasted.
I know. I'm actually amazed. In fact, it's grown by 1 because usually everywhere I've worked, maybe that's more about where I've worked. You put a bunch of pens in a jar, they're gone within 2 weeks.
You did have a bunch of a-holes there.
Oh,
that is the general rule.
Oh, man. Couple nice
You only
people.
trust. Nice.
I mean, when you guys go to a bank or something, like there's a stack of pens that you use, you take it with you.
Well,
I mean,
First Bank used to have some great pens.
Yeah.
If you went in there to deposit a check, I always walked away.
Yeah, you're walking away with
it. They had some wonderful pens.
We want you to check out the Altitude Sports Radio app powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to wilhitewins.com. That's wilhitewins.com. Okay, Jamal, we'll get back to the Broncos here in just a little bit. Little game here. You buy it or not? I don't know if we can have a more clever name than that.
Do you buy it or
buy
not?
or sell? Buy or sell?
Buy or sell? We can do that.
Buy.
I feel like that should be a show on HGTV. Buy or sell?
Smash
it is
or
a show on
trash?
TV.
All right.
What is that show that you either are you gonna keep it or leave it?
Take it or leave it?
Take it or leave it or something like that.
All right. It's one of them games.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah.
That is. Here's Jamal with the UFC guy who is now an Olympic basketball correspondent. Ewan Rawawi?
Really?
Edwin Rawawi? Baba Wawa?
Ariel.
I
can't pronounce that.
Okay.
Can you try? I just want to hear you.
Rally?
That was Kostafric.
Aurora.
Here is Jamal's explanation why he's not starting. Go ahead, Dan.
How are you feeling out there? There's always a lot of talk about, are you 100%? How are you feeling? Can you tell us?
I'm feeling great. Obviously, I was away from the team for a while, so not starting. But we got a bunch of selfless guys that don't need all that. You know what I'm saying? I think we got a great starting unit. Lou's doing his thing. Dylan's playing an amazing thing. Obviously Shea, Dwight, RJ. So guys come in. Everybody has their role. I think you saw Jason Tim didn't play a single minute. I'm sure a lot of guys, Tyrese Halliburton didn't play. I think a lot of guys on other teams are starting on their respective NBA teams. So, it's not an ego thing over here. We're just trying to get the win. I think that's why it's a lot of fun because it's just a bunch of the best players from the same country trying to get a win. Not worrying about stats or egos or rules.
Hey, you know that you are self-conscious about something when you justify something in an answer that you were not asked about. He wasn't even asked about whether he was starting or not. You know, he just went straight to the justification, trying to explain it.
Because some players, I don't say justify that in the word, validate their lives as athletes by being a starter. I go back and one of your dad's favorite team, the Boston Celtics. Don Havlicek's in the Hall of Fame, and that guy is considered the greatest sixth man in the history of basketball.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
They got it. They got the John Havlicek Sixth Man of the Year award now, right?
They do.
So I've always said this: it ain't about who starts, but who finishes. And their 2-0 start, he has been on the floor at the end of the game,
because there was foul trouble, and he had
on the first one especially.
Okay.
But he made a couple free throws that were big.
And he is playing starting minutes.
Last game,
he had more minutes than Luke Dort. Okay, that is true. But do you buy or sell the fact he's not starting because he hasn't been around the guys as long?
That one's easy. Come on.
Well, he started the one exhibition we watched.
He sure did.
LeBron James away from Team USA for a month, 2 months, 6 months. I don't care. He's starting day one that he back. Yeah, he is.
I think it's preposterous reasoning that's the reason he's not starting. Give me
He's
a
not
break.
starting because he's not a physical defender. He's not a great side-to-side defender. Lou Dort is better at that. Jamal Murray is a better shooter overall and probably a better offensive
theoretically
threat. But in the international game, I told you guys this before, it's a more physical game. And guess what they do? Unlike the dumb NBA refs, they actually let him play and be a little bit more physical.
Do you think Jamal understands that?
He does after he gets smacked in the head and no one calls a foul, maybe.
Nope.
I mean, who didn't play last game? And I was listening to a show, it was on our station late. Their pick is that he ain't gonna start much or play as much anymore the rest of the series because Embiid's not an international guy. He doesn't get up and down the field.
You think Embiid's going to be on the bench the rest of the way?
I'm saying what this show said late this evening. I was driving around last night, and whatever show was on, they're saying, listen, he's not an international player. He's a plodding up and down half-court offense guy. And the international game's gotten pretty fast.
Well, they certainly don't need him, but they don't need like any one individual Team USA to win a gold. They can win in like 10,000 different
That's why
ways.
I call it a participation start. Like it feels like all those guys just got to get their crack at it.
But would you not say they've been better with Bam and Davis taking most of that center minutes?
They've been better as the game goes on almost every single time they've played.
No, the fact that Embiid didn't play.
So I guess yes.
Like the fact that he didn't play at all is actually that's nutso. It's actually insane. Why? Tell me why the hell?
Steve Kerr, who's an image conscious guy, can sit there and say, "See, I told you, some of the greatest players in the world aren't going to play."
Was that his justification?
He was clearly told he wasn't going to play in that game. There's no doubt about it. You could tell by his body language. He never took his sweats off. Like, he knew he wasn't going to play in that game. That wasn't like, oh, my God, when am I going in, coach?
Rest night?
Kind of, yeah. I mean, to the degree that Tatum was actually told, too. You know, Kerr said that. Kerr told Tatum that you're probably not going to play in this game. Just...
Look,
crazy.
Going back to Jamal, the entire Jamal situation is just fascinating. It's fascinating, and what's going on the Olympic team to what's going on right here locally with the Denver Nuggets to before the Olympics began, saying they're going to wait until after the Olympics is over to get this thing done. And if that is the truth, were they really waiting for to see if he came out healthy? Were they waiting to see how he competed? I don't know how this thing ends. Well, I do know how this thing ends. I do. Despite all this conversation that we're having, and we're kind of calling out Jamal a lot lately, you know how this thing ends? It ends with Jamal Murray getting a $209 million contract because that's what the Denver Nuggets are going to have to do if they want to try to compete to win a championship this year. So all of it kind of means jack squat.
Well, listen, you sign him here, and he gets to play with Joker. And I was talking to somebody today who follows the NBA a little bit, and we've talked about. I don't even know if we've talked about it on air on this show. We talk about Nikola Jokic all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Makes people around him better.
Yeah,
he does it with the Nuggets. You know, they've had all those analytic breakdowns of the plus minus. Just forget when he's on the show. When Will Barton was here, when Will Barton's minutes when he played with Joker, he was like plus 280, and the minutes he didn't play with Joker, he was like a minus 180.
So are you saying because Joker makes anybody good, hold on, that why not Jamal? Jamal's good enough. I mean, more than good enough.
Yeah.
It doesn't really matter. We're going to have to pay
They
somebody.
won an NBA championship playing a two-man game together.
They sure did. And nobody's really fighting that.
No.
So perhaps what they're really telling you is, hey, man, Jamal ain't an all-star, but he's our guy.
Right.
And that's good enough because all we really need is our guy.
Remember a few weeks ago, and I said he's always going to be a real close all-star, but not an all-star.
Well, here we go.
Remember when I said that?
He's not even a starter for Canada.
But my point saying what I was trying to say is this. We've thrown everybody in the category that they are much better when they play with Nikola Jokic. But we've never thrown Jamal Murray in that category.
Yeah.
It's always, those guys are much better when they play with Jamal and Joker. Jamal's better when he plays with Joker. Go back and look at last year's splits when he came in with that second team. See how his minutes rolled with that second unit with Joker sitting on the floor. Go back and just look at that. That's what Jamal's having to deal with with Team Canada. They don't have a Joker. Go back and look at getting blown out by 26 to U.S. Serbia, and yet the minutes the Joker played, it was a tight game.
Right.
It was 81-81. They got beat 29-3 in 9 minutes that he didn't play.
By the way, Malone did try to have Jamal as the off guard with Reggie Jackson. He did roll that out for a little bit. It just didn't really work.
Well, and I think at the time we put that more on Reggie than we did on Jamal, but hindsight 2020, probably both.
Heck of a lot easier to get open with Nikola Jokic setting a screen and roll for you because he can either step back and shoot the three or do that little short roll to the pocket, whatever you want. Sure, a lot easier to play and have plus minus be in the plus side.
But you ain't gonna be. I love Jamal, but he ain't a SGA, man. He ain't. SGA is something special. He's a little bit.
SGA will never win an NBA championship.
I'll take him.
Why?
It's too much of a one-on-one guy.
I don't know. Oklahoma
Name
City.
the last one-on-one.
Oklahoma City's got a lot of interesting parts there, bro.
But I agree with that. But can he make other guys better? Is he happy enough to get 18 in a game and let
Holmgren's going to be all right.
No, I like him.
You don't think that two-man game is going to work? Where's Dort now? Is he? Wait, is
Oklahoma City?
He is on Oklahoma City.
And they just traded Giddey.
Giddey's not on Oklahoma City.
They just traded Giddey for Caruso.
Oh, Caruso's a baller. Oklahoma City, damn.
If they don't win next year or two, they ain't ever gonna win.
I'm with you, and they're not. They're like last year was they're too young. It ain't their time.
And now I got to see
that was last year.
If SGA will make people better. That's my only my criticism of him. Does he make people around him better?
Let's get to no dumb questions.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Wrote it down, baby.
I'm so proud of you.
Thank you for the thing. I don't know. We've got shorts. Summertime, wearing shorts, right? And you got shorts for a lot of different things. There's the athletic shorts, gym shorts that you go and you get your workout in.
Mm-hmm.
You got shorts to cover up your bike pants on underneath.
I forgot them today out at training camp.
Your bike pants?
I forgot my shorts to put over my bike pants. I had to watch
you were wearing your bike pants
the
out
whole time. Oh, my God.
That's why those cars were driving by honking with a thumb up. That's pretty good.
That's embarrassing.
That's pretty good.
Go ahead.
Hey, nice banana. So today I was going to go do something that needed a short because it's hot out. It's still 95, and I wasn't going to go jeans because I knew I was also going to go to training camp afterwards. And jeans, and I see jeans because it was a thing where I probably needed a pocket or just a place to put a good belt on,
Yeah, and
I said, well, I can't wear my gym shorts there because it's just not right.
Do you have pockets in your gym shorts?
I do, but
okay.
I was going to the shooting range.
What do you mean the shorts that we love? These are perfect.
So you need to carry your gun.
I was going to go to the.
So you need a belt.
I need something besides gym shorts.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay. Drawstring's not enough.
Drawstring's not enough to hold up a holster.
Okay.
And I said, but I'm still going to camp, and so I still want to have shorts, right? So you see, I'm wearing nice golf shorts. I think these shorts look very nice.
Yeah, I don't know.
But I realized as I started searching my drawers, all my cargo shorts are gone. And by the way,
she threw them away.
Tossed them out?
I don't know.
Should have a little spring cleaning for you.
I ripped a pair a year ago.
Is she wearing them?
No, I ripped a pair a while ago. I don't know. But it's the first. I haven't worn them all summer.
She was doing you a solid. Cargo shorts are definitely out. Now, if you're using them for tactical purposes, that's a different story. Okay.
We had this conversation a couple of years ago. You want the life of cargo shorts? You don't call them cargo shorts anymore. You call them tactical shorts.
Yeah.
And now they're cool.
Yeah.
Just like cargo pants aren't cool.
What's the question?
Now, the king of cargo shorts is who?
Andy Lindahl.
Yes, it is.
Andy Lindahl.
Nobody is a bigger king of cargo shorts than Andy Lindahl.
Those things, tactical shorts.
Yeah. No, those are cargo shorts.
What's the question?
Andy's not rocking tacticals.
Dude, but I lost a whole genre of shorts in my drawer.
She likely threw them away.
Was it a statement or a question?
Well, both.
What's the
Where's my
question?
shorts go?
What's the question?
It's multiple questions. One, hey, do you guys have some symbol? Do you still have your tactical shorts? Do you still have? Because they really are wonderful pants. Because guys need pockets. Do you still have your tactical shorts? And B, have you ever lost something that you know you had and now it just ain't there that needs to be there?
Well, the real question is, what do you do about it? That's what you're
I wear
really
my
asking.
golf shorts.
No, that's not what you're asking. What you're really asking is, what do you do about it with the warden who tossed out shorts?
Okay, the real question.
That's how do you handle this with the warden?
Where do you go to buy your tactical shorts nowadays?
I don't think you can be a badass at the shooting range with golf shorts on. You're going to lose some cred right there.
You're in my head.
You're going to get some side eyes right there when you walk in with the golf shorts.
Did you notice my shirt I wore?
Bear dance? What is that?
Blackwater?
Yeah. So at least I'm thinking, oh, he's got a cool T-shirt to go there. He's got the Blackwater T-shirt. Okay.
No offense, bro, but you wear the T-shirt, but the golf shorts, you're a poser.
See, that's what I was thinking.
You're not
so
the
you know
real
what
deal.
I did?
What?
I didn't go.
Oh, wow.
Because of that?
You got self-conscious. Wow.
Because I'm like, I don't want to be a golf pant wearing poser. So I didn't go.
Now, Scott, there is a solution in the modern trend. There is a solution to your problem, and it's up to you whether you're willing to accept the solution or not. Okay?
All right. And I won't go wear jeans. You guys agree with that? Jeans today, going out to Dove Valley afterwards?
But if you threw some jeans in your car and you just went into the range, you'd be all right. I mean, that'd been all right.
Out are cargo shorts. Out are any shorts that have got like extra pockets in it. However, do you know what's in that in theory could solve your problem?
Well, the marble sacks are.
Fanny packs. Fanny packs are in.
Well, I got a couple.
And I'm talking like over-the-shoulder fanny pack.
I've got a couple tactical bags.
Yeah?
I don't call them. Yeah, I've got a couple.
Okay, so they're not fanny packs. They're tactical bags.
Don't you have like a bug-out gear in your truck? Like you don't have like...
Well, I do today.
No, but I thought you just roll with that all the time. You don't have like an extra pair of whatever?
No, well, there you
go. You
go.
could throw some in there.
You know what I don't have in there?
Cargo pants.
I don't
tactical
have,
pants.
Tactical pants. I don't have any tactical pants in my truck.
So just go to the whatever.
Do they still sell tactical? When's the last time you bought a pair of
where
tactical?
do you buy anything? Seriously, I'm not even joking about that. Like when you just need to go buy something, where do you go?
Denver Tent and Awning.
That was pretty good right there.
It's PHC on 92.5.
All right, guys and gals, if you're in the market for a new vehicle, I don't care if that's a car, truck, van, SUV, electric vehicle, there's only one spot that you have to go to. That's my friends over at Phil Longford. It's Tyler Columbus here. I've been going Phil Longford since my rookie year in the NFL. I buy all my vehicles there because they take care of me. They respect my time. They get me in. They get me out. They give me the best price. That's not unique to me. That's not special service. That's what's going to happen to you and every single customer that walks in the doors at Phil Longford. The inventory is incredible right now. I'm talking as strong as it has ever been. So this is one-stop shop, and you don't have to go all over the state of Colorado to find your vehicle. Just go to Phil Longford. They're going to have it right there for you. Great interest rates, great incentive deals going on right now. They've got an award-winning service department that is always going to keep your new car, truck, van, SUV in tip-top shape. So buy your car there, keep it serviced there. You're going to have a beautiful vehicle for a very long time. It's summertime, so get yourself that new vehicle, top down, blue sky, four-wheel engaged. Could it get any better than that? Let them know that Tyler Columbus sent you on over. Find them online at phillongford.com.
I think they're different players. You know, they got great arms. Yeah. Oh yeah. You know, and that'd probably be the biggest comparison is their arm talent. But you know, hard to say right now. You know, he's getting acclimated and you know, continuing to grow and just looking forward to seeing you know how he keeps progressing.
That's Josh Reynolds talking about Jared Goff and Bo Nix.
What's the comparison?
Well, it's not much. But listen, this is the time where you just say nice things about everybody, right?
I used to love Von Miller, man. Von Miller could make me sound like a Pro Bowler.
He would do that every year.
I don't care who Von Miller is talking about. I don't care if he's the fifth stringer. I don't care if he's been cut 15 different times. That dude is a Pro Bowl player.
Von was the hype man for everything. How much longer do you think Von's going to play football too, man? I can't believe he's playing this year.
You know, I actually just read an article that was talking about like current players that are going to be Hall of Famers, and they're kind of predicting when they're going to retire. And it predicted that Von would retire after this year, be first ballot. It also predicted that Russell Wilson was going to retire after this year, and he would be like his second go around would make it into the Hall of Fame. But Von took a pay cut this year from like $17 million that he didn't actually have to do, but he did it anyways, to like 8.5. Once that money's done, he's done.
All right, got some fun stuff for you guys here. Some little tidbits for the Broncos. Iomia Owazurike. You remember him?
Oh, yeah, gambling guy.
He's coming back. Here's Sean Payton.
Look, there's good news on his front. Everything in Minnesota was dropped, and then the other day, everything in Colorado. He had his conference call with the league office, and we fully anticipate him now joining us as soon as possible. And we're waiting on the league, but he's in great shape. We were really excited to hear that news. And so we anticipate we see that happening very soon. And that'll be an additional player for us, and we'll be glad to have him back. So good news on that front.
This is a guy who bet on the Broncos while he was on the Broncos.
Yeah.
And he's about to come back and play for the Broncos.
You know, but
this is mind-blowing, actually.
If you go back, and Dan, I don't know how you do it, but if you could find the audio from last year when Sean Payton was talking about it right after he found out about gambling, Sean Payton, I don't know anything about this dude as a football player other than where he came from and all that, but Sean Payton's got a soft spot for this guy because after he got caught and he got in trouble last year, Sean was like oddly defensive of him, like very, very defensive of him. And Sean sounded legitimately excited to get him back.
Well, I can tell you what I've been told behind the scenes about him. They think he's a very nice guy that they like, who they perceive as kind of naive and got sucked into things that were over his head on very low level bets. And this is like $5, $10. And he just wasn't sort of mature enough to sort of realize what was going on. At least that's what I've been told about him behind the scenes. So there was a lot of sense of forgiveness for him because they just figured he wasn't.
He just didn't know better.
Kind of, yeah.
Well, I bet he's excited.
Whatever it is, I totally buy it.
That's
because
what
I'm
I was
telling
told.
you, Sean Payton has been very supportive of this guy. For a guy that got in trouble, extremely supportive.
Okay.
Which is unusual, by the way, for a low-level player. Most low-level players get in trouble. What happens to them, Scott?
See you later.
Sayonara.
Well, he was a draft pick. It wasn't like he was that low level. He wasn't like some sort of crazy, Disney story out there. But that being said, let me say again, this particular player is about to come back because criminal charges. Do you guys know who his lawyer was?
I can guess.
Take a guess.
Your guy.
Take a guess.
Harvey
Steinberg. Harvey, man, my man.
When was he drafted?
Wizarike,
fourth
3
round.
years ago, something like that.
Fourth round.
Anyway, he Harvey is amazing. Have you ever seen Harvey in action? Harvey's the best. The charges are dropped for legal reasons in Iowa and Colorado. Okay, fine. It doesn't mean he didn't do it. It doesn't mean he didn't bet on the Broncos while he was playing for the Broncos. I'm fine having him back, by the way. Don't get this as like I'm anti any. I'm just blown away considering the way the NFL has been with gambling and all that a guy that bet on his team during a game that he played in is actually going to be back with his team.
Mm-hmm.
Like, okay, guys, what other doors could this open up? I mean, what are we doing here with gambling and pro sports? Should we be more lenient? Should it be, hey, man, it's legal everywhere. Everybody in the stands can do it. Should there be? And I know the signs in the NFL locker rooms, Tyler, and NBA are all over the place anti-gambling. You can't miss them.
Mm-hmm.
So what does this say?
I think it's kind of like weed. You know, like wherever you stood on marijuana maybe 10 years ago, even if you were like the most staunch, like anti, don't want that anywhere around, eventually everybody's just kind of like just settled in. Like it's just part of it's just a part of Colorado now, right? And it's not even something that people even think about anymore. I think that gambling's kind of that way, but you know, good, bad, or indifferent, that's the way that it's going. And I do have, compassion's probably the wrong word because it's pretty simple. You can gamble on literally anything that you want that is not related to the NFL. And but if you do gamble on things, the only exception to that is that you cannot gamble when you're on the team's Wi-Fi, when you are within the team's facility, right? So it like compassion's a bit of the wrong word because, hey, you can get your fix in wherever the hell you want. You just can't do it from the team's facility.
We're in a world, though, you realize Jonte Porter, Michael Porter's brother, has been banned for life.
Oh, well, that's radically different.
It's different than betting on your own team during a game?
Shaving a game?
Shaving points and prop bets on himself and pulling himself out so he can win the prop bet under. That's a little different.
Okay, so there's degrees of gambling on your own team that are acceptable.
He bet on the Broncos?
Yes, during the game. In games he played in.
Oh, did he play or was he in the
He was
How
on
could he be
the
betting
team.
during the game?
It's in during the game. He's in the. Well, I don't know exactly what time he placed the bet. He's betting on his team in a game he's playing in.
Okay.
It's like 5 times.
I'll tell you this. I got a whole lot more compassion for a dude that's betting on his team to win.
I was going to say, it shows he's not real smart. I mean, he was drafted, 2 years ago? He should have taken the loss on most of those games. Should have taken the points with the loss.
The bets were small level. You're right. Porters were way different. I mean, Porters were so outrageous.
And it was shaving games.
He was doing things to slide to the prop bet. Yeah, he was faking injury basically so he would hit the under.
Yeah.
Yes, that is true.
I mean, he pulled himself out of games.
Yeah, and you don't have that sort of power, not really in his position. He's like everybody else. They're all here's $10, win, lose, whatever. All right, well, whatever. I'm just blown away that he's coming back. I get the Broncos wanting him back. He's a good player. They didn't want him to go away in the first place. They drafted him. It's an interior defensive lineman, the whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, I expect this dude to not only be back, but be contributing based off of how well Sean Payton supports him.
Well, look at what they're willing to go through to keep him back on the team. It's pretty amazing. That is fascinating to hear you guys say that, though. There should be a difference in what you can bet, and you should basically be able to bet on your own team under certain circumstances.
Well,
that's what you guys just said.
No, I don't think that should be allowed. I'm just saying I've got more understanding for a dude that bets on his team to win than to lose.
Here's my stance. One, the league's awful hypocritical when they're taking literally hundreds of millions of dollars from all these different betting outlets. In fact, they've got an official betting source for the NFL, and I think the NBA has their own and all that stuff like that, to sit there and say, okay, now you can't do this or that. You can't use IPL, you can't use a thing to play college football. You go in and practice on Saturday and you want to put a bet on South Carolina and Alabama. Oh, if you do it on their IPO, then that's illegal. So it's a Pandora's box, and it knew as soon betting became legal. And then as soon as the pro leagues decide we can make money off betting ourselves, that you opened a huge Pandora's box. Now where do you go? Now, me personally, I grew up in a thing when betting wasn't legal, playing league. We had classes every year. Even as a broadcaster, we were mandatory classes we had to take on not gambling. And so I grew up for, my first 30 years, I I don't bet. I go to Vegas and don't bet. I don't gamble. I don't, because I didn't ever want to push the envelope and lose a job because I decided to do something.
Right.
So, no, I have never played with, don't want, and now it's legal. And guess what? I still don't do. I don't play with it.
Here's the thing, though.
I don't gamble.
It's more commonplace now. I get it. This is nothing new going on here, boys. I mean, I could give you names that I will not do, but I could give you names that would blow your mind of guys that had bookies inside the locker room, hitting up their bookies every single week, doing it in a public forum, right? Sitting there right in front of everybody, getting on the phone, calling, hey, I need 6 points on this. I need that and that, right? I mean, this has been going on from the beginning of time.
Okay, fascinating. Well, we'll see where it goes, but that's a twist that I really didn't think was going to happen, and they want Wazirike back, and he's coming back. So that's overall a positive
Big old
addition to the
defensive
Broncos.
end now. He's a big old guy.
The latest and greatest with the Broncos, Sean Payton rolls out, I think, when you should expect a starting quarterback to be named. Details next. Old Chicago is the absolute best. We love Old Chicago. And you know what's amazing? Pizza crust made from scratch. Now, you have to understand, Old Chicago's been raising the bar on pizza since 1976, founded in Boulder. Old Chicago is Colorado. And it's legendary what they're doing with the good dough. And you can pick from 3 options: Chicago style, tavern thin, Old Chicago thick, that's deep dish. One of my favorites, the ale crust infused with real beer. Again, born and bred in Colorado, legendary since 1976. And their World Beer Tour, I mean, it's fantastic. Your ticket on a beer journey around the globe with 110 local and legendary beers. So take that tour and earn rewards along the way, like Brandon Merchant, even $5 in OC bucks on your next visit. Discover your favorite pint. Get your favorite pizza at Old Chicago. Find Old Chicago at oldchicago.com.
Look, it's not etched in stone. We talk about it at the beginning of the week. It's hard to rotate three through the first group. All three of them, I thought, had a good day today. We'll see how Saturday goes. Saturday, we're going to have a little bit more of a different type of practice. It's not going to be a scrimmage, but there's going to be like 3 phases, special teams mixed in, move the ball, if you will. And we haven't met on that relative to the reps in the rotation. And then Sunday, then we'll map out the plan for the week leading up to Indianapolis. So that's kind of where we're at.
Well, here we go. I think that's it. I think we'll know Saturday where they're leaning, and I would anticipate an answer on the starting quarterback on Monday. You guys see it the same way?
I highly doubt if they actually announce it, but I think it will be in front of your eyes, yes.
I think when you go to practice tomorrow, Bo Nix will be the runner with the number ones, and it'll be the 4th straight time. And then Saturday when he's out with the number ones, it'll be the 5th straight time.
And
it's in front of your eyes.
Right. Yeah, Bo Nix is the guy.
Yeah. But you've come this far, and by the way, coaches always way overthink this thing, but they always think that there's some like strategic advantage to not announcing it. Don't be shocked if he doesn't announce it until like a day before the very first game, but it'll be right there in front of your eyes. You just don't need him to say it.
Okay, how do you guys feel about that? What do you think about this timeline?
I'm cool with it, actually. I'm actually cool with the entire thing. We all would say the quicker you can make a decision, the better. I think this is actually an appropriate amount of time to go through camp, giving guys an equal share of reps. And then if you can wrap it up and you've got a decision made after about a week of practice, I think that all worked out just about A-okay in terms of the timeline.
Scott?
Yeah, I don't. It's all just gobbledygook.
What do you mean?
I'm exactly what Tyler says. I think, one, they all think they're playing mind games with other teams. They usually don't scout the first game in preseason anyway, right? They used to be the 3rd game. They would try to treat it like a real game.
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming now it'll be more like the 2nd week instead of the 3rd. Yeah, so listen, they have a young guy they drafted 12th in the draft. He needs to be your starting quarterback, and they need to get him going. And I love what Tyler said a while ago, if we can believe all reports. J.J. McCarthy's struggling in Minnesota, right?
Mm-hmm.
The other guy is struggling in Chicago. A lot of young guys that went a lot higher. May is doing nothing. And so this guy's actually been okay.
That's the biggest thing.
Been okay compared to all them other cats.
Yeah, biggest compliment you can give the guy is you've yet to have a day that you walked away and you're like, oh, we can't do that. No way we could put that dude underneath center. And you want to go back on all the other quarterbacks that we've gone through this game with, all the different battles we've had, the 12 different QBs. Every freaking year, we've had a practice or 5 from the dude that is predicted to be the starter that we're like, ruh-roh.
All right, other thoughts from today then. What'd you think?
I found it interesting. I loved our conversation. We talked about running backs because I think here on in, for the 3 of us who go and maybe anybody else who go, Coach I think kind of agreed with us when we had Mike Sanford on. You're going to start seeing that number 5-3, and you're going to start seeing maybe closer to, okay, who's part of that mix? It's going to be 5-3. I found it interesting because I think probably the most competitive room and one of the biggest decisions they'll have is in that running back room. And watching one-on-ones today, Sean Payton spent that entire 15, 20 minutes, whatever it was, with the running back.
All right, give me your 5. Who's your 5?
Williams, Estime, McLaughlin, P. Ryan.
5's actually kind of a lot.
Yeah, I think it's going to be 4. The 5 would be.
Well, I'm counting the fullback. I'm counting the fullback as a 5. And
you're going to put Burn in there too?
No, I'm going with the tight end. I'm going with 45. Atkins.
Okay. Well, here is what Sean Payton said about that room right now.
Look, I've said this. I think we're seeing great competition in the back end. I think we're seeing great competition at receiver. And I think we're seeing real good competition at the running back position. And, pick your player. We could talk about him. Jaleel's more confident. Javante's down 10 pounds. He looks like a completely different player. Last year at this time, in fairness to him, he was recovering still. inside of 8 months of an ACL. He's fully healthy now, and you can see it in his play. I can go through, all of those guys. The young back, Audric, has done well. Watson, we got back, and Beatty's another smart, more of a joker type player. But I'm pleased with where that room's at.
Beatty actually popped twice yesterday. Fun young player. I actually think it's only going to be 4 guys in that room, and that includes the fullback in that 4. I think your 4.
So you're looking for a couple tough cuts.
I think your 4 are going to be Javonte. It's going to be Jaleel. It's going to be Audric Estime and Michael Burton. Now, if you're going to carry 5, okay, Samaje makes the cut. But 5's a lot in that room. It is.
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting. Listen, I will say this, and I tried to pay closer attention to Estime. I haven't just done all quarterbacks, to be honest. Quarterbacks and receivers the first 3 or 4 days I was out there.
Mm-hmm.
So I really want to pay attention to running backs today. Dude, Estime made a nice little play. They beat him. Boom, boom, boom. Good throw. Here you go. He comes walking back, and I'm going, dude, that dude's chest looks like he can bench 500 pounds.
Oh,
Dude,
probably can.
It was during rookie minicamp. I've been in a lot of locker rooms, seen a lot of half-dressed dudes.
There was a guy in Washington who used to come in just to take pictures.
I heard about that.
Photos.
I heard about that.
Carrying it down low, snapping.
He carried a camera right here.
That's
and
so
boom,
creepy.
boom, stand right by the shower when guys walking out.
Oh, you always know who the Gazers are, by the way. The Gazers get a quick reputation, and you are well aware of who they are.
Audric Estime, chest, back, took my breath away to see.
Gazer.
Gazer. I'm gazing at that because I dare you to take your eyes off of it. It was just. It was.
It's like one of those dream sequences in a movie, and there's D-Mac just staring at it.
D-Mac's going to his Happy Gilmore happy
Happy
place.
Gilmore.
Standing in the locker room just staring.
Go to your
at
happy
you.
place, Happy.
Or what was that one bowling movie?
Kingpin.
Yeah, and Kingpin looking in the mirror and you see, ah!
Oh, what a great movie that was.
That's D-Mac.
I got to watch that movie again. I haven't seen that movie in probably 12 years.
You got it. Go ahead. No,
You can make fun of me, but I'm not gonna deny it.
Well, tell the story again, and I think Dan's got an appropriate.
I'm in it's rookie mini camp, and I'm in the locker room, and there's Audric Estime, and he takes his shirt off, and it's like,
whoa.
Yeah, well, that's it.
That's all.
That's all we got.
Work the
That was
balls.
your big idea.
No, it wasn't. Again, you guys told me I can't do it here. I could have done it here.
Anyways, let's just get to the point.
He's big.
He's a big dude. Go look at some of the tape.
Look how big and thick he is.
Yeah. How else do I talk about this? How else do I say it?
It's up to you, buddy. Hey, you chose to go down this hole.
Leaving it there. He's a man's man, and he is thick, and this is not going well.
So
he's an imposing presence.
Oh, dude, like I said,
imposing presence.
So they don't have pads on everything, and the chest plate covers there. He walked out, and he made the run. He's running back, tosses the ball. Somebody's walking. I mean, and he looks like a Marine. His chest is out, and I'm like,
oh yeah.
And I did. You know what? Now that you think about it, I stopped. All the action's still going. I watched him walk back to the back of the line, going.
Wow.
That dude can bench 500 pounds. His chest
Can you guys remember?
is massive.
Can you guys remember the Broncos running back with 3 times the size biceps of Audric Estime? And I mean 3 times the size.
We've had this conversation. I felt like
Yankovic guy, was it?
No.
Andy Janovich?
No.
Janovich.
Yankovic. Are you talking about Weird Al?
Hey, Janovich was built too now.
Oh yeah,
he was all right. He was nothing special.
No.
Oh come on.
No.
He was.
You wouldn't
nothing
take that
special.
body and come back and say, Kimmy.
Okay. Would I like to look like an NFL player? Sure. But there was nothing special about Jano in the locker room compared to a bunch of other yoked up dudes. He was the whole like love of Jano was so ridiculous.
I'm just looking at his body.
Guy, Michael Pittman Sr.
Pittman was
my teammate with Denver Broncos.
I didn't realize he was on that. I forgot he was even on the team.
Oh yeah.
No, he was
biceps like biggest biceps I've ever seen in my entire life.
The fans, if you don't know Audric Estime, you're going to love him. You're not going to like him. You're going to love him.
Now, saying that also,
he is the epitome of why fans love football, which is about strength and violence and that's who this dude is.
And now saying that also, it ain't like P. Ryan's, sitting there standing in
P. Ryan's thighs. P. Ryan is jacked.
Oh,
and as much as we're talking about Estime, P. Ryan's thighs and legs and bottom half is unreal.
Massive.
Yeah, pound for pound, P. Ryan's probably actually stronger.
But you got
Probably.
one guy's benching 500, the other guy's throwing up a 1,200 on the squat.
Exactly. It's P. Ryan is going to be a wicked tough cut, man. There is, I don't know. I think this is a
Okay, can I just say something? When you carry 3 quarterbacks, these are the decisions you have to make.
Well, I understand that.
And if you want to carry that
I
third
get it.
quarterback, it's conversations like this. It's Tim Patrick. It's Samaje.
It's somebody else. Yes, I know.
It's a dude that
it's
is
maybe
worthy.
9. It's maybe 9 cornerbacks, not 10.
Yeah, but I mean, it's a dude that's worthy of being on a roster.
If this is the truth, if that's the truth, and these are the tough cuts, then it's up to George Payton here in the next week or two. Can you get a 5th round? Can you get a 6th round? Can you get a 4th round? Whatever. Can you get something as opposed to just let that guy go?
Now's a tough time to do that, Scott.
I know.
Because guess who else is doing that? Every freaking team in the NFL that's got a dude that they want to cut.
This guy is a fringe starter backup.
Who?
P. Ryan.
Oh, P. Ryan's got a lot of possibilities and uses.
Samaje's not starting on many teams. But
That's what I say. He's a fringe star, but he could fill in. Your guy goes down, he could be your guy. He did it here. He did it in Cincinnati.
To me, that is the epitome of what Sean Payton talked about. We don't want to let talented players go.
What's
and I will side with you on this, Tyler. If it's Joe backup full linebacker, special teams ace, okay. But if the decision really is third quarterback who's never going to play compared to Samaje Perine, I am going to go with Samaje Perine.
Well, I mean, on the surface, it feels insane to carry 5 or 6 guys in a running back room, right? But you damn sure don't want to let them go. So that you got to make those decisions somewhere.
Stidham or Perine? Who you keep on the team?
I'd keep Perine.
Oh, for sure.
I
would. Well,
listen.
Personally, I'd cut Zach, but
I'm not beholden to no. I don't think this year is more than a 5-win window anyway. So I'm actually would be way more cutthroat with this. It wouldn't bother. I would definitely just keep 2 quarterbacks if we're just, here we go. It's more about next year than this year. But when I hear all the hemming and hawing and that's like, let's keep 3 and don't worry about it.
So if it's a 5-win and it's about this year, next year, whatever, maybe more talent, then why would you ever keep Stidham?
You really wouldn't, frankly. And I've said that. I've said the guy that is probably the player that gives you the best chance to beat Seattle is the guy you may let go.
Easy answer, boys. It's not about next year. It's about this year.
Well, if it's just about Seattle, then it's a different conversation.
Yes, it is, buddy. It might not for you. It might not be even all the way upstairs. I promise you for Sean Payton it is. I promise you for those guys in that locker room it is.
If you want to reach out to us on the Ramos Law hotline, that's cool. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, a medical doctor and attorney. It's available at ramoslaw.com. Let's dig into it. Let's football go with Dan Bud Squints Tanner coming up next. Come on, you got to hand it to Dan Buds Quinstander. The dude's funny.
Smooth as butter right there, Scott.
The dude gets it.
Like I said, you guys provide the material.
But
I'm
these
just putting
still,
it together.
You got to pick up on it. Thank you, Mountain High Appliance, mountainhighappliance.com with 5 locations. They're the best. Check them out.
Did you get yours in yet?
Mountain High. No, we've. It's a bit of a off the air, longer story.
Oh, really?
But love Mountain High Appliance. It's got nothing to do with them. It's got to. Soon.
How do I hit your button? And
I
not
don't know.
I don't
I
even
have
know.
no
where
idea.
I,
being difficult.
I have
Is
no
that
idea
what
where
I'm
it
saying?
lives.
I don't know.
Hey, look at that. Brandon's bringing coffee again.
Brought me a coffee.
How about I could use one?
Yeah. Yeah, he didn't just give me, hey, he doubled it up. Look, I got a full cup
Listen,
here.
if you want a cup of coffee and this new thing that Brandon brought in, it takes you 8 or 9 minutes before it's going to get done.
That's a good guy there, that Brandon. All right, let's go. Dan Buds Quinstander, what's first?
All right, we got a lot to get into today, fellas. We're going to start with PJ Locke. Amani Toomer, former NFL star, is not happy with Bears quarterback Caleb Williams.
Oh.
Got a Shedeur Sanders update from
Oh.
Brian Howell. And remember the Titans beef between Jeffrey Simmons and the Titans
Are
radio
you
host?
going to just do the thing, or are you going to
That's
tell
happening.
us everything you got?
It's a radio tease.
I like it. It's a new thing. I say yes,
so
Dan.
this was D-Mac's idea.
It was not. It was not my idea. It was not. I had Dan. I had nothing to do with that.
That is
Literally
such
had nothing
BS.
to do with it.
I swear on my kids' lives. I had
we got a
nothing
lot
to
of
do
good
with-
stories today.
I'm just saying I like it.
And Mike Tomlin talks about
I like
the quarterback
it.
competition
I like it. Let's go,
with
Dan.
Russell Wilson and Justin Fields. But we're going to start with PJ Locke. He was asked, does Bo Nix put stress on the defense? Here's his answer.
Well, right now, man, what I noticed from Bo is he's a good look-off guy. He's really good looking off. Even in OTAs, I was like, man, I just cannot get a beat off of him because most time rookie quarterbacks, like, their first read, they're going to look at it. And he'll look you off real quick. And, he's trying. I think he studies the safeties. And he can tell, like, we're like super instinctive. We try to play games with him, so he try to play games back. So that's what I noticed off rip. And he can throw the field. He can throw it.
All right, what do you guys think of PJ Locke's evaluation of Bo Nix?
I think Bo Nix is a very, very good robo QB, no doubt about it. And I think he can move around too. I think 61 starts is no joke. I think living in Castle Pines is a sense of maturity. I think the dude's ready to go. Let's see it. That's what I think.
Well, I'll tell you this. If we're going to take PJ at his word that Bo Nix is doing a great job with his eyes, meaning like I'm looking to the right half the field or I'm delaying my eyes, whatever it might be, that is a very healthy sign of a quarterback that knows his responsibilities. Because when you get nervous as a QB, you're not quite sure what I'm supposed to do. What are you naturally going to do? You're going to stare it down. You're going to figure it out, right? Hey, I think that's what I've got. So I would say that's a pretty damn healthy sign if that is truly the case. Or he could just be Von Miller hyping up his guy.
We said it a while ago. I think he may be. And we asked that question yesterday, success. What exactly is success? What would a success for Bo Nix look like? To just being a starter? No. But I've really tried to focus on this 5 practices we've been to here. I think that first day of live, the first day in pads was his worst day that he's had. And I think seeing guys that close and they let the rush come and everything, I think he went, whoa, okay. And every guy I've ever talked to in training camp, young players, always say, what's the biggest difference from college? And a lot of these guys come from major big-time program. Oregon's a big-time program.
No doubt.
Right?
So is Auburn, where he was too.
And they all say the speed. And guess what? Monday was the first time Bo Nix got to see NFL speed, to be real honest with you. And I think he's gotten better Tuesday, Wednesday. Today was unpadded and everything else. But I think he'll be solid. I think what you call him, Robo
QB. I don't mean that to be an insult. What I mean is that he can process things. And here's why I think most after-school specials, TV things, show it's a negative having your dad as the coach. Because in most, typical sports movies, the dad who's the coach is overbearing and terrible and, such a bad dude. However, there's a flip side to that. If the kid also wants all that information and can absorb it, do you know how many thousands of hours are probably spent when your dad's a coach talking about your particular sport, it's not always a negative. It can be an incredible positive, and that's who Bo Nix is, because his dad was a coach.
Well, I'll tell you this, what Bo Nix did yesterday, if he could play like that in the regular season, you're good enough to go about 500. You are.
That would be amazing this year.
Now, like, it was a single day, and I remember a day last year when the Denver Broncos smoked the Dallas Cowboys in a joint practice, and we all walked away from that like, hey, here we are, we've arrived, and that quickly came back to reality. So I'm not trying to oversell what was a day, but if he can play like he did, that's solid football.
Well, another dirty word over the last handful of years, and I think it's turned the corner, kind of come back around. Remember when a system quarterback was considered a dirty word?
Oh, that would be a Robo QB.
Yeah.
Yes.
And that's the first thing I thought about when you kept saying Robo QB.
Yes.
If he can become a Sean Payton system quarterback,
that's what they're looking for.
Let's go.
Next, Dan.
All right, let's hear from Amani Toomer here for just a second.
Toomer.
Because Bears safety Kevin Byard told a story how Caleb Williams asked teammates to better clean up after themselves to help out the custodians and staffer in the locker room. He said that Caleb told the team they were leaving water bottles everywhere, towels all over the place.
Said that?
Caleb Williams told this to the team. Amani Toomer was not very happy with what Caleb Williams had to say.
He's Russell Wilson 2.0. Uh-oh. This is not going to go over well. Uh-oh. If you came in the locker room, I've been in this locker room for 8 years, like you said. And some rookie's going to come in who hasn't played one snap.
Right.
Talking, we're wearing the fingernail polish. Now he's going to come in here and tell me, who've been here, who've been through the struggle, that I need to clean up? No, how about rookie? How about you clean up after me?
Right.
How about that? Don't give me this crap. I don't like it at all. I feel like rookies should earn their respect.
Sure.
Just because you got drafted number 1 doesn't mean nothing to me because I don't even know if you're good.
All right, Tyler, Scott, you guys are 8 years into your professional careers.
Mm-hmm.
And a rookie tells you guys to clean up after yourselves in the locker room. What's your reaction?
Well, I guess I got to know what the exact circumstance is. I mean, if you're being disrespectful, I guess that's one thing. But more or less, I think I actually more or less agree with Monty. If look, a locker room's not a sterile environment. Okay, this is not we're not. It's not a library. And if some young guy is coming in there trying to reset things that he doesn't need to be worried about, like, I guess my biggest thing is, like, I'm not telling Caleb Williams not to be a good guy. That's cool. Respect the janitors, respect the staff. You absolutely should do that, and you should clean up after yourself when it's appropriate. But I would rather see Caleb Williams try to exert his leadership in football situations if I'm a veteran in that locker room.
In John Wooden's Little Blue Book, that was one of his main teaching points everywhere they went, and it was mandatory. The locker room was in better condition when they left than when they got there.
Mm-hmm.
And you didn't uncut your tape and throw it on the floor, and you had people that were to clean. I mean, they were conscious of that, and that was part of his discipline.
Mm-hmm.
Was you make a mess, clean your mess up, and that's discipline. You look at people who have messy places in their house, usually they're not real disciplined.
Mm-hmm.
So I have no problem with it. And I'd have no problem. You go, dude, you're slobs. Clean up after yourself. Somebody's got to pick this up. And in some cleanup fairy that comes in here at night, human beings have to pick this crap up that you're just throwing over here. Clean it up.
Yeah.
And you may not like it because it's a rookie. But guess what? 5 years guaranteed money. What are you last year contract? You last year? What pick were you?
Yeah, Caleb just got like $32 million up front, by the way.
Yeah, I'm the first pick. I'm the quarterback. You're doing this until he's not. I have no problem with that. I think Amani Tudor's a little punk and probably sloppy and probably never reached all of his potential he had.
On one hand, I've seen so many locker rooms that are – the guys' lockers are disasters. That actually kind of blows me away. Like, I don't know why you don't keep it up better. That being said, you shouldn't be leaving things a disaster aside from your own locker if you're just leaving stuff around. I mean, that's just like being a pig. That being said, I'm laughing at Toomer. I was like, I don't care what you are. You're the number one pick. You are delusional, dude, like where you are in the world compared to where that guy is in the world. So I got no problems with the leader of the team, who he is, establishing himself as the leader of the team.
When's the last time Chicago was significant?
Exactly.
You think the locker room is always a mess and everything
Does
else?
Caleb Williams remind you of Russell Wilson?
No, I don't even know what he's talking about.
I'm trying to figure out the similarities between those two guys.
I think Toomer's way off.
Toomer had a great career and played a lot of years, all that stuff, but I think he's way off too.
Okay.
Chicago's trying to change a culture. This is a culture changer.
Caleb Williams is clearly the man.
The only thing that I can relate to with it, though, is like, hey, exert your leadership on the field first. Okay?
Of course.
And don't try to come in trying to be in control of absolutely everything. Guys are being disrespectful. Fine. Set a standard.
Leaders ain't just leaders on the battlefield.
I got it. But there's something to be said about earning it.
So I will say this: if he's doing that in the locker room, I bet he's doing it on the field or trying to.
I'll tell you this, man. The worst team that I ever saw with the Denver Broncos was the 2010 Broncos when it was Tebow's first year. That team was, I hate to say it, that was a group of losers. And I almost felt bad for Tebow to even be on that team. They swept the sheds in the offseason, and 2011 was just much different. So I actually agree with you on this, Tyler, a little bit. Sometimes you want, he is well within his rights to assert himself as the leader, but he may want to just chill just a tad.
Pick your battle.
Yeah, because they're going to make other changes.
But hold on. If it's okay for Nathan McKinnon saying you can't eat a candy bar, it's okay to say that, but it's not okay to say this. Then come on now.
Yeah, but Nate wasn't saying that his rookie year. In fact, go look at some video of Nate his rookie year. He's a little plump if you look at Nate back in the day.
We all know this, though. Leadership and respect, when you truly respect a leader, is because they've proved it on the field more than anywhere else.
I agree.
Anything that they've done.
I agree with you.
So that's what I do agree with. You got to prove it on the field before I'm just going to respect you as my de facto leader.
If he's going around picking stuff up himself before he got to point and said, dude, come on, man, let's pick this up.
Yeah. And by the way, when I'm hearing Toomer in that story, how do we know it's not more something like that? And why is he bringing up his fingernails? Like, and again, with Toomer, like, what does that got to do with anything? How about your nose ring, dude? I don't know. I don't like that tattoo on your left calf. I mean, what are we talking about? So sometimes you just be a dude. Just relax, Toomer. All right, next, Dan.
All right, let's go to Boulder and hear from Brian Howe talking about if Shedeur Sanders can get better protection up front, he has a chance to win the Heisman Trophy.
And, you're right. It was 52 times last year. He was sacked 8 times by Nebraska, even in a 36-14 win. He took 8 sacks. So, 52 times. That was a school record last year. So that is the number one priority. I mean, we've heard it since the end of last year that, Coach Prime's number one thing was we've got to protect our quarterback. And, a lot of people jump on that. We were talking about his son, and I get that. But frankly, when you've got one of the best quarterbacks in the country, whether he's your son or not, you want to try to take advantage of having that person on your team. And that's what USC tried to do with the Caleb Williams. I think that's what Colorado wants to do with Shedeur Sanders, is protect your asset. And, their running backs coach talked today after practice, and, he mentioned our guys at running back, they better pass protect, because if you're letting your guys sack our most valuable player, that's a problem. And so they need to protect Shedeur Sanders. If they can do that, I very much think he could be in New York.
Yeah, you guys agree with Brian there. If he gets protected up front, is Shedeur, does he have a shot to win the Heisman?
Of course. Of course. Tyler?
Yeah, absolutely. To win the Heisman, you got to win ball games. You got to win a lot of ball games if you're going to win a Heisman Trophy. I'll tell you this, and it's a little bit unrelated to the question. I chatted a little bit with Andy yesterday, who kind of gave me some information that he'd been told about what's going on up there at CU, and it was actually some very optimistic stuff. I checked in with a couple folks that I knew that had been up and around the program last night. I got to tell you, man, there's actually a really good vibe going on. There's a good vibe going on about what the offensive line looks like. There's a good vibe going on about the new guys. A bunch, and this is coming from people that previously have been very, very pessimistic about the outlook this year. I haven't seen a single second, so this is just information that I'm being relayed.
Do you trust Pat Shurmur?
No.
Okay, well, he's the man. He's the
Okay.
guy.
No, I don't.
Yeah.
I don't trust him, but I also do think like it is foolish to dismiss somebody that has got that much experience, that's been around that long.
That sucked the last 6 years he's
Yeah.
been an offensive coordinator.
Here's
Yeah.
my
Why question that?
My biggest concern and question mark with Pat Shurmur is what does he know about the college game? Because the college game has evolved so radically.
We are fixing to find out.
There is zero similarity to an NFL offense.
Can I say something? That might be his best hope because obviously he don't know crap about a pro game. So maybe he's been trying to run college stuff in the pro game. I don't know.
How much is the season in terms of the offense going to come down to Pat Shurmur?
A lot.
Well, what was that whole
Okay.
question that Dan just brought up with if Shedeur gets more protection? How many times did they drop 5 dudes out on the route and basically said, okay, you 5 guys block this blitz, and was getting quarterbacks killed left and right?
That
happens all the time.
They didn't have a tight end on the roster that was capable of blocking last year. They didn't have the ability to go into max protection last year.
No, I'm talking about the Broncos when they were doing it when Shurmur was here.
Oh, with Shurmur.
When Shurmur was here, he
okay.
was going four wide all the time, and quarterbacks were just getting crushed.
They're going to go as far as their coaches can take them because I think Shedeur has the talent to do it all, to win games, to win the Heisman, to be the number 1 overall pick. Dude's got the talent. I don't know where his head's at, and I don't know how the preparations are going to go, but it's going to be damn exciting to watch. I'm actually pretty pumped to watch CU football this year.
I think it's going to be fun, man.
I do too. I think they're going to win more games than they did last year. I think they're going to make a bowl. I think it's going to be more consistent.
You give me 7 wins, and I'll call that a hell of a year.
I think you're going to get it, and I think it's going to be fun, and I can't wait for them to win.
Well, you're
So
going to
let's
the
go.
bowl if you do that, right?
I'll say this. You get 7 wins, Shedeur Sanders is the number 1 draft pick in the NFL.
What if Carson Beck's a national champion with Georgia?
Obviously, we got to know what it looks
Something
like,
like
right?
that, you know.
Obviously, we got to know what it looks like.
Right.
But I do think that Shedeur will stand out in a different way than Carson Beck will.
Okay. Well, he's going to have a bigger
No, that's-
challenge.
again, we got a bunch of what ifs in that scenario.
Yeah,
right?
one guy will have to have a blow-up year, and the other guy, if he's a system quarterback, could win a national championship.
By the way, I am so grateful for this. It's going to be so much fun this year because what's the next year? We're going to be talking about a CU player with the potential of winning a Heisman Trophy.
Well, hopefully we get Juju in there, the
Well,
number 1 quarterback in the country who is still hot on the trail.
Man, that would be great because that's what these SEC schools do year after year after year. It's one guy after another who's up for that. Happens all the time there at Georgia. I'm sorry, Dan, we got something else? You gave us like 9 stories. Did we run out of time?
Do you guys want to hear from Mike Tomlin on the Steelers quarterback battle between Fields and Russell Wilson?
Of course I do.
All right, let's hear. Here's Tomlin on the Steelers quarterback battle.
Man, we got 2 really capable guys that are comfortable being the guy. We're going to create an environment where they get an opportunity to compete and show what they're capable of. Obviously, we've been really consistent about the positioning of it throughout the offseason. We described it as Russ having pole position, meaning that they're going to be given an opportunity to compete, but I just think it's important to lean on his experience and expertise relative to the things that come outside of playing to provide direction for the unit and things of that nature. And so it's been really good. Justin's really taken advantage of the opportunity for additional snaps because Russ been out some here the first week. And so really excited about the trajectory of it, excited about it continue to go with the process and having them display their skills.
All right, simple question for you guys. Who gets more starts this year at quarterback for Pittsburgh, Russ or Justin Fields?
Fields.
Russ.
Because the Pittsburgh Steelers are built to be a 10-win football team, and Russell Wilson with the Pittsburgh Steelers is probably capable of doing that.
He's been hurt. He'll get hurt more. He probably was hurt the entire time he's here with the Broncos. He's an older dude who's just going to wear down, and we're close to the end with Russell Wilson.
All right, well,
the reports, so the week the Russ didn't play, that Justin Fields wasn't really lighting things up.
Who else is there behind Russ? Because he's going to be hurt.
If you're predicting off of injury, okay, fine. I'm not using a crystal ball on whether the guy's going to get hurt or not.
Well, he's been hurt during training camp. I think that's fair.
But I'm just saying, assuming he's healthy.
I'm not hoping.
Assuming he's healthy, Russell Wilson will get more starts than Justin Fields.
Russ is an older dude, man. He just ain't the same guy. For whether he gets hurt or not.
Well, Justin Fields is a young guy that has never been a guy. At least Russ has been a guy.
When the Broncos step on the Steelers by 30 points when Russ comes back here to town.
Let's go, Bo Nix.
Let's go, Bo Nix. But you ain't going to need Bo Nix to win that game because Russ is going to be turning it over left and right. It's going to be a slaughter on Russell Wilson.
Keep this sound right here.
Your Russ disrespect is a new level.
Because he lives in his head.
I had an opinion of Russell Wilson, but he ain't a turnover machine. That's for sure.
He will be
when has Russell Wilson ever been a turnover machine?
You're kidding me. Running and flipping it to his right and here you go, take that one. Under pressure with the Broncos, Russ was brutal.
A turnover machine.
Brutal, first year especially.
Turnover machine.
Is that Canadian?
Turning the ball over.
Is Brutal Canadian?
Brutal.
Is that Canadian?
Eight interceptions was a turnover machine?
Brutal.
Okay.
Brutal. I don't know what the numbers were. What the numbers? Who cares what the numbers?
Look at about stats.
Numbers.
He sucks.
PhD on 92.5. Congratulations to Patty Croxton. No relation to Throckmorton. But Patty won 4 pair of tickets to the Gold Over America as they come to Ball Arena on September 25th. So way to go. That's going to star Simone Biles. Found out last night in men's gymnastics, we suck, USA, at all-arounds. We're third best as a team, but our guys...
That's team, though. That's team.
That's team.
That's because what we are. We're about the team.
But individually, with the men gymnasts, not so good. So is just a house-clearing question, is Simone Biles going for the all-around tonight?
Oh, and you want me to?
Don't say a damn word. I do not know the results. I'm not even going to look at you.
Yeah, don't look at
do. And that would be a big
I
jerk
can
thing.
already tell by the way
that
Scott
would
did
be a
that.
big jerk thing.
I don't know, but I already know by the way
Don't
he
even.
did it. What
I am going to stick up for the people listening right now that don't want their night ruined. Blah 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 blah. Congratulations to Patty.
You know what I'm different in? You can tell me everything about a movie, and I'll still enjoy the movie.
Movie's so different. I agree with you on a movie, but sports is so different because everything about sports is about the unknown. It's all about the result.
Because now you can relax and
Don't do it.
No, you just said relax.
Don't do it.
Why did you say relax?
Well, I'm not talking about
Why
that.
did you just say relax?
You just said it in generality sports. I said sports is
You
easy.
literally just said you could relax.
Bonix.
D-Mac's not going to be able to relax tonight. I'll just say that.
Unbelievable. Now you're trying to make up for it.
I can't even look at the text line. I'm
Gosh,
the text line.
Why did you
Tyler
say
gave
that?
away a secret in House of the Dragon, Scott. I got your back.
No, that's
all right.
No,
You have no room to talk.
No, that's my point. A movie is different. A show is different. It's still there's still stuff to watch there. Sports, there's only one
I'll
thing: the
change
outcome.
subject. Have you guys watched For Those About to Die yet?
Oh, how is that?
Pretty good.
Okay.
Wait, I don't even know what that is.
Are they? It's on NBC. Peacock.
No, it's on Peacock.
Peacock, and it's about chariots and
Well,
shizzle.
it's basically
I know.
like Gladiator, the next.
Oh, do you know they're finally making a second Gladiator? By the way,
Yeah, but it's a series. But I think it's from the same producers of Gladiator.
All right, for those
it's the same producers of 300.
Oh, okay, you got me. Here's my choice: are they rolling out one episode at a time, or are they?
It's all out.
It's all out.
Do I have to buy a Peacock subscription for this?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got enough of those.
The Peacock's pretty good though, man.
He's got a free week
The only
trial.
thing bad about it is you pay for Peacock and they still got commercials watching or something like that. Come on now.
Peacock, I didn't even get suckered in for the Olympics. I'm just watching whatever's live. Not live,
It's
obviously.
not live.
Whatever the main event is. The main event that I get to relax for tonight, that's what I get to watch
No, I'm
tonight.
not even talking about that.
Yeah, you were.
By the way, I watched Serbia USA women's last night volleyball. And I'm sure it happened 3 hours earlier. What an exciting thing to not know the outcome and to be able to watch that thing. My daughter and I were on the edge of our seats.
Okay, leave it there.
But anyway, for those about to die,
yeah,
pretty good.
Okay,
Now,
it's a problem.
Worth buying a subscription?
Oh yeah, but
I don't know.
Peacock has been great for me because I'm into the Tour de France, so that was amazing, and it goes right.
And
to
you
the
can go back
Olympics.
and watch all the replays of that too.
Now I'm pretty sure I'm going to dump it as soon as the Olympics are over. So that means I've got to
So you gotta watch this.
for those about to die in the next 2 weeks.
You know who one of the main characters are? You remember? Did you watch Game of Thrones?
Yeah, of course.
Remember the guy that kidnapped and made Reek?
Yes, that was sick.
He's
but
like
yes.
he's like one of the main guys in this movie.
That was one of the baddest human beings ever on TV.
And the hardest thing. So then I'll tell you, the hardest thing watching this is he's kind of still a mean, tough guy, but kind of
got a heart,
a good bad guy, if you will.
Yeah.
And so I think they're trying to make you like him, but all I can see is Reek.
That guy's
Reek.
a good
That's
damn
all I
actor.
can think about.
All right, so
he was a turd in that thing.
Well, he got his eventually. Jon Snow,
them dog. No, the one lady sent his dogs.
Oh, the dogs.
on.
He got eaten by the dogs.
Got
That's
eaten
right.
by his own dogs.
That's right. That's right.
Oh, you talking about the Greyjoy guy?
Yeah. By the way, the Dragon show, House of Dragons right now, are you following that?
Yeah, I only got into the
It's
first
the season
5
finale
episodes.
next week, and we are having a dragon off.
Is this
I am having a
season
hard
2?
time following the storyline. Like we've bounced around between so many centuries and
Yeah,
years.
200 years of going back 200
Like
years.
I feel like I'm just like watching, but I don't really understand what's
well,
going on.
let me just tell you without spoiling anything.
Wait, dragons fight?
We are getting dragon
there's
fights.
a giant war. I read the book.
You got so mad at me when I told you
The
dragons
first
would fight.
season was a big setup, and the second season has been freaking
Well-
dragons left and right, and it's amping up to a big dragon fight in the last episode
The
coming up.
book, basically, I mean, you're going 400, 500, 600, 800 years. I mean, they go through the lineage of these people. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, George R.R. Martin, he is a nerd, but pretty cool. I'm going to say. I'm into it.
You're into the well. If you like that, I think you'll like this.
Okay. Those
I
About
think-
to
I
Die.
think-
Yeah, I
yeah,
know.
yeah.
I know. I'm gonna like Those About to Die.
Yeah.
We get the training camp. We get all this stuff going on. Like I know. See, that's my problem because once I start watching it, it's just
There's a
I'm done.
gladiator that hasn't fought. Well, he did fight, and just like in the practice, but looks like he'd be the biggest lineman in the history of the NFL kind of guy. He looks like a guy that should be the Mountain and should have been on Game of Thrones. He's like bigger than the Mountain.
Okay. All right.
I can't wait to relax.
Flushing it all out. Thanks, Dan.
Hey, by the way, I gotta say this. And I gotta say this, and he's our buddy, Chris Marlowe. If you're not watching the beach volleyball men and women, Chris Marlowe is absolutely killing it.
He is killing it.
Last night had a fight, kind of not a fight, but he lectured his color analyst because he compared this guy who's supposed to be the best volleyball player in the world. People say he's compared to Nikola Jokic, and this guy, well, what do you mean? He can't run. He can't. No, I'm talking about being the best in the world. Well, the color guy, and he goes, 3 MVPs. That's all I'll say about Nikola.
There you go, Chris.
And the guy was just quiet
The
after
typical
that.
he's not athletic conversation.
Well, yeah, a guy probably's from LA and he's just a pure Laker fan.
Is Chris doing more than just volleyball?
He does all the men's and women's beach volleyball. And I think they
He's not doing indoor though.
No.
I thought I heard he's not doing indoor.
Well, he wasn't doing the women's indoor. That was Paul Sunderland.
Was he doing men's indoor?
And that crew, I haven't seen him in indoor yet. I don't
could've
think he
sworn-
is.
All right.
Because, I mean, there's literally
If
60 games.
If he's not doing the men's indoor, then somebody who sounds a lot like him is doing it.
Well, Paul Sunderland and him are boys, by the way. Paul Sunderland did the women's volleyball last night, and they were in a studio in Connecticut calling the game.
Well, they're probably doing that for the men's then, too. That's probably the way it goes. All right, anyways.
But Marlowe's in Paris.
Tomorrow, we will see the fellas back in pads. Saturday, Sean Payton has said that that's going to be like a different sort of practice.
It'll be, yeah.
All right, so we're going to move the ball. We're going to have some competitive periods. We're going to see the goofy special teams in real live action for the first time. That, I'm all right. We got my curiosity on that. So it does look like so far in training camp, that's the day to be at. So,
If you
just
have
for
your tickets,
information.
get your tickets.
Get your
And
tickets.
as far as all that goes, let's go Simone Biles. Yeah, tonight. Here we go.
You can't make up for it. Damage
I'm
is
just
done.
saying good luck to her.
Damage is done, Scott.
Mm.
Why don't you take us out on an apology?
I'm not apologizing.
This is why it's your fault, Dan. Because you made me read the winner for the ticket giveaway for Simone. That's why it's your
Hey,
fault.
do you want to, in the last minute, try to read that entire thing again? It takes about a minute.
Scott, you know what your apology should be? The Conor McGregor, I'd like to apologize for absolutely nothing.
Yeah, and by the way, if you think I'm reading something again for a minute and not getting paid, you're high.
I know. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Andy and Coach Sanford coming up next. Have a great day, y'all. Have a great day.
Rookies should earn their respect. Sure. Just because you got drafted number 1 doesn't mean nothing to me because I don't even know if you're good.
Greetings, programs and gestures. I don't know what Connor says. I screwed up the second half of it. It's Andy Lindahl. It's Mike Sanford. You're a couple days closer to getting Nate Kreckman back in your life, but not yet.
Not yet.
Not
I know
yet.
you guys missed the Krecker out there.
Hey, real quickly, how tired are you? Where are you at?
I'm
Do you
great.
know where you're at?
I'm really good.
Okay.
I'm ready for 3 hours of pure, unadulterated fun.
Yeah. But you've been all over the place. You've been making the rounds. I ought to, you know what? Like this time of year. So I know everybody, including some of my sales staff, thinks that all we do is work 3 hours a day. But you get up.
I've learned that's actually true. Yeah,
You get up, you get grinding, you get figuring out what you're going to talk about. Then you watch stuff after. I finished the Pete Rose doc last night. That is an interesting dude. That is an interesting guy.
Yeah, I got to watch that one.
You do. Well, you know what?
I have too many things I got to watch, though.
I want you to watch that and tell me how you feel about him. Because the first 2 episodes remind you why the guy should be in the Hall of Fame, and a lot of people think he should be in the Hall of Fame. And then you watch the last 2 episodes, and it's just constant shucking and jiving. The reason, one guy says it at the end, he goes, there's a reason why Charlie Hustle fit on so many different levels for this guy.
Have you met Charlie Hustle?
No, I've never
have.
How'd it go?
Yeah, it was about 100 yards from a casino.
Of course it was.
Yeah, it was at the Mandalay Bay. He was signing autographs to fund his next trip to the tables.
There's no real spoiler in a documentary when you kind of know how it's all going, right?
Yeah.
Okay, then I'm going to tell you the very last minute or so of the show, he claims he's quit gambling. Were you aware of this?
No.
He claims he's not gambling anymore. That it's done. It's out of his life. There's nothing for him in it anymore.
And we all know, based off his track record,
there's no
Pete
way.
Rose
That's
has
like
never
his thing.
lied in his life.
That's
has
right.
He?
Well, yeah, there's a lot. See, that's what the last 2 episodes go into. The first 2 episodes cover the greatness of the career. The last 2 episodes go into the constant, what is the real story here kind of thing. So anyway, I would tell you, I watched that. Like I'm trying to say that really you never turn it off because you're always trying to make sure you've got content for the next show. But that is, I figure what we're doing right now is a college coach's life, right? Up, at it, grind, go to bed at midnight.
Yeah, Andy,
maybe 1.
I'm gonna be real honest, man.
When are you up? Do you ever sleep? I'm sure it is.
I am hanging out at an all-inclusive resort compared to what I did.
I know.
For the
What
last
time are you
18
getting
years.
up?
When I was the offense coordinator at the University of Minnesota, I was up in the morning at 4:45. I'd be in the office. I had a half-hour commute to basically Dinkytown.
That was your
time.
time.
Yeah, it was a bunch of me time.
That was your half
That
hour.
was
of
my
your time.
driving pre-nap time
Yeah,
that I got right there.
yeah.
Just a lot of me time.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then we had an offensive staff meeting at, I believe it was 6 a.m. Staff meeting.
Yeah.
To review the practice cards that we drew from the night before, which throughout the course of the day we had morning practice, so we had everything done, fresh eyes on the practice plan, the practice cards. And then I would proceed to watch film after practice from about 12:30 to about 11:30 p.m. Game plan the next, segment of game plan, whether it's third down, red zone day, whatever it might be. Then I would draw the scout cards till about 1:30. Drive another 30 minutes. Got home at 2 a.m. Then did it again. Rinse, repeat, recycle. Waking up in the 4s the next day.
Have you ever?
I was dying. I was slowly dying.
Well, okay. Why does it? And I'm really asking because I've not lived the life, right?
Yep.
Why is it that football time? I think any coach, you grind about certain things. Better plays, better systems. Are my guys? You and I both being. Mine was high school, yours was college, but we both were worried about grades, I think. I maybe at some places not as much as others, shall we say. But look, dude, you're coaching in high school. I feel bad for these kids. Every week it's a progress report. Every week are you and your teacher on the same page? Like when I was in school, man, it was a semester. Like you just or a quarter or whatever it was. These kids every Monday. Am I going to get my Monday ruined? All of a sudden, my guy, I gotta go talk to the teacher. I gotta get on my guy. Are you doing your homework? Is your crap in? Why am I getting this negative report, dude? Help me out. Help me help you. Help me help you. So I think that's probably common part of the job, but you never hear about the basketball coaches staying and sleeping over in the office. Maybe they do here and there, but it was regularity. I still remember in the Shanahan years, dude, there were things I heard about Josh McDaniels and the way he fooled his guys into staying around. I'm sure you've heard some of it too.
Yeah, the old parked car trick.
You think I'm here when I'm not here, right? He had a little Home Alone thing going on where it looks like the boss is in the office when he isn't.
I've had a few head coaches
that
I've
do
worked
that
for that were right from the old McDaniels tree.
Okay. What eats up the time? Because listen.
Well, I'll tell you right now. It's very simple.
Because you can understand how a blue-collar guy wants to know what of 120 hours are you putting in? What are you doing?
College and pro football coaches are the epitome of Richard measuring contests.
Okay.
To put it on very radio-friendly manner of saying.
Yeah, it's about whose car is cool.
Yeah, whose car's there longer.
Sure.
Yeah.
Oh, you're driving the E-Hummer? I'm driving the Rivian.
And then it's also, Nick Saban came in as a college football coach, coming from the NFL, brought all of his
NFL ways,
his cruel NFL ways to the college game. Then all of a sudden, everybody had to work the Saban type hours, and that was right when I was getting into the industry. But the reason that I think that the hours are like, I broke down my day. I mean, did you hear how long I watched film for?
Yeah.
Okay. We college football coaches, and I'll still consider myself as part of that. I spent my life's work doing such. I'm 42 years old now, and here I am just enjoying the all-inclusive vacation life of media. Just kidding. But we are the best time wasters on planet Earth.
The coaches?
Oh, we love wasting time, man.
How are you wasting your time?
Just,
You're in the film room, and it looks like...
Yeah, you get caught up over one scheme. There's times where I've been a part of debating in an offensive staff room over 3 hours about a scheme working against a look, and then, I'm going to show you this clip on 3rd and 3. They brought this pressure. We're screwed. No, yeah, but we have an answer for that. Here it is. You go back and forth, and guess what ends up happening every time you have the 3-hour discussion? The play gets ixnayed. So you lost 3 hours of your life for a play that you're not going to run. That's what college football and pro football coaches do. We waste time.
So I'm smiling on a handful of reasons because, frankly, all jobs have their time wasting mechanisms
the old
or whatever.
Water cooler conversations.
Yeah.
There are a lot of those in football.
But so a couple of things. First off, it reminds me of an Elway story and a Manning story. I'll do the Elway story first because I think a lot of people that have seen, if you haven't seen it, watch America's Game about the Broncos in the first Super Bowl year because Elway's part of that documentary. The America's Game they do on NFL Network. It's on NFL Films. I'm sure you can find it on NFL Media, and they do it after every Super Bowl champ. But Elway has this great story where on the famous helicopter play, he was asked, why did that play even happen? And Elway said all throughout practice, Mike Shanahan promised him that this play is going to work because they're going to get this look. And I guess Elway says, this is the Elway telling of it. He said, yeah, but Mike, what if we don't get that look? And I guess Mike was like, we're going to get the look. They've given the look to this look all the time, going back to your point. And of course, John says he gets to the line and it's not the look. And he knows right away, he's like, I'm going to have to run. Because he said I don't know he wouldn't go into the specifics of what linebacker was out of place or what guy was screwing up the route, right? But the coverage was not what Mike promised him would be. And he knew my only hope is going to be to just go get the first down. And that's what led to the famous helicopter deal, which actually screwed up his chest, his sternum and his rib cage, which caused him to ultimately miss a few games at the start of the next season when Bubby Brister got some action.
Bubby.
So it's funny that you talk about the looks because every time anyone gets too in the weeds about a look and guaranteeing looks, I think of the Elway story. The other thing you're talking about right there, you just touched on him. This is proof that Peyton Manning was not only a player but a coach. You just touched on, from what people have told me around Manning, his biggest Achilles heel, the reason why he a lot of times struggled in the first playoff matchup that he had or even in one of the Super Bowls would be anytime, I guess, people told me the book on Manning was give him 2 weeks and he's gonna study himself. You're talking about the looks and everything.
Paralysis by analysis.
He had to see every time. He wanted to make sure he could see every defense they could throw at every formation he had, to the point where he was like wearing himself out, working so hard, trying to shove his big robot computer brain that he had every look, and he had in his mind his answer for it ahead of time, and it just led to mental fatigue and just not always playing the way that he could have. Someone told me it was I think, isn't it the first year they actually had to go the wild card route, I think, is when they got to the Super Bowl. And
he only had 6 days of
prep.
prep.
He never
He's
had
better
the
off
2
6,
weeks.
yep.
And then they win because they're playing Chicago in the rain, and they just kind of had to lean on the run game.
The college football equivalent of that is there are certain offensive staffs, offensive situations I've been a part of where the bowl game was the biggest nightmare because you had 4 or 5
Too much time.
4 or 5 weeks of prep, and you end up just driving yourself crazy. And you get to the point where you've drawn the same scout card looks over and over and over. And then you all of a sudden think, oh, what if they don't run that look at all? What if they come out with a completely different structure? So then you start practicing on looks. You're chasing ghosts to the point that you end up screwing your players because they're like, what are we doing? I haven't seen this look once on film. Well, you never know. They had 5 weeks to prepare too.
Did you ever hear the story of Bill McCartney when he changed the offense on Darian Hagan his last year?
No.
Because he knew Cordell was coming in, and they went from that classic wishbone option offense.
Hagan told me when I was working with him at CEU.
Then all of a sudden,
I'll tell you what,
he put in a passing offense that because of next year. Basically, McCartney goes, we're using this as 4 weeks of extra spring ball for my underclassmen because we got a passing quarterback coming in, so we're changing it all up. And poor Hagan's having to try to run a passing. Now, I think you would know better. I didn't ask Coach about this when I'd be around him. He told me a lot of Nebraska stories, but never anything about this bowl game. But I think Hagan agreed to it because he thought it might help his NFL stock if he at least did show I can function in a passing offense in his bowl game.
Or ended up just going straight CFL, baby.
Yeah, it didn't. Well, as I remember, I think it was like a Christmas Day. Was it the Aloha Bowl or the Hula Bowl or whatever they used to play on Christmas Day?
I think it was Aloha.
Aloha, yeah. They used to play. So they ended up
Hula
playing
Bowl
in
has
that.
always been, isn't it been the college all-star game?
Is that what it is?
Yeah,
Or
it's
was
like,
at least once upon a time?
Yeah, at one point.
Before that stadium was unsafe to play in. How many times have you gone to Hawaii?
Asbestos and
I
worms.
I told anybody that wanted to know what the old Mile High was like, go to Aloha or whatever, Honolulu's. What was that stadium?
It was oh, gosh.
There was the Rainbow Warriors for a while, but yeah. Whatever the Hawaii stadium was.
I think it's Aloha Stadium.
It is Aloha Stadium
Yeah,
then.
there we go.
Yeah, that thing was as run down as Mile High was at the end. I remember CU played Hawaii to open the year. I don't know, 2010, call it. And we were out there, and I remember looking at Mark Johnson and Larry Zimmer. I was like, dude, I am so happy I'm on the field. You guys are going to fall out of here. This thing's just going to detach and fall over. Broadcast booth is just going to fall off of this stadium right now. It was scary. Were you at Washington when they were doing the renovations? As a coach, did you have booths up there?
No.
My God, they had us like walking across plywood. As there's just nothing below us. As they were redoing that
University
thing.
of Washington, the Husky Stadium, I think it's called like Alaskan Airlines Field now.
Sure.
That is one of the most uncomfortable press boxes I've ever been in my
yeah.
life. You feel like you are Sylvester Stallone reenacting a scene from the movie Cliffhanger. Like, it is insane.
Oh yeah,
and
they're
you
not
look
afraid
like
to make you
even when it was fully functional. The one that was super creepy in 2022 was coaching up in Corvallis when they were doing that renovation up there. So the press boxes were on the side that was being renovated, and they were like little tents. And they were, I mean, I could have real conversations from the field to them because there were no fans on that side either. So I told them, like, just take your headsets off. Let's just yell at each other. This is dumb. Your guys' view stinks
11
anyway.
personnel. No.
Hey, watch it. The nickel's coming.
Did you ever, you know what I did? I wish I knew somebody rich enough in Washington. They apparently tailgate on yachts out there.
Oh, yeah.
At UW.
Yeah,
that seemed pretty cool.
What do they call it?
At the Puget Sound
And
there?
also University of Tennessee, they have the Vol Navy coming in on.
Do they?
Yeah, they have. So University of Tennessee, that stadium sits right next to a river. I think it's the Tennessee River, to be honest. But
okay.
Yeah, the Vol
I've never
Navy
been to
rolls
UT.
up, man, and it's apparently a scene. You can imagine those people are probably a few beers away from being sober.
Sure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just a couple.
Yeah. Oh, it's the South, college football. Everybody should walk to the game in the South with college football. All right, 303-504-0925. Yeah, Ryan says, I think that Hawaiian Stadium was condemned because concrete was falling off. I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it, Ryan. That thing was a trash pit. It was very cool to play there. Don't get me wrong.
I played there a bunch.
But that place was scary, man.
So
I don't know how you get anything done. Hawaii is not. If I were living in Hawaii, I'd be a bum. I would not get anything accomplished. It's too nice out. I'm not working today. I'm not working tomorrow.
We had some NSFW type of moments when I was playing at Boise State, and we played at University of Hawaii, especially when we won at Aloha Stadium.
Party after?
When they had Colt Brennan
Yeah.
and Timmy Chang, who's now the head coach there at University of Hawaii. Those days when we won at Hawaii and old Thunder Dan Hawkins came into the locker room and said, "No bed check tonight." And we stayed the night after, didn't fly out till the next morning. That was probably the worst smelling plane ride I've ever been on in my life. That many inebriated, hungover individuals that still are requesting the bathroom for uses that aren't typical of a bathroom in an airplane.
All I know is when we went on that Hawaiian trip, I started to think I don't need to go back home. I'm not going to go to the game. And then I figured out, wait a minute, I'm not the one paying for this resort that we're staying
The wildest thing about Aloha Stadium, because it was so stinking rickety.
Yeah.
When they were good, they were a 10-win, 11-win team. That place was loud. I'm talking like deafeningly loud. Louder than any Pac-12 at the time, Pac-10 teams that we played in the non-conference schedule, man. That place would get rolling.
I'll tell you what, I want to give you a quick update before we go to break since we've somehow stumbled on CU. We'll get back. A lot of Broncos. Get your observation from camp today. I heard you say it. Pretty, oh no, you know what? We need to get to break because we're talking to Nick Kosmeyer at 3:20.
Yeah, we got Kos.
I want to give you a Mark Johnson update. Our boy Mark Johnson hurt himself. And since he's put it on Facebook, I'll tell you how. Talking about a cowboy.
Real cowboy.
He needs to maybe not be so much of a cowboy, but our prayers up for him. I hope everything went okay today. Give you an update on him. But Nick Kosmeyer is going to give us his thoughts on camp next.
So with today's practice, we weren't in pads, so we weren't on the field as long. I thought it was good work. There was a red zone emphasis, of course, to what we did. Overall, I was pleased. I thought it was fairly crisp.
All right, the thoughts of Sean Payton. Can't wait to get the thoughts of Nick Kosmider. Welcome back to Kreckman and Lindahl. Nick Kosmider joins us via the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident? You need Ramos Law, a medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. We go off to our VIP line with our very VIP Nick Kosmider, who we enjoyed a little conversation with today. Nick, we need you to settle something. I was talking with our guy Josh that was out there that does a lot of work for us. I heard the Peyton comments as, yes, Stidham and Nix are basically getting a lot of times with the ones, Zach mainly with the twos, but nothing's etched in stone. Then ESPN put out some alert that apparently Zach Wilson is just a two, and that's that. How did you take Peyton's full comments on the rotation today?
Well, I think number one, you couldn't continue to not have Zach Wilson participate at all in first-team reps and still be able to kind of, put on as though this is a three-way even competition. I thought there was finally some clarity about the pecking order. He still didn't go so far as to say, listen, this is down to Jarrett Stidham and Bo Nix, even though that's what our eyes are obviously telling us, but did say, look, the reason, and this is what we knew from the beginning, guys, this is why the three quarterback competition to me has always been a little bit hard to square, because you cannot go through you cannot go through an entire camp and divvy up reps evenly and rotate three different guys in with the first team offense, because eventually as they start to get closer to the end of camp, as preseason games arrive, you're not going to be giving even repetitions to each of those three units. And so again, the writing on the wall was here for this all along. And I think, Sean Payton couldn't continue to not acknowledge what we're seeing. And that is the fact that, you've trimmed this thing, at least for now, barring something unforeseen, to two guys.
Kaz, great meeting you today, by the way. Finally putting a face with a name.
You too, man.
Yeah. Hey, if you were to take away the jersey numbers, the name on the back of the jersey, and just take the information that you've been able to acquire from the 7 days of training camp, where would you put this quarterback rotation in terms of how people have done, how each quarterback has done in training camp so far?
Yeah, the way that I try to analyze it is if you put it in a vacuum and somebody's asked who's performing better, I look at it like, hey, if you had to go out tomorrow and for whatever reason you had a one-game season, they were scheduling your game tomorrow and that was it. You win or you lose, and that's going to dictate everything. I think Jarrett Stidham would be the guy that they start, the reason being that he's familiar with the offense, and that familiarity has shown. He makes quick decisions. He's steady. He's not making a lot of mistakes. He's going to give you the opportunity to win the game. But again, this decision cannot be made in that sort of binary vacuum. You have a situation where you have a guy that you drafted in the first round, and my inclination all along has been that if Bo Nix can continue to kind of keep pace with Jarrett Stidham, and he doesn't get sort of blown out in terms of the actual performances of this camp, he's going to be your guy because you have the investment long term. And I think what we've seen, and for me personally, and I would certainly defer to your expertise on these matters there, Mike, but you see a guy in Bo Nix who I think is starting to get a little bit more comfortable with what's being asked of him. We talked to Mike McGlinchey the other day, who said the thing that continues to impress him is the maturity and the idea that he's not making repeated mistakes. You're not seeing the same things happen. I think that's been evident in the operation. They had that one day when they first got into pads, and Bo was kind of struggling through some of that stuff. Hasn't been repeated, to any kind of intense degree to this point since. And so that's where I'd put it. You got to win a game tomorrow. I think Jarrett Stidham has shown that he would probably be that choice. But Nix isn't far behind, and again, we got time left to go in this, and it's something of a larger picture question that Sean Payton is faced with.
Sean Payton also suggested today, if I got the comment right, because I had to get out of there after the practice was done, didn't wait for podium, but sounds like he said this Saturday, meaning this practice coming up here in 2 days, where they're going to not really run a scrimmage, but he's going to simulate one as best he can.
Move the ball.
Could determine who gets the job. If Bo Nix can repeat yesterday's activities, do you think that Sean Payton finally calls this off?
Well, I think you probably after that. To me, what I got out of that is that like after that, that would be a pretty clear. Okay, we're down to these two guys. It almost seemed like that'll be the official opportunity to, I guess, take Zach Wilson out of that consideration. It almost seemed like he was leaving that door open of, hey, if he comes in and does something, crazy, maybe we haven't made that decision yet. But again, guys, we know where this is going. And so it will be a critical day for both Bo Nix and Jarrett Stidham, because that'll be the first time we've seen that kind of competition in camp. What was left unsaid was what Friday will look like. I would imagine that we'll see Bo Nix get another opportunity with the first team. It's been that back and forth between he and Stidham. And so if he goes first tomorrow, they'd both be at four reps with the first team since camp began. And then you have, and so that would then build into Saturday where Sean Payton said right after that is when they then begin building out their plan for next week that ramps up toward that first preseason game in Indianapolis. And it'll be, I think it'll be a big kind of inflection point in the evaluation because we haven't seen that kind of, that kind of format yet with the move the ball and just something more closely assimilating game action.
When you look at Zach Wilson, for me at least, I see this shiny new object that has, in my opinion, has pushed the ball down the field with accuracy, with fearlessness. But on the flip side, he has yet to take a rep with the first team offense since pads have gone on. I believe it's been a full week since his last opportunity in a non-open to the public practice where Zach Wilson ran with the ones. Did he ever really have a chance to compete for this job, in your opinion? And do you think that he has any ability to even compete with Jarrett Stidham for the backup job because Jarrett Stidham is known right now as the most, I guess, known commodity within Sean Payton's system?
Yeah, it's such an interesting question, Mike, because I think if there's one thing that I think I've become pretty cemented in thinking during this training camp is that Jarrett Stidham is going to be here on this roster. I think he brings a lot of value in terms of just who he is as a leadership. Certainly his knowledge, of the offense, being in the second year of the system. It's been something that I've talked a lot with you guys on the show about. That was a big thing in talking to past Saints players about kind of that fire hose that you're drinking from the first year in this offense and its complexities. And then year two, you start to come around. So even if Jarrett Stidham's not the starter, his ability to kind of, navigate Bo Nix through some of that stuff from that room, I think it's going to be critical. I just don't see a situation in which he's not the backup and you have Wilson. The question will be then, do they keep three quarterbacks? Sean Payton seemed to allude to the fact that it was a real possibility, even though that's not something that he's done a ton in his career, keep three quarterbacks. He has done it. It's just not like the routine roster construction that he has. But it's been such a complex question the whole time. Zach Wilson is a guy who, we hear that word quarterback rehab. I don't exactly know what it means because you only get so much time to work with these guys in the offseason, especially as the CBA rules have changed. I don't know that he really had an opportunity to really go out and win the job. He may have been something of a insurance policy against the draft not falling the way that you wanted it to back in late April and having the opportunity to select Nix or somebody else. Maybe then it would have been a different story. So I'll be fascinated to see, whether he's on the roster because I agree with you. I think he's got the biggest arm in the thing. The consistency still, and this is just my view. You're far more of an expert than me, but his feet when he gets pressure, there's sometimes where I think he's losing his mind a little bit in those situations, and that kind of creates these jump throws because his footwork's not there and he's coming up, and there's some of those things that I just think want to work behind the scenes, and perhaps they'll give themselves a year to do that. But yeah, that's the one I'm fascinated to watch unfold.
We are talking to Nick Kosmider via the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, visit ramoslaw.com. Remember to read Nick in The Athletic and listen to his Not Another Bucking podcast there's going to be tons of camp gyms and that one. Gosh, there's so many ways to go, Nick. We could keep you the whole show, frankly, with all the questions I'm trying to, filter out here. Let's go with this. Look, I'll leave a comment. I understand that both Stidham and Wilson are doing or Stidham and Nix are they're running the offense the way they run it. I think at some point, the guy that's pushed it down the field with accuracy the most has been Zach Wilson, has tried
it's
the
not
bigger shots.
particularly close.
No, but that maybe is not what they want.
Correct.
We'll leave that discussion for another day after we get a preseason game. So let's talk about that preseason game. Sean Payton says the starters are going to play. What do you think that looks like, Nick?
Yeah, well, just going based on last year, kind of going back and looking at it, I think the starters will probably get something around a half. Or maybe a quarter and a half, something to that, 3 or 4 possessions is what it looked like last year when they opened that season in Arizona. That has typically been his sort of MO when it comes to getting guys, as he calls it, calloused for the regular season. They're going to play a fair amount, and that's going to continue into the second game, and then perhaps even in the third game, just depending on what they're trying to accomplish, what battles they still might have to try to figure out. If it was me, I would let this offensive line play, the first 2 games, and then hopefully by then you've made your quarterback decision so that you don't have to put that group out there for week 3 of the preseason, because they're going to go as that unit goes. They if there's any place they really can't afford significant injury setbacks, especially after losing depth at that position with Quinn Bailey the other day, it's the offensive line. So I think that they're gonna play those guys about a quarter and a half. In Indianapolis next Friday, and then kind of evaluate it from there.
Talking with our guy, Nick Kosmider of The Athletic on the Ramos Law Hotline. One thing that I've watched is Nate Atkins is a player that just keeps showing up as a physical part of this offense, a body type that gives you some flexibility potentially with an H-back that could also play some fullback, could play some inline tight end. Do you think there's any discussion, or is it just my tinfoil hat that maybe Nate Atkins could replace Burton's spot on this roster?
That's a great question. I don't even know that it would be having to replace Burton, who obviously Sean Payton loves. They love what he contributes to special teams. Just a guy that's been in a lot of places that have won. I don't even think it would need to be replacing Michael Burton. I think I could see them keeping that extra tight end available. Remember, Chris Atkins made this team, out of training camp last year as an undrafted rookie. And to your point, he just is that guy that kind of keeps showing up every day, making plays, continuing to kind of make himself noticed. And you lost a guy, sort of a physical inline blocker in Chris Manhertz, right? You let him go in free agency. We know that's not going to be Greg Dulcich's role. Sean Payton said as much. I'm not having him block power. I'm not going to put him in those kind of positions. I really don't think that's who Lucas Kroll is either. He's much more of a pass-catching tight end. And then you have Adam Troutman, who is a serviceable big inline blocker. But again, that would still leave I think a room for another one of those guys in that mold. And Atkins to me fits the bill. I wouldn't be surprised if he makes the roster and then does give you that kind of backup flexibility. To guard against an injury to a guy like Burton. It wouldn't surprise me at all. Again, that's why that 3 quarterbacks, right? Like if you're choosing to keep 3 so that you can continue to develop Zach Wilson or whatever the case might be, can you do that at the expense of some of these battles and some of these players that you want to keep around?
Yeah, you're looking at potentially even 6 wide receivers. I mean, you just drafted 2 in Devon Vele and Troy Franklin. I think Troy Franklin looks a little bit more like a developmental player at this stage of his NFL training camp experience. Devon Vele looks like a guy that could be pushing for Tim Patrick's spot. So there's going to be some casualties out of this whole deal, especially if you keep 3 quarterbacks. And what have you made of the receiver position, the battle at the receiver position? I mean, I think it's very dynamic after you get past the first 3, in terms of how close this battle is going to be for roster spots in the 53.
Yeah, no, that one, it's a great question. That one's, to me, like probably one of the most fascinating ones, right? Like Tim Patrick is the big question to me. You had a guy that had no guaranteed money on his deal left. You were already going to take the cap hit for him because this was the 3rd year of his deal that he signed in 2021. It could have easily just been here's a guy that got injured 2 years in a row. You can kind of just move on. Instead, they agreed to something of like a veteran minimum. He's essentially a $1 million player for them this year, and so that doesn't really additionally tie you to him. Financially, but they did want to go through bringing him back and having him be a part of that room and kind of give him a chance to show. But to me, it's like Tim Patrick and Lil Jordan Humphrey. Like, is that sort of a redundancy there? in terms of their size, their physical profile. And Humphrey has obviously played for Sean Payton for a long time. He's been in this offense, and he's a guy that has shown up pretty well. Like, again, not a guy that's going to, just wow you in terms of the flash plays, but is consistently making plays, is sure-handed, gives you effort in the run game and all those kind of things. That, to me, might be the equation. Because, yeah, you're right. Troy Franklin has a while to go, but he's going to be on the roster as a fourth-round pick because you're not going to be able to get him through. Devon Vele, again, another young guy that they like, although not as young as most rookies, and has just also been in that mold of a guy that just consistently has been making plays throughout camp. So I really think the battle there comes down to that, again, that the end of that roster. Is it Tim Patrick? Is it Lil Jordan Humphrey? Can they find a spot? Like, do they want like some kind of slot situation with Michael Bandy, a guy who has had a taste of the NFL and kind of keeps showing up? So yeah, that's another fascinating one.
Nick, always great to talk to you, man. The big Nate Kreckman will be back next week. We'll have to catch him up on everything. But for now, enjoy your weekend. Can't wait to read your assessment of what happened Saturday. Take care.
All right. Yeah, I appreciate it, guys. I'm going to go rejuvenate myself in the calming waters of Denver metro traffic. So you guys be good.
That won't anger you at all. That is Nick Kosmider. Read him at The Athletic. Listen to Not Another Bucking podcast there and get educated. We love having Nick on. Yeah, look, we got a lot to talk about in the next segment. Quite honestly, I do want to get back into the wide receiver position. I think it's interesting he brings up the slot because I want to ask you about that. Is this a team that seems like it's going to feature a lot of slot, quite honestly, from what we've seen? And if it is, then, wouldn't Mims kind of maybe be the guy? Does Franklin fit in as a slot? I don't know if he's wiggly enough from what you've said. We got a lot to talk about. We do want to give you a heads up, though. We have a 4-pack to the Gold Over America Tour. It's coming to Ball Arena on September 25th. Join the excitement at the Athleta Presents Gold Over America Tour starring Simone Biles and America's Best Gymnasts. This celebration of world-class gymnastics is designed to inspire the next generation of champions. Led by Biles, the most decorated gymnast of all time, Athleta Presents Gold Over America Tour. It delivers an exhilarating display of jaw-dropping athletic brilliance and high-energy choreography. Every tumble, twist, and gravity-defying trick will have audiences on the edge of their seats. Get tickets now for a thrilling night of family entertainment. We'll do this about spring 5:20. How about we go 5:20, a little earlier in the 5 o'clock hour than usual. We got to register everybody right now, though. We're going to go with GOAT. The key word is GOAT. Just text in GOAT. You know why? Gold Over America Tour spells GOAT. Because GOAT.
And so does Simone Biles.
Yes, the GOAT, Simone Biles, is on this tour. So it all comes together.
And she's actually a real GOAT. A real GOAT.
303-504-0925, 303-504-0925. Text the word GOAT. You're registered to try to get that 4-pack of tickets, the Gold Over America Tour. Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Let's talk about low testosterone. Is this something that you think maybe that you've been dealing with? The first question that I have for you is very simple. Is your energy level down? That I go to that one because that's what I was dealing with. That was the one that made me go in and kind of wonder about my testosterone levels. Just low energy, wake up full of all sorts of motivation to do things, and by about 11 o'clock, 11:30, I just wanted a nap. There's also things like low sex drive, putting on weight, less productivity at the gym, poor sleeping and waking up, or maybe even feelings of sadness or depression. Don't deal with any of these. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com if you just want to take a quick quiz. It's a simple 10-question yes or no answer quiz, takes 2 minutes. And if you need to, schedule a visit at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com and go and have an appointment. Cost of the appointment's only $99. It includes a medical consult, team PSA test, and if you sign up for testosterone treatment the same day of your appointment, it ends up being free. No need to wait. They've got 5 locations to serve you. Call them 720-440-7900 or again, the website, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Oh, yeah, we're back. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. Andy Lindahl, Mike Sanford hanging with you. By the way, the keyword is GOAT. G-O-A-T, GOAT. As in greatest of all time or Gold Over America Tour. And we'll pull a winner at 520. All right, let's get back into it. Nate Kreckman, by the way, off. I think everybody should know by now, but he will be back. We'll be back on Monday. Finally nearing Kreckman time.
I like to Kaz drop in the calming waters of Denver metro traffic.
Yeah,
because I feel like we've been lacking the wordsmith that is one Nate Kreckman.
Sure.
He is a cunning linguist.
Yeah, yes, and I'm glad. Yes, it's very good. You kept all that enunciated very well. Speaking of being cunning, I guess in some way, as I try to transition. Honestly, does this team need a slot receiver?
I think that you have candidates, but there's really two on the roster.
Give them to me.
It's Marvin Mims.
Okay.
Who I don't believe has acquitted himself particularly well as a savvy slot receiver thus far in training camp. Now, you haven't had a chance to see his greatest trait, which is
the deep ball.
And also run after catch.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah.
Because there's been no tackling. It's not live. You don't see him run through those arm tackles. And then the other one's Michael Bandy. Kaz brought him up. He's not a guy that's going to, necessarily get your heart fluttering and give you all the feels. But, man, he's been productive in this camp. I think he has the best understanding of any of the candidates that are the underneath zone settlers that understand where to settle, where to friendly up to the quarterback. Michael Bandy is kind of one of those players that I see is like almost the quarterback's best friend because he just finds a way to uncover himself somehow,
He's like Brandon
some way.
Stokely back in the day.
Yeah, and I know
Stoke always found the open area.
And there's obviously comparisons body type wise and whatnot that you can make to Brandon Stokely, Hunter Renfrow. I mean, these different types of players that are savvy slots. But if this isn't going to be a team, and based off what we've seen from Bo Nix in 7 days of training camp, it doesn't appear there's going to be a team that's going to stretch the field vertically. It's going to be a horizontal distribution. You want some players that have that savviness to be able to throttle and sit in certain zones.
Okay. So help me pair, because I do know that a West Coast-based heavy run team, and look, Mike Shanahan's the guy that brought in Brandon Stokely, so I know it pairs well with this offense. But if you want bigger personnel to kind of beat people up and just be, because I could see them with Javonte and Audric Estime. And my side conversation for DMAC he's always asking about today, one of my side conversations, the guy told me, Audric Estime is coming, okay?
Agreed.
They could be a very physical run team if they chose to, right? So do you give up the smaller slot type to keep, I don't know, whether it's an extra back, another blocking type tight end? Like, how do you solve this riddle? Could Bandy and Pirine possibly fill the same role in a way in different positions? And not that I'm not trying to suggest that Pirine motions out and actually runs as a slot, but he's another guy. And how many of the times last year on the last drive in the game, or whatever, any of these hurry up drives that Russ got going, was he flipping the ball to Pirine or finding him underneath the coverage as they ran everybody deep? Like, to me, I guess I equate the two in case I'm throwing you off, because I do feel like Pirine can settle in underneath the defense out of the backfield if he needs.
Well, I think there's a component of that.
I'm
picking up what you're putting down there, Andy, and I see what you're saying. I do think that the vision for Sean Payton in this offense, in this modern day of the NFL, it is so hard, if not impossible, to be a run first, run second, run third type of an outfit. So part of that run game has to be being able to take the underneath completions in stick concepts, which are tight end routes with a flat route, or spacing concepts, which are typically on a side. There are 3 players occupying underneath coverage areas, and the quarterback has the ability to read it across the board, left to right or right to left. I do think that having players that are savvy in those particular roles do essentially complement your first and second down run game. And I think that's ultimately what Bo Nix is being brought in to do, is be able to read the defenses as he sees them with quick decision-making, a lot of the aforementioned flips to Samaje Perine were frankly because Russell Wilson was turning down options 1, 2, and 3 at times as a quarterback, which he's done his entire career. And then you get to hero ball and you get the little, left-handed flips and, behind the back, between the legs, like all the different goofy things that Russ would do at times, even though he didn't actually go between the legs or behind the back. But
he would have if he could have.
But I see that Samaje Perine's greatest value to make this roster is because he's a third down pass protector.
And I would agree with you. You and I talked about it.
The 52 catches on 56 targets of last season for Samaje Perine was largely due to some of Russ's play style, some of the ability that Russ did have to throw the ball down the field. He's known pretty much league-wide as having one of the best deep balls in pro football. So he's going to get a lot more deep coverage. He's going to get more top-down safety coverage. So it did open up a lot of opportunities to check the ball down. I don't necessarily think this team's going to command the respect to push the ball vertically down the field. So you've got to be able to laterally distribute your underneath receivers, and you got to have some savvy players to do that.
I'm going to ask you a simple question. Gosh, maybe better for a longer segment, but I'm going to do it anyway. We can revisit it later. How special is this wide receiver room?
I think it is extremely special as it relates to depth.
Okay.
I don't think it's even remotely special as it relates to the guy that just gets your heart pumping out there when we're watching 7 days of training camp.
See that, and here's my concern as we watch this. I do think they have a lot of guys to choose from. I also think it's a lot of the same type of guy.
Yes.
Do you know what I'm saying?
This is
a lot of really good, but to your point, not the elite. I was saying this to Josh Grismer earlier. You'd still need an elite guy in this room, and then they all become a problem.
Right.
But without an elite guy, you know what I mean? Like I was relating it in this vein. Demaryius Thomas was a true number one, truly special, and Jeff Legwold and talking to Chris Harris and guys that knew. Dude, Demaryius demanded the first team corner, the top corner on your team, and you may even have had to help him out. There's nobody here that's taken the true double team and leaving one-on-one coverage for the other guys.
The only place that you'll probably see that with this current group of receivers is inside of the red zone with Courtland Sutton.
Right.
That's about it.
And that's
but
also,
in the open field, not so much.
And you may see a double team if let's say, because we all think it's going to be Bo Nix as the starter. If Bo Nix is locking too much on Courtland Sutton, then they're definitely going to take him away and make Bo throw somewhere else, right? But I don't know that you have that true number one elite guy that we keep talking about it. He's the real problem. This is interesting. Is Cody writes in, is Hunter Renfrow really a free agent still? Is he still hanging out there?
Yeah, that's a nice little tip right there.
If he's out there, yes, Cody, I would sign him in a heartbeat. Unless something's wrong with him I don't know about. But that's the slippery kind of guy.
You remember Hunter Renfrow 2-3 years ago? I mean, the guy was incredibly unstoppable as an option route runner. I mean, it just seems like the schematic changes that the Raiders organization have gone through over the course of the last 2 seasons. I think they've had new coordinators in 23 and 24. It's almost like Hunter Renfrow is almost a man without a country.
Man, I think Cody might be right. What I'm looking up as of June 1st, now that's 2 months ago, but Hunter Renfrow is still on the market. I'm a little shocked he's hanging out there. You know what, Spring, go ahead. We'll come back. We'll talk a little bit more. Did I do that? I've got the
Maybe
wrong
you
computer.
did.
I
Yeah,
don't
did
think
you-
I
did
meant
you
to.
not?
I was trying to slide it down, but I might have hit it.
That was the ultimate Andy.
We're
Will
going
you
to
please
break.
shut up?
I said we're done, and we're done.
This
We'll
is
be back
horrible radio.
on Altitude Sports Radio. It is hour number 2 of Kreckman and Lindahl. We call it simply the 4 o'clock hour. Pleased to have you along. Mike Sanford along with us today. Nate Kreckman returns on Monday from an extended absence. Hopefully refreshed, ready to go. I hope his went better than mine, quite honestly. Mine went nowhere.
Or Mosier's.
Yeah, you know what? Mosier's got me beat. I'll tell you that. That was rough. And then you talked about I tried to go to New Mexico.
Yeah, nothing like the old diversion from Barcelona, Spain to Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Yeah. We all love some green chili, but not enough not to go to Barcelona, right? So, all right. You know what? Let's get into this because we've got our first preseason game, the Hall of Fame game here tonight. Coming up.
Football is here.
Kind of.
On your television set.
Yeah, a version of it.
It's football. It's
sure.
I'll say this, man. It sure beats the heck out of whatever spring leagues they keep throwing out there.
I
can't
agree.
watch any of that stuff.
I know.
can't.
It's amazing, right?
And I love football.
I know you do. So much so you'd only get 2 hours of sleep a night and then go back and draw up some scout cards, watch some film. Where do you fall on playing the starters? Because I think here's the thing about it, right? We're all in favor of playing the starters in preseason, and I think this team does need to play its starters to get some sort of rhythm. But you're all in favor of it until a guy gets hurt, and then we want nobody on the field ever again, right? If a key guy gets hurt and lost, God forbid, for the year, nobody wants any starters playing again.
I think it has so much to do with what team that you're bringing back from the year before, the level of success that team had. Are there any sacred cows that have proven their mettle, proven their consistent worth at the NFL level? And when you look at this Broncos roster, that list probably ends with several of the starting offensive linemen and PS2. Maybe Alex Singleton. I don't know who else really commands the level of certainty going into the season. You don't think that they need to continue their in-game development?
PS2 shouldn't see a preseason field the entire year. I'm with you there. That said, how do you solve the conundrum of, especially if you name Bo Nix starter prior to next week's game in Indianapolis, which we all expect to happen, right?
100%.
How do you balance not wanting to get a Ben Powers hurt or a Mike McGlinchey or the Belly or Garrett Bowles versus, well, we got to have proper protection out there so the rookie doesn't get killed?
I think you have to get the starting quarterback that's a rookie. And we all think that based not off of what we've observed strictly from a performance standpoint, but based off reading the tea leaves of where the rotation's been. It appears
walkthroughs too, I would say.
It appears that this is
it's all in place.
It's all in place. Okay, just so our listeners understand that we are not putting the Sanford or Lindahl stamp on Bo Nix's head and shoulders above performance level wise where Zach Wilson and Jarrett Stidham are. However, he is the future of your franchise. And Sean Payton picked him at 12, the 6th quarterback taken in the first 12 picks, and it's time to roll.
Yeah, look, I still think there's more of a quarterback battle to be had, but I also will say, and look, I'm not the coach. I'm sure the coach in you've let it be known the coach in you hates this. I would like to see a more competitive setup for this thing, and everybody that's listened knows that. It's driving me crazy they're not giving everybody a chance to compete for it, but whatever. You've decided what you've decided, so then let's just go about getting the guy his first-team reps.
Yeah, and he's got to get those first-team reps in game.
And his linemen need to
with his starting offensive line. So you have to get, I'd say, a minimum of 2 series. With the starting offensive line unit. You got to do it in probably at least the first 2 preseason games.
What would you then do? Because, see, I'm so torn. I don't want Nix getting crushed, right? There's not a guy on this team I want to see out because of injury, period. Would you keep Nix in there with the second unit? Because, look, some of those guys are going to end up playing for you. Because of attrition, that's what's going to happen. Would you trust the second offensive line enough to keep Nix in there just to get him a few more reps, get him a few more looks at things? Or does he need to leave the minute the starting offensive line leaves?
You're probably a little bit less likely to fully trust that second line because Quinn Bailey, who was the 6th lineman, the first one off the bench in any injury situation outside of center, he's the guy that's playing left guard, left tackle, right tackle if there were any injuries. He's no longer your insurance policy. So you lost that. You lost Cam Fleming, who was a tremendous swing tackle for a lot of teams over the last decade. Shoot, he was at Stanford when I coached 12 years ago, 13 years ago. And he's still a swing tackle in the NFL. Is that a nice lifestyle? But when you don't have the certainty that you maybe want with the 2s, it's probably less about keeping Bo Nix healthy and it's more about messing with potentially his mindset going into his first start in regular season.
Okay, then how do you put together, boy, I guess I'm asking you a tough question. From any NFL experience you can draw, because in college, you just show up and it's the real deal right away. These all count, right? We're running what we're running. Do you have any insight into how do they put a playbook together for a preseason game? Because my gosh,
really
it looks beyond vanilla. Like, what are you picking to run?
You definitely are not running anything that you went about researching and implementing in the offseason. Like, you're staying away from any.
No new plays.
Yeah. So, and I'd say it's similar. Like, we had at the college level, you could say that your scrimmages that were open to the public during fall camp, even the spring game, you basically run whatever your highest repped plays on film were the previous year. And I've even coached places that the spring game and certainly fall camp practices weren't televised, but you just expected that somebody was going to send some spy. Connor Stallions would be in the crowd somewhere.
Your first opponent for sure, right?
Yeah,
just to get a feel for something.
You just know that somebody probably is going to have at least a cell phone working, in the open part of practice that you didn't want to show anything. So yeah, I'd say it's your most highly repped DNA plays that you ran ad nauseum the previous year. And frankly, that's enough to get an evaluation. And there's a bit of a gentleman's agreement with regards to both teams are going to be doing the same thing. So you're not going to see extreme pressures. I don't think that you'll fully get an evaluation of Bo Nix versus NFL regular season defensive looks, because you're probably not going to see a lot of exotic blitz packages either from the defenses that you're facing, because they also don't want to tip their hat. Who are the guys that we want to bring, in certain blitz packages that may have been showing up during training camp? We really like this guy, but he wasn't on film last year as a blitzer. I'd say that you're probably going to see some vanilla football, and that's okay. Like, I think that's, generally speaking, a good, positive developmental piece for a rookie quarterback. So I wouldn't be surprised if Bo Nix is efficient in preseason. I think he's going to complete balls. I think he's going to take off and run a couple times. Everything that happens in preseason that's positive it'll be blown up and magnified, which is okay. That's what fan bases, that's what we do.
Hopefully he's got a lot to feel good about.
Yeah,
that's what you want.
But I don't think it's necessarily a complete accurate picture of what you're going to see when you open the season in Seattle.
Do coaches love preseason? Part of me wonders, like, a chance to coach a game's got to be fun. A chance to go against another squad has got to be fun. But, like, would the coaches mind the 18-game season in your mind in the NFL as much as the players and just get rid of preseason altogether? It's got to kill you to lose a guy in what's not real football. Or are you guys just so used to that life because of the violent nature? You lose a guy in practice, right? Like they did.
Right, yeah.
Are you just so programmed that it just... You're just crossing your fingers and hoping for the best? How do you think they feel about preseason games?
Andy, when I look at this particular Broncos roster and I think about all the different, the receiver position group as an example, the running back position group as an example, like, you wouldn't have a chance to properly evaluate run after catch, yards after contact. Those two particular things you don't see in practice. They're not real. Like, nothing is real in practice. And the college practice, I'd say, is more physical, generally speaking, in terms of when you might go live tackle in a practice setting. But, like, for me as a college football coach, I waited till our first scrimmage to really get an evaluation on certain positions. Defensively, who tackles well? Who's going to bring, said ball carriers down to the earth? And you don't really know that from practice. You can base it off of, coverage abilities, being in the right spots, being in the right body position. But, man, there's a certain art to actually bringing another man down to the ground and making sure you complete the tackle. And you can't see that. So 18 regular season games, no preseason games, I think that's not smart. I don't think it's intelligent from a roster evaluation standpoint, especially if you don't know what you have. Now, on the flip side, Andy, I've been a part of teams that you loved what you had last season. You love what you have coming back, and you just are holding on to your ever-living ass to make sure you don't lose any of those pieces, and that's a scary thing. In the NFL, you just sit them. In college football, if you want to create a real egalitarian meritocracy, which, kind of go against each other, a lot of times you got to play your starters just because there's going to be other players that are going to have to play and look at, their teammates. Why is that guy not playing? So, yeah, I think there needs to be at least a preseason game. for sure.
Well, the word is it could go down to there could be 2. I think the magic number is still 20 of what they want out of things. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think 18 regular and 2 preseason. Great.
Right. Keep
Awesome.
everything even again.
I think it's
what
fantastic.
I mean? Everybody gets a home and an away. Gosh, I had the question I wanted to ask you.
Hey, you know what? I was thinking about this 17-game season, which it's actually taken me a while to even get used to spitting out 17-week season. Like I'm still in the 16 mindset. How awful were kissing sister years where you finished out 8-8? You didn't have a losing record. You didn't have a winning record.
See,
you
it's
were
interesting,
8-8.
Mike. That's funny that you would say that. I could tell you it depends on how the 8-8 happened, okay? So I'll give you a couple 8-8s for the Broncos. And a lot of people won't remember this. Mike Shanahan's first year, they ended up going 8-8, but the 8th win came beating the Raiders, and it felt like momentum into the next season. The Tim Tebow year, people forget, they were 8-8. They blew the last game to the Chiefs. A Kyle Orton-led team. It was like a 7-0 brutal game. Brutal, just tough to watch. Awful. They lose it at home, and yet, because the division was so bad, they had a tiebreaker and ended up getting to go on and have one of the most fun playoff games a lot of us remember, and that was the Tim Tebow game. I just think it depends on, like, the Broncos at one point, I want to say they finished 8-8 with Shanahan. There's like 3 years in a row where they could not catch the Chargers. They lost to the Chargers for the division, and it was 2008, Mike's last year. They were 8-5 at one point. 8-5. And then three just lousy games down the stretch. They had a game in Buffalo, game versus Buffalo, at home. And it was Christmas. It was freezing. Up until I did the Baltimore game, the Buffalo game was the coldest game I worked by far. And it was like either Christmas Eve or something like that. I remember my family and I all went over. My dad was in town. We took him over to see the lights at the Capitol, that kind of deal, or at the city and county building. And the Buffalo Bills were not good. Jay Cutler, this was supposed to be year 3. It was all supposed to click in. Eddie Royal's rookie year, he had shown to be phenomenal. Ryan Clady was great. Buffalo rolls in here kind of on a downward trend, and they upset the Broncos. And the next week, the Broncos had to go to the Chargers, and you just knew they weren't going to go beat the Chargers. And they got boat raced, as it turned out.
One thing I love about the college football world is that there are no kissing sister seasons. Because think about it. Regular season, you finish out 6-6, you're probably going to go to a bowl game. And the pendulum's going to swing one way or the other.
So are you upset we could go back to 9-9s?
I don't know, man. It'd be 9-9. Ugh.
That sounds weird, doesn't it?
Well, yeah. This is Flax right here from Safeway Twitch feed says it's the worst place to be is in the NFL is that you don't get a good draft spot and you miss the playoffs. Like 8-8, 9-9, whatever it may be. Man, those are they're woeful seasons in my opinion. You don't get any positive juice unless it's the first year of a build.
Yeah, see, for Shanahan, it was the first year. Yeah, none of his 500. See, Shanahan, let me ask you this, too. We'll come back. We'll talk about it. I want to know how far out you get a game plan for things. You know what I mean? Because that's where, like Mike Shanahan, and I want to know what you think the similarities to Sean Payton could be. Mike Shanahan, even with bad or mediocre rosters, was an absolute master at great game plans for like the first 6 opponents. And it was at the bye week where things always, in the bad years, it would catch up to him. Like he did not have the same time. From what I understood, he'd put a lot of time in the offseason. He would really grind on these first 6 opponents, right? And he just would come up with these really creative offenses. He was called the mastermind for a reason. But then if the season was going poorly or they really weren't that great a team, even at the bye week, maybe he could scheme up a couple more things. But, the talent wins out at some point, right? So I want to know how far in advance. We'll come back. We'll talk a little bit about that. How far in advance was it that you would try to kind of get ready for people, get stuff in camp, stuff like that? We got a lot ahead. We got some beef tweets we got to do. We may even have a rock head of the day. There's a ton to do. By the way, GOAT is our keyword. Join the excitement of the Athleta Presents Gold Over America Tour, starring Simone Biles and America's Best Gymnasts. This celebration of world-class gymnastics is designed to inspire the next generation of champions. Led by Biles, the most decorated gymnast of all time, The Athleta Presents Gold Over America Tour delivers an exhilarating display of jaw-dropping athletic brilliance and high-energy choreography. Every tumble, twist, and gravity-defying trick will have audiences on the edge of their seats. Get tickets now for a thrilling night of family entertainment. I'm just going to tell you, because I've seen this with skaters. My daughter has skated in shows that feature Olympic skaters. Anybody with Olympic-level ability that you can go and see in a setting like this, go and see it. You will be blown away what the top level of athlete can do in any sport. So Simone Biles coming through. You can get your tickets or text us GOAT. G-O-A-T, GOAT. Not gold, GOAT. And we will pick our winner. I was informed it's 5:45. We got to do 5:45. I said 5:20. I lied. 5:45 is when we got to let them have the 5 o'clock hour. GOAT. GOAT. Get it in. We talk more football and some other things next. Hey guys, Andy Lindahl for my friends over at Colorado Off-Road. Are you looking for truck or 4x4 accessories? Colorado Off-Road's the place. They've got a great showroom, first off. Go find them 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street. They're right behind Arapahoe Community College. You can't miss them. It's real easy to find. But the great showroom is where you want to go. Anything that you can't find there, Jerry can order it for you. Jerry Jones is the owner of this great Colorado business. They've been a long-time Colorado business. I've been working with these folks since 2019 when I got my Ford F-150. Bought the model I could afford. I've been adding the accessories ever since. Not a bad way to go if you're looking for the more affordable monthly payment. And when it comes to cars, who isn't doing that? Added a bed cover, the floor mats, got the step rails. He's got all sorts of light bars in there, tow winches, tow hitches, anything you need for camping. Just a great place to go and shop. And, you know, if they don't have what you want, he can order it for sure. And if you need to have a conversation because you think what you know what you like, for me, I knew what I wanted. I didn't know what kind. He really zeroed in for me. And again, he's not trying to sell you his most expensive item. He's trying to sell you the right item. They're good folks to work with. It's Jerry Jones and Colorado Off-Road. Find him at cooffroad.com or call him 303-761-1234. It is Kreckman and Lindahl. Mike Sanford, Andy Lindahl, hanging out with you. Kreckman is going to be back next week. The Altitude Sports Radio app is powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to WilhiteWins.com. That's WilhiteWins.com. Yeah, I don't know. We got a lot going on here tonight. We got a little preseason football. We got a little Olympics. Where are you at with the Olympics?
Big
so you're going to
fan.
give up some preseason? Are you going to give up Olympics for preseason football? Or are you going to fit this all in? What's your plan here tonight?
I'm going football tonight.
Got to.
I have to. The good thing about the Olympics, I do really enjoy, I think D-Max talked about it on air, but I really enjoy the summarized evening, what is it, the evening in Paris or whatever
Kind
it is.
of the red zone of the Olympics.
And the good thing for us has been so damn busy over at Broncos training camp and doing all things Broncos that I haven't had any bandwidth to even check in on what's going on with the spoilers. So yeah, I've been pretty good outside of, I did see the screenshot yesterday after training camp, scroll up, on my X feed of Katie Ledecky winning the gold medal race by basically an entire pool.
Yeah.
Is how big her lead was. So
nobody else needed to bother.
But I still watched the entire 15 minutes of her 1,500 meter swim, which is mind blowing that anybody swims for 1,500 meters in a row. It's incredible what that lady does.
Yeah. The swimmers are usually our top people, right?
It's been a little bit of a slow year with their swim team so far this year. We're kind of dominating the bronze medal right now. Outside of Katie Ledecky, we've been in the bronze, silver, and a lot of those like 100-meter swims. You can't tell who won the thing. I mean, even after, I'm like, are you sure? Like, did that guy really lose at the end?
So it was interesting, and not that I know anything about swimming, that's for sure, but I remember they were talking about the fact, and I think we even may have mentioned it, it's a shallower pool, so they're getting like a little more wave. It's creating a little more like turbulence, if you will, in the water for them to swim through.
So is that...
It's not necessarily a fast pool. I guess if it was deeper.
Yeah,
and I'm sure we've got some swimming expert. Our guy, Matty Bicknell, is a big swimmer. I guess if it's a deeper pool, you don't get quite the commotion in the water, if you will, so it's easier to swim through. Not that I really noticed it, to be real honest with you.
Yeah, I noticed it last night, and I didn't even know about this whole depth of the pool scenario.
The pools there are not as deep.
I appreciate you answering the question I had last night, which is, why was Katie Ledecky swimming so close to the right side of her lane the entire swim? And it did make sense because they have those, I think it's the navy blue or black markers at the bottom of the pool. And when you get that overhead shot, all I saw was Katie Ledecky was like well off of that. Makes sense. She was probably staying away from the resistance of what was created on her way down. So then on the way back, she could go in essentially unscathed water.
Right.
On that next lap. Makes sense.
Like fighting the drag or whatever it is. What is that?
NASCAR, baby.
NASCAR. What are you doing? Drafting.
Yeah, get some drafting going on.
Rubbin's racing. What are you going to do when the Olympics are done? That's my question. Are you going to miss it now? Is all of a sudden going to be out of your life? Because next week we get the track and field going.
I'll tell you what, this past year, it was almost like the biggest gut punch of my fandom of sport was the end of both the Nuggets and Avs run, which was way too close to each other. I was in a state of mourning. Like, what am I going to watch? And then all of a sudden, the next thing comes about. You jump into that thing. For me, it was soccer. I got a chance to jump into some Copa America, the Euros, the Colorado Rapids, who, by the way, play tonight at Portland.
Yeah, we got that coming up at 8:30 tonight.
Yeah, got the Leagues Cup started. I'll be out at Dick's Sporting Goods Park on Monday against León from Mexico in Liga MX.
Yeah, but we got an extended blitz tonight.
The great thing about sports is when it does end, there's something else coming right down the pipe.
Yeah, how about this? Tony brings up at least the water is, we'll just say, clean.
How about the River Seine?
Yeah. Did you hear? I heard Brett Kane telling a story this morning on my way into camp that apparently one swimmer barfed 10 times. I think it was a decathlete or whatever, barfed 10 times. And now they're wondering, Moj and Brett were wondering, did it have something to do with that water that you were forced to swim in?
Or the fact that you just did things that no normal human being does back to back between riding a bicycle forever, running forever.
Now, hold on. If you're a big barfer you know what I mean? Like, because we've all heard 1,000 stories of the football players that sometimes throw up in game. It's just part of what they do. You know, I feel like all
Did
the
you see the
offensive
picture?
linemen always like, where he was mid wind up and then just puked all the way through the follow through.
My favorite is his new nickname, Barfolo Cologne.
Boom.
Ready to go.
Did he get a strike on that pitch? Because if I'm a batter, that's pretty distracting.
Oh, man.
I'm not going to see the ball coming out of your hand when you're chucking basically. You're basically throwing up just solid liquid from about mid-mound to the end.
I mean, his spray path was fairly artistic now. It was beautiful.
Does that count as foreign substance on the baseball? Hey, here we go. That pitch could not have counted, right? That doesn't count,
It
does
counts.
it?
It counts.
Nah, you can't go throwing up mid-wind up and that counts.
I mean, it's part of what the body does organically. It's natural. I mean, it's not anything that he went out and got in some laboratory. He didn't. He wouldn't put it under his cap. Like he threw up, man. I mean, it's no different if he would have sharted himself. You got to count the pitch.
Yeah, I need that.
The show must go on,
Look,
Andy.
if you do the number 2 thing, at least I'm not getting distracted by it. But the barf was everywhere.
I'll tell you what,
If
the
I'm-
next pitch you will, because you're going to see if they're wearing white pants, especially this new
The old kick?
especially the new Major League Baseball
Fanatics?
pants. Yeah, the old Fanatics.
Well, I think, didn't they work it out spring? We haven't had an update on that. Did they finally get the old uniform thing figured out in MLB? I think they had to.
They did something,
They
but I
did.
think they're still the Fanatics uniforms. I think.
Yes, Fanatics made them for Nike. They patched some of their original problems.
Hey, hats off to TD on the text line. Instead of nuke LaLoosh, it's puke LaLoosh.
There we go.
Huh?
There you go.
Come on, guys.
Yeah, we're here. We
Yeah.
got some creativity on the text line.
Did you ever have a barfing teammate?
Oh, I had an entire barfing team. My first
Team?
year, yeah, before the game. Like, it was the craziest thing. So, I played college football. Our team didn't barf at Boise State. Nobody barfed. So I GA'd at UNLV, and frankly, I think most of those players, they already knew the outcome of the game because they were working with insiders and bettors, and they were about ready to fix some games, if I'm not mistaken. So they were right there next to the strip. Then I go to Stanford. Jim Harbaugh's a brand new head coach, basically the first time being a Division I head coach of any level. He came from a non-scholarship program, University of San Diego. The first game was an opener against UCLA. And I'll never forget, I'm sitting there kind of trying to vibe out in the locker room as a coach, just trying to look over my call sheet, stuff that I was going to have to chart for the game for the offensive coordinator, David Shaw, who I had a chance to talk to today. And there was it was barf after barf after barf in the locker room. And they were like getting in fights with each other about who was next in line to barf. And I'm like, what are you guys doing? I guess the team cared a lot about football. They had a lot of high anxiety going before that game.
A lot of stress. At what point did you just decide maybe this isn't for me?
Well, then they started cheering each other on. Like, they were like,
what?
They were like, you can
Team
rally,
bonding?
brother. You got this, brother. Let it all go.
So were people like feeling left out if that wasn't their deal?
Call on the dinosaurs, baby.
Whatever happened to just maybe a little pregame bathroom visit for the normal reasons? You couldn't just leave it at that?
That's kind of been more of my stress
Yeah,
mechanism.
the old get the deuce done.
Yeah,
and
more of a
move on.
sit down in the
Sure,
stall
think
guy.
about things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have a little scroll time and a sit down.
No. Don't do that. Come on now. Don't do that.
Don't do what?
The scroll on the sit down. See,
what are you supposed to do?
Once upon a time, it was read a paper. This is why
This
paper
is our new
industry,
paper, Andy.
I get it. This is why papers needed to stay around, okay? Normally, you just took it in there. It would be left on the sink for you at some of the classier joints, the sports section, the business section, maybe the main section. They were all right there.
But how do you know that gray tinged paper
You didn't think
have-
about it?
But it could have had
You
some
didn't think
shrapnel.
about it. You didn't
could have
think about it. Mike?
Big Larry, your coworker,
If you're going
in
to
the
think about
cubicle
that,
next
you're
to
going to
you.
think about all the things that could have happened before you entered that area.
At least this is my own personal device, and I know which touched it.
Were you in the Honey Bucket today? You stop by the Honey Bucket
no,
out there?
I think I was frankly dehydrated. I couldn't find any water.
Nothing was happening?
There was nothing. I was a little dehydrated.
the old Honey Bucket. Oh, Spubaldo Jimenez. That's good. Now they're all coming in. I don't think I could handle a whole team of pukers, man. We'd have to have a talk. We'd have, come on, dude. This is too much. You're just bringing up all the thoughts around this, the smells and the Come on.
I think there was a lot of air puking. I think it was just a cultural
A lot of dry
thing.
heaves.
Yeah, I don't know if there was a lot of
Faking it.
I don't think there was a ton of substance actually reaching the porcelain god. And I don't think it was there.
Yeah, nobody was
Yeah.
giving up lunch. You need the lunch, frankly.
You have to have it. It's fuel, man. You got to
Yeah.
keep your fuel down.
All right. You know what? An interesting thing that I saw today, I thought it was interesting anyway. What goes into your play calls? I was watching this morning, and it was funny because I just saw Dan Orlovsky on ESPN, and it made me think of this. So Dan Orlovsky was kind of having a little bit of fun as to what, first off, and we got a guy that was pushing back on this yesterday, and I understand it, but look, CJ Stroud, I know a lot of people don't realize this. CJ Stroud did have one of the great rookie years of all time, like the all-time great rookie year, even better than Peyton Manning's when you look at the numbers, according to some. Didn't throw a lot of picks, right? Manning, his first year, just had he had pick issues. Obviously, he corrected it. But it was funny because as they were talking about the expectations, and now Caleb Williams, it's so forever. I don't know if you were in on this because you weren't in the media. You were trying to figure out a way to coach against the guy once upon a time. But in the media, we were all waiting on Caleb Williams. Caleb Williams has been like he was the next Andrew Luck. He was the next Joe Burrow, even though Joe Burrow really wasn't Joe Burrow until he was done. But that next quarterback, Arch Manning still kind of got it, even though it doesn't sound like he's going to start again this year for Texas.
He's not.
So there's always the guy that you kind of wait on, and Caleb Williams has been that. And I just think it's kind of funny that now all of a sudden Caleb Williams is going to have to live up to C.J. Stroud. I know a lot of people were impressed with C.J. Stroud, but I didn't hear anybody saying last year they thought that C.J. Stroud was going to be better than even Caleb Williams. It felt, at least in the media, you may have talked about it in coaching circles.
Oh, I did. I tweeted it out when I didn't even know what my future held, but it was the Georgia-Ohio State CFP semifinal game, I think it was. And I said that I watched it. I think it was a losing effort from Ohio State, but the arm talent, the ability to push the ball down the field, the savviness in the pocket, I tweeted out, that's QB1, and it's not even close. And sure enough, Carolina Panthers,
They
go
young
out,
themselves.
They go out and get a sixth grader to play quarterback for him with his backpack on the way to his first day of school, and the rest is history. I coached against C.J. Stroud, and that dude, in his first start at Ohio State, we opened Minnesota versus Ohio State, and I said, that dude's different. That guy's got something different. And then he also had a really good cast to surround himself with. Tank Dell, Nico Collins. I mean, that was a perfect situation, not to mention a head coach that has the perfect personality to be able to properly usher in a first-time starter at the position. D'Amico Ryans, I thought, was phenomenal last year, just with everything that led up to him being a starter throughout the course of the year. I think surrounding cast makes makes a big deal. And you know who does have a dang good surrounding cast in skill players? Freaking Caleb Williams.
He does. We're going off a different path than I expected, but didn't it help Houston? See, here's what I think is also going to be hard for Caleb Williams. Houston didn't have a lot of expectations. They weren't really on a lot of our radars. New quarterback, new coach. You're going to give him a couple years to get it going. Now, I mean, you've got DJ Moore. They've signed Keenan Allen. Like, they've got talent all over the place. Rome Odunze has been drafted. They got the defense, it seemed like, figured out a little bit last year, made that big trade for the old Washington D lineman.
Sweat.
Yeah, Montez Sweat is now in their building. So there's actual expectation that Caleb Williams has to deal with that did not exist for Houston, and that could affect some things too.
And in what's turning out to be an absolutely brutal division.
Yeah.
Between what the Packers have coming back, all youth that
Lions.
grew up. The Lions are, I mean, shoot, that's going to be a really fun division to watch.
My point to all this was Dan Orlovsky was breaking down the play calling and how that's going to be different. And that's something that Caleb Williams is going to have to get used to, because when he goes, let me give you the difference between his pro call and his college call. And on his college call, all he did was turn his head and look to the sideline, imitating everybody looking at the sandwich board to get the call, right? And then he went into, I'm not even going to try to replicate the call, but it was funny all the lingo that could go out in a West Coast. He goes, if this is a West Coast system, then here's about the, 3 sentences you're going to have to spit out for everyone to get their play.
Hey, give me gun double wing right.
Somebody 200 jet. Do you have the Y banana thing, the ZY whatever?
Give me a gun double wing right, 200 jet, Griffin, X Lion, kill, 800 jet, alert, Hound 2 double go.
What is all that? And why?
Yeah, it's
why?
Why? Well, gun is shotgun.
Sure.
Double wing right is the formation. 11 personnel, tight end to the right. Z receiver to the right off the ball. F or zebra receiver, the slot receiver to the left. In the slot, X is outside. That's gun double wing right. 4 words just to get you lined up. 200 jet is your protection. 3-digit word or 3-digit letter, 200 to let the offensive line know it's 3-step timing. So that's why you do 200 jet. Okay. Dragon X Lion, which could be shortened to Griffin, but Dragon is a slant flat to the tight end side, and then Lion X Lion, the tag is to the X and the F. They're running double slant. You're killing it to 800 jet if there's interior pressure because you want a full gap, full slide, and then you're alerting it versus any type of double press look to throw the ball on a go route outside to hound 2 double go, which is a new protection, and you got go on the double go routes on the outside, and the slot receiver is going to be running a middle open route.
You get a new quarterback. Spit the play call out again. Do the exact same play call. Give it to him again.
Give me gun double wing right, 200 jet, Dragon X Lion, alert 800 jet. Kill 800 jet, alert hound 2 double go.
How fast are you saying it in a game situation?
Hey, guys, listen up here. We got gun double wing right, 200 jet.
No, I want you to give it to me to your quarterback. You're not the quarterback. You're the OC.
Okay. So the OC's going.
So you're in the headset.
All right, listen. Hey, we got gun double wing right, 200 jet, Dragon X Lion, kill 800 jet, alert hound 2 double go.
What set of hand gestures made you mad?
That's what's up.
Like, did you ever get where you knew he didn't quite get it? How often would you have to repeat some of it?
Well, the best thing
is that where you know you're screwed?
The best thing at Stanford is that we had all of those calls because they were so wordy and verbose, and we didn't have the helmet communication in college football. We actually had those all on a wristband. And so we carried 335 calls into a game. Ugh. And so you had a 3-paned wristband on the left arm, 3-paned wristband on the right arm, a 3-paned wristband on the quarterback's belt, and a 3-paned wristband on the center's right arm, left arm. So you had to know, okay, is it 0 to 100? It's on this arm. 100 to 200, it's on this arm. 200 to 300.
It's on the belt.
Yeah. It's tough.
But again, don't you worry the kid didn't get it right? Or then he starts giving you, let's go.
The good thing is, as a play caller, all we had to do was signal wristband. 3, 40, 8.
Okay.
And then say flip if we're on, say, the right hash. They were all designed to be left hash calls. So we'd have to give them the old flip. And anything that was in an underline, it was all made on Excel, obviously, but anything that had underline, you had to flip that particular word or number.
What's the shortest you've gone to a call with?
Oh, yeah, it's beautiful. College football, man. You started implementing the spread offense.
Before the sandwich board anyway.
Oh, yeah. So it was awesome. Hey, all we did right here, cloud, 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 cloud. So in the West Coast vernacular, that would, like, cloud was simplified to gun double wing left, Y off, act 2 jet, Y shallow, F cross. That's what cloud meant right there. Cloud.
How often do you have to do that in modern football? Again, you guys are trying to move so fast, right? You've got to reduce the calls to this because you're trying to move as fast as possible, right?
Well, if you want to have any tempo, like if you want to play with tempo, if you watch CU's offense last year when Sean Lewis was playing, dang near everything was one-word calls. Or at least a formation in a one-word call.
Okay, and how many people are looking at this? Everyone's looking over at the sideline. Was it one board for each position? Was it?
No, so the funny thing is the air raid offense and then Art Briles' offense, which is what Sean Lewis ran at CU last year, basically the play callers, the signaler as well. And they keep it discreet, all their signals are like little, you watch Lincoln Riley, it's just like little tiny hand gestures. And it's really hard to pick. Because it's so compact, whereas more like long signal type offenses, you have to be more demonstrative. But when it's a very simple, like one is the formation, one is the play, and that's all you're signaling, you kind of keep it right underneath your chin, almost like Excuse me, child. That's my good hand. Precious child. To paint the picture for you.
Yeah.
For those at home listening.
What I thought was funny was you slipped into your Gruden voice. You ever do that actually in game?
I did it on purpose.
Yeah, just to lighten the mood.
Hey,
just chill out there.
Hey, give me green right west, V counter, spider 2Y banana, Z Reno.
Did you ever have a spider 2Y banana? Someone asked that the other day.
100% I did.
And you called it that?
Yeah, I mean, David Shaw.
You couldn't just go Gruden?
Well, I mean, but we ran the same play out of 17 different formations. So if we just called it Gruden, that's the difference is when you want to get a little complicated, you want to get a little complex, you got to have words for everything. If you want to run 2 formations, in 7 plays, it's really easy. You got to do it fast. You got to have answers for pressure built in. That's what the air raid offense is all about, man. That's what Caleb Williams played in his entire college career. Back to your point about looking to the sideline, the entire play call is, I got it. I mean, the way that they answer for pressure is the receiver's like, there's some open space here. I'm going to stop. Quarterback, I'm just going to throw to this open area. And it sounds really simple, but to be honest, you can't get away with it in the NFL. The NFL defenses are too sound, too complex. You're not going to get that much space to be able to operate.
Well, you don't get that much one-on-one, right?
No.
I mean, again, college, because especially if you've got good receivers, we're just going to spread you out and then everything's one-on-one. I can't do that in the NFL. And plus, they're going to give you a false look. All of a sudden, you know what? That defensive lineman, that's pot roast out in the middle of the field. What happened there? All right. He's Mike Sanford.
Mike
Spider
Gruden.
Wu-Tai banana. Wu-Tai? What was it? Spider Y2 banana?
No.
Spider XZ banana?
Hey, give me Spider 2Y banana.
2Y
Z
banana.
Reno. Spider 2 is the protection.
Sure.
Y banana is the concept. And Z Reno is the shallow cross coming from the backside.
I hope it's open. What are you going to do for the backside blitzer? You accounted for?
Oh, yeah. We're
free pressure off the edge.
Full gap, full slide. We're sliding out to anything that shows off the weak side edge. Baby!
We'll see if someone gets to Mike when we get back. We welcome you back to the Backus and Shanker studios here as we roll on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Again, Backus and Shanker, their passion is justice. We got a little off the off the beaten path there, but I do.
Andy, you'd never get off the beaten
path. Oh, dude,
path.
when I'm driving the car, I told you, we'll end up at the biggest ball of twine. That's just where I'm going.
But you know what it is? It's fun.
Well, but here's what I like. I do hope these segments bring that some people realize what some of these young players are dealing with. You know what I mean? Like, again, a Bo Nix, I don't know. Bo Nix hasn't been bad, I don't think, at camp. Now, I don't know that it's been, great. Like, you hear some of these stories of just the ooh and ah moments. That there haven't been a lot of that really from any of these quarterbacks, if we're being honest. But I also wonder, how much is he dealing with the play calls and trying to get into the huddle? Because can you help? I mean, Oregon, I got to imagine they were a sandwich board school too, right?
Yeah, you know what's funny is the sandwich boards aren't actually anything. They're fake.
Okay.
Yeah, they're just an eye distraction.
Just something to...
Yeah, just something to... I think there are certain tempo elements of where it is live like 1 out of every 8 snaps, but typically that's just a distraction. In the college game, there's always signalers. But I'll say this, Bo Nix has been in a huddle.
Okay.
I had that conversation on the way out today. I believe, I can't remember who I was talking with, but Bo Nix is not the first-time huddler since he's been in the National Football League. When he played for Gus Malzahn at Auburn, and then even Brian Harsin, who was there for just a short period of time, my former boss at Boise State, those guys utilized the huddle. If you remember, Gus Malzahn had this speed huddle that was typically used for really exotic formations, and you would almost you would hold the huddle and then have your offensive line, sprint to the ball after you released your skill players. So it really gave some different looks, and then you'd snap the ball as fast as humanly possible. So Bo Nix has called plays in the huddle in his college career. Less at Oregon. They had some elements of small huddle operation, but I don't think the huddle part was ever going to be a problem for Bo Nix. I don't think that the recall and memory aspect of an NFL offense was ever going to be the problem for Bo Nix. What I did see in day one in pads, which I think he's gotten better at, or Sean simplified it for Bo, is recognizing starting NFL defensive looks and then getting the offense into the most advantageous offensive play versus those defensive looks. And I think that's going to be an ongoing scenario.
Okay, real quickly, because we got to get back on clock. We got the 5 biggest stories of the day in the NFL coming up and plenty to cover in the 5 o'clock hour. So here's what I love. My guy, David Bakhtiari, used to come on once a year when he was with the Pack. He's always just give me one interview, usually during the bye week, just checking in with him because I love the guy. And he told me the greatest story one time. Do you remember when the Packers went to the playoffs? They beat the Bears last game of the season, and Rodgers throws it to Cobb, and Cobb scored the touchdown and kind of was like a walk-off touchdown into the playoffs. And Dave told a funny story about that play where they're in the huddle. It's just total chaos, as you can imagine. Rodgers is screaming out his routes to everybody, and Bakhtiari, who became pretty good friends with Rodgers, is just like, dude, protection, protection, protection. What's the protection? And Rodgers can't even think of it. And I think he said the fullback, they had the big fullback there.
Was it Kuntz?
Kuntz, yes. So he yells, just do this. And he's like, all right, fine. And it just, so all the chaos, and they end up, this is the play of their season. Did you ever have a play that you called in and nothing close to it got run, and it ended up being what's the greatest result of something gone wrong that you could think of?
So as a coordinator, I took a lot of pride in doing everything in my power. I'm fairly OCD with play calls and what's on the wristband, because I started out as a young coach. I was the one who was typing the wristbands, cutting the wristbands.
So they mean a lot to you.
Oh yeah, it's like
took up some of your life.
Yeah. So I never really had a situation as a play caller where something went real awry and the players had to improv. However, do you remember Jim Harbaugh's first season at Stanford when Pete Carroll and just the dynasty of USC was at its height? We took a terrible football team into the Coliseum. SC was ranked number 1. We were 41.5-point underdogs. And Jim Harbaugh, the gold esser, the guy, he is that. We ended up beating SC in the Coliseum and as 41.5-point underdogs. But the most interesting play was Tavita Pritchard he was the backup quarterback. Jim Harbaugh's trying to scream with a play call in on a final drive on 4th and 20. And Tavita Pritchard looked over and he's like, give me the call, give me the call, give me the call. And Jim's like, and the story goes that Tavita looks over and he's like, I got you, coach. And then he just went out there and just called the play and converted on 4th and 20. And guess who the wide receiver who caught the ball? They ended up calling Hound 2 double go, basically, which is just double goes on the outside, max protection. And then there was a middle open route. And the middle open route means if the middle field's open, you run a post, right through the middle of the two safeties. If the middle field is closed with a single high safety, you run at the sticks, you run basically a dig route,
just turn
at
around
the sticks. Yeah, you just run flat. The slot receiver that ran the route at the sticks to catch the football on 4th and 20 was none other than Richard Sherman.
Shut up!
He was our wide receiver.
Really?
His sophomore year, true sophomore year, and freshman year, he was a wide receiver. And to say that Jim Harbaugh and Richard Sherman didn't butt heads, oh man, those two butted heads to the point of Harbaugh, I can't take this guy anymore. And Sherman's like, I can't take playing for this guy anymore. So Derek Mason, the defense coordinator, is like, I'll take him on defense. And that's how Richard Sherman's corner career started.
How about that? There you go. I don't know, man. That's so funny. Leggy used to tell me that he knew whenever Manning gave the headsets out, I can't hear you. He meant he either hated the play call or he didn't. Nobody. I'll just handle it.
So Tavita Pritchard's now the quarterback coach for Jaden Daniels, the quarterback that just said, you know what? I got you, coach. I got the call. Yeah, great play call. Oh, actually, I'm going to go do my own thing here. And now he's dialing it up in the National Football League with Jaden Daniels as his quarterback.
Might get a taste of his own medicine there too. We'll see.
Oh,
see
yeah.
how bold Jaden is. All right, got to hit the top of the hour. 5 biggest stories of the day next. Yes, we are back bringing you hopefully another titillating hour of sports talk because that's what we've got planned. By the way, Twitch is brought to you by Safeway. At Safeway's Pharmacy, we can provide you with essential health advice and immunizations before your next summer vacation. Get started in-store or online at Safeway.com. I do want to get into some beef tweets a little bit later too, but we'll see. We got to try to fit a lot of things in.
Shall we get beefy today?
I'd like to get beefy. Frankly, I'd just like to go over to GQ and ask for some of the specials, some of the briskets, some of the wings,
You're
the
a turkey
turkey.
guy, aren't you?
Oh, my kids love the turkey.
Oh, it's your kids that love the turkey.
I took all the turkey home the other night that they left here. I was like, if you folks aren't going to eat them, then my kids will. And they went through it.
Did
real
you just
good.
lock your kids in a room and just keep throwing raw turkey at
Well,
them?
maybe once upon a time. No. They're old enough now that just, hey, I didn't have to cook, which was a good thing because apparently I cut my thumb whenever I try to cook something real. Hey,
turkey.
Yeah, there you go. What was that, Phil?
Turkey.
There it is. All right, let's get into some high five. Let's get those 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. We've hit the final. Mark, it's got to be much more pleasant doing the high five now than it was, say, 3 weeks ago?
Oh, I had to mix in some NBA high fives because it was a little dead. But we are so back with the NFL. And, of course, the biggest news in all of the NFL is Broncos training camp. There's no doubt about that. And here on this Thursday, once again, another day where Zach Wilson did not get reps with the ones. Sean Payton was asked about that today.
Look, it's not etched in stone. We talk about it at the beginning of the week. It's hard to rotate 3 through the first group. All 3 of them, I thought, had a good day today. We'll see how Saturday goes. Saturday, we're going to have a little bit more of a different type of practice. It's not going to be a scrimmage, but there's going to be like 3 phases, special teams mixed in, move the ball, if you will. And we haven't met on that relative to the reps in the rotation. And then Sunday, then we'll map out the plan for the week leading up to Indianapolis. So that's kind of where we're at.
All right, I ask you, since we're all working under the assumption Bo Nix is getting named the starter probably next week. And it would make sense because their first game against Indy comes a week from Sunday, if I'm not mistaken. So I ask you, what would Bo Nix have to do in that Saturday move the ball hybrid scrimmage thing to not get named the starter come Monday?
Look.
Relative
to Bo Nix and Saturday's move the ball, he would have to not move the ball.
All right.
For
so
him.
You're a little Peyton and you're a little Gruden right there. You're a little hybrid of each.
Listen.
He's
got to not move the ball during the move the ball period.
If he screws up Spider Y, 2Y banana, that's the killer?
If he gets his tongue tied as Andy Lindahl does,
trying to do
and
it,
spitting out Spider 2Y banana.
When I did the football stuff, I was the receiver. I was listening for one thing. What's my route?
Some of our good friends in the Shop Mazda text line have said, why banana? For the potassium.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, it's good. Yeah.
There it is. We haven't had the old Kreckman studio audience laugh in a while.
Yeah, I think that Bo Nix has got to show that he can effectively operate this offense. He's got to move the sticks, especially relative to the other 2 quarterbacks. I just think that this will be a move the ball period on Saturday that I'm personally really excited to watch. But don't be surprised. Bo Nix is running with the 1 offense versus the 2 defense.
Okay. That would
Stack
be kind
the
of
cards a little bit.
Well,
and it's not wrong. It's not wrong to do it when you're trying to build a young player's confidence.
And you're trying to get some things done.
Yeah, I think that would make a whole heck of a lot of sense.
Yeah, so I've said this with Zach Wilson prior to all this going on, that I thought Zach Wilson would have to win the quarterback job by a knockout. Is Jared Stidham now at that place on the fight card too? Even if Zach will, let's just say Bo Nix still has some rookie troubles come Saturday. Do they just put off naming the quarterback till midweek next week?
Yeah, or potentially after a preseason game. But I do believe that D-Mac...
But Bo Nix is going to start come Indy.
D-Mac's like almost obsessed, almost to the point that it makes me nauseous hearing this word coronation. What is the coronation? I mean, I think you're going to see a well-timed out coronation whenever
just
that
call
may
it
be.
confirmation. I'm with you. Come on. Confirmation
I've
you're
always just
starting
called
your
it,
high pick.
I've always called it name the starter.
Yeah.
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 That's what I call it.
Pick your guy.
Yeah, I'm less of a fan of the royal family. I'm more of a fan of the game of football, where you name a starting quarterback.
See, I'm with you. The coronation happens when you win a Super Bowl. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's
a coronation.
That's a title.
Right.
Which is a coronation.
Yes.
Gives you a title.
Sure.
Which
there
you could
it
say,
is.
I'm just naming a
Champ.
starting quarterback.
Champ. So, all right.
High five. Let's talk about some training camp injuries. Chargers quarterback Justin Herbert was diagnosed with a plantar fascia injury in his right foot after yesterday's practice that will put him in a walking boot for 2 weeks. After that time in the boot, Herbert will go on a gradual return to play protocol and is expected to be ready by the beginning of the regular season, the Chargers said.
Nothing to worry about here? Or is that one that you watch?
Just a simple case of fasciitis. He's got plantar fasciitis.
Gets to the best of
It
us.
happens. It happens. You start, especially at our age, it happens a lot more frequently.
Oh, I've dealt with it.
Yeah, it's not fun. It's nagging.
But is that a lingering one? Like, again, you don't love hammies because that can linger. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Is this?
I mean, I
have you
think-
dealt with a player with this?
I think with Justin Herbert he had the opportunity to get all the OTAs and the minicamp work with Greg Roman, the new offensive coordinator, Jim Harbaugh, their offensive system. And frankly, this is going to be a run first, run second, run third, and then play action and let Justin Herbert uncork the football down the field. I don't think that you're going to – I think you'll be just fine.
Okay. Well, there you go.
High five. Titans wide receiver DeAndre Hopkins suffered a knee injury during practice recently, a source confirmed to ESPN, with the initial diagnosis suggesting the star wide receiver will miss 4 to 6 weeks.
Yeah, DeAndre Hopkins is interesting. He's kind of the older guy now, but again, you got a new coaching staff there. Our buddy Brian Callahan trying to get things up and running and trying to see what Will Levis can do for him. How big a loss is this? That's a savvy vet there.
Savvy vet, yeah. I don't think it's necessarily something that you want in your first
4 to 6
year.
weeks gets you into the regular season, doesn't it?
It sure does, and not to mention any type of lingering effects that you could have with that. Yeah, I mean, DeAndre Hopkins, he's long in the tooth, man. He's no spry young chicken. So I do think that this is not great news for both of our pals. Both of us love Brian Callahan from different times and different walks of his life. But yeah, it's unfortunate. I think the Titans are going to have a rough one this year.
You think it's going to be a bit of an adjustment?
Yeah, I think I don't know that they're equipped to have success immediately. I think that the Falcons are ready for. I think they're going to be pretty dang good.
But that's the wrong conference, my friend.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Yeah, you win NFC South, not AFC South.
AFC South.
Are the
Texans?
Colts still in the South? Because it's the Titans, it's the Texans, it's the
Colts.
Jaguars, and then it's the Colts. Nothing like Southern Indianapolis. I'll tell you what.
I think.
Why are
this,
they in
man.
the South?
Well,
what are we doing there?
Yeah, I think the southern part of Indiana, there's
Sure.
a little twang down
It's
there.
the exact same culture as Jacksonville and
I'll
Nashville
tell you what, though.
and all the other villes.
Southern part of the state of Indiana, what is it border with? Kentucky. And I live in that state. If you want to call that state anything but deep south, you're dead wrong. That is as deep of a southern draw as you'll find.
They're their own deal.
Yeah, it's
Kentucky
very
is
unique.
their own deal. Although I do like the bourbon.
High five. Daniel Jones signed a big 4-year, $160 million contract last year. He's reportedly had a rough training camp. There was one throw in particular that went a little viral of his, a little out route, a little flat route to the left that was not a good throw. It went a little viral. Okay, so Giants owner John Mara was talking to the media out at an event to unveil a mural to celebrate the Giants' 100th season. And he was asked if he has any regrets about signing Daniel Jones to that 4-year, $160 million deal. Here is John Mara.
Listen, I'm still happy we gave him that contract because I thought he played really well for us in 22. Last year he got hurt, and let's be honest, when he was playing, we weren't blocking anybody. So let's give him a chance with a better offensive line with some weapons around him to see what he can do. I was nervous about giving up too much to go and get a quarterback, but I was prepared to let him do that if that's what they wanted to do. We made a decision to stay with Daniel and add a weapon for him, and I think that's going to work out.
See, that's a lie. That's a lie. You can't lie to us, Mr. Mara. because the cameras have been in your offense. You didn't make the decision to stay with Daniel. You wanted Jaden Daniels. That's the Daniel that you wanted. And basically the commander said, no, we're good. We're taking him. You're not going to get him. You can't have him. Then they tried to bump up to 3, although they were not. I got the feeling that Dable, their coach.
Brian Dable.
When he was asked, do you really like Drake May? He went into how many guys bust out? He never really gave us the full answer on camera that I saw. I got to watch the last episode of that Hard Knocks, but it did not feel like he was feeling himself some Drake May. They wanted Daniels, and that was it. Look, Drew Lock's there. All the Drew Lock fans here in Denver, I will tell you, keep an eye on the Giants. You may finally get to see your guy.
Yeah, I have a little bit of a different take. I mean, I watched a lot of that 22 season, and Danny Dimes, when he's fully healthy, he was a top 15 starter in the National Football League.
Well, he's a good runner.
He can take off. He's athletic. Is he elite? No way. But you surround him with Malik Neighbors. I've gotten so many conflicting reports and videos of Giants training camp, and I don't know why the obsession with maybe it's because it's New York, maybe because
they
the
lost
show.
Saquon.
Yeah, I think that it'll be better than last year. That's the bottom line.
Yeah, again, I want to, because it relates back to Zach Wilson and why I continue to be slightly intrigued with the guy. New York does something to you. It's not an easy media market to be in, and we're seeing that now, right?
Yeah,
and I think maybe Daniel Jones would benefit from getting the heck out of there, too.
Yeah, you think about it, I mean, in the last, 40 years, there have only been 2 really successful quarterbacks in the Giants organization. Phil Simms, Eli Manning.
Harry Collins was all right for a minute, too.
Yeah, I know you want to say their defense was so
Stetler.
good.
Yeah.
That was the era where a really dominant defense and
a good
subpar
run
quarterback
game
play could win you a championship.
Otis Anderson with his almost illegal, almost just an assault of a stiff arm to you.
Name the last time that happened in the National Football League. And don't give me Russell Wilson and the Seahawks, because Russell Wilson had MVP types of seasons surrounding that Super Bowl.
All right, we got to get this last story in too, Spring.
High five. Yeah, the Buccaneers and offensive tackle Tristan Wirfs have agreed on a 5-year, $140.63 million contract extension. Makes him the highest paid offensive lineman in NFL history. $88.2 million guaranteed. That's the most guaranteed money for any offensive tackle in the league. Wirfs was taken 2 picks ahead of Jerry Jeudy in the 2020 draft.
All right, you hit it right there. This is why I wanted this story said. I got to credit our old guy Ryan Harris there. He had said you should do whatever you need to do to get up and get Wirfs. Don't risk not getting him. They didn't do it. Jerry Jeudy's on another team. Wirfs is the highest paid tackle in the league.
100%. And he came from the blocking capital of the world, the Iowa Hawkeyes. And he's an incredible athlete. Tristan Wirfs is a unit. He got paid exactly what he deserved. He's, frankly, at the top of the NFL food chain with the tackle position.
So there you go. It's the High Five, 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. We do it every day at 5 o'clock. It's hosted by Mark Springer. This show is hosted by Andy Lindahl and Nate Kreckman. Nate will be back on Monday. Mike Sanford filling in. We're going to come back. We got to get a few more thoughts from training camp from Mike. That's ahead. It is Kreckman and Lindahl. Only it's Lindahl and Sanford. Tomorrow it'll be me and Berto. Berto was out of practice today, too. I had to laugh. As many of us love going out to football practice, Berto's not one of them. Right, Spring? Berto will go if you need him to. Berto's not asking to go, though.
Yeah, he hates it.
What does Berto not like about football practice? Hey, listen, hey, Berto, do you not love football?
You know, I'm going to be honest with you.
Yeah, give me some honesty.
I do still love it because it's just always been like, I think we all have sports we want to cover when we get into this business, right? There's people that love baseball. My guy Spring loves doing his hockey stuff. I always wanted to be on a football broadcast. That was my goal, really, when I set out to do this thing. I was lucky enough to achieve it, lucky enough to still be able to do it. I just don't know that football is his deal.
Yeah, it's fine.
And I would also say, compared to what I used to watch, we got into. How about I ask you this question? You'd probably be a good guy to weigh in on this. DMAC made the observation, and you're a modern guy, so I am curious what way you'll go on this. DMAC had said today that he thought it was stupid the way we did it in the 2000 we had a turd in my pocket. I wasn't part of the we, but I did get to witness it. And then when I started covering training camp full time, it was 2000. Right? I'm with Dave and Scott. We're at the other place, and we were the Broncos station. So guess what? You're living Broncos season all the time. So I would go out to every training camp practice, and you would watch 3 days of the week, Monday, Wednesday, Friday was the way it started at the beginning. It'd be 2 full padded practices. Length would be determined by how he thought the work got done, he being Shanahan. And not every time did he put him in pads. As we went along, he would, lighten up what pads, maybe not full pads, like when they actually wore their thigh pads and whatnot. But nonetheless, you got 2 pretty good contact practices. And then Tuesday, Thursdays, the morning would be the only contact. The others would be special teams, right? And now I just feel like it's gone to a point where I get how you can't destroy guys' bodies like that anymore. I'm not asking for guys to get crushed 2 times a day necessarily. But Mike, there are times where I do just in, my amateur eye, I do wonder how you figure out some of who, like, I always bring this example up. I brought it up earlier. The first time I told Dave and Scott, the guy that I had been watching because they couldn't make it out to as much camp because of schedules or whatever, I think I've even told you, it was Reuben Drones, the running back out of Oregon. And the way I knew Reuben probably had a shot at this thing was Reuben constantly was running through the first tackler. Contact was not bringing him down. He always found a way to grab another yard or 2, if not break out and make it a new run again. You know what I mean?
Right.
And I remember Stink told me, a back's special when they get more than what it was blocked up for. That was kind of, Reuben wasn't overly special. He ended up being a good NFL player. He had a nice career. But he never got brought down by the first guy, and he always seemed to get a little bit more than what they'd blocked it for, okay? I watch these practices now, like, again, with all due respect to Audric Estime, and a lot of people have talked about how that was a legit hit the other day. I think Audric Estime is going to be a beast. I certainly wouldn't want to try to tackle the guy. But when you watch the fan video that's making the rounds from everybody, the DB went in there chest up. He wasn't legit trying to bring a guy down. He didn't go at Estime's legs. He didn't try to take the knees out. I would hope whoever that DB was isn't trying to high tackle Audric Estime in a game. Do you know what I mean? Like, just the guy's body type would tell you, I better chop the stump out of the tree. So I do think it's tougher in my mind to maybe pick some of these guys out. I think there's some work cut down. To me, it'd be harder as a young guy to catch a coach's eye with the practice time that's been reduced. With now we're down to 3 preseason games. Now, you know what I mean? Like, when I bring up the Reuben Drones example, it's because this was a dude that, if he was a draft pick, he was a later round draft pick. I don't fully remember, but he wasn't a guy we were buzzing and all waiting to get to camp to watch. This is a dude that had to make an impression and did it through practice. And I think it's harder to do in modern football. How do you, I guess, as a modern football coach, do you wish you could do some of the old school? Do you think, is there a more smart way to this than I'm picking? Is it just you guys are so much more educated at what you're looking at than I am, that it's maybe not as hard as I feel like it is?
Well, I think I'm a bit of a throwback because I was raised in the industry by a father,
a coach,
that coached and played in the 1970s. 80s, 90s. I mean, those are the days that we're talking about where you had 2 padded 2-a-days a day. You tackled to the ground at times during practice. And I think, frankly, Andy, part of the reason I'm probably not a modern coach today at the college or pro level is because I did like to implement aspects of the old way of doing things. I have a firm belief that the only way you can get better at playing football is by playing football. 11 on 11, move the ball, let situations come up as they do. Football. Now, the NFLPA has certainly put a lot of safeguards around practice, tendencies and what coaches are allowed to do. But I do think that Saturday's practice, whether it's move the ball, I don't even know. I doubt they go live. I mean, they might, but
there'll be no going to the ground. That's for sure.
Yeah. And so really you have to, in the NFL, you have to really trust your scouting department that they brought the right people in to be able to tackle, to be able to break tackles. Because those things you can't evaluate. You're right. Like Audric Estime's run that I was fired up about, to be honest, like in the code, the unwritten rules of football, what Audric Estime did to that safety.
He thudded it up more than he was supposed to, right?
Yeah, Audric Estime was in the wrong there because the safety is in the position that he's at. He's supposed to just tag off. So he's attempting to tag off. And whether it was Audric Estime seeing the guy at the very last second, couldn't control his body, he shouldn't have been taking him on like a battering ram in that situation. So that's actually something that the defense probably got a little chippy about, at least in the locker room, or, hey, we'll remember that kid. And when it catches up to you, it catches up to you. And so I do think that particular play in practice wasn't necessarily advanced. It was not proof that Audric Estime is a physical runner yet. Now, I do think he's a physical runner, but how well is he going to be able to break tackles in the NFL? We'll find out. We'll find out a whole heck of a lot more when preseason games do start. And I expect Audric Estime to get a lot of work in the preseason.
So what do you read in these modern times? Because again, and look, I bring this up, I guess this all started, I guess so everybody knows how we got here, and maybe even you wonder how I wandered down my roads. I understand why Berto doesn't love the modern stuff, because I used to love going to 2 football practices, watching guys play football, especially when they're pro athletes. And then, not only that, we were allowed to walk between the sidelines. We had much more roaming space. You could, up in Greeley, heck, dude, we were eating lunches with the guys because we were all eating in the same lunchroom. Our KOA paid that. We just sat. I remember one time a guy that I used to work with named Patrick Watkins, he ended up getting a 30-minute conversation with Terrell Davis. He ran on a show because Terrell had nothing else to do. We were all stuck in northern Colorado, and lunch was done, and he was rehabbing, and he's like, let's just sit down and talk, man. I got nothing else, right? So yeah, I can understand why this modern version of camp isn't as fun as what I started in, because it feels like we're just watching the same drills every day, and I'm not watching necessarily football like I once did. What do you look for? What does cue into you as a coach that doesn't necessarily, what shows up that you don't need contact for? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, for our listeners who have been out to, is it Bronco Park powered by Spirit Health? Did I hit it? Did I get it?
There, I think so.
Man, I think it's the first time I got it. That's a big moment for me. But for our listeners and viewers on Twitch that have been out to watch practice, the things that I do think that you are able to decipher as a coach and what this staff is able to watch based off the film study after the practice is O-line, D-line play doesn't really change. It really doesn't. With pads on. With pads on in live or non-live football, it's the same. Can you sustain blocks? And then on the defensive side of the ball, can you get off blocks? Can you shed blocks? Can you become a problem in penetrating by getting off of either a combination block or an individual solo block? Can you run routes? Can you cover? Can a quarterback place the football where he needs to? Can he make reads? But the thing that you never will get answered until you play live football is, can you tackle and can you break tackles? Because right now you don't see any of that. None at all. Like, unless you see with elite make you miss type players where they put that move on you and you just know that corner is shook, or that, that linebacker got shook in the hole. And frankly, I haven't seen much of that from this training camp. Like, there's very few times where like, yeah, that's going to be a huge play. It just seems like the defensive players are in the right position to be in position to make the tackle, and the offense players are showing schematic discipline within what they're asked to do.
So I'm kind of curious. You brought it up.
I missed it. It was Common Spirit.
You were so close.
Gosh.
So close.
I said Spirit Health.
Just get Ball Arena right.
Pepsi Center?
Yeah. No. We've got our own worries here is all I'm trying to say.
Okay, all right.
Seriously, when you watch, because it has been, when I brought up the energy thing yesterday, I guess I'll give you a concern. And I hope these, and again, guys, I'm not trying to read too much into a first week of camp. And for me, this really is the first week of camp, I think. They're really going. There's no more of the ramp-up days. It was full pads practice, blah, 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 blah. And I will tell people, every year I always laugh about this. I've told Spring about it 1,000 times. Xavier Oman, I'll never forget him. 2012, running back with the Broncos. Dude was the hero of the first 2 weeks of camp. He was shaking people. He was getting through. He was da-da-da, you know what I mean? Hey, we couldn't quit talking about Xavier Oman. This guy's going to be a stud. Gets out against the Chicago Bears in the first preseason game, does it again. Guess what? We never heard from Xavier Oman again after those first 2 weeks. So a lot of what we're seeing now, honestly, can change real quickly. To me, there's always some guy that pops the first week or two of camp that somehow just falls off and cannot keep the train going the full way. And maybe a guy that you weren't talking about beginning of camp all of a sudden flashes and makes the team, okay? So that's the old grain of salt thing for you. But you and I have talked about it. There's not a lot getting the crowd cheering out there, okay? And I've been to practice, I guess, and I realize we've had some Hall of Fame quarterbacks roll through here, but I've even seen this with Jay Cutler. I'm used to some camps where at least you're getting excited about some of the plays that you're seeing. Then you can't wait to see them. There just is not a lot of reacting to a lot of really cool highlight type plays, right? Now, our guy Devon Vele had one today.
He did.
Bo Nix threw him a good high point ball in the back of the end zone. Vele went up, took it from over the corner, made sure the feet. That was a play which in the old days when we were allowed to actually shoot the entire practice, you'd have seen it on the old days 10 o'clock news, right? That'd have made the highlight package. But there just hasn't been a lot of that. So I ask you, Zach pushes it the most, but even Zach isn't going deep terribly a lot.
He's not getting a lot of reps. I mean,
fair enough.
Think about it with this 3 quarterback derby that's not really a 3 quarterback competition, is these quarterbacks are getting sometimes 12 total reps, including handoffs in the run game for an entire practice.
Let me ask you this. Are there big plays with your coach's eyes that are being missed, that are being chosen not to be thrown, or is it just, should I expect an offense that's just more mid-range and doesn't take a lot of shots?
The NFL game, like I've been watching kind of around the league to see some of these big plays that are being made. You know, I was watching Jordan Love throw the ball down the field to Romeo Doubs. Like it's less about being wide open, because that doesn't happen in the NFL. If it does, like it's the Broncos visiting Miami Dolphins type of a day. It just doesn't happen. I mean, it's not realistic, but it is about identifying potential one-on-one matchups and then just giving receivers a chance to go make a play down the field. And I'm not talking about the 12, 15-yard comeback route on the sideline.
You're talking about the big chunk.
I'm talking about explosive plays that typically, if you look at the analytics of football, if an explosive play, which typically is, a 20-plus yard pass or a 12-plus yard run, happen in a drive, your odds of scoring a touchdown on that drive go up exponentially. There has been a noticeable absence of those types of plays, and I would go even further and say that it's been fairly consistently void of the explosive play when Jarrett Stidham and Bo Nix are playing quarterback. And that's a reality. I've watched every practice. Like, I do see a lot of our friends in the media talking about explosive plays, and I'm like, do we watch the same practice today? Because I just haven't seen it. A lot of them are like on plays that would be blown dead as sacks, and all of a sudden you extend the play and, you throw a ball on the second play, and you got to practice that. You do have to practice that, but in reality, is that really an explosive play?
So then I ask you the question, because again, we always hyper-focus on the quarterback because that's kind of what we tend to do, especially in this town where we're hoping to find the next 10, 15-year solution. How much of that also, though, goes to this skill position group that you and I have talked about?
I think it goes to...
Is it everybody involved?
I think it's everybody involved. I think it's also the training of a rookie quarterback. I think that, you got to crawl before you can walk. You got to walk before you can run. I mean, I do think that some of that's going on with Bo Nix, and some of it's by design. I mean, he doesn't have... I think today he actually had 3 turnover-worthy plays, and one ended up in an interception. So, I mean, he hasn't had a perfect training camp, to say the least, but it hasn't ever been just absolutely horrific. But he's also doing pretty much what Sean Payton's offense is requiring him to do, which is take your flats when your flats are open, take your checkdowns when your checkdowns are open. And the one receiver, I will say, and I'm not super high on this player, but I do think he's a straight line speed guy. The one receiver who's gotten behind coverage fairly consistently from day one to even today is Troy Franklin. He has linear straight line speed. His entire skill set as a route runner has to be unlocked. He's not there yet, especially in the NFL. Any little tell that you give, DBs are going to be all over it. So what do you do as a corner? You just back up a little further because you trust that you can break up a ball because he's not transitioning at the top of his routes. If he runs a comeback, a stop route, a dig route, you'll be able to see it. So I don't see another receiver on this roster right now that's consistently run by defenders, and that includes Marvin Mims.
Okay, that's where I was going to go. Where are we at with Mims?
I've been a little disappointed.
Okay, good. Not good. Give me the assessment.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that Marvin Mims, based off of what I saw in the OTAs, like he was trending towards being wide receiver 1. Right now, if I was to judge it solely off of training camp production, Josh Reynolds kind of came into the conversation the last 3 days, especially yesterday and the day before. I think that, Courtland Sutton, everybody knows what he's capable of doing on jump balls, high point balls. He just hasn't had a lot of bats at this training camp. I haven't seen a ton of balls going his direction. And right now, Mims, been a couple drops here and there. I'm not seeing the separation that I wanted to see. And frankly, some of the savviness required of a slot receiver just hasn't shown up yet. I think Marvin Mims is going to be a good player. I think his greatest skill set is what we talked about earlier in this segment, is run after catch, run through the first arm tackle. That hasn't been able to be on display quite yet in this training camp. I think Marvin Mims is going to have something to say about it when the preseason games do start.
See, that's interesting to me because I will tell you this, he did flash in camp last year. Like I saw, he made some acrobatic catches. He went up and got some footballs.
Have you seen anything particular?
No, that's just
and
it.
I just want to make sure it wasn't.
Well, I didn't even really think about it because until you said something. You said something the other day, whereas I love Tim Patrick. I think he's a great story. I think he's as far as dealing with a player in the media, he's a good guy that way. But you kind of said, yeah, where's the highlight? I don't really have one in my mind. And then that got me thinking, I know Mims is on this team, but man, I can't tell you the real, he's had some nice moments in one-on-one drills, right? Yes. And Bo Nix did have a nice throw. Who was the over-the-shoulder? Was it Troutman that caught the over-the-shoulder ball that I thought Nix threw?
In one-on-ones,
yeah,
yes. Yeah. It was, the thing that's weird about tight end one-on-ones is they're typically going against linebackers and safety. The thing about tight end routes, if you're running deep routes, there's typically a shell over the top of the coverage. So one-on-ones with the tight ends and running backs probably the least accurate portrayal of what's going to happen in a game.
Yeah, I know. I just, I hope it all picks up because as much as we're talking about the quarterbacks, I go back to my earlier statement of I do feel like this is a good receiver group, but let's not overplay what it is. They're deep, but it's deep with a lot of the same type of guy, a lot of same type of level. Again, I really do think you need elite somewhere, somehow. And I was hoping it was going to be Dulcich, but even Dulcich hasn't compiled a bunch of highlights.
I've been pretty high on Greg Dulcich.
Okay, good.
I've seen Greg Dulcich as candidly the offensive MVP of training camp. Every single day, he's done something he's made some plays. He's done something that warrants like a shot in the conversation of being a top 10 receiving tight end in the National Football League.
Keep telling people I think he's the difference between this offense really unlocking something and it being just more of the same.
Number 2 would be Jaleel McLaughlin. He came alive today.
Oh, hey, man, they got some intriguing stuff going on at running back. There's no doubt about it. All right, we are going to give away a 4-pack of tickets to the Gold Over America Tour. Really, that's the GOAT Tour. Coming to Ball Arena. It's September 25th, so you got a little time to get your tickets if you don't win this 4-pack. Again, text us the word GOAT. 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 G-O-A-T. GOAT. Chance for you to get in. Mark Springer's not going to spin the old raffle wheel until we get closer to 45, but we're going to give them away right after this break. You can join the excitement at the Athleta Presents Gold Over America Tour. Stars Simone Biles. This celebration of world-class gymnastics is designed to inspire the next generation of champions. Led by Biles, the most decorated gymnast of all time. Athleta presents Gold Over America Tour, delivers an exhilarating display of jaw-dropping athletic brilliance and high-energy choreography. Every tumble, twist, and gravity-defying trick will have audiences on the edge of their seats. Get your tickets now for a thrilling night of family entertainment. Again, hits Ball Arena on the 25th of September, but your last chance to jump in, GOAT. Text GOAT. GOAT. Tell you who wins next. Yes. I wanted to do some beef tweets today, but we can't quite get to them. Not enough time. By the way, when we do have them, they're presented by GQ Barbecue. Man, do I love GQ Barbecue. Get a free pulled pork sandwich from GQ Barbecue at gqbarbecue.com. Colorado's only championship barbecue. They also have a wing club. You can pay a little monthly fee and get you some wings.
You know, I
every
love me
month.
some wings.
Oh, their smoked wings are so good.
Yeah.
We got one right across the street, so there you go. By the way, real quick, spring, winter.
The winner is Justin Leuenberger.
Congratulations, Justin. You get to go. Justin Leuenberger, congratulations. You won the GOAT tickets to go see some amazing gymnastics. How interesting will Saturday be, do you think?
It'll be very interesting.
How do you slant and move the ball? You and I both feel like this is not an even, again, everybody has to win by knockout. Nix is the guy. Sean wants Nix to be the guy. He keeps giving Nix all the shot to be the guy. They drafted him to be the guy.
He should be the guy.
That's fine. But he's not knocked out Jared Stidham. Is that fair? He's not winning the competition really, though, is he?
Yeah, I mean, there's so much parity between those two at practice. There's the balls are being delivered in underneath spaces to the guys that they need to be throwing the ball to, but you still haven't seen Jared Stidham or Bo Nix really uncork the ball down the field. And so there's no separation that way. I'd say that I would definitely give Bo Nix a separation check in the right box with regards to red zone.
Okay, you're right. Bo Nix, it fascinates me. Bo Nix does stuff in the middle of the field where I'm like, oh man, this is just rough. He gets in the red zone. The guy is nails.
He is, but it makes sense, right? He's a sharp player. He's got a good head on his shoulders. He's decisive, and he's a running threat. I mean, those are all good things.
Yeah, but again, he doesn't do it with his legs. Here's my question to you, Mike. Why can he seem to, is it just the space in the field? He will put the ball on a guy in the red. He will make a tough, tight window throw. He does a lot of things I get psyched about.
He did the same thing at the Senior Bowl.
I know, but then I want to know, where is that between the 20s sometimes, man? You clearly got some arm in there. Why don't you always want to use it?
Yeah, it's
help me out with that.
So far, it's been consistent with exactly what I said on these airwaves when I was calling in from Mobile watching the week of practice. It's literally the same. Like, there is nothing different. Red zone day, Bo Nix outperformed Michael Penix Jr. The other 2 days, it wasn't close. I mean, it wasn't even close. Arm talent, throwing the ball down the field, creativity with the ball placement in the open field, third down efficiency, fitting tight balls in tight windows. That was all major check. And what I saw and what I evaluated and charted at the Senior Bowl, and it's held true. And I want to be the furthest thing from somebody that goes around and tries to find the self-fulfilling prophecy. But it has held consistent. The guys looked awesome in 2 red zone days. I'd say Saturday was much better than today. Today was good. I mean, the throw to Devon Vele in the back of the end zone was good. It was actually, I think, even a better catch by Devon Vele. He had to.
He had to go up and get it. But you gave your guy a chance, 100%. And I respect that.
Yeah, and he's running the back line, and you want to throw a hairline ball, and that's exactly what he did. But yeah, I just think that hopefully I want to see the shot plays, the execution of the run game, getting to the right checks against the starting defense or 2 defense. We'll see how it goes. That's, to me, where you can find the knockout punch that we all know Sean Payton wants to find to end this quarterback situation.
Could it be their big plays are going to come from the run game? Now that you mention that.
Yeah, I mean.
Because, man, the way they block it and the guys they got running it, and I don't know. Again, they're going against their own guys. So who knows? Maybe this is just an average roster that's going to finish with a top 5 pick.
Front. This is a good defense front.
I like what they're doing in the run game.
Yeah, especially when you get John Franklin Myers has been gone. Don't think that that's a coincidence that the run game kind of had a nice little uptick.
I don't think I didn't notice that when I heard he was gone.
Yeah, he's been attending to a family matter. I think he went to a funeral in his family.
Yeah,
so
there
thoughts
was a
and
death
prayers
in the family.
with JFM. But I think he's going to end up being a big addition. Allen's in a better position now. I just think that this defensive front's good. And so if you're running the ball well against this defensive front, I think you have a chance to run the ball well against just about everybody in the National Football League. I really believe that. And Javonte Williams, he's got a burst.
Oh, he does.
He's got a burst.
He looks more like his old self than he ever did a year ago.
Yeah.
He's getting through the hole quick. He's making moves again.
He looks young.
Yeah. He is still young. We got to remember that.
But he didn't look young last year.
No, I'm with you.
You know, because he came back from the ACL.
He looked like a guy that I didn't think should be playing yet, and yet he was. So good for him. By the way, though, so do I need to just accept that Nix is like plays old guy golf, but he's putting for the cash? Drive for show.
You heard Leggy this morning, right? The best path forward for the Broncos this season is to play a boring, unexciting, but also don't kill yourself brand of offensive football. Run the football effectively, take what the defense gives you in front of the defense, and break in your rookie quarterback with a high completion percentage. Move the ball as best you can. Find 3 or 4 scoring drives a game and play good defense. That's your best path forward to win, greater than the Vegas odds that say that you're going to win 5.5.
They got to be. How does he get down? See, I'm also curious. I don't mind the run game capability of the guy. Nix doesn't look like a slight dude, but he's not a dude. I don't care who you are. The NFL will break you if you run too often. You know what I mean? It just will.
Yeah,
it broke Cam Newton, who's the biggest quarterback I've ever seen in person.
I think Bo Nix is built to run the football. I mean, I think it's you get 2 to 3 first downs a game with your legs. That's the key. And
he can do it.
Yeah, he can absolutely do that. He looked good when the zone read was installed. I believe it was on Tuesday's practice. He had a little bit more of an acceleration and burst than even I thought. I've been applauding his athleticism as being a very underrated aspect of his game. So yeah, I think that there will be a component early on in Bo Nix's trajectory and his development where the legs are going to be utilized both play design and things don't work. You become a viable runner, and I think he's going to do that.
How much do you think this changes when we eventually get what we expect, and that's the announcement he's the starter? Do we see more zone? Do we see more shotgun? Does Sean Payton change some things up, or is he still going to force Bo Nix into some of what he wants to do?
I think it's twofold. I think you want to be developing the confidence of your rookie quarterback by doing things that he's comfortable with doing, but you also concurrently want him to do stuff that systematically you're going to need him to do to find the success within Sean Payton's offensive system.
How important is under center for this offense? I told you I'd had Brock Osweiler and other guys explain to me, guy under center so the run play could go either direction was so important, and maybe holding a linebacker that had to stay outside on that boot keep that frankly Peyton Manning didn't have to do. They knew Peyton wasn't keeping the ball and trying to run out the other side.
How important do you want to ask Javonte Williams what he likes better? I guarantee he's going to say he likes to see that quarterback under center. And he's going to have better pathways. There's unknown of where the ball's going to be run to, which side, inside, outside, right, left. So yeah, I think it's going to be important to have some semblance of run game. And in fact, I mean, Bo Nix is one of his best completions, at least the Twitterverse will tell you, was that outbreak comeback route to Josh Reynolds, and that was from under center with a little play action. So I don't think he is. I think he can do it. Too much is made right now of him playing a ton of his offensive snaps in the shotgun. Guess what? Damn near every one of these college quarterbacks is playing their majority of snaps in college football in shotgun. It's just. I mean, C.J. Stroud wasn't under center at Ohio State. He was a shotgun quarterback. So that's not going to be a big issue.
More camp tomorrow. Do you think the pads come back on, or do you think he saves that for Saturday? They had a long practice today.
Yeah,